Chapter 1, I Will Not Leave. In a hospital in Huagua, a special care ward was filled with people, yet an unusual silence enveloped the room. An elderly man, his hair a silvery white, lay upon the bed, quietly dictating something in a feeble voice. Several staff members, clad in uniforms, gathered around, straining to listen while diligently jotting down notes, occasionally nodding, their expressions grave. After a lengthy pause, the old man finally concluded his final instructions. The light in his eyes began to dim, as if the spark of life might extinguish at any moment. The staff member tasked with recording ceased his writing and stepped aside, leaving the space closest to the elder vacant. A prominent figure, often seen on the evening news at 7, hurried forward, sorrow etched across his face. He grasped the old man's hand gently and whispered in his ear, "Elder Lin, the comrades have duly noted the matters regarding the project. They will follow the path you have paved and ensure the continuation of subsequent plans. The organization has asked me to inquire if you have any unfulfilled wishes." Wishes? Upon hearing this word, the old man's thoughts soared to the heavens before landing in a quaint village. The once dim light in his eyes suddenly sparked with brilliance. He trembled, summoning his last strength to utter, "After my passing, scatter half of my ashes beneath the tree by the stone bridge at the entrance of Baishigo village in Tinghang County, and enter the other half with my wife. Yin Shu, I shall join you." As the final word escaped his lips, the light in his eyes faded, and he gently closed them. The ward was pierced by the shrill alarm of the life monitor, the once undulating line on the screen now rendered achingly straight. That day, the evening news dedicated nearly half an hour to recounting the legendary life of this extraordinary man, a paragon of intellect and expert in astronomy, meteorology, agronomy, materials science, and physics, Lin Ziyuan. In a hazy state, Lin Ziyuan sensed a gentle nudging beside him. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find himself gazing at a weathered wooden ceiling adorned with rows of dark tiles. Beneath the tiles, a yellowed mud wall stood bare, unadorned by paint or lime, merely a raw structure. The wall bore numerous cracks of varying sizes, stuffed with newspapers and straw, while a tattered calendar hung, displaying the date, April 12, 1976. "Isn't this the house I lived in during my time as a sent-down youth?" Lin Ziyuan pondered. A sweet, youthful voice reached his ears. "Daddy, you're finally awake." Turning his head, he beheld the source of the voice, a cherubic little girl clad in a patched cotton jacket, her hair tied into two playful tufts. Was this not the daughter he had longed for nearly 50 years? How could fate allow him to see her once more in this dream? Memories, long sealed, surged back like tidal waves, overwhelming his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang up and enveloped Duer in his arms, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. I could see this moment. Little Duer was just over 2 years old. Startled by the sudden embrace from her father, Lin Ziyuan, who had unexpectedly transformed from an elderly man back into a youthful figure, he struggled to control his strength, resulting in a slightly firmer grasp than intended. Duer immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "Daddy, it hurts." Lin Ziyuan quickly set her down, his voice laced with remorse. "I'm so sorry, my dear. It was unintentional." "It's all right," she replied, though her golden tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. Lin Ziyuan hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, vowing silently that even in dreams he would never allow her to come to harm. Suddenly, a figure burst into the room, Li Yunshu, the woman whose memory haunted him, causing countless nights of tears and a lifetime of guilt. Seeing Lin Ziyuan holding their weeping child, she mistakenly believed he was reluctant to part with her, rushing over to comfort Duer. "Duer, Daddy has just gone to work. He won't be away for long. He will often return to see you. Be good, don't cry," she cooed, even as her own tears began to flow unbidden. It dawned on Lin Ziyuan that just yesterday, he had shared the news of his return to the city with Li Yunshu. She had cried throughout the night while he drowned his sorrows in drink. He never wished to leave his wife and daughter, but in his previous life, he had chosen ambition over family. With resolute determination, he had taken the notification and abandoned his wife and child to return to Xiaqing. 2 years later, in 1978, when the college entrance examinations were reinstated, he gained admission to Shuimu University. After graduation, he sought to bring his wife and daughter to enjoy the fruits of life alongside him. only to discover a solitary grave bearing Li Yunshu's name, marked in May 1976. Through inquiries, he learned that on the third day after his departure, his daughter had been waiting by the river for his return, and in her yearning had accidentally fallen in, disappearing without a trace. Following the loss of their child, Li Yunshu's mental state deteriorated, and a month later, she attempted to drown herself in the river, wishing to join her daughter. Fortunately, she was rescued by passing villagers. Yet, though her body survived, her soul had long since departed. She succumbed to despair 2 weeks later. Upon hearing the tragic news of his wife and daughter, Lin Ziyuan was utterly shattered. He had envisioned a successful return, providing a better life for them. But instead, he faced desolation. Yang Qi, the village secretary of Baishigu and Li Yunshu's cousin, had encountered Lin Ziyuan upon his return. He harbored a desire to confront Lin Ziyuan, condemning him for abandoning his family. However, Lin Ziyuan had by then become a state official, and no one dared to escalate the situation. As a result, it was left unresolved. Lin Ziyuan donated a sum of money to the Baishigu community, expressing gratitude for the villagers' care during those months, and thereafter never returned. For the ensuing decades, he remained unmarried and childless, dedicating his life to scientific research and serving his country, achieving unparalleled distinction at that moment. Upon seeing his wife, Lin Ziyuan could no longer contain himself. Regardless of whether this was a dream or reality, he embraced Li Yunshu tightly and began to weep profusely. Li Yunshu was taken aback by his sudden display of emotion, fully aware of her husband's desire to leave this place and return to the city, and naturally, she felt a deep sense of reluctance. However, he had promised that once he gained admission to university and secured a job, he would bring her and their daughter to live in the city. This was his path, and despite her unwillingness, she could not become an obstacle in her husband's pursuit of his dreams. After all, from the very day he had joined the work team, Lin Ziyuan had been yearning to return to the city. She did not wish to become a stumbling block on his journey now that he had received notice to return. Preventing him from leaving would leave him with a lifelong resentment towards her. Suppressing her inner sorrow, Li Yunshu gently stroked her husband's head and spoke with a quivering voice. "Do not cry. It's merely a matter of going back to the city for university. I endure will wait for you." As she uttered these words, it felt as though she had expended every ounce of her strength. This was the first time she had openly endorsed Lin Ziyuan's departure to the city. In her previous life, Lin Ziyuan had never heard Li Yunshu express such sentiments. He understood the immense courage it took for her to say those words, which signified her acceptance of facing the future alone. As a single mother, her family home was over 20 kilometers from Baishigu, which meant she would have to raise their child all by herself. In that era, this was indeed an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Lin Ziyuan replied with a trembling voice, "No, Yunshu, I will not leave." Chapter 2. Conversations between husband and wife. "What did you say?" Li Yunshu thought she must have misheard, momentarily frozen in place, gazing intently at Lin Ziyuan, her mouth slightly trembling. Lin Ziyuan took a moment to steady his racing heart and reiterated, "I will not leave. I will stay and accompany you and duo-er." After saying this, he reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a piece of paper, tearing it to shreds before Li Yunshu's eyes. "Are you mad? You can't stick it back together." That was his notification to return to the city. Li Yunshu immediately snatched the paper scraps from Lin Ziyuan's hands and placed them on the bed, attempting to reassemble them. However, Lin Ziyuan blew a breath toward the fragments, and in an instant, hundreds of tiny pieces scattered across the floor, irretrievable. Li Yunshu stood there, tears streaming down her cheeks. This was the long-held wish of her husband over the years, one that was finally within reach, yet he chose to forsake it at the last moment. After a few seconds, she burst into tears. Only she understood that in just a few days, Lin Ziyuan was to return to the city. These days felt like an eternity as she wished for time to slow down or even halt altogether. Li Yunshu had taken the initiative in their marriage. During a trip to the city, she had met Lin Ziyuan by the Ting River. At that time, he was disheartened, his family shattered. With no hope of returning to the city, they sat by the riverbank and talked for hours. In the days that followed, Li Yunshu encountered Lin Ziyuan several more times. They connected well. Lin Ziyuan was well educated, and with Li Yunshu being the belle of the village, their attraction was instant, leading them to marriage. However, Returning to the city was of utmost importance to him. After their wedding, Lin Ziyuan's mind was hardly on the home front, lacking any motivation for work. While other villagers earned 10 or even 12 work points, Lin Ziyuan managed only 6, often neglecting his duties, spending half the day idly. Initially, Li Yinshu toiled in the fields with their child, allowing Duo to play by the edges of the fields as she grew older. Back at home, she single-handedly managed washing and cooking. Many felt it unfair for her, yet Li Yinshu believed Lin Ziyuan simply needed time to adjust to rural life, confident that he would adapt eventually. However, that wait extended into 3 years, and Duo was already 2 years old. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Li Yinshu bent down to gather the scattered pieces. They were not too torn. With some effort, they could still be useful. I know you care for us. As long as you hold us in your heart, I shall be content. But Lin Ziyuan stopped her, allowing the scraps to be swept away by the wind toward the doorway, where they would fall into the rain outside. There's no need. If returning to the city requires abandoning you and Duo, then this city is not worth returning to. Some things, once lost, can never be reclaimed. As it had been raining since early morning, there were no work assignments in the village that day. Lin Ziyuan comforted his wife and daughter, then retrieved the luggage he had previously packed once more. After reorganizing various garments and books, he gazed fondly upon the home he had not visited for over 40 years. Throughout the day, he meticulously tidied every corner of the modest earthen dwelling. He stuffed the gaps where the wind seeped in with old newspapers and gingerly prodded the roof tiles with a bamboo pole to adjust their positions, ensuring that the rain would not pour in excessively, despite the limited capacity of the household containers. Oftentimes, the very places one yearns to escape from become the most comforting sanctuaries. Truth be told, since departing from Baishigu, he had constantly contemplated this place, where his wife and daughter resided. In his previous life, wealth, salary, and allowances could have sustained him for multiple lifetimes. He had earned accolades, becoming an academician and a recipient of the National Medal. His status allowed him to be received by prominent figures in the National Elder Council, and his name adorned various research project leaders. Yet, what he cherished most was that humble earthen house nestled in the small mountain village, where his wife busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner while he entertained their daughter with stories in their room. When his wife called out that dinner was ready, he would joyfully emerge with their daughter in his arms, and despite the hardships, the warmth of their family life brought them happiness. This was the existence he longed for. In this life, he vowed never to leave them again, wishing only to provide his family with a joyful life and spare them from suffering. Dinner consisted of a small bowl of rice accompanied by pickled radish and preserved mustard greens from the previous year. Though devoid of lavish ingredients, it tasted far more exquisite to Lin Ziyuan than any delicacy from his former existence. As he ate, tears began to well in the corners of his eyes. Li Yunshu, rarely witnessing her husband's tears, grew anxious, fearing he might regret the decision he had made that day. After much hesitation, she finally spoke. I'm just saying, if we were to issue another transfer order, it shouldn't be too troublesome, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan immediately lifted his gaze to the woman who dared not meet his eyes. He realized she had misinterpreted his tears. They were born from overwhelming joy, not regret. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, declaring, Yinshu, I shall not bring up returning to the city again, and I ask you to refrain from mentioning it as well. Let's consider it a thing of the past. My sole desire now is to live alongside you and Duo. Li Yinshu softly acknowledged him and continued her meal in silence. After washing up and soothing Duo to sleep, Lin Ziyuan, illuminated by the meager glow of a kerosene lamp, gazed intently at Li Yinshu, who was mending clothes by the bedside. What are you staring at? She asked. Just admiring my wife. After all these years, I still can't get enough of you. Lin Ziyuan replied with a smile. Li Yinshu, blushing, turned to continue her work. Suddenly, Lin Ziyuan wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. The scent of soap mingled with her unique fragrance stirred something within him. Li Yinshu did not pull away, but placed her needle down to avoid pricking him. Duo is still nearby, she reminded him. It's all right. She is fast asleep. We'll be quiet. Allow me to complete my clothing repairs. On this night, the winds howled and rain poured in Baishigu, accompanied by intermittent claps of thunder. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Lin Ziyuan rose from his slumber, observing his wife and daughter still in the embrace of sleep. He tenderly kissed each of their foreheads and gently tucked the blanket around Duo before quietly exiting the room. The previous night's exertions rendered Li Yunshu incapable of rising early to prepare breakfast. Thus the responsibility fell upon Lin Ziyuan. With practiced ease, he stoked the fire and placed several sweet potatoes into the pot, which would serve as their breakfast for the three of them. Even before the first light of day, the sound of the production team's gong echoed from outside, signaling the workers and youth to awaken. The rain had ceased, and the water levels in the rice fields were just right. According to their schedule, today marked the commencement of rice transplanting for the second production team of Baishigu. As the morning mist enveloped the air, wafting in the scent of firewood through the cracks of the door, the sweet aroma of the cooking sweet potatoes began to fill the space. Lin Ziyuan squatted before the earthen stove, tending to the embers with a fire tong. Outside, the long, low moo of the old water buffalo mingled with the clinking sounds of iron plows. Lin Ziyuan lifted the lid of the pot, and a rush of steam enveloped him. Carefully, he selected the 3 ripest and softest sweet potatoes, when suddenly he heard Duo's sleepy whimper from within. His precious daughter had awakened, and so had Li Yunshu. Chapter 3. Harvest season. Upon returning to the room, Lin Ziyuan found Duo standing on the cotton quilt, arms outstretched, yearning for a hug. Daddy hug. The little girl, barefoot, leapt into his embrace, her hair tousled in delightful disarray. Lin Ziyuan wrapped his jacket around her cold feet, concerned for her comfort. Meanwhile, Li Yunshu had donned her clothes, her face still bearing traces of sleepiness, yet it was time to work, and she had no intention of shirking her duties. Should they fail to labor, their family would suffer a deficit in work points this year, which could lead to hunger for the entire household. After a hasty breakfast, Lin Ziyuan cradled Duo and made his way, with Li Yunshu, to the grain drying yard. As the name implies, the drying yard served as the location for drying grains. The production team would select a spacious area and lay down a layer of concrete for this purpose. In the absence of concrete, the team members would weave bamboo strips into mats measuring 4 meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in width, spreading these on the ground to dry the grains, ensuring they did not mix with dirt. During ordinary times, this space also served as a venue for leisure, study, and meetings. In the sweltering summer, the elderly would enjoy the moonlight, fanning themselves and watching the children frolic. By the time Lin Ziyuan arrived at the drying yard, a considerable number of people had already gathered. Team member Wu Dusheng was squatting on the stone steps of the tobacco drying house, rolling a cigarette. Upon seeing Lin Ziyuan approach with Duo, he exclaimed in surprise, scattering some tobacco leaves. Is the sun rising from the west? Lin, the scholar, has deigned to leave the fields? A few early arrivals chuckled in response. Lin Ziyuan, unfazed, set Duo down and gestured for her to join the other children in play. During the busy farming season, when no one was available to watch the children, the team would assign a few individuals to tend to these mischievous little ones, who would generally play nearby, never straying too far from their parents' labor. Watching his daughter play joyfully, he smiled and said, "From now on, I will remain content in Baishigu and continue my life here." The speaker, Zhou Yang, was a fellow sent-down youth who had arrived at the same time as him. Like the other youths, he resided at the sent-down youth station and had just recently reached Shagupping. Naturally, I won't be easily discouraged. You can observe my performance for yourselves. While he harbored grievances about others' lack of effort, it was difficult to voice complaints when some did not contribute at all, leaving others with little recourse. Now that Lin Ziyuan had changed his ways and taken part in labor, he had become a topic of discussion within the group. Having lived for over 70 years, Lin Ziyuan had weathered many storms. He dismissed the opinions of others, focusing instead on doing well for himself moving forward. As Wu Dusheng noted that most had gathered, he beckoned everyone towards the rice fields. The cultivation of rice was not merely a matter of scattering grains and watering them. There existed an essential step known as transplanting seedlings. The earlier stages of seedling cultivation had been completed, and today, everyone would venture into the seedling fields to uproot the approximately 30-centimeter tall seedlings, cleaning the soil from their roots, a process referred to as tuoyang by the local farmers in Longsha City, Haishi Province. The women rolled up their sleeves and carefully pulled the seedlings from the earth, gently tapping off the soil and washing the roots in the water. They bundled the seedlings with straw, ensuring each bundle fit comfortably in one hand before placing them aside. The men transported these bundles in wheelbarrows to the nearby rice fields for unloading. Stronger comrades tossed the bundles into the water, while skilled hands expertly separated the seedlings, spacing them about 25 centimeters apart as they were planted into the flooded fields. The work in the rice paddies that day was not particularly difficult. It was the earlier tasks of tilling and the final harvest that proved to be the most laborious. Lin Ziyuan, determined to make his life in Baishigo, found his physical condition a significant limitation. After less than half an hour of bending over transplant seedlings, he began to feel the strain, his back aching painfully. He forced himself to stand upright, easing the discomfort slightly before resuming his work. Despite the day's toil, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment and joy, especially when he caught sight of his colleague Li Yunshu working beside him, eliciting a smile. In April, before the heat set in, the days were neither too long nor too short, and soon enough, the day's labor came to a close. It marked the first time since joining the commune that he had not cut corners and had completed his assigned tasks. Upon returning home that evening, after dinner and under the soft glow of a kerosene lamp, he leaned over his desk, sketching and writing on the paper before him. Lin Ziyuan hailed from Xiamen, nearly 300 kilometers from Baishigu, and in the rural areas of Longshu, most people spoke Hakka. At that time, the educational level had not yet reached a point where standard Mandarin could be widely understood, leaving the sent-down youths to grapple with communication barriers as not all villagers could comprehend Mandarin. After the young intellectuals were sent to the countryside, they engaged in mutual learning with the locals. While mastering Hakka, they also imparted some Mandarin to the local populace. Li Yunshu, having progressed to high school, often acted as Lin Ziyuan's translator. Although he could comprehend about 80% of Hakka, understanding was one thing, while speaking was quite another. Much like many young people in later generations, they might grasp English when listening, but stutter when attempting to articulate their thoughts. Curiosity piqued as she observed her beloved beginning to write. Li Yunshu leaned in closer to see what he was doing. Upon realizing it was a letter, her heart seized with worry. Did he have regrets? Was he writing to Xiamen, seeking connections to obtain a transfer order back home? It was not that she disrespected Lin Ziyuan's privacy. Rather, her deep concern for him compelled her to glance at the contents of the letter, only to find it utterly incomprehensible. It is worth noting that Li Yunshu was also a high school student. Had she participated in the college entrance examination back in the day, she likely would have gained admission to a university. The complexity of the content was evident, as even she could not decipher it. "Brother Ziyuan, what are you writing?" she inquired with curious trepidation. Lin Ziyuan set down his fountain pen and presented the letter to her, stating, "It's a letter to my teacher regarding some hypotheses on increasing rice yields and hybridization. I hope he can assist in verifying them. Here are some formulas and calculations." Li Yunshu was taken aback by her partner's depth of knowledge in this area. Since arriving in Baishigu, he and T picked up a pen or opened a book. Sensing her bewilderment, Lin Ziyuan explained, "Farmers suffer greatly. Yet you know that last year our production team yielded only about 350 kilograms per mu of rice. Although we cultivate 2 seasons each year, our mountainous terrain lacks irrigation, so the food we receive is meager. I was contemplating that if the rice yield could increase by an additional 300 gene per mu, our team members would no longer go hungry." The mention of an increase of 300 gene per mu left Li Yunshu speechless. Last year, their family had received less than 600 gene of food in total, encompassing rice, sweet potatoes, and some corn. The amount of rice produced was under 400 gene. If each mu could yield an additional 300 gene of rice, they would receive at least an extra 400 gene of food each year, allowing them to enjoy a daily meal of rice rather than subsisting on porridge. Little did Li Yunshu know that Lin Ziyuan's estimate of an increase of 300 gene per mu was a modest one. In decades to come, under the guidance of the esteemed Yuan Longping, hybrid rice research would achieve yields exceeding 2,000 gene per mu, showcasing vast potential for enhancement compared to the mere 700 to 800 gene of the present. However, will your teachers support your ideas? Chapter 4. Xinhua Bookstore Lin Ziyuan's Teacher. and Banghua had lost contact with him after his arrival in Baishigu. Due to the suspension of high school classes, and Banghua had also ceased teaching at Shaman one middle school. It was not until many years later that he learned his teacher had gone to the provincial agricultural college to engage in a project on hybrid rice. Maintaining a connection with the esteemed Yuan, who was conducting research on hybrid rice in Xiangnan province. In fact, he was presently collaborating on research under Yuan's guidance. Lin Ziyuan, whose research topic 30 years later intersected with the rice studies of Europe, was fortunate enough to have had in-depth discussions with Yuan, thus gaining insights into some details of the earlier rice research. He firmly believed that Banghua would surely value his ideas and validate this conjecture. Once the results of this validation emerged, they would undoubtedly corroborate Yuan's research findings, potentially saving at least 5 years of detours in the study of hybrid rice. However, as the cycle for rice cultivation is lengthy, the results would not be forthcoming for at least a year. Although the benefits would not be immediate, he had at least sown a seed along this path. After listening to Lin Ziyuan's explanation, Li Yunshu also felt that if this method proved viable, it would yield tremendous benefits not just for Baishigu, but for the entire nation. In the days that followed, Lin Ziyuan worked during the day and diligently compiled materials at home at night. Li Yunshu wholeheartedly supported his endeavor, taking on the responsibilities of bathing and soothing their child to sleep, thereby alleviating Lin Ziyuan's burdens. This arrangement persisted for a week, until Lin Ziyuan finally completed his writings. That evening, Lin Ziyuan placed the finished letter into his canvas bag and turned to Li Yunshu, who was washing Duer's feet, and said, "My dear, could you lend me 5 yuan? I need to make a trip to the county tomorrow." "Why do you need so much money?" she inquired, knowing that their family managed to save only 100 yuan each year, given the numerous necessities that required ration tickets. Purchasing grains demanded grain tickets, oil required oil tickets, and meat necessitated meat tickets. Without these tickets, one might not secure the goods, and even if obtainable, the prices would be considerably higher for those without tickets. For instance, when buying pork with a meat ticket, the price was 7 jiao per gene, and everyone selected the fatty cuts for oil rendering. Without a meat ticket, it would cost at least 9 jiao. One should not underestimate this 2 jiao difference. At that time, it was a significant sum. The round-trip fare for the minibus is 1 yuan and 50 cents, and I also wish to buy some books, as it has been a long time since I last studied, and I have forgotten much knowledge. Lin Ziyuan's words were somewhat disingenuous. As an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the knowledge he had accumulated over decades was firmly etched in his mind, especially since he was still a young man. He merely sought an excuse to provide Li Yunshu with an opportunity to resume her studies. It was now 1976, and the following year, the National College entrance examination would be reinstated. This information was known only to him, as the government had yet to announce it. The official notice regarding the restoration of the examination would be released on October 12th of the following year, with the examination scheduled for December 16th to 17th. This sudden news left the educated youth with little time to prepare. He could not directly divulge this astonishing information to Li Yunshu, as it could easily lead to unnecessary complications. Li Yunshu wiped her hands and rummaged through the cupboard, producing a cloth pouch from which she retrieved a 5 yuan note for steel production, handing it to Lin Ziyuan. As long as he does not squander money, Li Yunshu will not be overly concerned about his spending. The following day marks the designated day of rest for the educated youth. Unlike the members of the production team, who are compelled to work whenever the weather permits, the educated youth enjoy a few days of respite each month. During these days, they can engage in self-reflection and attend to personal matters, a practice tacitly accepted by the production team. Lin Ziyuan, carrying a canvas bag, boards the minibus heading to the county town. At this moment, entering the city is no simple feat. Although Baishigu is merely 30 kilometers from the county town, Lin Ziyuan must spend 3 hours on the road. He first walks for half an hour from Baishigu to the brigade office, where he waits for the bus. The minibus takes a bumpy 2-hour journey along the mountainous gravel road to reach the county town. Upon disembarking at the bus station, he must walk for over half an hour to the post office. Lin Ziyuan spends a penny to send his letter, knowing the institution wherein Banghua works. He writes the address clearly to ensure the letter reaches its destination correctly. He then walks to the Xinhua bookstore. The bookstore is modest in size, with a simple layout resembling a small convenience store. However, it is exceptionally tidy, and the moment he steps inside, the distinct scent of freshly printed books envelopes him. Lifting his spirits, a middle-aged man wearing glasses is organizing the shelves. Upon noticing Lin Ziyuan's entrance, he promptly sets aside his task and inquires, "Comrade, are you looking to purchase a book?" Lin Ziyuan nods. "I'm just browsing." Given the circumstances at the time, there were no comprehensive examination materials, and even the review materials for the college entrance examination were scarce. Everyone was preoccupied with various matters, and the examination seemed far off, rendering such resources nearly impossible to find. Unsure of which books might assist him, Lin Ziyuan refrains from specifying any titles, fearing that a misstep could lead to unnecessary complications. "In that case, feel free to look around. If you need any assistance, just call for me," the shopkeeper replies as he resumes organizing the shelves. Lin Ziyuan meanders through the bookstore, inspecting each shelf. Eventually, he shakes his head and sighs. Although there are numerous books within, they offer little aid for the college entrance examination. Apart from a few literary works, the remainder consists of specialized texts in metallurgy, architecture, and other fields. There are no books on language, mathematics, or the sciences to be found. It seems that securing review materials will require an alternative approach. Just as Lin Ziyuan contemplates departing, a woman hastily enters the bookstore, clearly in a rush. "Comrade, has the German-Chinese dictionary arrived yet?" The elderly shopkeeper turns around, adjusts his glasses, and upon recognizing her, responds, "Comrade, I have informed you several times that the foreign language dictionary for mechanical engineering must be procured from the provincial Xinhua bookstore. We barely have any English-Chinese dictionaries in stock, let alone a German-Chinese one. It is evident that this woman has made multiple trips in search of a dictionary, yet has been unsuccessful each time. However, the provincial capital is too distant. A round trip takes 2 to 3 days, and our factory truly cannot afford to wait. Those who went to purchase have yet to arrive in the provincial city. What can we do?" The young girl spoke, on the verge of tears. Lin Ziyuan regarded this young lady with keen interest, observing her desperate demeanor as she clutched a book whose cover was entirely in German. Lin Ziyuan was well versed in German. In his previous life, he had mastered multiple languages, including English, Russian, German, French, Japanese, and Korean, primarily to publish papers and acquire professional knowledge. He quickly discerned that this was a mechanical manual for a textile machine from Hans Kata's company. It appeared that this young lady was an employee of the county's cotton spinning factory, and she had come here to seek assistance in translating the manual. "I understand some German. How may I assist you?" Lin Ziyuan offered. Chapter 5. The gears of fate. The young girl seemed somewhat skeptical of him, as he appeared to be merely a youth in his early 20s. Noticing her doubt, Lin Ziyuan promptly added, "What you are holding is likely a portion of the manual for the German-imported Burn Type 2 textile machine. Am I correct?" The girl's eyes lit up in surprise. She had not anticipated that this young man could ascertain the nature of the manual simply by glancing at the cover, even recognizing that she had only brought a fragment of it. Yes. You truly understand German? I am Zhang Xiaowei, a technician from the Tinghang City Cotton Spinning Factory. I hope you can help us," she exclaimed with delight. "Please, tell me what problems you are encountering," Lin Ziyuan encouraged. As a mechanical expert, he had become familiar with various machinery faults, allowing him to perform repairs through observation and experience. The young girl immediately retrieved a notebook from her bag, filled with a plethora of letters and numbers. Upon examining it, Lin Ziyuan quickly grasped the situation. Many imported machines are not permitted to be disassembled and repaired by domestic users. Only technicians from their home country are authorized to perform repairs. However, the expenses associated with these foreign technicians are exorbitant, and the lengthy travel also consumes valuable time. If spare parts are unavailable, repairs could be delayed even further. Moreover, many second-hand machines are often disregarded by service providers, and the latest models are not offered for sale to them. How frustrating. After reviewing her notes, Lin Ziyuan remarked, "Is it true that your equipment begins to experience a deviation in positioning accuracy after 2 hours of operation, and if not promptly corrected, it shuts down automatically?" Zhang Xiaowei dropped the manual in excitement, grasping Lin Ziyuan's arm. Yes. That's exactly the issue. Comrade, is it clearly stated here? Can you repair it?" The technicians at the factory were at a loss. The newly imported machine had been hindering production daily due to this problem, and foreign experts indicated they would not arrive for another month. The factory director was nearly at his wit's end. Currently, the older machines were working overtime to keep up with production demands, hoping to avoid falling too far behind. If you can repair it, please, we implore you to assist us. Zhang Xiaowei overlooked one crucial aspect. Understanding the manual and comprehending the messages displayed on the fault indicator does not equate to being able to perform repairs. It is akin to knowing that an individual has appendicitis. However, the operation must be conducted by a qualified professional. Lin Ziyuan picked up the manual, casually flipped through its pages, and then returned it to Zhang Xiaowei. Oh, but I need to return to my village. If I'm late, the minibus will stop running. And I haven't brought my introduction letter. Zhang Xiaowei, initially puzzled, quickly inquired, "Comrade, which village are you referring to?" "Oh, Baishigu." Zhang Xiaowei promptly replied, "Baishigu? That is quite a distance, over an hour's drive. If you can assist, our factory director will certainly arrange for your return. We have a vehicle available. Moreover, there will be some compensation as well. If that is the case, it is certainly feasible." Lin Ziyuan contemplated for a moment before agreeing. They were oblivious to the excitement radiating from Su Yongming, the bookstore clerk, who interrupted their conversation to ask Lin Ziyuan, "Comrade, do you truly understand foreign languages?" Lin Ziyuan nodded a little. "But English?" Lin Ziyuan affirmed, "Yes, I am more proficient in English." Had it been another language, Lin Ziyuan might not have responded so readily. However, in his previous life, English was a requisite subject for the college entrance examination, and as a professional, he was compelled to comprehend it. "Would you be interested in helping us at Xinhua Bookstore by translating some documents? Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. The revolutionary cause knows no distinction in status. Yet there will indeed be compensation." Upon hearing the request to assist with translations, Lin Ziyuan considered the ease of the task. Just as he was about to discuss it further, he noticed the urgent expression on Zhang Xiaowei's face, which momentarily caused him to hesitate. Seeing Lin Ziyuan in a quandary, Su Yongming suggested, "You can first help with the cotton mill matter. After all, you will need to pass by Xinhua Bookstore on your way back to Baishigu. I will speak to you about this then. It won't take much time." Lin Ziyuan followed Zhang Xiaowei out of the Xinhua Bookstore and spotted a 212 Jeep parked at the entrance. In this era, bicycles were treasures, let alone automobiles. "Comrade Ziyuan, please get in," Zhang Xiaowei urged, noticing Lin Ziyuan lost in thought. Once inside, the driver started the vehicle. Zhang Xiaowei then explained, "The factory is quite anxious, so the director sent the driver to bring me to the bookstore. Otherwise, I would have no idea how to get you to the factory." The vehicle traveled for several minutes before arriving at the entrance of the factory, where a white sign, painted in red, "Tinghang State-Owned Cotton Spinning Factory." The security personnel, recognizing the director's vehicle, did not stop it for inspection and allowed it to pass. Typically, entrance to such state-owned enterprises is restricted to internal personnel only. The vehicle halted in front of a two-story office building, and Zhang Xiaowei graciously escorted Lin Ziyuan to an office on the second floor. Just as they approached the door, Lin Ziyuan heard sounds of anger and the slamming of a desk emanating from within. Zhang Xiaowei appeared somewhat embarrassed. She gestured for Lin Ziyuan to wait outside, knocked on the door, and stepped inside. Factory director," a voice from a middle-aged man echoed. "There's still nothing we need over at the Xinhua Bookstore." "If it's not there, then it's not there," replied the man. "Even if we find it, it won't be of any help." "How many days has Zhao Lu been gone?" Zhang Xiaowei interjected, "Director, it's been 4 days. The mountain roads are treacherous. It takes at least 5 days to reach the provincial capital." The middle-aged man sighed. "Those damn Germans said it would take a month for an engineer to come. At best half a month, and they want extra money. 10,000 yuan. Where am I supposed to find that kind of money? If Zhao Lu can't bring back a professional repair technician, this broken machine will truly come to a halt." At that moment, another man spoke up, "Director, the masters in the workshop have taken a look, but they can't make heads or tails of it. There are too many electronic components, and we don't even know where the problem lies. This batch of machines is supposed to operate on the same principles as our previous models. Yet the differences are staggering. Although the textile speed is twice that of our domestic machines, it keeps stalling. It's worse than the old machines. We shouldn't have purchased this batch of second-hand machines. Not only has the speed not improved, but it has also caused you more trouble. As the discussion continued, Zhang Xiaowei quietly interjected, Director, I met someone who said he could help take a look. Perhaps he can mend our fortunes. At this moment, the gears of destiny began to turn, marking the beginning of Lin Ziyuan's fate, diverging entirely from his previous life. Chapter 6. Tinghang Cotton Spinning Factory. Upon hearing that the young woman had brought in a repair technician, the factory director, Su Jisheng, was immediately filled with delight and stood up from his chair. Where is he? He.S. right outside, came the reply. Quick, invite him in. Oh no, I'll go and fetch him. As he spoke, he moved to the door, only to see a young man entering, carrying a canvas bag. Zhang Xiaowei promptly introduced Director. This is the repair technician I invited, Comrade Lin Ziyuan. Comrade Lin, this is our factory director, Comrade Su Jisheng. Initially elated, Su Jisheng's joy faded upon realizing the newcomer was so young. Yet, within a heartbeat, a smile returned to his face. As a director of a state-owned enterprise, he maintained his composure. Comrade Lin, please take a seat. They shook hands, and both men settled into chairs in the office while Zhang Xiaowei discreetly exited, gently closing the door behind her. Given the urgency of the situation, Su Jisheng wasted no time with pleasantries, directly asking, Comrade Lin, Xiaowei mentioned you could assist us in repairing the machines. Is that true? A man beside Lin Ziyuan poured him a cup of tea and placed it before him. Lin Ziyuan replied, I have some knowledge of textile machinery. This batch of German-made equipment has certain common issues that I should be able to address, but at this point, Wang Dashan, the factory's deputy director, interjected with urgency. But what? Just say it. He had been increasingly anxious over the past few days. I need to see the machines first. Until I do, I cannot make any rash conclusions. That's easily arranged. I'll take you there right away, Su Jisheng responded. Just then, a balding middle-aged man burst in, exclaiming, Director, I heard an expert has arrived. The individual must have received information from the security department and promptly came to inquire about the situation. Ah, Comrade de Lin Ziyuan. This is Comrade Jiang Jianjun from the maintenance department. Su Jisheng briefly introduced the two. However, upon seeing the so-called expert, Jiang Jianjun immediately felt displeased, perceiving him merely as a naive youth. He had initially hoped that if a German expert arrived, he could ingratiate himself and acquire new skills, potentially advancing his own position. Yet, the one who came was just a greenhorn, evidently lacking in experience. If something were to go wrong with the repairs, it would ultimately be the maintenance personnel who would face the repercussions, leading to his immediate discontent. Director, is this not absurd? How could a young person possibly repair machines? He is clearly a fraud, Jiang Jianjun remarked bluntly, showing no regard for courtesy. Having been a stalwart in the factory for several years, he had repaired countless machines. If he were unable to fix something but this young lad succeeded, what would that mean for his reputation? Thus, he outright resisted and opposed Lin Ziyuan's involvement. Su Jisheng found himself in a difficult position. Jiang Jianjun's extensive experience was indeed unmatched by the youth. However, Jiang Jianjun's attempts at repairs had repeatedly failed, causing significant delays in production. The accumulated tasks were no trifling matter, and with workers rotating shifts, fatigue was inevitable. Currently, the experts from the province were still a distant prospect, and the German repair personnel had shown no intention of arriving. Even if it had come, it was uncertain when that would be. Lin Ziyuan had become their beacon of hope. I absolutely do not agree. If something goes wrong and the factory incurs losses, can he bear that responsibility? Jiang Jianjun pointed out a crucial fact. In this era, mistakes could be magnified by competitors, leading to one's downfall. Yet, the maintenance department had been unable to resolve the issue, and this delay was untenable for everyone involved. Vice Director Wang Dashan spoke up without hesitation, asserting that as long as repairs were successful, it would be the best outcome for him. I absolutely do not agree. Jiang Jianjun remained steadfast, unwilling to concede an inch. Seeing the commotion escalating among the factory workers, Lin Ziyuan stood up and declared, Since your factory has its own methods of repair, I shall take my leave. I wouldn't want to miss my ride back to Baishigu. As he turned to exit, the office door was suddenly pushed open once more, this time without a knock. Director, it's bad. The machines in workshop 4 have all stopped. Someone shouted urgently. Typically, only one or two machines would halt, but this time, everything was down, an indication of a major crisis. The two machines that were already under repair were still not functioning, and now the entire operation had gone on strike. Su Jixing instantly sprang to his feet. "We can wait no longer, Comrade Lin Ziyuan. We hope you can assist our cotton spinning factory." As Su Jixing's words fell, Jiang Jianjun interjected loudly, "Director, we cannot allow him to try. What if he is a saboteur sent by the enemy to destroy our machines?" As the conversation progressed, Lin Ziyuan found himself increasingly displeased. He had come to offer assistance, yet was labeled as a spy. Such an accusation was intolerable. He promptly turned around and addressed the individual, stating, "Comrade, let me clarify. First and foremost, it was not of my own volition that I came to your factory to repair the equipment. You summoned me here. Secondly, I only arrived in the county today and chanced upon Comrade Zhang Xiaowei completely by coincidence. I had no prior knowledge of her visit to the Xinhua bookstore. Thirdly, if I were indeed a spy, and your machinery were to break down, my objectives would have been achieved. Why would I then exert myself to assist you in repairs? Fourthly, you may inquire with your factory director. From the moment I entered, did I ever utter a word regarding compensation? Finally, should my services not be required, you are entirely free to dismiss me. I can simply return home without the need to tarnish my reputation with unfounded slander." He then turned to Su Jixing and said, "Director Su, since my assistance is not needed here, I shall take my leave." With that, he began to walk toward the exit, but after taking just a few steps, Su Jixing grasped his arm. He addressed Jiang Jianjun, saying, "Old Jiang, what Comrade Lin Ziyuan has stated is the truth. Moreover, he is our invited guest. Your actions may lead to disappointment among our associates. Comrade Lin Ziyuan, on behalf of the Tinghang Cotton Spinning Factory, I urge you to assist us in repairing the equipment. Should you succeed, we will offer appropriate remuneration. If the repairs prove unsuccessful, it matters not, as long as you endeavor to help." Without waiting for Lin Ziyuan's response, he led him outside toward the fourth workshop. Given that the factory director had humbly requested his assistance, Lin Ziyuan felt no hesitation in following him. As for Jiang Jianjun, he did not accompany them, but instead headed in another direction, the purpose of which remained unclear. Chapter 7. Commencing repairs. The Tinghang Cotton Spinning Factory is one of the earliest state-owned enterprises in the county, employing over 1,000 workers, the majority of whom are women. The fourth workshop is situated behind the office building. Upon entering the production area, Lin Ziyuan was immediately greeted by the scent of machine oil mingled with various inks. The cast-iron ceiling fan buzzed overhead, and despite it being March, the workshop felt oppressively warm, due to the machines being out of operation. The female workers had gathered in small clusters, chatting while awaiting repairs to resume their duties. The moment Lin Ziyuan beheld the machinery, he recognized its model, the Type 2 machine he had previously mentioned. In his estimation, this machine was not particularly advanced, even in contemporary times. It was merely a second-hand relic discarded by Hans Cat. However, for Huagua, it was considered a relatively modern model. This particular model had been embroiled in a scandal in later years, as it was revealed that Hans Cat, in exporting machinery to us, had replaced several electronic components with outdated versions. This alteration led to operational instability, and given that it was second-hand equipment, quality assurance was non-existent. Meanwhile, foreign entities continued to profit from travel and maintenance fees. The manufacturer of this machinery ultimately faced sanctions for dishonesty in the late 1990s, resulting in its closure. However, the losses incurred by Huagua were incalculable, not only due to delays in production tasks, but also direct economic repercussions. To inquire why this particular model was not procured, it must be noted that the situation was unforeseen, only manifesting approximately 2 years post-utilization. Lin Ziyuan meticulously examined the various data displayed on the screen and the machine's condition, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Observing the discrepancy, Su Jixing promptly inquired, "Comrade Ziyuan, is it irreparable?" Lin Ziyuan removed his gloves, turning to address those nearby. "Has anyone replaced the components of the temperature control system in this machine?" Upon hearing this, someone responded, "Indeed, when this batch of machines arrived, some components were excessively aged. Section Chief Jiang arranged for the replacement of certain parts. However, these were new components, which have functioned without issue on our other machines for 3 to 5 years. The Jiang mentioned here refers to Jiang Jianjun. It seemed evident that the machine had overheated, triggering the servo system's thermal protection and clashing with another internal component, thus damaging several smaller elements within. After listening to Lin Ziyuan, Wang Dashan asked, "Comrade, are you suggesting that the servo system overheated? How could that be? Look at our workshop. With the large fan running, the temperature hasn't exceeded 40 degrees. Rather than responding immediately, Lin Ziyuan borrowed a multimeter from a worker. As he lifted the cover of the temperature control box, Jiang Jianjun suddenly appeared, firmly grasping his wrist. This is a precision module from Germany. If you damage it, you will be liable. Precision? Lin Ziyuan replied, delicately prying a mass of yellow sealing glue with a screwdriver. Authentic German products should employ red epoxy resin, while this yellow substance was the 703 glue recently produced by the Shanghai rubber factory. Suddenly, he jabbed the probes into the gap of the heat sink. "Comrade, could you please bring the mercury thermometer to the heat dissipation hole?" Under the fluorescent lights, the mercury column swiftly rose, and when the needle reached 65, Lin Ziyuan abruptly tore open the side panel of the control cabinet. Several knowledgeable individuals gasped in unison. Instead of a filter capacitor, a vintage paper dielectric capacitor from the Red Star brand was conspicuously soldered in place. Lin Ziyuan picked up the capacitor with tweezers, the steel stamp on its base revealing a production date of 1974, while the Type 2 specification required a high-temperature capacitor rated at 105 degrees. Yet what was installed was a civilian-grade capacitor rated at 85. He suddenly pointed at the ceiling fan, likening it to a cooling fan for a steel furnace. Germany had deliberately downgraded the capacitor before selling it to us, and we had expressed gratitude for their offerings. Upon seeing the internal components, even Jiang Jianjun fell silent. He dared not dismantle the machine, yet Lin Ziyuan had done so, uncovering the root cause of the malfunction. But what to do now? Even if new components were procured, it would not be a swift remedy. Someone articulated the crux of the matter. Lin Ziyuan retrieved a fuse from a nearby table, routed it through several points, and connected it to the machine. "Let us give it a try." The factory director immediately instructed personnel to restart the machine, and the familiar roar resonated once more, leaving everyone astonished. "Is it really fixed?" Jiang Jianjun asked incredulously. The new components still needed to be procured, and once they arrived, they must be replaced without delay. This is merely a temporary measure. Henceforth, the machine must cease operation for 1 hour after every 4 hours of use, while personnel will be tasked with closely monitoring its temperature. Lin Ziyuan subsequently outlined several other critical points for attention, which the maintenance staff listened to with utmost seriousness. Given that a provisional solution had already been established for the first machine, and it was now functioning properly, there was no need for Lin Ziyuan to intervene directly with the others. As long as the maintenance department adhered to his methodology, they would manage effectively. With the issue resolved, Lin Ziyuan was invited back to the factory manager's office by a group of individuals. After savoring a cup of strong tea, a refreshing sensation returned to him. "Comrade Ziyuan, we are immensely grateful to you. You are indeed the savior of our factory," said Su Jisheng, whose words only partially conveyed his gratitude. Lin Ziyuan's efforts not only alleviated difficulties for the factory, but also solidified the manager's position. Should the tasks remain unfulfilled, the manager would not only face accountability, but might also risk losing his position, or worse. "It is but a trivial effort," Lin Ziyuan remarked. "Those Western countries harbor unyielding ambitions against us, taking advantage of our shortcomings. Only through unity can we truly seize our destiny." "Well said, Comrade Ziyuan. The nation requires capable and selfless young individuals like you. You are the hope of the country." A lengthy discussion ensued in the office, during which even Jiang Jianjun, who had previously hindered Lin Ziyuan's repairs, now wore a smile of admiration. Although he was an experienced veteran with over a decade in maintenance, he found himself struggling to grasp the intricacies of newer technologies. Nevertheless, he remained eager to learn and posed numerous inquiries about the various machines in the cotton spinning factory. Lin Ziyuan generously shared his knowledge, even offering insights into the latest textile machinery he had encountered. Everyone was astounded by Lin Ziyuan's wealth of knowledge. A youth seemingly in his early 20s possessed such extensive understanding of the intricacies involved. Eventually, Jiang Jianjun voiced a question that lingered in everyone's minds. Comrade Ziyuan, how did you acquire such knowledge about the maintenance of textile machinery? After all, these are imported German devices. Chapter 8. Old Su's plea for help. Lin Ziyuan had anticipated such an inquiry. Naturally, he did not possess a reservoir of knowledge regarding advanced domestic technologies for the coming decades. He had no desire to be conscripted for research purposes. During my high school years, I often borrowed books from the library that detailed the machinery of the past. Indulging in my curiosity, he replied, blending truth with a hint of fabrication. While he had indeed perused books at the school library, those events belonged to a distant past. As for the fate of those books, he had no clue. They could have been misplaced or destroyed, and seeking them at the school now would yield no results. With no evidence to refute his claims, it was impossible to accuse Lin Ziyuan of deceit. The group nodded, feeling a sense of regret, though they remained uncertain of the veracity of his statements. Suzi sen zimat, golmat dijuan. Just now, Comrade Zhang Xiaowei informed me that you reside in the second production team of Baishigu, and there is surely no bus back for you at this hour. You have rendered great assistance to our factory. Thus, please join us for a meal at our cafeteria, and I shall have a driver take you home afterward. As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of cash from his pocket and counted it, 20 large bills amounting to 200 yuan. He placed the money into Lin Ziyuan's hands, saying, this is a subsidy from our factory for you. In that particular era, one could not refer to it as a bonus or remuneration for labor. Lin Ziyuan immediately declined, stating, this is unacceptable. How can one speak of money for such a small favor? I cannot accept it. Oh, please take it. Without your help, our factory would have to halt operations and wait for repairs, resulting in losses far exceeding these 200 yuan, Su Jisheng replied. The cotton spinning factory in Tingheng County was indeed a prominent establishment, with an annual output value nearing 1 million yuan, ranking alongside the meat processing plant and the cement factory as the three giants of the area. After several rounds of polite refusal, Lin Ziyuan ultimately accepted the money. Recognizing his need, his daughter was growing and required nutrition, and the family could scarcely afford a meal of meat each month. Moreover, it was not merely his daughter. Even the adults were suffering from malnutrition. With money, he could procure some meat, eggs, and fish to improve their living conditions. Thank you, Factory Director Su, he said, taking the stack of bills and placing it into his canvas bag. If you need assistance in the future, feel free to send someone to find me in Baishigo. As for the meal, let us postpone it. I have some matters to attend to at the Xinhua bookstore. I shall surely make it next time. Su Jisheng's Jeep, Model 212, whisked Lin Ziyuan away from the factory. It was still not yet 11 o'clock, and Lin Ziyuan headed directly to the Xinhua bookstore. Su Yongming was still tidying up inside the bookstore when he spotted Lin Ziyuan entering and immediately approached him. Ah, young comrade, have you completed your tasks? Lin Ziyuan nodded, responding, yes, I have finished and temporarily resolved the issues. Indeed, you are quite accomplished at a young age. That female comrade has visited my store 7 or 8 times, seeking the Dahan dictionary, believing it might be of assistance. However, this item is indeed difficult to find. I never anticipated that a young comrade like you would manage to resolve it. Truly impressive. Su Yongming's praise made Lin Ziyuan somewhat bashful, and he humbly replied that it was nothing significant. He then inquired, you mentioned previously that there was a translation task you wanted me to attempt. May I ask for more details? Ah, yes. Our Xinhua bookstore and publishing house have foreign literature that requires translation each year. This is a mandated task. However, in recent years, due to certain circumstances, many of our translators, as you might understand, have been affected. Consequently, the number of individuals studying foreign languages has dwindled, leading to a shortage of translators. The tasks assigned to us by higher authorities have become quite burdensome, and I heard that you are proficient in foreign languages, so I wish to see if you could lend us your assistance. Lin Ziyuan then realized that the movement had entered its later stages, and the nation was inclined towards opening up and preparing to reinstate the college entrance examinations. Thus, university textbooks needed to be integrated with foreign literature to avoid disconnection. Therefore, documents brought back through special channels required professional personnel for translation, paving the way for future research endeavors. These tasks can only be entrusted to those approved personnel within the country. It is not particularly appropriate to assign them to overseas Chinese or returnees. The translation work at this stage is typically compensated based on the word count and accuracy, unlike labor in the fields, which is dependent on the whims of nature. This work is relatively stable. Understanding the stakes involved, Lin Ziyuan promptly inquired about the language that needed translation. Su Yongming replied, "It is the language of the United States. Currently, we are primarily dealing with materials from there." Lin Ziyuan responded, "In that case, I believe I am capable of handling it." Su Yongming noted that, producing several sheets of paper filled with English text. "Before we proceed, I must assess your capabilities. It is a responsibility to the organization. Take a look at this paper and let me know how long it will take you to translate it." With that, he placed a blank sheet and a pen before Lin Ziyuan. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan was indeed pressed for time, as the driver outside was waiting for him. Although translating those few pages would not take long, writing everything down would certainly require at least an hour. As he glanced at the papers, a troubled expression crossed his face. Observing his reaction, Su Yongming felt a wave of disappointment, thinking Lin Ziyuan might struggle with the translation. Unexpectedly, Lin Ziyuan suddenly asked, "Old Su, may I provide an oral translation? You must have the Chinese version of The Great Gatsby, right? You can check against it while I translate directly. Is that feasible?" Upon hearing the title The Great Gatsby, Su Yongming's eyes lit up and his earlier disappointment vanished. Yes, of course. He quickly found a Chinese edition of the book on the shelf and flipped to the corresponding page. He was already familiar with the content on those sheets, as he needed to verify the translation against the original to assess the candidate's capabilities. Lin Ziyuan compared the text and promptly translated the English aloud. Su Yongming, following along with the Chinese text, grew increasingly astonished, not only by the accuracy of Lin Ziyuan's translation, but also by the remarkable speed at which he delivered it. Although some of the content did not strictly align with the book, translation inherently allows for personal flair, as long as the essence remains intact. One can employ colloquial phrases or idioms interchangeably. In merely 5 minutes, Lin Ziyuan completed the translation, prompting Su Yongming's face to break into a broad smile. "Excellent. Outstanding. Comrade Ziyuan, you're the finest translator I have ever encountered, bar none." Chapter 9. Shopping at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative for Lin Ziyuan. This was merely a routine task, devoid of any reason for pride, as he was capable of such proficiency in other areas as well. Su Yongming expressed that although he was requesting Lin Ziyuan's assistance, there would indeed be compensation for the work, considering it a service to the nation. This necessitated that the translator's identity be beyond reproach, especially given the potential for special tasks that might arise later. Due to the sudden nature of the incident, Lin Ziyuan had not planned to stay overnight in the county town and thus did not obtain an introduction letter or carry his household registration book. Su Yongming reassured him that it was of no consequence. He would report Lin Ziyuan's information upward to ensure that the higher authorities were prepared. Lin Ziyuan could bring the introduction letter and household registration book in the next couple of days. Once approved, he would be able to receive work assignments at the Xinhua bookstore. Such a position, which offered ample rewards without psychological burdens and provided a legal income, truly felt like a serendipitous windfall. Lin Ziyuan stated that he would venture into the city again tomorrow to bring the necessary documents. Upon exiting the Xinhua bookstore, Lin Ziyuan felt elated. Today had indeed proven worthwhile. The driver at the entrance was not impatiently waiting, as Lin Ziyuan had become his savior. Previously, the factory's machines had been persistently malfunctioning, causing the factory director to be in a foul mood, often erupting in anger and speaking harshly to him on several occasions. As the factory sought repairs, he too had been running around, even having to accompany Zhang Xiaowei to the Xinhua bookstore, which was exhausting. Now, however, with the issue resolved, he could drive in peace without enduring any ire. As Lin Ziyuan entered the car, the driver, Zhang Onping, inquired, "Where shall we head now, Lin?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ziyuan replied, "Please take me to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I need to purchase some items before returning to Baishigu." With a dedicated vehicle at his disposal, Lin Ziyuan was not about to squander this opportunity to procure goods. Given the rarity of his time in the county town and the unexpected windfall he had received, it would be a shame to return empty-handed. The vehicle set off, navigating several turns until it halted at the entrance of the Hongxing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the largest of its kind in Tinghang County. Upon entering, Lin Ziyuan was greeted by a dazzling array of goods, although its scale could not compare to supermarkets decades later. To the eyes of contemporaries, the abundance was impressive. The cooperative offered a variety of essentials: grains, oils, condiments, rice, flour, cooking oil, salt, vinegar, eggs, snacks, cakes, pork, lamb, salted fish, and freshwater fish, among others. Moreover, it stocked various cigarettes, fine wines, fabrics, and daily necessities. Essentially, most of life's necessities could be found here. Naturally, luxury items like bicycles and televisions were absent. Even if available, one would need a ration ticket to purchase them. What would you like to buy, comrade? A female sales clerk approached Lin Ziyuan with warmth as he entered. Oh, how much for this white rabbit candy? He inquired. If you have a sugar ticket, it's 80 cents per pound. Without one, it's a yuan, she replied. In this era of scarcity, sugar was a precious commodity, and 1 yuan per pound was considered reasonable, even though most people earned less than a yuan a day. And what about pork and lamb? Lin Ziyuan asked. Pork is 74 cents, 95 without a ticket. Lamb is 92 cents and 1 yuan 20 without a ticket. Without hesitation, Lin Ziyuan declared, I'll take 2 pounds of brown sugar, 3 pounds of lamb, and 5 pounds of pork. His rapid-fire request left the sales clerks in the cooperative dumbfounded. It is understood that ordinary individuals typically purchase meat in modest quantities, such as 1 or half a kilogram, and seldom buy in large amounts all at once. By this time, several months had passed since the new year, rendering such a purchase unnecessary. They initially believed Lin Ziyuan had made an error, so they confirmed with him once more, to which he nodded affirmatively, prompting them to busily weigh and package the meat. Comrade, you do not have a ticket, so the total comes to 69 yuan and 74 cents. Please verify if this is correct. Lin Ziyuan calculated briefly and confirmed the accuracy with a nod. It is worth noting that the average citizen in Tinghang County earns merely 100 yuan annually, making this comrade's expenditure of nearly 70 yuan in a single day quite substantial. Lin Ziyuan made several trips to load the items into the vehicle. Zhang Onping initially offered to assist, but Lin Ziyuan declined, reasoning that it would be inappropriate to request help from someone who was already acting as his driver. Once inside the car, Lin Ziyuan discreetly placed a handful of white rabbit creamy candy in a Zhang Onping's pocket, claiming it was for his child. This handful was worth several dimes, and although Zhang Onping hesitated to accept, Lin Ziyuan insisted he take it and urged him to drive home swiftly. The vehicle steadily traversed the earthen and stony road, with a stretch from Baishigu to the county being predominantly unpaved. On rainy days, the uneven surface would be flooded with water, and even a jeep would often skid while navigating the terrain. There was little that could be done, as the county was impoverished and the township could not allocate funds for road improvements. Lin Ziyuan recalled that this road was only cemented in 1995. However, even that repair did not endure long before it cracked beyond recognition. A few years later, it was resurfaced with asphalt, which improved accessibility to the county road somewhat. Currently, due to the heavy rains from a few days prior, the road remained pockmarked and uncomfortable for Lin Ziyuan, who was accustomed to smoother surfaces. Yet, compared to the minibus he had taken to town earlier, it represented significant progress. After swaying for over an hour, the vehicle finally arrived in Baishigu and, after another 10 minutes on the road, stopped at Lin Ziyuan's doorstep. At this moment, the house was empty. Li Yinshu had taken the children to the fields to work. Lin Ziyuan unloaded all the items from the car and placed them in the living room. He had initially invited Zhang Onping in for tea, but Zhang Onping declined, citing concerns about pending tasks at the factory and expressing urgency to return. Lin Ziyuan did not insist, advising him to drive cautiously on the way back and to extend his gratitude to Su Jisheng. Once the vehicle departed, Lin Ziyuan organized the groceries at home, washing 1 kilogram of lamb and adding it, along with radishes, to a pot for stewing. He retrieved 2 kilograms of pork belly and a packet of salt, promptly commencing the process of curing the meat. In Baishigu, preparing cured meat is quite straightforward. One simply cures it with salt, strings it up using palm leaves, and hangs it under the eaves to dry in the shade. Within a few days, the curing process is complete, allowing it to be stir-fried with garlic shoots or green beans, resulting in a dish that is both fragrant and delectable. This is indeed a luxury reserved for the New Year festivities. After a busy half-day, Lin Ziyuan heard the whistle signaling the end of work. Li Yinshu would soon return. Chapter 10. Journey to Cousin's House. Indeed, within 10 minutes, laughter from Duo resonated outside the door. Upon entering, he heard Duo joyously exclaim, "Wow, it smells so good. Daddy, are you cooking meat?" No sooner had the words left her lips than Duo dashed into the kitchen like a little swallow, leaping into Lin Ziyuan's embrace. "Oh, my dear, today we have meat. Quickly wash your hands with your mother and prepare for dinner." Li Yinshu also caught a whiff of the delectable aroma and followed Duo into the kitchen, where the enticing scent of lamb and a plate of stir-fried pork on the stove left her utterly astonished. Moreover, the kitchen had been stocked with numerous spices, which was unusual for a regular day. "Why did you buy so much meat today? Did everything go well?" Lin Ziyuan placed Duo down and pulled out a thick stack of bills from his pocket, handing them all to Li Yinshu. Upon seeing such a substantial amount of money, Li Yinshu was momentarily stunned. Where did you get so much money? In those times, selling goods was highly restricted. While agricultural products could be sold to the supply and marketing cooperative, the prices were relatively low. Private sales, if caught, could lead to severe consequences. Their household had little to sell, so the 100+ yuan genuinely startled Li Yinshu. Lin Ziyuan smiled and reassured her, "First, wash your hands. We can talk while we eat." During the meal, Duo truly relished the feast. Having not eaten meat in a long time, she felt utterly satisfied. After Lin Ziyuan recounted his experiences of the day, Li Yinshu found it somewhat unbelievable. However, upon hearing he had spent around 70 yuan, she felt a pang of concern. Realizing that 200 yuan was more than enough for their family of 3 to enjoy a year's worth of food and drink, with some leftover, Lin Ziyuan comforted her, saying, "Money is meant to be spent. Otherwise, what is the point of earning it?" "So, are you going to the county again tomorrow?" Lin Ziyuan nodded. "Yes, I need to go again. It seems I'll have to take another day off." "Can you really make money as a translator? Will you stop working in the fields? If so, we will lose more than half of our work points." Although Lin Ziyuan had not been particularly enthusiastic about field work, he at least earned some work points. If he stopped, their income would significantly decrease. Lin Ziyuan promptly reassured her, "You need not worry. Translating literature is merely a part-time job. This opportunity may be more lucrative for the next couple of years, but as more people enter the field, the income will likely diminish. However, it is certainly better than working in the fields. As for work points, I will find a way to do something within the team that allows me to earn points without manual labor." Hearing this, Li Yinshu began to ponder. Aside from the village leaders who arrange production labor, where could one find a way to earn points without working? Lin Ziyuan smiled mysteriously. "You will know soon enough. Now, let us eat. Later, we will deliver some lamb to Cousin's house." Li Yinshu's cousin, Yang Qi, was the captain of the Baishuge Brigade. In recent years, life has been quite challenging for Lin Ziyuan. Although Li Yinshu's family occasionally offers some assistance, their own circumstances are similarly strained, limiting their ability to help. Fortunately, Li Yinshu's cousin, Yang Qi, serves as the village chief in Baishuge, providing considerable support to their family, a kindness that Lin Ziyuan has always remembered. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Lin Ziyuan gathered the pork and lamb he had purchased, along with a bag of brown sugar, a basket of eggs, and a pound of white rabbit candy, and stepped outside with a flashlight. The 3 of them, guided by the warm yellow light of the flashlight, made their way slowly along the rural road. Yang Qi's home was less than 3 miles from Lin Ziyuan's, neither too far nor too close. Carrying an assortment of goods, Lin Ziyuan walked alongside Li Yinshu, who was holding the flashlight for their daughter, Duer. After a considerable distance, they finally arrived at their cousin's house. Even before entering, Lin Ziyuan heard the cries of a child and the sound of adults speaking loudly. "Run, keep running. How dare you steal from others? If you keep this up, you'll end up in reform through labor when you grow up." The voice clearly belonged to his sister-in-law, who was reprimanding her youngest son, Yang Pingzhong. Li Yinshu pushed open the gate to the courtyard. Upon seeing her, Yang Pengzhong rushed towards her, clinging to her leg in desperation. "Aunt Yinshu, save me. My mom's going to beat me to death," he wailed. The 5-year-old was sobbing uncontrollably while his mother, Lu Xiaomei chased him with a bamboo stick. Upon noticing Li Yunshu and Lin Ziyuan entering with their arms full of goods, she immediately dropped the stick and called for Yang Qi from within the house. "What is going on, sister-in-law? Why is Peng Zhong crying so much? This child is utterly disobedient." This afternoon, he took 2 pieces of candy from Wu Jiangwo's youngest son, and now they've come to complain, she explained. As a mother, it was her duty to discipline her child, and they could hardly argue against that. "Sister-in-law, these items are for the children," Lin Ziyuan said as he handed the goods to Lu Xiaomei. It was the first time in many years that he had brought so much. "You shouldn't have brought anything," she replied, but upon seeing the eggs, meat, and candy, she insisted it was too much and urged him to take them back. Lin Ziyuan responded, "Sister-in-law, we owe a great deal to you and brother over these past years. Otherwise, we might not have made it this far. These items are but a small token. Please, handle the meat quickly. The weather is warming up, and we wouldn't want to spoil." At that moment, Yang Qi emerged from the house and was taken aback by the sight of the goods in his wife's hands. He was well aware of Lin Ziyuan's unreliability and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet he could only silently support his cousin, as his sister-in-law was deeply devoted to him. Buying so many things must have cost at least 40 yuan. "Yinshu, you need to keep an eye on Ziyuan. How are we supposed to live like this? Money should be spent wisely." Li Yinshu quickly interjected, "Brother, this is all money that Ziyuan earned on his own. He hasn't asked me for anything." "Earn on his own?" Yang Qi looked at Lin Ziyuan in disbelief. Lin Ziyuan merely smiled and remained silent. "Let's go inside," he suggested. Having spoken, Yang Qi turned and returned to the living room. Lin Ziyuan and Li Yunshu followed him inside, while Duoer trailed behind the still-crying Yang Peng. Choosing to play in the courtyard, Lu Xiaomei poured 2 cups of tea for them, and Yang Qi, seated on a stool, gazed at the couple, unable to suppress a sigh. "Ziyuan, are you here today to bid us farewell?" Yang Qi inquired. He knew Lin Ziyuan intended to return to the city, as it was Li Yunshu who had implored him to issue the letter of introduction. Calculating the days, he had assumed Lin Ziyuan would leave quietly without coming to see them. "Brother, Ziyuan is not leaving." Chapter 11. A Plan Not Leaving? This time, Yang Qi was taken aback, much like Li Yunshu, both wondering if Lin Ziyuan had misspoken. Lin Ziyuan then articulated his desire to remain by Li Yunshu and Duoer's side, stating that returning to the city was no longer his aspiration. He had, of course, prepared all the necessary documents to go back. So his sudden change of heart struck Yang Qi as somewhat regrettable. Lin Ziyuan turned to Li Yunshu and said, "There's nothing to lament. Cherishing the present is what I must do." Li Yunshu sucks Felucia instantly. "What then are these gifts?" Yang Qi gestured toward a pile of presents on the table. Lin Ziyuan recounted the events of the day, and upon hearing it, Yang Qi was astonished, realizing that his brother-in-law possessed such skills, which he had previously overlooked. "Are you saying you've secured a position at the Xinhua bookstore, allowing you to work from home without needing to go to the county, provided that the brigade issues a letter of introduction?" Lin Ziyuan nodded. There was no need to conceal this matter from Yang Qi. "Furthermore, I intend to go to the county to obtain our marriage certificate." The notion of acquiring a marriage certificate stunned Li Yunshu, as their union had only been solemnized in front of the villagers without any official documentation. Lin Ziyuan had aimed to return to the city, and under the prevailing circumstances, marrying and obtaining a certificate would have jeopardized his eligibility to leave, binding him to Baishirgo for life. Such a fate was unacceptable to Lin Ziyuan, which is why, even after their marriage, they had not yet pursued an official certificate. It was a deliberate choice to avoid delaying his return to the city, now that he had firmly resolved to develop his future in Baishirgo. Securing the marriage certificate became imperative, not only for himself, but also to provide Li Yunshu with a rightful status, granting her peace of mind. "Ziyuan, why didn't you discuss this with me first?" Li Yunshu asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Lin Ziyuan smiled at his wife. "Would you refuse?" "Of course not." "Then it's settled. Tomorrow is an auspicious day, perfect for obtaining the certificate. Brother, please assist us with the letter of introduction." Seeing his brother-in-law finally come to this realization, Yang Qi nodded with satisfaction. If this was truly for the sake of marriage, he would be even more willing to facilitate the introduction this time. As for the letter of introduction, there's no issue. Just ensure that your intentions genuinely benefit Yanshu and Duo moving forward. Yang Qi assured. As the village committee secretary, it was his obligation to provide introduction letters for members' marriages, especially since it involved his brother-in-law. This matter was thus settled. Yet Li Yunshu remained engulfed in joy, caught off guard by the sudden arrival of happiness, leaving her somewhat incredulous. At that moment, the sound of her daughter Duo crying echoed from the courtyard. Li Yunshu hurried outside to discover her daughter had fallen. As Lin Ziyuan followed, he witnessed his daughter wiping her tears. Nearby, Peng Zhong was helping his sister dust off her muddy trousers. Noticing his daughter was unharmed, Lin Ziyuan offered some comforting words, which eventually soothed Duo who then clung to Li Yunshu, requesting sweets. Li Yunshu, along with Lu Xiaomei, took the children to the adjacent room, leaving the living room for the two men. Returning to the living room, Lin Ziyuan inquired of Yang Qi, elder brother, "What do you think of the current living conditions of our members?" Upon hearing this, Yang Qi realized Lin Ziyuan had thoughts brewing. Living conditions? They were neither good nor bad, certainly better than a decade ago. He hesitated to speak too candidly. While people might not feast daily, at least they could survive. Has the team considered any changes? Lin Ziyuan posed. Changes? We do not engage in illegal activities, Yang Qi replied. As a leader overseeing over 300 individuals, he could not lead them into perilous situations. What you say is true. We dare not engage in unlawful matters. But what are your thoughts? Currently, I merely hope for a good harvest so that everyone can have enough to eat. That would suffice for me, Yang Qi stated. Lin Ziyuan immediately responded, recently, I have been contemplating how we might ensure our members not only eat enough, but also enjoy a decent meal, perhaps even indulging in meat every 10 days or so. Such aspirations were beyond Yang Qi's imagination. Meat was a luxury reserved for the new year when they could afford pork, while ordinary days consisted of radishes and cabbages. If the preserved vegetables could be enhanced with pork cracklings, it would be considered a feast. Thus, Lin Ziyuan proposed, could we not raise more pigs? Raising pigs privately could lead to serious trouble, Yang Qi cautioned. He was correct. In this era of collective economy, no one dared take such a risk. Lin Ziyuan quickly clarified, not privately, but collectively. Our production team could raise them together. We already have 20 pigs. Do we need more? Yang Qi responded. Brother, half of these pigs must be surrendered to the state. Only the remaining half is for us. The 10 pigs are our assigned quota. However, as you know, most of these will be sold for money and meat vouchers. What actually reaches the team members is merely 2 or 3 pigs, leading to just a pound or 2 per person each year. Is that sufficient? Lin Ziyuan's words rang true. Every production team had its pig-raising quota, and only a small fraction could be allocated for local distribution, leaving those who raise pigs with little opportunity to enjoy meat. However, raising pigs required feed and dedicated caretakers, which posed a challenge, leaving little room for anyone to take on the additional responsibility of raising more pigs. Yang Qi, as the leader of the production team, possessed an intimate understanding of the village's circumstances. During the busy farming season, the team members were engaged in cultivating rice, while in their leisure time, they tended to dry land, growing sweet potatoes, peanuts, and a variety of other crops. Regularly, they were tasked with weeding, irrigating, and fertilizing, and occasionally, they lent a hand in repairing the time-worn, leaky roofs of houses. The notion of establishing a dedicated pig farming operation seemed nearly impossible. Therefore, I shall devise a solution for this matter. Today, I have come to consult you, my elder brother. If we could expand the scale of livestock rearing without impeding agricultural production, could this endeavor be feasible? Lin Ziyuan inquired. Yang Qi pondered for a considerable time, stroking his head before responding. This is a collective matter, not merely an individual undertaking. The authorities will not scrutinize it too rigorously. Moreover, the majority of the pigs raised would serve the national supply, so it should not pose a problem. My brother, in due time, I shall present a viable plan. When a moment arrives, you can discuss it with your village leaders. If it proves feasible, I will find a way to handle the procurement. I hope it will succeed. Lin Ziyuan had already conceived a general plan in his mind, yet one crucial aspect remained unresolved, prompting him to contemplate further strategies. Chapter 12. The whole family moves to the city. Lin Ziyuan refrained from making overly definitive statements, as he preferred to retain some flexibility. He harbored countless ideas for wealth creation. However, in this unique era, caution was paramount. I will give this matter thorough consideration, Yang Qi affirmed. The two continued their leisurely conversation in the living room until Duo suddenly dashed in from outside. Clinging to Lin Ziyuan's leg with a drowsy expression, she said, "Daddy, Duo is sleepy. Can we go home to sleep?" It dawned on Lin Ziyuan that it was likely already 9 o'clock. At this hour, it was typically time for Duo to go to bed. He stood up, lifted her into his arms, and kissed her on the cheek before addressing Yang Qi. "Brother, it is getting late, so let us conclude our discussion for today. If there is any news later, we shall talk again. I will take Duo home to sleep." Yang Qi nodded in agreement, and at that moment, Li Yinshu entered the room. She had been conversing with her sister-in-law, while Duo had wandered into the hall on her own. The family of three made their way back along the dirt path, this time with Lin Ziyuan carrying Duo, who had fallen asleep on his shoulder. The couple exchanged hushed words, their faces adorned with sweetness. The following day, Lin Ziyuan set out early for the team office, returning with the introduction letter prepared by Yang Qi. Only then did the family finally step outside. The weather was exceptionally clear, and the early spring sun imbued the earth with vitality. Duo played with a wildflower in her hands, occasionally bringing it to her nose for a sniff, then playfully tucking it into her father's hair. For adults, traveling by vehicle could be tedious, particularly for Lin Ziyuan, who, in his previous life, had been accustomed to high-speed trains, airplanes, and various expressways, where neither speed nor comfort could be compared to the present. However, for Duo, this was a rare experience. It was her first time riding to the county seat. Gazing out at the scenery, her excitement was palpable as she sat on her father's lap, incessantly pointing out the window and asking, "Daddy, what is that? What is this?" The clouds in the sky appeared somewhat dark. The young couple patiently explained various aspects of nature to the little one, and Lin Ziyuan even shared numerous anecdotes. Li Yinshu was pleasantly surprised by the depth of her husband's knowledge. For Lin Ziyuan, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He possessed a wealth of knowledge capable of transforming the strength of an entire nation. Were it not for the fear of being dissected, he would gladly offer it all without reservation. As the vehicle gradually entered the county town, the trio disembarked at the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore. At that moment, the county was not as bustling as in later years. It featured only two main thoroughfares, the east-west-oriented Jiefeng Road and the north-south-oriented Tinghang Road. The Xinhua bookstore stood prominently on Tinghang Road, its large sign particularly eye-catching. Upon entering the bookstore, Su Yongming was as he always was, wearing his glasses, though he was not organizing the shelves. Instead, he was engrossed in a book at his desk. When he noticed someone had entered, he looked up in surprise and was delighted to see Lin Ziyuan. "Comrade Lin Ziyuan, you've finally arrived. Please take a seat." Lin Ziyuan, feeling at ease, introduced his wife and daughter to Mr. Su, understanding that the two men had serious matters to discuss. Li and Shu took their daughter to a nearby bookshelf to browse through picture books. "Old Su, I promised I would come today, and I have kept my word. It's quite a journey from Baishir Valley to here. A round trip in a day is no small feat," Lin Ziyuan remarked as he retrieved a letter of introduction and his household registration book from his canvas bag. After Su Yoming recorded Lin Ziyuan's information, he returned the household registration book while keeping the letter of introduction. "I spoke with the higher-ups yesterday and reported your information to the leadership. Once the review is approved, your work permit will be processed promptly. Talented translators like you are rare," he continued. "Yesterday afternoon, the leadership heard about your on-site translation, noting your accuracy was above 95%. They insisted on retaining you, as professionals of your caliber are scarce in Haishi province." While conversing, Su's hands remained busy, swiftly completing the registration process. "You come to the city with your wife and child. Are you planning a long journey?" Su inquired curiously. Lin Ziyuan smiled slightly. "We're preparing to register our marriage and come to the city to take a few photographs." "Register?" Su was momentarily taken aback, considering that their daughter was already 2 or 3 years old. He soon grasped Lin Ziyuan's intentions and felt a deep admiration for the young man. One willing to remain in the countryside for the sake of his wife and daughter was truly commendable. "Your identity poses no issues. You can work as a translator at our Xinhua bookstore. If you wish, you're already our translator, Su affirmed. Lin Ziyuan let out a sigh of relief, having worried that his father's identity might hinder him from securing this position. He nodded in agreement immediately. Su continued, however, translation can be challenging. Not every assignment consists of literary works. There will also be journal articles and even more specialized texts, encompassing numerous technical terms. Which area do you excel in? Lin Ziyuan pondered for a moment before responding. Astronomy, meteorology, material science. Any field related to engineering and technology should pose no issue. Upon hearing Lin's words, old Su nodded in satisfaction, for this was precisely the work that most translators undertook. The nation, contemplating a new path for economic development, was keenly studying advanced foreign experiences, and the various journals and magazines acquired through specialized channels had become a vital resource. The sooner these materials were translated, the sooner the nation could harness certain technologies. Every moment was indeed precious. Old Su stamped a red notebook and handed it to Lin Ziyuan. Upon glancing down, Lin was astonished to find it was a work permit. Old Su remarked, "Comrade Lin Ziyuan, you are now an employee of the National Translation Bureau. Although you are starting as a junior translator, I firmly believe that with sufficient translation work, you will swiftly ascend to a higher status and become a pillar of our nation, contributing to the revolutionary cause." Lin Ziyuan smiled, humbly dismissing the notion of becoming a pillar of society, stating, "I can only hope to provide a better life for my wife and child." At this, old Su quickly interjected, "How could I forget the most crucial detail? As a translator, you will not receive a salary initially. Your remuneration will depend on the volume and accuracy of your translations. 3 yuan for every 1,000 characters. Of course, there will be additional compensation for urgent tasks and special documents. And as your rank increases, so too will your translation fees." With the prospect of earning 3 yuan per 1,000 characters, Lin calculated that, should he maintain his current translation speed without any other work, he could translate approximately 10,000 characters a day, yielding 30 yuan daily and around 900 monthly. Such sums were indeed significant. Chapter 13. We are married. If he devoted himself entirely to translation, the meager work points from the village would soon seem inconsequential. Historically, one work point was worth about 6 cents, and for a day's labor, he and his wife would earn just over yuan, sometimes even less, as work was not guaranteed every day. By the end of the year, they might accumulate merely 200 yuan, saving a little over 100 annually. Previously, Lin Ziyuan had been unmotivated to work, daydreaming of returning to the city, thus relying on Li Yunshu to support their household. Now, with his potential earnings of 900 a month, he could become a person of wealth within a year. It seemed that the meat that duo loved would soon be within reach. Lin Ziyuan placed the work permit into his canvas bag and turned to old Su, saying, "Since there are numerous documents needing translation, please assign me a task directly." Old Su requested a moment's pause, then ascended to the upper floor. 2 minutes later, he returned with a magazine entirely in English. Lin Ziyuan accepted the publication, discovering it to be a journal released a few years prior, focusing on research in material science. The delay in acquiring such materials stemmed from the challenges of obtaining publications from abroad. Acquiring the latest issues was even more daunting. Moreover, as a newly minted translator, it was prudent for him to begin with less critical assignments as he proved himself to the organization. This book contains approximately 100,000 characters. Start translating it. Old Su instructed. Once you have completed the translation of this volume, please send the translated text to me so that I may submit it to the higher authorities. As long as it meets the required standards, the remuneration will be delivered to me within a fortnight, at which point I shall provide it to you. It appears that Lin Ziyuan stands to receive a salary every 2 weeks, which is certainly more favorable than the plight of laborers who often face payment delays. Not to mention the demanding schedules of the 9 to 9 or the 0 to 0 shifts. Lin Ziyuan nodded in agreement immediately. Old Su then specifically cautioned Lin Ziyuan that a significant portion of the materials pertained to documents required by special governmental departments, urging him to maintain strict confidentiality, particularly emphasizing the importance of safeguarding the original texts, as each document was hard-earned. Upon departing from the Xinhua bookstore, the trio made their way to a photography studio. In those times, outdoor photography was rare, Most portraits were taken indoors, utilizing props and attractive backdrops. It was common for women to hold a bouquet of artificial flowers during their photo sessions, standing straight with an air of formality. Today, Li Yunshu was particularly lovely, adorned in a pink checkered shirt and sporting two high ponytails, while Lin Ziyuan was dressed in a crisp white shirt. They captured several sets of photographs, including couple portraits and a family picture with all three of them, while Duoer also took several solo shots. As developing the photographs required some time, immediate retrieval was not possible, with the fastest turnaround being a full day. With the rare opportunity to visit the city, Lin Ziyuan decided to take Li Yunshu to the banks of the Ting River. The Ting River, revered as the mother river of the Hakka people, unveiled its unique beauty in early spring. Adjacent to the river was a state-owned restaurant, and from a distance, Duoer could already catch the delightful aromas wafting from within. Arriving at mealtime, he led the two of them to indulge in a good meal. However, upon seeing the prices for braised pork and poached chicken, each exceeding yuan, and even stuffed tofu costing 80 cents, Li Yunshu felt a pang of heartache. Lin Ziyuan reassured her that he would earn money in the future, and it was permissible to enjoy a nice meal today, given the rarity of their visit to the city. Li Yunshu prumli raplia. But you haven't even begun to earn yet. Our family still needs to build a new house and buy new clothes for Duoer. She went on to list numerous expenses, leaving Lin Ziyuan feeling somewhat embarrassed, unable to resist her enthusiasm. The three of them ultimately purchased 5 large meat buns for 1 yuan and sat down in the state-owned restaurant to savor their meal with delight. As they relished their food, Lin Ziyuan also spent 20 cents on 2 candied hawthorns, one for his wife and the other for his daughter. They returned to Qingxi Commune at precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon. During that time, marriages were not conducted at the County Civil Affairs Bureau, but rather at the commune, which served as the township's administrative center, where each commune had a designated civil affairs department to register applicants. Marriage ceremonies were straightforward and did not necessitate photography. Since the couple already had a child and had previously hosted a wedding banquet within the brigade, they could provide the introduction letters and marital status documents issued by the brigade. As the red seal of the Civil Affairs Department was stamped onto their marriage certificate, Li Yunshu was overwhelmed with tears of joy. The certificate bore their names and ages, affirming their voluntary union, and stated that upon review, it complied with the stipulations of the marriage law of our nation. Thus, this certificate was duly issued. As they exited the commune, Li Yunshu felt as though she were in a dream. Lin Ziyuan requested her to place the marriage certificate in his bag, yet she insisted on keeping it close to her, treating it like a treasured possession. Today, Lin Ziyuan celebrated both love and career, fulfilling a long-held dream after decades. The woman he had cherished for so many years had finally become his lawful wife, with official documentation to prove it. Before returning home, they visited the supply and marketing cooperative. Although the cooperative in Qingxi Town could not compare to the larger county version, and its offerings were less abundant, Lin Ziyuan still purchased some meat, vegetables, and a fish. Today marked their wedding day, and it was essential to commemorate the occasion. On the way home, Lin Ziyuan turned to his wife and said, "My dear, although we have obtained our marriage certificate, I wish to host a proper wedding for you." "A wedding? But didn't we already have one?" They had indeed held a wedding previously, albeit on a modest scale, attended only by a few of the bride's family and some young people from the village, with none from Lin Ziyuan's side present. That event was far too simplistic. He desired something more grand this time. "This time, in addition to my mother-in-law's family, I intend to invite my parents as well. It is quite unreasonable for my parents to be absent when their son marries. Our daughter is already 2 years old and has yet to meet her grandparents." Li Yunshu nodded, but then inquired, "However, do you have any news about your parents? Didn't you say that after you came to Baishigu from Xiqing, your father was sent to the countryside, and you didn't even know which village he was in?" In the past, Lin Ziyuan would have been oblivious to his parents' whereabouts. After the upheaval in his family, he lost contact with them. It wasn't until he became involved in a significant project that he requested assistance from the organization to locate his parents. In 1983, he discovered they were also in Haishi province, albeit in a remote and impoverished village in the northwest. His mother had tragically passed away due to a mountain flood about 7 or 8 years ago. His father's exoneration came late, as the opposing party held considerable power at the time. After receiving the news, Lin Zuan leveraged numerous connections, and although his father was eventually vindicated, his mother had already died, leaving his father to pass away not long after reuniting with his son, free from worldly concerns. Now, Lin Zuan felt too weak to alter the established facts. He needed to grow stronger to protect his family from further suffering. Recently, I learned where my parents are. I will send them some photos taken today so they can see how beautiful their daughter-in-law and granddaughter are. As they hugged their daughter Duo and arrived at their doorstep, they noticed a figure standing there. Lin Zuan's mother-in-law, Li Yunshu's mother, Yang Qing. Chapter 14. The arrival of the mother-in-law Duo was the first to break free from her mother's grasp, her little legs moving swiftly as she dashed into Yang Qing's embrace. Exclaiming, "Grandma, you're back!" The child, unable to distinguish between coming and returning, brought immense joy to Yang Qing with her words. Li Yunshu hurried over. "Mom, what brings you here? Come inside." Lin Zuan followed suit, calling out, "Mom," and promptly opened the door to let his mother-in-law in for a chat. Once inside, Li Yunshu accompanied Yang Qing to sit on a long bench, while Duo settled obediently in her grandmother's lap. Lin Zuan opened the thermos, pouring tea into enamel cups for them. "Mom, how long have you been waiting at home? Why didn't you go to Cousin S' house for a bit?" Yang Qing inquired. "I came over in the morning. Seeing that you weren't home, I visited Qi Heir's house. He told me you want to get your marriage certificate. Is that true?" Upon seeing her mother's eager expression, Li Yunshu took a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to her mother. As Yang Qing gazed at the marriage certificate, resembling an award, her eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Although her daughter claimed to have been married for 3 years, the lack of formal recognition had left her anxious. In these times, many couples would simply host a banquet to announce their marriage to the villagers, and that sufficed for many. However, it was surely not a solid arrangement. And since her daughter was determined to stay with Lin Zuan, she felt powerless to separate them. Li Yunshu's father had passed away early, leaving only her mother, an elder brother, a sister-in-law, and a 13-year-old brother in the family. Her brother and sister-in-law had 2 children, and the entire household relied on them. If Li Yunshu were to encounter difficulties in life, Yang Qing truly did not know what to do. Though they belonged to the same commune, they were not part of the same production team, and aside from festive occasions, they seldom met. Yang Qing had come today purely out of longing for her daughter, only to be met with closed doors. Fortunately, Yang Qi had informed her that they were going to collect their marriage certificate today, and Lin Zuan had a respectable job. Even if he didn't work, he could still earn money. Thus, Yang Qing waited at their doorstep the entire day, not lingering too long at Yang Qi's, eager to see her daughter and son-in-law's marriage certificate to put her mind at ease. "Zuan, oh mom, have you really found a job?" Lin Zuan immediately retrieved his work certificate from his canvas bag and handed it to his mother-in-law. Yang Qing accepted it, her joy evident. Although she was illiterate, she had seen work certificates before, especially this distinctive red booklet. In this era, no one dared to forge such documents. Furthermore, her daughter had just mentioned that she had witnessed the stamping of this very certificate. In her eyes, her son-in-law was now akin to a state official, receiving government support, and her daughter's life would surely improve. How could she not feel elated? "Zuan, how much will you earn each month?" This was what Yang Qing most wished to know. Logically, she shouldn't ask, but rural women often lack such reservations. A son-in-law was akin to a son, and she cared deeply. Lin Zuan replied without hesitation, "It should be around 23 yuan. According to the administrative hierarchy of the time, there were 30 levels, with the 30th level earning 23 yuan a month. Lin Zuan did not disclose the full truth. If he were to tell Yang Qing that he could earn 500 to 600 yuan, or even more, it might alarm her. He advised her to keep his employment a secret from outsiders, ensuring that only close family members knew, to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, as long as relatives were aware of his stable job, it would provide comfort to the elders. 23 yuan a month, along with a stable job, was indeed preferable to earning work points. With this, Yang Qing felt a wave of relief, knowing that her daughter's family would no longer be a source of worry. Having received the desired news and reunited with her daughter and granddaughter, she felt no inclination to linger any longer. After sipping a cup of tea, she stood up, ready to leave. However, Li Yinshu was adamant, insisting that her mother stay for dinner and spend the night. It is worth noting that the journey from Baishigu to Yang Ging's home would take nearly 2 hours on foot, and at this hour, there were no ride-hailing services available, nor did any buses pass through their production team. With the clock already striking 4, returning home would mean traversing in the dark, which posed safety concerns due to the considerable distance. For Yang Ging, going to Baishigu felt akin to returning to her roots. Yet, following the passing of her parents, her brothers had divided the family home, and staying with any of them felt somewhat awkward, especially since each family had their own children to accommodate. Moreover, she had to return home to care for her grandchildren. It was simply not feasible to stay away. Her daughter and son-in-law, unable to dissuade her, reluctantly allowed her to depart. Before she left, Lin Zuan presented her with a piece of cured meat he had prepared the day before, along with some egg cakes and candies for her to take back home. No need, we have enough at home. Save the meat for doer, she insisted. Lin Zuan, smiling, pressed the items into Yang Guiying's hands. Mother, please accept this. It is but a token of our affection. There is plenty for doer, and we want the children at home to taste it. I made the cured meat myself. I believe it turned out quite well. Do let your brothers and sisters-in-law have a taste as well. Li Yinshu chimed in. Indeed, mother, please do not refuse. It has been so long since we've seen you. You must take this with you. Unable to refuse any longer, Yang Ging accepted, her eyes brimming with emotion. You two are truly thoughtful. Ziyuan, with Yinshu by your side, I can rest easy now. Lin Ziyuan nodded solemnly. Mother, rest assured, I will take good care of Yinshu and doer, ensuring they lead a good life. Li Yinshu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped her mother's hand. Mother, we cannot bear to let you return alone. May I accompany you for a short distance? Yang Guiying quickly waved her hand. No, I'm accustomed to walking alone. You both stay well at home. I must return to provide a proper account to your brothers and sisters-in-law. She then bent down to kiss Doer on the cheek. Doer, be sure to listen to your parents. Grandma will come to see you again next time. Doer nodded obediently. Grandma, please come back soon. Yang Guiying stood, shouldering the cloth bag filled with cured meat and snacks, turning back repeatedly as she departed. Lin Ziyuan and Li Yinshu remained at the doorway, watching her figure fade along the winding path. That evening, Lin Ziyuan took to the kitchen, preparing a feast of stir-fried meat and vegetables, along with a pot of plain white rice devoid of sweet potatoes, reminiscent of a festive occasion. This was indeed a day worth commemorating, the day of their official marriage. Yet, little did Lin Ziyuan anticipate that the modest parcel of meat and food Yang Ging took home would, in a fortnight's time, usher in unnecessary troubles for him, albeit providing an opportunity, a chance to lead the production team. After dinner, exhausted from play, Doer climbed into bed early to sleep. Lin Ziyuan, meanwhile, ventured to the west room's storage area, tidying it up and clearing a table previously cluttered with miscellaneous items to serve as his new desk. Li Yinshu and Duoer were sleeping in the eastern room. If he were to work there, he might disturb their rest. Thus, he opted to relocate to the western room, which housed only some farming tools and grains. Although it was somewhat disordered, it remained relatively clean. The faint glow of the kerosene lamp cast a soft light upon Lin Ziyuan's handsome visage as he listened to the incessant croaking of frogs outside the window, diligently writing at his desk. The magazine he had brought home appeared substantial, yet the content posed little challenge for him to translate. He had even read through a few papers, possessing the capability to make slight modifications that could enhance their overall scores. However, he prudently chose to translate the original text verbatim, as earning money was his primary objective at this moment. When his watch indicated 11:30, Lin Ziyuan stretched languidly and paused his writing. After 4 hours of translation, he had completed roughly 1/5 of the material, amounting to about 15,000 words. This pace was extraordinary. He could merely glance at the original text and translate directly onto paper without pause for 4 hours. Yet, the remaining content would still keep him occupied for quite some time. Maintaining a single posture for an extended duration had rendered his neck and shoulders painfully stiff, and even the slightest movement elicited a crackling sound. He rubbed his weary eyes, wishing for the convenience of electric light. However, only the main office had electricity. The homes of other villagers were illuminated solely by kerosene lamps. The costs of wiring and electricity were beyond the means of an average household. Even if he had the money, there was no feasible way to acquire the wiring. Abandoning this futile line of thought, he resolved to take his time. Lin Zuan gathered his translated manuscript and retrieved a fresh sheet of stationery, upon which he began to write. Dear Dad and Mom, how are you? This is Ziyuan. I am now in the Tinha County of Longsha District in Haishi Province. I have married and have a daughter. He poured forth his sentiments over 3 pages, filled with longing for his parents. It was only at midnight that Lin Ziyuan returned to the eastern room, where his wife and child were already fast asleep. He gently lay down on the bed, listening to the rhythmic breaths of his wife and daughter, and soon succumbed to slumber. For the next 4 days, Lin Ziyuan worked during the day and translated manuscripts at night. On the 5th day, due to heavy rain, he did not go to work. Instead, he seized the opportunity to complete the remaining translations in one go. Upon witnessing the culmination of nearly 120,000 words, Lin Ziyuan felt a surge of excitement. If these manuscripts were accepted, they would yield him over 400 yuan. The following day, the rain continued, albeit less intensely than the previous day. While agricultural tasks could not be performed, the production team organized members and educated youth to help harvest tobacco leaves. Qingya County, known for its tobacco cultivation, produced 2 crops of rice annually and also planted tobacco in the winter. The tobacco was sown before the Lunar New Year and harvested around March, whereupon it was bound in bundles of 4 to 5 leaves with rice straw and hung on bamboo poles approximately 2 meters long, about the thickness of a thumb, before being sent to curing houses for drying. The cured tobacco leaves require further selection based on their color and quality, necessitating the unfurling of curled leaves, neatly stacking them, and rebundling. This process is referred to by the locals as tobacco sorting. Since this task does not require outdoor work and is unaffected by weather conditions, the workers prefer to carry it out on rainy days, ensuring that field work remains uninterrupted. Today, Lin Ziyuan opted not to partake in tobacco sorting. Instead, he planned a trip to the county town. His intentions were twofold: to deliver the translated manuscript to Old Sioux and to collect the developed photographs from the studio, with the added task of mailing them to his parents, who resided hundreds of kilometers away. Upon arriving at the bus station, which was barely after 8 o'clock, Lin Ziyuan had left half an hour earlier than necessary, concerned about the potential difficulties of the journey. Despite being called a bus station, it consisted of nothing more than a small pavilion of fewer than 20 square meters, with no ticket clerk in sight. Passengers simply hailed the minibus from the roadside and purchased tickets upon boarding. The bus service was sporadic. One could not only expect delays, but also rely on luck for the bus to operate that day. Seated in the pavilion, Lin Ziyuan anxiously scanned the direction from Yong County. A Jeep 212 approached from the direction of Tinghang County and turned onto the narrow path leading to Baishigu. Lin Ziyuan paid it no mind, assuming it was merely headed to the village committee to find local officials. To his surprise, 2 minutes later, the vehicle turned around and stopped in front of him. The window rolled down to reveal the face of a middle-aged man, whom Lin Ziyuan found familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that this was Chun Onping, the driver from the cotton spinning factory. Comrade Ziyuan, I recognized you right away. It's fortunate I came back to check, otherwise I would have missed you. Are you waiting for a bus? Heading to the county? Lin Ziyuan was puzzled, sensing that Chun Onping had come specifically to find him. He stood up, smiling as he replied, Yes, I'm planning to head to the county. Comrade Onping, are you on your way to Baishigu? Chun Onping chuckled. Hurry up and get in. I came to look for you. Let us get going. Upon learning that Chun Onping indeed sought him out, Lin Ziyuan did not hesitate, striding over to open the door and take a seat. As the vehicle began to move, Lin Ziyuan curiously inquired, You seem in quite a hurry to find me. Is there something urgent? Chun Onping focused on the road, which was in disrepair, demanding his full attention. He then slowly replied, The factory director sent me to fetch you for a visit to our factory. What is so urgent? Is there a problem with the machinery again? That shouldn't be the case. The maintenance procedures were handed over to Comrade Jiang Jianjun and his team. Any minor issues should be resolvable by the maintenance staff. Lin Ziyuan questioned, perplexed. Chen Onping quickly shook his head. No, it's not an issue with the machinery. After you assisted us last time, the staff adhered strictly to your prescribed maintenance methods and closely monitored the equipment's operational status. For the past week, there have been no malfunctions at all, and the director is quite pleased. Additionally, old Liu, who went to the province, has returned with several replacement parts needed for the machinery, and everything is now functioning smoothly. The maintenance issues have been entirely resolved. Lin Ziyuan was even more puzzled. Since the issue had already been resolved, why was there a need for a special trip? Chen Onping explained. Along with old Liu, there are comrades from the municipal machinery factory who wish to meet you. The municipal machinery factory? Yes, from the municipal machinery factory. You'll learn more about the specifics once you arrive at the factory, Chen Onping continued. Suddenly, he recalled something. Oh, by the way, there's a request for assistance that was intended for your brigade to facilitate your leave, but I ran into you before I could deliver it to the brigade. In those days, it was not a simple matter to borrow someone from one unit. It required a request letter bearing the official stamp of the unit. Without it, if a person left, their work would remain undone, resulting in a loss of salary and work points, which would not bode well. Following Chen Onping's words, Lin Ziyuan retrieved a piece of paper from his briefcase, which was indeed the request letter. It detailed the assistance needed, the timeline, and the parties involved, hoping for cooperation from the Baishigu production team, with the letter officially signed and stamped by the Tinghang Cotton Spinning Factory. He had not expected the cotton spinning factory to be so formal. Although it was no longer needed, he still placed the request letter into his canvas bag. This visit to the factory may take some time. I truly apologize. Are you handling matters in the county today? Concerned about Lin Ziyuan's schedule, Chen Onping first inquired about his itinerary. I need to stop by the Xinhua bookstore, then pick up some photos from the photography studio, and finally visit the post office. Upon learning that Lin Ziyuan was merely picking up photos and mailing a letter, which were not far apart, Chen Onping immediately offered to assist him in completing his errands before proceeding to the cotton factory. I appreciate the detour. Lin Ziyuan felt somewhat embarrassed. However, Chen Onping insisted it was merely a small favor. As they entered the city, Lin Ziyuan first went to the photography studio to collect his photos. In fact, the photos had been developed 2 days prior, awaiting his arrival. In addition to a few group photos, Lin Ziyuan and Li Yunshu had individual 1-inch bareheaded portraits prepared for future identification needs. After securing the photos, Lin Ziyuan hurriedly made his way to the post office. He was aware that the village where his parents had been sent was somewhat unique. Any correspondence would undoubtedly undergo layers of scrutiny before reaching their hands. Thus, he refrained from mentioning any sensitive information in his letter, choosing instead to write about family matters and include a photo of the three of them together. As for the reasons behind his parents' assignment, he did not inquire, for he already knew the reasons from his previous life. Exiting the post office, Lin Ziyuan felt a twinge of discomfort. The thought of his parents suffering while he remained powerless to assist them weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, he believed that he would soon possess the ability to help them. Regaining his composure, he opened the car door and headed to the Xinhua bookstore. When Lin Ziyuan presented his translated manuscript to Old Su, the latter was visibly astonished. Over 100,000 words. And this young man had completed the translation in less than a week. Moreover, the handwriting on the manuscript was remarkably neat. From his perspective, it seemed impossible to achieve such elegant and vigorous calligraphy without 3 or 4 decades of experience at a construction site. Yet, the young man before him was merely in his 20s. One could discern a person's attitude towards their work simply by examining their handwriting. This translation was not a haphazard endeavor. It was crafted with genuine thought and diligence. Old Su found himself increasingly fond of him. Had he not had a daughter, and Lin Ziyuan already married with children, he would have considered him as a potential son-in-law. After successfully completing the task for the first time, Old Su was quite satisfied. Yet he needed to submit the translated document to the higher department for quality assessment before finalizing the payment. Comrade Ziyuan, your translation speed is truly astonishing. I expected it would take at least 10 days, yet you completed it in merely 6 days. Remarkable, he exclaimed. I will send the materials to the city immediately. Under normal circumstances, The payment will be disbursed in about 10 days, so you may come by to collect it then. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan considered that 10 days, factoring in the review and travel time, was indeed quite swift, and he nodded in agreement. Old Su, if there are no special circumstances, I will come by every 10 days to deliver new translations and collect my fees. This arrangement ensures that I do not delay in accepting new translation tasks, while also securing a steady income, which benefits both parties. Once the business was concluded, Lin Ziyuan made another request to Su Yongming. What? You need textbooks on mathematics, physics, and chemistry? Yes, ideally, I would like to acquire a complete set. What do you need these books for? As you know, translation work demands a plethora of specialized terminology, and having such resources at hand would minimize errors during the translation process. While Lin Ziyuan himself did not require these textbooks for his translations, they were essential for Li Yunshu and the young intellectuals in the village. The following year, in 1977, the country would reinstate the college entrance examination. With a year and a half remaining, most were unaware of this impending change. Only Lin Ziyuan, the man with foresight, was privy to it. During this time, the young intellectuals were predominantly engaged in labor, with few actively pursuing their studies. Having been away from books for an extended period, many had forgotten substantial amounts of knowledge. If they could review in advance, they would possess a greater advantage over others taking the exam. It is important to note that the official announcement regarding the reinstatement of the college entrance examination came in October 1977, with the examination scheduled for December, leaving merely 2 months for preparation, which was far from sufficient. Although the exam questions of that year were not particularly challenging, inadequate preparation would hinder the achievement of commendable results. Should they manage to review a year in advance, their chances of gaining admission to prestigious universities would significantly increase. In Baishigu, there were a total of 47 young intellectuals. They supported one another and stood united through the years. Even in the face of Lin Ziyuan's occasional apathy, they refrained from voicing their concerns. It was only after his marriage, when he moved out of the young intellectual dormitory, that their interactions diminished. The villagers regarded them as part of their own family. In the present day, when an opportunity arises to ascend further, he is naturally inclined to lend them a hand. As for the textbooks, while the county Xinhua bookstore lacks them, there is a possibility that the city may have some in stock. If the city does not, the province undoubtedly possesses them. Even if they're not displayed on the shelves, there is certainly a hidden warehouse where copies remain available. This is Lin Ziyuan's selfish desire. Having been reborn, who can truly act selflessly? Old Su contemplated for a moment and did not immediately acquiesce to Lin Ziyuan's request. Zhao Lin, I cannot make this decision alone. You understand the circumstances at this time. I must consult with the higher authorities. Please return in 10 days, and there should be an answer. After a brief exchange, Old Su presented Lin Ziyuan with another document requiring translation, which would be his subsequent task. Upon entering the office of the factory director at the Tinghang County Cotton Spinning Factory, Lin Ziyuan was taken aback by the person before him. Chapter 17, Deception, and then more deception. Yuan Chenggang. Lin Ziyuan recognized him, or rather, one could say he was exceedingly familiar with him. This individual was his partner 2 decades hence, the head of the South China Machinery Manufacturing Factory and the general manager of the Haishi Province Electrical Manufacturing Group. To his astonishment, they had encountered each other 20 years ahead of schedule. Given this unexpected meeting, he felt no need for decorum. Ah, Comrade Ziyuan has arrived. Kulme. Let me introduce you. Director Su Jisheng warmly ushered him to sit beside him. This is Comrade Yuan Chenggang, a technician from the Municipal Machinery Factory. Comrade Yuan. This is Comrade Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan gazed at this familiar stranger, wanting to smile, yet restraining himself. To his surprise, the youthful Yuan, whom he had known as an elderly gentleman, had a certain charm. This stood in stark contrast to his appearance 2 decades later. At this moment, Yuan Chenggang was considerably more agreeable than the stern-visaged Lin Ziyuan had come to know, for now, a smile graced his face. Unlike the serious demeanor marked by graying hair and the burdens of work that had long aged him, the two shook hands and settled into their seats in the office. Lin Ziyuan was already acquainted with the others present and greeted each of them. After a brief interlude of tea and conversation, Yuan Chenggang turned to Su Jisheng and said, Director Su, I wish to speak with Comrade Ziyuan privately. With the leader's request, Su Jisheng naturally agreed, sensing that there was a matter requiring discussion that would be better conducted without his presence. He promptly took his subordinates to inspect the work progress in the factory, leaving the office to Lin Ziyuan and Yuan Chenggang. Comrades Yuan Chenggang began, I have heard for Director Su that your knowledge of machinery has been acquired through self-study. Is this true? Of course, this was a fabrication. Lin Ziyuan was no prodigy. How could self-study furnish him with knowledge of specialized machinery from abroad? However, knowing Yuan's character, which was not inclined toward petty reporting, he replied, Indeed, self-study comprises part of my knowledge, while the other part was imparted by my father, who was once a professor at Xiamen University. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chenggang's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Yet, he discerned an inconsistency within the statement. Once? Does this mean your father is no longer teaching? Lin Ziyuan responded, In 68, some events transpired at home. He did not elaborate further. Yet Yuan Chenggang, being from that era, could easily infer the underlying reasons. Certain matters need not be articulated, as the mere mention of a year suffices to evoke a cascade of implications. It is truly regrettable that, despite having nurtured such an exceptional son, one can only surmise that your father was also an erudite individual. He then shifted to another topic, which was his true intent. You seem to possess a profound understanding of machinery and electronic components. Lin Ziyuan nodded slightly. I have a basic comprehension. Yuan Chenggang gazed intently at Lin Ziyuan and continued, I have heard that you have proposed numerous improvement suggestions at our factory, yielding remarkable results. I am curious about your perspective on the current state of development in the machinery industry. Lin Ziyuan straightened his posture and replied earnestly, Comrade Yuan, we have made commendable strides in certain foundational areas of our machinery manufacturing. However, in comparison to advanced levels abroad, we still face significant disparities. For instance, in terms of production efficiency, their automated equipment surpasses ours by several folds, not to mention the enhanced precision. Yuan Chenggang nodded slightly, fully in agreement indeed. This has been our ongoing pursuit. Yet, with severe technological barriers, achieving breakthroughs is no simple feat after a moment of contemplation. Lin Ziyuan slowly articulated. I believe we must not solely focus on the machinery itself. We must also emphasize the application of electricity. The future trend will undoubtedly be the integration of machinery and electronics. Electricity can enable more precise control of machinery, facilitating quicker reactions and a qualitative leap in production efficiency. Yuan Chenggang's eyes lit up with interest, though. Please elaborate. For example, on an automated production line, an electronic control system can accurately govern every action of the machinery according to a preset program. When to start, when to stop, the intensity of force, and the precision of positioning can all be meticulously regulated. This not only minimizes errors arising from manual operations, but also significantly enhances production speed. Lin Ziyuan gestured as he spoke. Moreover, improvements in the precision of machinery manufacturing can stimulate the development of various other sectors, such as home appliances, automobiles, and infrastructure. Yuan Chenggang stroked his chin, contemplating Lin Ziyuan's words. Your ideas are quite innovative, yet the challenges to realize them are considerable. The research and production of electronic components alone pose a substantial hurdle. Our current electronic technology is still not sufficiently mature. Furthermore, our country's power generation capacity is limited. Even urban residential areas struggle with electricity supply, let alone rural regions. The widespread adoption of household appliances hinges on the availability of electricity, and not every household can afford to purchase wiring. Having vehicles without roads serves no purpose. Thus, one must invest in both vehicles and infrastructure. Ultimately, it boils down to a single truth. The nation lacks funds, the province lacks funds, and the village lacks funds. Comrade Chenggang, what power generation technologies do we currently possess? Although Yuan Chenggang was a mechanical expert, this did not hinder him from addressing the question. At present, the primary sources are thermal and hydroelectric power. What of it? Upon encountering Yuan Chenggang's interest, Lin Ziyuan immediately remarked, I am currently engaged in the research of a power generation device. This apparatus is not only capable of functioning in urban and rural settings, but is also compact, occupying minimal space, while generating sufficient electricity to meet the needs of an entire production team. Consider the implications if this device were to be widely adopted. What vast potential would the market for household appliances hold? Light bulbs, televisions, and even refrigerators and washing machines that are already in use abroad. Hearing this, Yuan Chenggang could no longer remain seated. He sprang up in excitement, only to realize his lack of composure and promptly retook his seat. Nonetheless, his exhilaration was unmistakable. He eagerly inquired, "What exactly are you referring to?" Lin Ziyuan spoke slowly. "A biogas generator. I am aware that developing this is not particularly difficult. I already possess a comprehensive design concept. If we can establish a complete biogas power generation system that can provide a continuous and stable output of electricity safely, what do you think? Once electricity is available, the market for wires and appliances will undoubtedly flourish." Yuan Chenggang, being astute, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. After conversing with Lin Ziyuan for another half-hour, during which Lin outlined his vision and some underlying principles, Yuan, drawing from his own experience and knowledge, recognized the high feasibility of Lin's proposition. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan expressed his concerns. "However, what about our country's wire production capacity?" At that moment in Huagua, the yield of metals was steadily increasing. Yet, due to technological limitations, metal smelting had not yet fully developed. You could submit a report to the higher authorities. If we can successfully develop the biogas power generation system, could we not increase the wire supply for Longshore City? In exchange, we could also enhance the meat production in areas utilizing the generators. With electricity, we could also enjoy meat. How could such a boon be possible? Yuan Chenggang was not easily misled. Instead, he probed further. What would be the cost? Or rather, what must our machinery factory contribute? Chapter 18. Collaboration with the machinery factory, the cost? There is no cost. This is a partnership. I require your assistance in providing us with 500 piglets and 10 tons of feed. Lin Ziyuan envisioned procuring a batch of piglets from these state-owned enterprises, subsequently utilizing pig manure to generate biogas. Through biogas power generation, he aimed to illuminate his village. The residual waste from the biogas fermentation, once processed, could serve as fertilizer, enhancing soil fertility, particularly for dry fields, thereby increasing yields of peanuts, sweet potatoes, and corn cultivated by the members. Furthermore, sweet potato vines are a favored food for pigs. By producing silage feed from sweet potato vines and corn stalks, they could sustain the pigs. This cyclical approach would establish a robust ecological farming system. Should this model be widely implemented, the machinery, wires, appliances, and various products they produced would tap into a vast market. As farmers raised pigs and increased their yields, they would naturally aspire to elevate their standard of living. Moreover, even in the absence of widespread promotion, he faced minimal losses. Lin Ziyuan had committed to supplying 5 pigs monthly to their factory for the next 2 years, once this batch was fully raised. This arrangement promised tangible benefits. After all, a piglet cost 8 yuan, amounting to 4,000 for 500. The feed required, totaling 10 tons, would at most cost 1,500 yuan, bringing the total to 5,500 yuan. A single pig would yield between 150 to 200 yuan, averaging around 170 yuan. Over 3 years, this would culminate in a profit of 24,000 yuan, guaranteed returns. The village would also benefit immensely. Disregarding the initial 500 piglets they received for free, even if half were sows, each litter yielding 8 piglets would result in 2,000 pigs in just 1 year. The following year, this number would multiply exponentially. The only challenge lay in sourcing feed in the later stages, a hurdle Lin Ziyuan found manageable. Furthermore, he was not concerned about Yuan Chenggang's ability to tackle these matters, as old Yuan possessed an extensive network. After all, he had become a technical supervisor at a city enterprise by the age of 30, and even the factory director heeded his counsel, granting him requests with ease. Largely due to his father being the director of the city's Revolutionary Committee, a position of immense authority. "Comrade Ziyuan, just call me Zhao Lin. It feels more cordial." "Ah, Zhao Lin, how long do you think this plan will take to materialize?" Lin Ziyuan pondered. Although he had a well-developed proposal, translating it into written form and creating the necessary diagrams would require at least a month. He also needed to review the literature, which would keep him busy. Moreover, he was aware that he was currently the only one enthusiastic about this project. The production team had yet to reach a consensus, so he could not speak too definitively. While Yang Qi was the team leader, the production team was not solely under his dominion. There were 5 group leaders, a deputy leader, and village officials, including the accountant. Notably, the deputy leader, Zheng Guoji, had long harbored ambitions of becoming the team leader and had been at odds with Yang Qi, yet had never found an opportunity to assert himself. Thus, although Lin Ziyuan aspired to lead Baisher Gully towards prosperity, the path ahead was fraught with obstacles. After contemplating for a while, Lin Ziyuan finally replied, approximately 40 days, as the production team has other tasks to attend to and cannot devote their full attention to this endeavor. During the nearly hour-long conversation, Yuan Xingang had ascertained that this young man, a decade his junior, possessed an astonishing reservoir of knowledge and remarkable innovative capabilities, with bold ideas to match. It resembled an interview, and Yuan Xingang was thoroughly impressed with Lin Ziyuan, his admiration for talent prompting him to consider recruiting Lin for the city's machinery factory. He believed that Lin's involvement could elevate the factory to new heights in energy conservation, efficiency, and innovation. That's no problem. I can specially recruit you to our factory as a key technical staff member. As an employee of the machinery factory, you would only need to report for work and would not have to continue your previous labor. However, Lin Ziyuan declined, for his ultimate dream was to accompany his wife and daughter, living as a prosperous gentleman. Acknowledging Lin Ziyuan's resolute desire to develop in the mountain village, Yuan Chenggang refrained from pressuring him. He could afford to wait a month and a half for good news. In that case, I shall await your favorable response. Should your plan prove successful, I would like to engage you as a technical consultant for our factory. We would appreciate the opportunity to consult you regarding any technological innovations that arise, and of course, you need not travel to the factory. We will come to you should the need arise, unless in exceptional circumstances. This role involves handling urgent matters without the necessity of clocking in, allowing you to receive a salary for minimal effort, an enticing prospect that Lin Ziyuan could hardly refuse, and he readily agreed. The two then embarked on a discussion regarding the promising future of the electrical industry. Had it not been for Lin Ziyuan's stomach growling, they might have conversed through the night. Upon exiting the office, they encountered Su Jisheng, who had come to invite them for a meal. And thus Lin Ziyuan enjoyed another delightful repast in the cafeteria. During the meal, Jiang Jianjun sought Lin Ziyuan's insights on various issues related to textile machinery, to which Lin Ziyuan provided thorough answers, further solidifying Yuan Xinggang's confidence in his choice. After their meal, it must be said that the cafeteria's fare was commendable, though not extensive. It certainly included some meat dishes. With matters at the cotton spinning factory coming to a close, Lin Ziyuan was eager to return home. The rain made the roads treacherous, and since he was invited by the factory, it was only fitting that he be escorted back. Thus, Chen Anping took on the responsibility of driving Lin Ziyuan home. Having earned no income that day, Lin Ziyuan purchased only some paper and ink from the supply store before instructing Chen Anping to head straight out of town. As they journeyed back, the rain intensified, prompting Chen Anping to drive even more cautiously. Upon arriving at the courtyard of Lin Ziyuan's home in Baishu, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Ziyuan tidied up the house and boiled water to prepare a meal while waiting for Li Yunshu to return. Before long, the cheerful laughter of his beloved daughter echoed from outside. "Daddy, Daddy!" With a smile, Lin Ziyuan grabbed a raincoat and dashed out to welcome his wife and daughter inside. "Quick, go take a hot shower. The water is already boiled." Although umbrellas were available in the village, few used them, as working while holding an umbrella was cumbersome. Thus, most villagers preferred to wear raincoats and conical hats when venturing outdoors. The mother and daughter returned together, both sporting a conical hat, while Duo only had her shoes dampened. Li Yunshu was completely soaked. Spring rain, precious as oil, was also quite chill. If not for a timely shower and change of clothes, a cold could easily ensue. With a sigh, Li Yunshu entrusted Duo to Lin Ziyuan and took the bucket of cool water to the shower house in the courtyard. The so-called shower house was merely a 2-meter-high, 2-square-meter earthen structure nestled under the eaves. At the opposite end was the kitchen, which lacked even a door, serving as a simple stove. Lin Ziyuan led Duo to change her shoes, washing her face and cleaning her hands and feet with warm water, then allowed her to play in the room while he busied himself at the stove. Before nightfall, the family of 3 gathered around the square table to share their evening meal. Stir-fried greens with cured meat, though the quantity of cured meat was modest. Felt like a feast to the family. Have all the matters been settled today? Yes, the letters and photographs have been sent out. I believe my parents will receive them this month. Li Yinshu nodded, sharing some gossip she had heard while the women were sorting tobacco earlier that day. If only I could indulge in such delectable pieces of meat every day in the future, Li Yinshu couldn't help but exclaim. Huh, is that all it takes to be satisfied? In the future, our family will have meat at every meal, and we'll feast on eggs each morning, along with fish, beef, crabs, and shrimp. Upon hearing this, Duer raised her head from her meal and asked, Dad, is that true? Lin Ziyuan gently patted Duer's head and replied with a smile. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? In the future, Duer can also attend school and study alongside Brother Pingzhong. The family chatted and laughed as they finished their meal. While Lin Ziyuan washed the dishes under the eaves, a voice called from outside the courtyard. Lin Jiqing, are you there? Chapter 19. Negotiation plans. The voice belonged to the educated youth Su Lulu. Lin Ziyuan immediately set down the dishes, dried his hands, and opened the door. Oh, Su Jiqing, what brings you here? Come in and sit. Oh no, I'm just here to inform you that everyone has decided on a gathering of the educated youth next week in the evening. So don't forget to join us. Although the educated youths live together, they seldom gathered as a group. While some stayed in the educated youth dormitory, many resided in the homes of the villagers, whom the educated youths affectionately referred to as landlords. Given the limited conditions of the production team, those with slightly better living conditions would often host some educated youths. Sharing meals, living, and working together, the vast majority of landlords treated the educated youths like family. To strengthen their bonds and reminisce about hardships, the educated youths would periodically hold gatherings to share their experiences and enjoy a meal together. All right, I will definitely attend. There were a total of 42 educated youths in the Baishigu production team, and during gatherings, everyone would bring snacks or local specialties. Some families with better conditions would bring dried meat or candies, or perhaps a handful of peanuts and a packet of sunflower seeds, creating a lively atmosphere filled with singing and drinking. In the evening, after lulling Duer to sleep, Lin Ziyuan returned to the West Room to continue his work. From 8 to 11, he needed to translate documents, and from 11 to midnight, he would draft a plan for a biogas power generation system. The plan didn't need to be overly detailed. He only required the main components, principles, and precautions. As for the construction of the generator, Yuan Qinggang would be responsible for that, providing ideas and some diagrams. The skilled craftsman would know how to refine the components simply by reviewing the blueprints. Lin Ziyuan did not approach Yang Qi about the pig farming matter that very night. Instead, he organized his plans and waited several days before visiting the Yang family. Upon reviewing the plan Lin Ziyuan presented, Yang Qi's expression grew complex. This plan encompassed all the details regarding fertilizers, feed, breeding, power generation, wiring, lighting, and even addressed marketing concerns. The task for the production team was to secure the villagers' agreement to the plan and build a pig pen capable of accommodating 500 pigs within the shortest time possible. How confident are you in this matter? As the production team leader, Yang Qi could not allow all members to take risks recklessly. 90%. Lin Ziyuan, of course, was entirely confident, yet for the sake of prudence, he opted to express it as 90%. This plan, upon scrutiny, appeared to be advantageous for the members. Even in the event of failure, the village would merely incur the unnecessary construction of a pig farm, along with a large cesspool and biogas pit. However, should it succeed, the benefits for the village would be immeasurable. Could they truly acquire such a multitude of piglets? Lin Ziyuan solemnly nodded. Just a couple of days prior, I had discussed the pig farming proposal with the village officials, who were not particularly supportive. One concern was that pig farming requires dedicated caretakers. With 500 pigs, at least 20 laborers would be needed, which would mean a tenth of our workforce will be diverted. The second issue pertained to feed, and thirdly, there were worries about the potential for failure. Understanding Yang Qi's concerns, Lin Ziyuan patiently elucidated. Regarding the issue of labor, it is indeed challenging. But since the rice has already been sown, we could cultivate drought-resistant crops, such as sweet potatoes and corn in the dry fields. This would not only address the feed problem, but also mitigate concerns about reduced yields. Moreover, the manure from pig farming, when processed through the cesspool, would more readily provide nutrients, thereby enhancing harvests. The water hyacinths proliferating in the rice paddies and waterways could serve as ample food for the pigs. As for the members' apprehension regarding success or failure, I will take care of that. I will arrange for an expert in pig farming from the machinery factory to come and provide guidance. Lin Ziyuan had already devised this plan. Yuan Chenggang had connections with the Animal Husbandry Bureau, and bringing in someone to assist in pig farming would not only enhance political achievements, but also increase income. A win-win scenario. Brother, all you need to tell the members is that someone is willing to donate 500 piglets to the village, along with feed. We simply need to construct a facility to raise these pigs, and after a year, we would only need to return 60 to them. The rest would be ours. Furthermore, there will be individuals to teach us how to produce feed and raise pigs. I firmly believe the comrades will agree to this. This arrangement would benefit both parties. The village would increase its production, while the machinery factory would promote electrical appliances and various machinery. Should this endeavor prove successful, the biogas generators produced by the factory would sweep across the nation, and their political achievements would blossom with countless accolades. Lin Ziyuan requested Yang Qi to convene a meeting with all the villagers at a suitable time to discuss this matter and seek their opinions. He urged Yang Qi to remain unburdened by psychological pressure. If they did not succeed, they could simply wait for a more opportune moment to reintroduce the idea. That evening, he articulated numerous advantages of pig farming and constructing biogas pits, while also addressing some risks. Yet he understood that in the face of substantial potential rewards, these risks were relatively insignificant, merely involving some bricks, tiles, and labor. Yang Qi pondered for a moment before agreeing to hold a meeting the following evening for everyone to deliberate together. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan intended to attend a gathering of the educated youth, opting not to participate in the meeting. Although his household registration was now in the village and he was fully recognized as a member, he preferred to assist behind the scenes. The significant matters should ultimately be handled by Yang Qi, while he would merely provide strategies and counsel. Although young, Yang Qi has spent half his life working alongside his father in agriculture. In recent years, he led the cooperative members in cultivating tea on the mountains, which has provided some additional income for them. Particularly during the summer of the year before last, a typhoon brought an overwhelming amount of rainfall, causing the river levels to rise by over 5 meters. Yang Qi, accompanied by village officials, rallied the community, going door to door to evacuate residents, saving many lives in the process. Consequently, the villagers held him in high esteem, and following the death of the former team leader, they elected him as the new captain. Had it not been for this incident, the leadership might have fallen to Zhang Guozhi. During the interim after the former captain's passing and before a new leader was chosen, Zhang Guozhi had temporarily assumed the role. But if Yang Qi had not emerged unexpectedly, life in Baishu might not have been as favorable. However, during Zhang Guozhi's tenure, the members were not particularly pleased, while the 10 or so families from the Zhang clan were quite content. The remaining 30 to 40 households felt that his actions were unfair. After Yang Qi took over as captain, he dismissed Zhang and his brother, who had been handling finances. With the success of his previous actions, the members generally supported Yang Qi's suggestions, allowing Lin Ziyuan to attend the youth gathering with peace of mind. Soon, the day of the gathering arrived. Upon arriving at the youth station, Lin Ziyuan unexpectedly learned that Wen Hongyu would not be attending. Chapter 20. Are you prepared? Wen Hongyu and Lin Ziyuan were classmates, having shared the same class since elementary school. Although their interactions were limited in high school due to the differences between boys and girls, fate brought them together again in Baishigu. In truth, had it not been for Li Yunshu, Lin Ziyuan might have fallen in love with Wen Hongyu. After all, in such an environment, sharing hardships could easily kindle romantic feelings. Fortunately, Li Yunshu with her boldness and passion, decisively pursued Lin Ziyuan, leading to their marriage and family. Thus, happiness is indeed in one's own hands. Missing an opportunity means losing it for a lifetime. Claims of rekindling past romances are mere illusions. Lin Ziyuan, have you seen Wen Ziyuan in recent days? Inquired one of the male youths, named Chun Jianbing, who harbored affections for Wen Hongyu. Understanding that Lin Ziyuan was closer to Wen Hongyu than most due to their schoolmate relationship, he hoped to glean some information about her. To his surprise, Lin Ziyuan shook his head. He genuinely had no idea, as he had been occupied with earning a living. His days were consumed with work, and he spent his nights writing, sleeping later than a dog and rising earlier than a rooster, leaving him with little time for anything else. It was not that he was indifferent. Having married, he felt it inappropriate to concern himself with another married woman. Indeed, when Hongyu had wed 3 years prior, during the 5th year of her time in Baishigu, marrying the son of her landlord. However, the Zhang family had only invited their relatives to the wedding, neglecting to include the youth. In Tinghang County, where Hakka people predominantly reside, familial ties are particularly strong, akin to those in eastern Guangdong. The Zhang family did not extend an invitation to him, and they found it quite unremarkable, as it was a matter of their own household. After her marriage, when Hongyu seldom appeared before the educated youth. To be precise, in the 2nd year after arriving at Baishigu, her health deteriorated, limiting her participation in communal activities. The Zhang family's circumstances were relatively favorable, and the absence of one worker did not significantly impact them. Occasionally, she would bask in the sun at her doorstep, greeting passing youths warmly in return. However, in recent years, when Hongyu's appearances before the group had diminished, with her attendance at gatherings becoming sporadic. In the past few days, they had attempted to visit the Zhang family to inform Wen Hongyu several times, yet her presence remained elusive, leading to a sense of unease among them. Perhaps her health is the reason for her absence, Lin Ziyuan conjectured. He was genuinely unaware of the situation. In his previous life, after returning to Xiamen, he had lost all contact with Wen Hongyu and had never inquired about her well-being, rendering him hesitant to speculate. Tomorrow, let us send a few youths to visit her, Chun Jianbing suggested, feeling apprehensive about going alone, aware of his fondness for Wen Hongyu, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings. A consensus emerged among the group, as it was already 5 in the evening, making a visit to someone else's home less appropriate. Thus, they resolved to wait until the following day. It would be best to select 5 individuals, ensuring a mix of genders, to visit the Zhang family and check on the ailing one. They agreed. The decision was set for the next day. Lin Ziyuan did not dwell on the matter, as the Zhang family situation was relatively stable, while not affluent. It was certainly better than that of many other households, and when Hongyu had willingly married into the Zhang family, suggesting that there was likely no grave issue at hand. Once all preparations were complete, the gathering commenced. In an era marked by scarcity, enthusiasm was abundant. Even after 7 years in this mountainous village, the group of educated youth remained filled with aspirations for life. It was uncertain who had produced the rice wine. This was the homemade, glutinous rice wine cherished by the Hakka. The rice typically consumed was of the japonica variety, while the softer, stickier variety was known as glutinous rice. Due to limited consumption, its cultivation was minimal, with most of it dedicated to brewing rice wine. In contrast to the north, particularly in mountainous regions like the Tinghang line, being able to enjoy rice wine was a rare delight. During the long march, this area served as a starting point, and the rice wine was favored by the soldiers. Lin Ziyuan contributed candies and peanuts purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative, while others brought forth their cherished snacks. And those without treats had prepared pickled radishes and other small dishes in the days prior. In the courtyard of the educated youth's residence, over 40 individuals gathered to drink, chat, and share heartfelt conversations, each expressing their wishes and aspirations for life. Time has flown by. In the blink of an eye, we have spent 8 years in Baishigu. Despite feeling as though time has passed slowly, we have indeed been here for 8 years, laboring and learning about agriculture alongside our fellow members each day. I have come to regard this place as my second home. As a group of us shared our reflections, Lin Ziyuan suddenly posed a question. Comrades, if one day you have the opportunity to return to the city, In what capacity would you wish to return? The moment he spoke, everyone appeared somewhat bewildered. What did he mean by in what capacity? As a sent-down youth, you have already married and had children here, leaving no chance to return to the city. Is there still hope for us? Are we not destined to root ourselves here for a lifetime? Indeed. Lin Ziyuan, do you possess some knowledge we are unaware of? I noticed you have been returning from the county in a jeep lately. Do you have news? The youth inquired with urgency, yet Lin Ziyuan would not reveal anything. Though in 2 years, news of returning to the city would eventually surface. During his recent trip to the city, he observed certain changes. It was no longer just workers needed for revolutionary construction, but also specialized talents. He recounted his experiences at the cotton spinning factory, mentioning machinery repairs only in passing, casually noting that he happened to know where the issues lay. Hence, I pondered that if the nation continues to develop, various talents will become increasingly scarce. Here, we have merely farmed and survived, perhaps fallen behind. Someone asked, Lin Ziyuan, I understand your point. These past few years, our lives have been incredibly challenging, with no hope of returning to the city. The books we brought have already rotted away. We desire change, but where is the path? Indeed, the most we can read now are newspapers, and they're not even the latest editions. The group began to discuss, and after a while, Lin Ziyuan spoke again. If given the chance, would you all be willing to return to the city as university students? University students? How is that possible? The college entrance examination has been suspended for several years. Now, attending university relies on recommendations, and only those with connections can enroll, while the rest are left in the village to undergo re-education by the poor and lower-middle peasants. The current system is certainly unreasonable. After 8 years, I believe the authorities will eventually recognize this. The situation at the cotton spinning factory demonstrates that specialized talents are increasingly in short supply. What if the nation suddenly reinstates the college entrance examination to select outstanding individuals? Are we prepared? Lin Ziyuan's words plunged everyone into deep contemplation. Where would they find the preparation? They were utterly unprepared. Yet his subsequent remarks offered them a glimmer of hope. Chapter 21. The youth need to revise comrades. If, and I emphasize if, I could procure a set of textbooks on mathematics, physics, and chemistry, would you be willing to study together? Would you be willing to return to the city as university students and become the talents our nation requires? This audacious idea ignited a stir among them. It is important to note that while studying mathematics, physics, and chemistry or liberal arts knowledge has not been outright prohibited, there has been no one to report it. However, if someone with ill intent were to lodge a complaint, the situation could become troublesome. Certainly, I would be delighted. Each evening, after a day's labor, idling at home seems rather unproductive. If such time could be devoted to learning, at the very least, I would not be left behind by my peers. Should there be textbooks available to assist us, self-study would pose no significant challenge. However, what about those comrades who do not reside at the commune? Stealthily studying at the commune may evade detection. Yet what of those youths living with landlords? It is impractical for them to visit the commune daily. Infrequent appearances would inevitably arouse suspicion, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. After all, one can only deceive for so long. It is knowledge we seek. And such furtive methods merely address symptoms rather than root causes, hindering our progress. Lin Ziyuan remarked, What then shall we do? In pursuit of the aspiration Lin Ziyuan spoke of, returning in glory as university graduates, the youths of Baishigu were quite motivated. I have a notion. Lin Ziyuan did not elaborate immediately. Comrades, as long as we can review, we all agree, someone echoed. Then I shall speak. Since it is a review, why not include the villagers? Anyone from the village willing to join us at the commune for revision should be welcomed, thus leaving no grounds for the villagers to criticize us. This was Lin Ziyuan's plan, rather than engage in clandestine activities. It was far better to be forthright and gather those who might participate in the college entrance examination for collective study. Lin Ziyuan understood that the college entrance examination, reinstated in 1977, did not impose restrictions on who could take part. Whether they were youths, workers, or farmers, anyone could apply. The goal was to achieve commendable scores and secure admission into desired institutions. Additionally, Baishiga had numerous high school students like Li Yinshu, after the cessation of the examination that year, had ceased attending school, leaving their knowledge stunted at a first or second year level. After 2 years of laboring in production, they were on the verge of forgetting even their middle school education. If these individuals could be invited to join the review, the villagers' concerns would diminish significantly. This is not to presume ill intentions on the part of the villagers, as such issues are indeed prevalent in many rural areas. Otherwise, conflicts arising from neighborly construction disputes would not occur in later generations. Moreover, due to the influence of clan consciousness, should one family produce a university student but lack the means to support their education, the entire clan would strive to contribute financially and materially to resolve the family's dilemma. The emergence of even a single university student could potentially elevate the entire clan. No one could impede the progress of a family. The consensus among the group was that this approach was viable. However, Lin Ziyuan, we lack review materials and guidance. Lin Ziyuan smiled gently. As for the review materials and textbooks, I have a plan. Within 10 days at the latest, I shall procure a complete set of books. However, there will only be one set, so everyone will need to share or transcribe them. In truth, transcribing would not be problematic. It could enhance the retention of knowledge. As for the teachers, it is indeed impossible to resolve the situation in a short span of time. At least another 6 months are required. During this period, the senior comrades will assist the juniors in their studies, simultaneously reinforcing their own knowledge. If the comrades place their trust in me, I shall also offer guidance when time permits. Lin Ziyuan originally came to Baishigu with the top score from Shaman No. 1 High School. Had it not been for unforeseen family circumstances, he would have already graduated from a prestigious university in the capital, such as Jingxin University or Shuimu University. His remarkable appearance and outstanding academic performance were the reasons why Li Yunshu pursued him, ultimately leading to their union as husband and wife. He stood out as the highest achiever among the educated youth here, and his assistance would indeed be invaluable. In his previous life, Lin Ziyuan was also an academician who led numerous research projects with dozens of students, so the role of a teacher is one he would not shy away from. Lin, are you preparing everyone for the college entrance examination? Is there news from your father? Someone inquired. Many were already aware that Lin Ziyuan's father was a teacher in the physics department at Shaman University. After all, he held the esteemed position of deputy director of the department, which was considered a high-ranking role at that time. Some speculated that this was a sign of his father's reinstatement, naturally leading to the sharing of such information. Lin Ziyuan shook his head and sighed, prompting the others to refrain from further questions. Come, today is a day for gathering. Let us sing and drink. The night in Baishigu was alive with the sounds of frogs and flowing water, accompanied by the melodies of guitars and voices echoing through the village. Lin Ziyuan abstained from alcohol, for he had tasks to complete that evening. The Hakka rice wine was smooth and sweet but potent, and he feared he might not awaken in the morning. Upon returning home, he found that Li Yunshu and Duo had already retired for the night. In the darkness, he ignited the oil lamp on the table in the west room and commenced his translation work. From 9 in the evening until 11, he toiled diligently until fatigue overcame him, prompting his return to the east room for rest. The following day, Lin Ziyuan arrived at the sun-drying area with a hoe, prepared for work. The rice and the paddies had already been planted. The forthcoming days required only sufficient water and fertilizer for the rice to thrive, with regular weeding being essential. The remaining time would be devoted to tending to the dry land. Although termed dry land, it was not entirely arid. Water could not be diverted to these fields, necessitating the carrying of water for irrigation. Most of these fields were situated on hillside slopes and in Heisen province. Where hills comprised 80% of the terrain, there were few paddies suitable for rice cultivation, particularly in the inland area of Longshire City. Without the cultivation of dry land, the members could not sustain themselves. Such land was typically used for growing sweet potatoes, peanuts, and taro, aside from retaining a portion for personal consumption. Most would be sold for some income. When Lin Ziyuan arrived at the sun-drying area with the main group, the record keeper had just finished documenting the work hours and was about to set off when he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw his cousin Yang Qi. Ziyuan, come with me to the brigade office. Lin Ziyuan understood that this was a follow-up from the meeting held by the village leaders yesterday. He promptly instructed Duoer to ensure that their mother remained calm, and then turned ahead toward the brigade office. Chapter 22. Descent. The brigade office was situated adjacent to the sun-drying yard, not far from the road. On their way, Yang Qi briefly conveyed the situation to Lin Ziyuan. Before they reached the brigade office, Lin Ziyuan overheard a voice of opposition from outside. "I absolutely disagree. It was the deputy captain, Zheng Guoji. Do you have enough feed for 500 pigs? People are barely fed, so where will the sustenance for the pigs come from? Bricks and tiles don't come free, do they? Labor is not without cost either. It sounds good in theory, but what if we fail? Who will bear the financial burden? Will it be you or that scholar Lin? He asked from the city. When the time comes, he will walk away, leaving us to pick up the pieces. You all can pursue your ideas, but I will not participate." With a dark expression, Yang Qi pushed open the door and entered, instantly silencing the room. Lin Ziyuan followed inside, discovering around 10 individuals already seated. In addition to Zheng Guoji, there were 5 group leaders and deputy leaders, as well as the financial officer. The modest brigade office was filled to capacity. Noticing Lin Ziyuan's entrance, Zheng Guoji grunted dismissively and ceased his clamor. Yang Qi gestured for Lin Ziyuan to take a seat on a nearby stool before retrieving Lin Ziyuan's proposal. "Yesterday, several of us village officials convened and discussed this plan put forth by Lin the educated youth. Everyone has returned to share it with their group members. And now the first, second, and third groups have expressed their agreement. Only the fourth group stands opposed." Upon finishing, Yang Qi glanced at Zheng Guoji, who retorted, "Indeed, I disagree. This venture is destined to be a financial loss. How many pigs can you sustain out of 500? When losses occur, who will be accountable?" Yang Qi chose not to respond to his remarks, but instead turned to Liang Ping. "Accountant Liang, you and Teacher Gua calculated the expenses for constructing the pig pen yesterday, correct?" Liang Ping, the village accountant, nodded, while Gua Shengli, the primary school teacher, had collaborated with him on the estimates. Liang Ping promptly donned his reading glasses and addressed his notebook. "Teacher Gua and I roughly calculated that to raise 500 pigs, we would require approximately 1,000 square feet for the pig pen. We can source mud walls and wood from the village without significant expenditure. The tiles cost about 2 yuan per square, totaling around 2,000 yuan. The brick and cement for the trough will require approximately 500 yuan, plus some nails and ropes for the wooden doors. Altogether, constructing the pig pen would cost about 3,000 yuan. With 190 individuals in our production team, that averages out to about 15 yuan and 78 cents per person. This does not include labor costs, which would add roughly another 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows. This meant that, when calculated accurately, each individual would need to contribute approximately 20 yuan, even accounting for those without labor capacity, such as the elderly and children. Families with more members would need to contribute even more. Some households would find themselves needing to invest over 100 yuan, which could equate to half a year's income for them. The discussion reignited among the group. Yang Qi then inquired of Liang Ping, "Accountant Liang, how much money remains in our village account?" "At present, there remains a sum of 1,484 yuan and 42 cents. A portion of this amount originates from the sale of tea leaves, which has yet to be distributed among the cooperative members, leaving only about 1,000 yuan at our disposal." Upon hearing Liang Ping's words, Lin Ziyuan comprehended Yang Qi's intention. He aimed to convey to Yang Qi that the village is facing difficulties, as there is still a shortfall of 2,000 yuan from the required 3,000. This 2,000 yuan is no trifling matter. The village cannot possibly procure it at the moment, rendering all efforts futile. Noticing the village officials wavering in their resolve, Lin Ziyuan promptly addressed them. "Comrades, if we wish to make a report, it undoubtedly requires initial investment. Only through the planting in spring can we anticipate a harvest in autumn. I would like to inquire whether we can sustain 500 pigs by utilizing the idle time of our cooperative members to gather grass, harvest water hyacinths and duckweed, and procure the discarded sweet potato vines from the neighboring production team. The sweet potato vines are quite inexpensive, costing merely a dime per day, which would suffice to nourish many pigs. If we grit our teeth and manage to raise these 500 pigs until they are ready for market, selling them to the county's meat processing plant at 6 dimes per pound. We anticipate that each pig will reach a weight of 150 pounds in approximately 10 months. With the aid of feed, we could potentially shorten this time frame by at least a month. After accounting for the 50 pigs designated for the machinery factory, even if we have only 400 left, our production team could generate an income of 36,000 yuan. On average, this would allow each individual to receive over 180 yuan by year-end. Would you say, is such an investment worth the risk? Moreover, we can expect professional pig farmers to come to our village to provide guidance, significantly increasing our chances of success in pig farming. A year from now, we could use this capital to acquire more sweet potato vines, or even establish our own feed factory to raise more pigs. The initial investment would be merely 20 to 30 yuan per person. Do you think that is worthwhile? As Lin Ziyuan concluded his remarks, a collective intake of breath echoed among the audience. An income of over 100 yuan per person was akin to an entire family's annual earnings in the past. Due to Yang Qi's trust in Lin Ziyuan, coupled with the previous success in tea cultivation, the cooperative members were generally inclined to accept Yang Qi's proposals, despite the modest returns from tea, which provided a steady income for everyone. Yet, this time, Zhang Guoji inexplicably opposed the initiative at every turn. One might question whether he could truly represent all the members of Group 4. Surprisingly, he indeed could. The entirety of Group 4 shares the surname Zhang, with over 50 individuals looking up to him as their leader. Zhang Guoji mockingly remarked, "Humph, is pig farming really that easy? If it were so profitable, who would still engage in agriculture? We might as well all raise pigs together." Lin Ziyuan chose to ignore him. While pig farming is undoubtedly challenging in this era, mere survival is fraught with difficulties. What then is easy? Often, one does not realize their potential until they make concerted effort. At such a time, the most abundant resource among the common folk is enthusiasm. Once they commit to a cause, they will exert every effort to see it through. He had elucidated the stakes involved. As for the decision, it rested upon the village officials. 3,000 yuan, with a little effort, could still be gathered. As the moment for a show of hands approached, apart from Zhang Guoji and his deputy, everyone else cast their votes in favor. Naturally, Zhang Guoji was unwilling to accept this outcome, standing up in anger. "If you wish to raise the pigs, go ahead. The 4th group will withdraw. From now on, we shall only take responsibility for our own land. You can manage yours on your own." With that, he stormed out, accompanied by another. Silence enveloped the assembly hall. The withdrawal of the 4th group signified a loss of nearly 1,000 yuan, exacerbating the burden on each member. Observing the troubled expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Ziyuan proposed a suggestion of his own. Chapter 23. Agreement on pig farming. Now that the members of the 4th group are not participating in our farming plan, we must address the financial shortfall, began Accountant Liang. The room fell silent. Lin Ziyuan observed the expressions of those gathered, realizing that if he did not speak up soon, the plan might fall through. He stood and declared, "We have 3 options. Firstly, we could abandon this plan as if I had never proposed it." The leader of the 3rd group immediately rose, slamming his hand on the table. "How can we do that? We must raise the pigs. Relying solely on what we grow is far too difficult to sustain our families." "Then let me propose the second option. We could divide all expenses equally among the 3 groups. What do you think?" As soon as Lin Ziyuan finished speaking, someone interjected, "But we would need to come up with over 100 yuan at once. The members may not have that much money on hand." Anticipating such a response, Lin Ziyuan offered a third option. "Finally, we could involve the educated youth. They can help alleviate our burden." At that moment, the leader of the 2nd group spoke up. "Lin, the educated youth who come to Baishir Gorge eat and live in our members' homes. Where would they find that much money? Furthermore, what about the 8 educated youth in the 4th group? We cannot split them into 2 factions." This reasoning was sound. There were 8 educated youth in the 4th group, and if the others participated without including them, it would undermine unity. The educated youth from the 4th group could continue working alongside the members as usual. After their labor, they could assist at the pig pen. If any educated youth wished to leave the 4th group and join others, we could offer some compensation to the 4th group. Would that be acceptable? Yang Qi, seated on a bench, pondered for a moment and asked As long as they remain in Baishur Gorge, they are our educated youth. And there is no question of separation. If they cannot continue working in the fourth group, they should help with labor in Baishur Gorge. It is the fourth group that has withdrawn, not us who have excluded them. This is clear. The fourth group's lack of active participation in collective efforts is their own choice. We have every right to state our position. As for the financial issue regarding the educated youth, how do you propose we resolve that? At this point, all eyes turned to Lin Ziyuan. When he spoke, he astonished everyone. If the educated youth have no money, I will cover their share. Yang Qi broke into a cold sweat. Ziyuan, that's 1,000 yuan. Where you find such funds? We must not make promises we cannot keep. He was aware that Lin Ziyuan currently had a job, but based on his salary, he earned merely 20-odd yuan a month. To amass 1,000 yuan, it would take at least 4 years. Was he not planning to live? After all, he had just received his marriage certificate. Lin Ziyuan cast a reassuring glance at Yang Qi and stated, I am not jesting. I will handle the finances for the educated youth. However, the fund will take about a month to arrive. Liang Ping immediately responded, a month is perfectly acceptable. We will commence construction on the pig farm, and the actual expenses will arise after a month. The group then deliberated on several details, and finally, Lin Ziyuan posed the last critical question. With the production matters settled, it was time to discuss the distribution of profits, a topic of great concern for everyone. After the investment, how would the profits be shared? Yang Qi promptly inquired, stop keeping us in suspense. Since you proposed the pig farming plan, you must have thoughts on the distribution. Please share them with us. Indeed, Lin, do enlighten us. We are all ears, others chimed in. Lin Ziyuan cleared his throat and began. Here is my proposal. We shall conduct a profit distribution at the end of each year. This necessitates meticulous bookkeeping, which must be publicly displayed in the village bulletin board to ensure that the members do not perceive any discrepancies. This is paramount. Furthermore, we will appoint a manager for the pig farm, who will oversee its operations and coordinate with higher authorities and various factories. Additionally, we will require essential management personnel for the pig farm. As we all know, pig farming is notoriously dirty and odorous. Thus, we must discuss how labor points will be calculated. Thirdly, after generating profits, we will deduct daily expenses and divide the remaining funds into 3 parts. The first portion will be the dividends for all participating members and educated youth. Anyone who has invested money will be entitled to a share. The second part will be distributed based on labor points. We will determine the value of each labor point accordingly. The third portion will constitute our development fund. Someone asked, what is a development fund? Lin Ziyuan promptly clarified, it is the money set aside for the village's development. This includes repairing pigsties, building bridges and roads, expanding the pig farm, and covering university expenses for children, among other things. I will elaborate on this shortly. As for the distribution ratio, we need to discuss it collectively. My suggestion is that member shares comprise 40%, labor point dividends account for 30%, and the remaining 30% will serve as the development fund. If adjustments are necessary, they can be proposed before the annual profit distribution. If we later establish chicken farms, feed mills, cattle farms, and brick factories, we can operate under this model as well. What do you all think? After hearing Lin Ziyuan's words, the village leaders were taken aback. Could their village truly establish so many factories? Could this educated youth from the city genuinely lead them toward such a prosperous future? I see no issues. I endorse this distribution plan. I concur. So do I. With a unified stance on the matter, the remaining tasks became significantly simpler. They decided to appoint Xiao Laosi, the most experienced pig farmer in the village, as the manager of the pig farm. It was said that at one point, he had successfully raised as many as 30 pigs. However, whether it is raising 1 pig or 100 or 500, the methods remain fundamentally the same. As long as the personnel are adequately allocated, with individuals available to assist and professionals as mentioned by Lin Ziyuan to offer guidance, there should be no issue with this endeavor. They unanimously agreed to appoint Lin Ziyuan as the deputy factory director, as it was he who proposed this plan. He possesses the necessary knowledge, and only with this title and the associated recognition will he be motivated to engage more fervently in the operations of the pig farm, thereby generating greater benefits. Subsequently, a group of individuals convened to discuss potential locations for the pig farm, ultimately selecting the site at Nyojiao, located to the north of the village. This location is approximately 400 meters from the village, providing ample distance and sufficient space for the construction of pigsties. Most importantly, it is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, ensuring that any unpleasant odors from pig farming will not disrupt the villagers' daily lives, and the water source is conveniently accessible. Additionally, there exists a pre-existing path leading directly to the site, bypassing the village entirely. Thus, the decision to proceed with the pig farming venture was solidified. Lin Xiaozai, what do you mean by the cost of sending children to university? Chapter 24. Preparing to visit the Zheng family. Initially, I intended to wait a few days before announcing this matter, but since the discussion has progressed to this point, I shall share it with everyone. Yesterday, during our meeting of educated youth, we deliberated and decided to commence a review of our high school knowledge. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The college entrance examination had been suspended for several years, and once they completed secondary school, they were effectively graduated. Secondary education lasts merely 3 years, and the curriculum does not encompass scientific knowledge. Therefore, Lin Ziyuan's sudden suggestion to review subjects such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, history, and geography seemed perplexing. With the college entrance examination no longer in place, what purpose would this review serve? Furthermore, what relevance does the educated youth review have to our village? Lin Ziyuan promptly elucidated. Although the college entrance examination has been suspended, it is apparent that the fervor surrounding the movement has diminished. Could the government potentially reinstate the examination? If the children of our members were to participate, what advantages would they hold? He reiterated to the village leaders the points he had discussed with the educated youth, and they quickly grasped the implications of the situation. Upon learning that the educated youth were willing to assist the village's younger generation in their studies, the village leaders' ambition to strengthen their families and bring honor to their ancestors was ignited. The village leaders expressed their support, declaring that anyone who obstructed their families from producing top scholars will be deemed an adversary of the entire village. As the meeting drew to a close, Yang Qi stated that he would, in principle, support the review as long as it did not interfere with normal production. Concerning the pig farming initiative, although all details have been finalized today, it was still necessary to report to the director and secretary of the commune. However, this matter would not impose any burden on the commune. The collective industry would enhance the collective income of the members, and it is likely that the commune would harbor no objections. In all endeavors, the essence lies in experimentation. How could one ascertain the viability of this path without attempting it? Exiting the brigade office, Lin Ziyuan exhaled deeply. His plan for prosperity was finally set in motion, and despite some minor unpleasant interludes, the overall trajectory remained unaffected. As Lin Ziyuan arrived at the peanut field, a flurry of activity enveloped the area. He spotted Li Yinshu, who was diligently weeding, while Duo frolicked nearby with a group of children chasing butterflies in the grass. Upon noticing Lin Ziyuan's approach, Li Yinshu wiped the sweat from her brow. He offered her his water bottle, watching as she quenched her thirst before placing it back in the nearby pile of grass. What does your elder brother want you to do at the brigade office? Li Yinshu inquired softly. They discussed the establishment of a pig farm. The brigade has decided to proceed with it, Lin Ziyuan replied. Li Yinshu's face registered surprise. She was aware of Lin Ziyuan's plan, but had not anticipated that Yang Qi would take it seriously enough to gain approval from the brigade office. Moreover, regarding the review study group, the village has agreed. You will also be able to participate with the educated youth. At these words, Li Yinshu leaped with excitement. Really? Compared to the prospect of earning money through pig farming, she cherished the opportunity to return to school, aspire to enter university, and become a student once more. If this were to materialize, her studies would no longer need to be clandestine. She could read openly. Lin Ziyuan nodded. Once I retrieve the teaching materials, you can study at the educated youth point from 8 to 10 in the evening. Aren't you going? She asked. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Besides, your husband is the top student of Shaman number 1 high school. Studying is child's play for me. However, I will join when I can to help guide you all. In time, I will find a teacher to enhance our learning efficiency. Li Yinshu felt puzzled at this. There were only a few teachers in the village, and they primarily taught elementary subjects. High school courses were not so easily managed. Lin Ziyuan refrained from elaborating, having contemplated this matter for quite some time. Until everything was finalized, he could not raise false hopes. What about Duo? You need to work, and I need to study. There won't be time to care for her, she expressed with concern. Lin Ziyuan promptly responded, when you go to review, Duo can stay at home with me. I will put her to bed before heading to work. Li Yinshu immediately objected. That won't do. How about this? When I go to the educated youth point, I will take her to my cousin's house to play with Peng Zhong and pick her up on the way back. It's convenient. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan thought it was a reasonable plan and added, if I finish my work early, I can go and bring her back to sleep. However, in the following days, he anticipated challenges in attending to work as he needed to catch up. To earn the 1,000 yuan swiftly, Lin Ziyuan would have to maximize his daytime translation efforts, as working late into the night was time-consuming and laborious. It's a pity to lose those 10 work points, but work is paramount, Li Yinshu acknowledged with understanding. Lin Ziyuan chuckled. Indeed, I work not merely to earn points, but to share the burden with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't care much for those few points. Li Yinshu recognized the truth in his words. Earning merely 23 yuan a month meant that daily labor would hardly yield that amount. It's all right. As long as I am with you, I am willing to endure any hardship. The couple continued their work in the fields, sharing laughter and camaraderie. As noon approached, the proximity of the village and the relentless sun prompted many of the nearby villagers to prefer returning home for a brief hour of respite. Those residing a bit farther brought their own lunches, consuming them al fresco in the fields before seeking a shaded spot to recline and await the afternoon work bell. Lin Ziyuan, having arranged a visit when Hongyu with the educated youth, chose not to return home. Instead, he hastily ate a couple of sweet potatoes in the fields before making his way to the venerable camphor tree at the village's edge. The ancient camphor tree, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, now towered at least 20 meters high. Beneath its boughs flowed a stream, the daily source of water for the villagers. Lin Ziyuan typically came in the evenings to fetch water, as his family possessed a large vat capable of sustaining them for 2 days. During the day, this area served as a communal laundry space for the women, where the rhythmic thumping of washboards echoed. Any news or gossip circulated rapidly from here, establishing it as the village's information hub. To the south of the stream lay a small river lined with 7 or 8 persimmon trees, leading the villagers to affectionately refer to the laundry area as either beneath the persimmon trees or by the camphor tree's head. Upon arriving at the camphor tree, several educated youths were already gathered. Lin Ziyuan, hurry up. We've been waiting for you, they called out. Shouldn't we bring something for the journey? It might seem impolite to visit one without a gift. Lin Ziyuan pondered for a moment before responding. Wait for me a moment. I'll return home and be back shortly. Chapter 25. An incident involving when Hongyu upon his return to the camphor tree. Lin Ziyuan carried half a pound of brown sugar. At this time, brown sugar was a prized commodity, often reserved for moments of need. One would typically indulge in a modest cup, savoring it slowly. To consume it all at once would surely invite reproach for being extravagant and wasteful. Thus, bringing brown sugar to visit when Hongyu was indeed a gesture of considerable esteem. Leading the 5, Lin Ziyuan traversed nearly 10 minutes before arriving at the doorstep of the Zheng family. It was referred to as the Zheng family because the members of the 4th group resided in a communal earth building. This was a substantial earthen structure, not the circular ones depicted on television. The rural areas of Tinghang County boasted various styles of earth buildings, but this particular one was square and 2 stories high. The first floor housed the dining area, kitchen, washrooms, and other communal spaces, while the second was designated for storing grains, sleeping, and safeguarding valuable possessions. Typically, these buildings featured a grand main entrance with double wooden doors and a side entrance with a single door. Each household was further divided into several courtyards, complete with a central courtyard and a large well. The Zheng family seldom ventured to the camphor tree for laundry, as their own well sufficed for the daily needs of dozens. For Lin Ziyuan, this was a cherished dream. In a mountain village devoid of running water, not having to fetch water from afar was a true blessing. He indeed contemplated the idea of digging a well right at his doorstep. However, his understanding of hydrology and geography made it evident that there was no subterranean water in that location. Even if water were to be found, the depth required for extraction would render it inconvenient, and even with a pump, it would prove laborious and inefficient. Digressing, Lin Ziyuan arrived at the front gate of the Zheng family, and just as he was about to knock, he spotted Zheng Guoji emerging from within. Upon seeing 5 young intellectuals lingering at his doorstep, appearing somewhat furtive, an instinctive wariness arose within him. The moment he recognized Lin Ziyuan as their leader, an unnamed ire ignited in his heart. He positioned himself before the group and coldly inquired, "What brings you to my residence?" One of the young intellectuals, feeling particularly anxious, stepped forward and politely addressed Zheng Guoji. "Captain Zheng, the situation is as follows. During our gathering yesterday, we noticed that when Ziyuan was absent, aware of her health issues, we intended to visit her this afternoon. Logically, as the elder in the household, one would expect him to welcome visitors concerned about a sick family member, inviting them inside for a warm cup of tea. Yet, Zheng Guoji's response left all the young intellectuals perplexed. Hong Yu has returned to her family home. She is not here. You may leave." Lin Lihua, one of the young intellectuals, sensed the underlying implications. "Captain Zheng, that cannot be right. When a female intellectual departs from our production team in Baishigu, she typically informs me, so we can arrange for a male counterpart to accompany her, ensuring her safety. Despite her marriage to Comrade Zheng Baogang, she always notifies us beforehand, even for trips to the county. How is it that this time she returned to her family in Guangdong province without informing us?" Lin Lihua's words immediately heightened the vigilance of all the male intellectuals. Generally, young intellectuals seldom left their assigned areas. Any long-distance travel required prior notification to team members, along with an official letter from the brigade office. A female intellectual returning home would not leave without saying a word to her fellow companions. It defied both reason and propriety. However, Zheng Guoji retorted with a cold laugh. "I am the deputy captain of the brigade. Must I report to you? Is your consent necessary for me to act?" His words bordered on the unreasonable, as his role primarily entailed managing the work points and attendance of the members, while the oversight of young intellectuals was under Yang Qi's jurisdiction. Even as a senior relative of Zheng Baogang, he held no authority over the movements of the young intellectuals. The young intellectuals grew increasingly displeased. They were not easily deceived, especially Lin Ziyuan, who shared a class with Wen Hongyu. Though he had previously refrained from close contact to avoid suspicion, they were, after all, old acquaintances. He promptly stated, "Since Captain Zheng asserts that when Ziyuan has returned to Guangdong province, let us inquire at the brigade office to see if a letter was issued for her journey back. That would clarify the matter." With that, he grasped a half-kilogram of brown sugar and prepared to depart with his companions. Witnessing Lin Ziyuan's intent to escalate the situation, the surrounding members of the commune began to gather. He quickly intercepted the 5 who were about to leave. "In truth, Hong Yu's health has been deteriorating. Just a few days ago, I arranged for her to be taken to a hospital in the city for an examination. Such talk is just a fade." A male youth inquired, "Why did you say she returned to Guangdong then?" "I only said she went back to her family to spare you from worry," he replied. "Due to the urgency of the situation, I have yet to prepare the introduction letter." Observing Zheng Guoji's face wrinkled like a withered chrysanthemum, Lin Ziyuan felt an inexplicable wave of nausea. This man spoke not a single truth, yet this was the Zheng family estate, and they could not simply barge in. Thus, the matter had to be set aside for now. With 2 contradictory statements in quick succession, anyone with discernment could see that Zheng Guoji was lying, albeit without any evidence. After this commotion, time swiftly approached the hour for work, and Lin Ziyuan suggested that the youths return to their respective groups to begin their tasks, while also notifying everyone to gather at the youth point that evening for a meeting. Upon returning home that evening, Lin Ziyuan selected some bitter herbs picked by Duo, cleaned them, boiled a pot of water, added the herbs, and dropped in 2 eggs, preparing a pot of bitter herb egg drop soup. Duo was not fond of this soup, so Lin Ziyuan made her a fried egg instead, paired with sweet potato leaves mixed with minced garlic, and the family enjoyed a delightful meal together. Noticing Li Yinshu heading to wash the dishes, he quickly pulled her back. Yinshu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. It had been a long time since he had spoken so seriously with her, prompting her to set down her utensils and sit on the bench, looking at him intently. What is it that warrants such gravity? Lin Ziyuan recounted the events from the day at the team office in detail. So, the members of the fourth group will not participate in the pig raising plan, and our youth comrades will take part instead? Yes. What does this have to do with me? I have no objections. Lin Ziyuan promptly clarified. Yinshu, you know our situation well. While they could scrape together a few dollars, coming up with over 20 at once poses a challenge. Therefore, I hope to lend them the money, if you don't mind. Chapter 26. The proposal was approved. Upon hearing this, Li Yunshu's expression changed immediately. As a high school student, she could easily calculate that the total would amount to nearly 1,000 yuan. This was no trifling sum, and she was well aware of her family's finances, which barely totaled 300 yuan accumulated over several years. I have no objection to helping the youths, but where will we find such a large sum? Moreover, didn't you say your monthly wage is only 20 or 30 yuan? You want to earn 1,000 in the short term. Hearing that Li Yunshu had no objections, Lin Ziyuan continued to explain, here's the thing. For the time being, I intend to focus all my energy on work. I believe I can earn 1,000 yuan within a month. Once the pig farm is established, I will hold a position akin to a deputy factory manager and will earn work points without needing to toil in the fields. After hearing Lin Ziyuan's explanation, Li Yunshu felt even more perplexed. This is your money. There's no need to consult me. This isn't just my money, it's our money. The funds in question were jointly lent to the young intellectual comrades, with the expectation that they would repay us after selling the pigs at the end of the year. As my wife, your consent is imperative in this matter. Upon hearing these words, Li Yunshu felt a warmth in her heart. In recent days, her husband had transformed remarkably. Not only had he begun to earn money, but he also considered her in all his decisions. How could she possibly object? The money was indeed his to earn, and how it was spent was naturally within his purview. As long as she and their daughter could live peacefully, she would defer to him entirely. Seeing his wife acquiesce, Lin Ziyuan removed the apron from her and donned it himself. He picked up the dishes from the table and proceeded to wash them outside. Once tidied up, he planned to visit the youth commune. When Duer, their daughter, noticed her father preparing to leave, she expressed her desire to accompany him, tugging at Lin Ziyuan's pant leg. Daddy, Duer wants to go out and play too. Li Yunshu understood that Lin Ziyuan had important matters to attend to that evening and would not permit their daughter to tag along. Duer, Daddy has something to do and cannot play with you. Come here, and Mommy will tell you a story. No, I want to go with Daddy to catch frogs. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback. Frogs, creatures that would typically elicit screams from young girls, were something his daughter wished to catch and play with. He felt a strange, indescribable sensation at that moment. In resignation, Lin Ziyuan picked up Duer and said to Li Yunshu, I will take her to Big Brother S place, where she can play with Pingzhong. I will bring her back before 9:30. Li Yunshu nodded in acquiescence, advising him to be careful on the way. As Lin Ziyuan carried Duer towards Yangqi's home, she remarked, Daddy, Duer feels a bit lonely. This statement startled Lin Ziyuan. He quickly inquired, Duer, who taught you the word lonely? Do you know what it means? After a moment of thought, Duer replied, Ernie Agu said that lonely means being home alone without anyone to play with. Ernie was a child from the Leaf family in the village. Lin Ziyuan chuckled softly and stroked Duer's head. Ernie has a younger brother and a sister, so he's not lonely, right? Yes. Then would Duer like Mommy to have another brother or sister for you? Duer, resting her head on her father's shoulder, pondered seriously as if making a significant decision, and then declared, I want Mommy to help me have a puppy. Lin Ziyuan laughed, but acknowledged that as Duer grew, it would indeed be beneficial for them to have another child. In those times, a larger family often equated to greater happiness. Nonetheless, he believed that 2 or at most 3 children would suffice. One must not follow the example of other families who bore 7 or 8 children throughout their lives. After leaving Duer at Yangqi's home, Yangqi called Lin Ziyuan over. I visited the commune this morning to report on our work and discuss the pig farming proposal you provided with the leaders. Director Qi and Secretary Liu have, in principle, agreed to our establishment of the pig farm, but there are 2 conditions. What are the conditions? Lin Ziyuan inquired. First, it must not affect our unity. Second, the accounts must be made public. Lin Ziyuan pondered for a moment before speaking. As for the second point, there is no issue. All accounts will be publicly displayed at the brigade office by the end of the year, with Accountant Liang and teacher overseeing the process. So there will certainly be no discrepancies. Regarding the second matter, since the leadership has stated it, it is for our benefit. When the time comes, each household participating in the cooperative pig farming will send a representative to sign the letter of intent. Those who do not sign will be considered as having forfeited their rights, providing us with evidence should any disputes arise later. Yang Qi nodded in agreement, recognizing the feasibility of this approach. After conversing for a while, Lin Ziyuan proceeded directly to the youth station. Having just attended a gathering yesterday, Yang Qi had summoned everyone again today, claiming there was something to discuss. A group of people was puzzled, speculating whether it was related to the matter of Wen Hongyu. After all, those who visited Wen Hongyu's home had returned to their own groups and recounted the events to their peers, leading everyone to feel something was amiss. Though there were a few youths in Group 4, they did not reside in the old Zheng family home, but rather in a small house situated over 100 meters away, which the old Zheng family had specially built for the youths. The environment there was quite acceptable. Upon Lin Ziyuan's arrival, the youths gathered around him. Lin, did you call everyone here regarding Wen? Are we going to rescue him? We should bring him back. Seeing that the conversation was veering off course, Lin Ziyuan clapped his hands to bring silence. We have yet to clarify the situation regarding Wen. We will discuss that shortly. First, let us address another matter. What is it that has you all so anxious? Lin Ziyuan inquired. How you all feel about our life here in Baishigu? We are here to receive re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants, not to indulge in comforts. This is our battlefield, a place where we can shine. Wherever the country needs us, we shall be present. His eloquent words resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. With a smile, Lin Ziyuan pointed to his stomach and asked, Has everyone had enough to eat tonight? No one responded. He understood their unspoken sentiments and did not press them for answers, knowing it sufficed to be aware. He continued, Our production team intends to establish a pig farm, and I wish to inquire if anyone is interested in collaborating. Chapter 27. The Use Reaction Pigs? Collaborate? How we collaborate. The youths have been involved in the village's production and construction efforts over the years, which they considered participation. The idea of building a pig farm, in their minds, meant assisting in bricklaying and roofing. Did Lin Ziyuan have other plans in mind? Lin, please clarify how we can participate. They urged. Lin Ziyuan then outlined the proposal for the pig farm. Upon hearing it, the crowd was taken aback, realizing that Baishigu was gearing up for something substantial. Are you suggesting that we also contribute financially and work alongside the comrades to build the pigsty and raise the pigs, sharing the profits with them? Lin Ziyuan nodded in affirmation. This also adheres to the principle of voluntariness. Those willing to join may simply go to the brigade office to find Accountant Liang to register and pay the fee. At this moment, some of the educated youth appeared troubled, displaying expressions of distress. Comrade Lin, if we could partake in the construction of Baishigu, we would be more than willing. Moreover, since Captain Yang has consented to this, it indicates that this is indeed a lucrative endeavor. However, you are aware of our circumstances. 20 yuan is truly beyond our means. The overwhelming majority of the educated youth were in a similar predicament. Even those who could muster the 20 yuan would find it challenging to produce it all at once, as they too needed to sustain their daily lives, often purchasing essential items from the brigade supply and marketing cooperative. Understanding everyone's difficulties, Lin Ziyuan spoke up. I recognize the hardships you all face, thus I will find a way to address the financial concerns. By the end of the year, when we sell the pigs, you can repay me then. What do you think? This proposal ignited enthusiasm among the educated youth. Yet, they voiced their apprehensions. But Lin, that is a significant amount of money. Where will you procure such a sum? You have a family to support. Engaging in illegal activities is not an option. In the eyes of the educated youth, the quickest way to earn money seemed to be through speculation or selling goods, which could land them in jail. They were reluctant to risk Lin Ziyuan's welfare over shares in the venture. You need not worry. I will not engage in any unlawful activities. My two objectives in assisting you are to allow everyone to participate in the construction of Baishigu as stakeholders and to foster greater integration with the members of the collective, thereby enhancing our quality of life. Lin Ziyuan dared not directly speak of wealth, as poverty still held a degree of honor in that era. After much deliberation, the group finally settled on the details. However, what of Comrade 1? We cannot reach her, which is quite concerning. Should we not venture into the city to inquire? After all, there are only 2 hospitals there. A simple inquiry could reveal her whereabouts. As the crowd exchanged ideas, Lin Ziyuan silently noted their suggestions, analyzing them in his mind. Once everyone had finished speaking, Lin Ziyuan, an elder well-versed in the mysteries of detective stories, remarked, "In fact, I suspect that Zheng Guoji is lying." Lying? Why? Consider this. Initially, when we visited the Zheng residence, he claimed that Comrade had returned to Guangdong province, which we did not believe. Then, when we suggested checking the brigade's records, he immediately changed his story, stating she had gone to the city hospital. Do you think either of these claims holds any truth? If we search, will we truly find her? After hearing Lin Ziyuan's analysis, the crowd began to share his suspicions. Thus, Comrade is either still at the Zheng family home or elsewhere, but certainly not in the city or Guangdong province. One educated youth grasped the crux of the matter. But why? Why would Captain Zheng lie? After all, Comrade is his niece by marriage. Lin Ziyuan replied, "That remains unknown and requires further investigation to ascertain the truth. Let us proceed to the Zheng family's ancestral home, demanding the return of our people." Some of the educated youth, with fiery tempers, were eager to rush out, but were restrained by others in the group. How can we confront the Zheng family without any evidence? Moreover, what if we are mistaken? Would that not unjustly accuse innocent individuals? Observing the expectant gazes of his peers, Lin Ziyuan continued, "At present, no one is privy to the unfolding events. Thus we must approach the members of the 4th group without malice. They too may be unaware of the circumstances. Let us continue our work as usual. I shall seek to clarify the situation regarding Wen Jiqing. Please keep a casual watch on the recent happenings at the Zheng family. Do not be overly concerned and report any information directly to me." After a lengthy discussion, the meeting of the educated youth finally came to a close. That evening, 2 pivotal events transpired, altering the fates of the educated youth. Though they remained oblivious to this fact, Zheng Guoji certainly did not anticipate that someone would begin to set their sights on him. In his mind, merely refraining from provoking others was an act of great kindness. Meanwhile, at Zheng Guoji's residence, an unexpected guest arrived. In the living room of the Zheng family home, a young man in his late 20s sat on a bench, sharing tea with Zheng Guoji. "Uncle, Xiaochuan, why have you come so late? Have you eaten? Shall I ask your aunt to prepare some noodles for you?" The newcomer, named Wu Xiaochuan, was the son of Zheng Guoji's younger sister, thus his nephew. "I was attending to some matters in Hetian town and returned late. I passed by your home and thought I would drop in. I had a couple of rice cakes on the way, so if I'm not hungry, no need to trouble Aunt." A wave of warmth washed over Zheng Guoji as he observed the boy's thoughtful nature. This lad was well-mannered and considerate, always remembering to visit during festive occasions. Yet, a sense of regret lingered over his failure to foster a union between Wu Xiaochuan and Li Yunshu. Otherwise, they would have already been parents. He pondered what made Lin Ziyuan, that city boy, so captivating to Li Yunshu. With a sigh, Zheng Guoji expressed his thoughts aloud. Wu Xiaochuan inquired, "Uncle, do you have any worries?" "I simply lament not being able to unite you with that girl." Li Yunshu, Zheng Guoji replied. Wu Xiaochuan smiled, appearing rather nonchalant. "Once that Lin fellow returns to the city, my opportunity will arise." Now it was Zheng Guoji's turn to be astonished. "What? She is already married, and you still think of her? She has children now. So what? She is only 23. Are there not more beautiful women in our commune? Even the educated youth from the city cannot compare to her. Besides, once that Lin returns to the city as a single mother without a marriage certificate, we could decide her fate. Let's not forget, her family resides in my Zitan village." Upon hearing this, Zheng Guoji seemed to recall something. "I heard that they recently registered their marriage." Wu Xiaochuan paused for a moment, though his expression quickly returned to normal. "Let them marry, uncle. Has our village recently distributed money to the members? I noticed that the Li family has been eating meat daily. The aroma wafts all the way across the courtyard. Zhang Guoji abruptly rose to his feet, gazing intently at Wu Xiaochuan, his eyes sharpening with a predatory glint. Chapter 28. The Winds of Change. When did this happen? Well, do you know? Zhang Guoji's expression resembled that of a lion spotting its prey, instilling a sense of trepidation in Wu Xiaochuan, who had never before witnessed his uncle in such a manner. He swallowed hard and continued. A few days ago, I heard from the villagers that the matriarch of the Li family visited her daughter and son-in-law. On her return, she carried a package of meat, a bag of eggs, and an assortment of sweets. Quite a bounty. You must wonder, out of the blue, how could they suddenly acquire so many items? They didn't even purchase this much during the New Year festivities, and it must have cost at least 20 or 30 yuan. You are aware of the situation at the Lin household. They might have a little money, but surely not enough to afford such a haul. So, I inquired whether your village had recently distributed funds. Zhang Guoji snorted disdainfully. Distributed funds? What funds? Just before the New Year. They divided the money earned from last year's tobacco and tea sales. Each person received around 20 yuan. Do you really think they could spend that all at once? Do they intend to forsake their future? Wu Xiaochuan feigned curiosity. Then where did the Lin family acquire their money? Nowadays, it is not easy to earn a living. Unless they are engaging in speculation. Or perhaps it is from Yang Qi. Uncle, are you suggesting that Lin Ziyuan is resorting to speculation and has managed to make some money? That seems unlikely. Where do you find the audacity? That is not certain. Yang Qi is the captain and can undertake actions without arousing suspicion. Furthermore, with his assistance, Lin Ziyuan's speculative endeavors could easily become plausible. They split the profits, indulged in some delicacies, and honored their mother-in-law. Does that not seem entirely reasonable? My heavens, do they possess such audacity? Zhang Guoji resumed his seat. Where there's profit, boldness breeds wealth. He then commended Wu Xiaochuan. You have handled this matter excellently. If we can leverage this opportunity to unseat Yang Qi from his captaincy, I shall take care of the matter regarding Li Yunshu for you. The two conspired until the early hours of the morning, and Wu Xiaochuan spent the night at Zhang Guoji's home, returning to Zitan village the following day. After returning home the previous night, Lin Ziyuan had been ruminating over his memories of Wen Hongyu. How was it that her health had been so robust prior to her placement in the village, yet faltered during her second year? Why did she marry Zheng Baogang, a man so utterly different from her? Zheng Baogang had not even completed secondary school. The more he pondered, the more suspicious he became. He tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find rest, gazing at the sleeping duoer beside him. A plan began to form in his mind. The next day, the production team decided to assign the youth to work in the fields in the morning, while in the afternoon, they would commence leveling a piece of grassland in Youjiao Ao in preparation for the construction of a pig farm. Lin Zon joined the work crew, and as he was about to leave, he pocketed a handful of white rabbit creamy candies. As May approached, the weather began to grow sultry, and the laborers in the fields preferred to gather beneath the shade of trees during their breaks to cool off. The children were playing by a nearby stream, catching fish and enjoying themselves. At that moment, there were no pesticides and the crystal-clear water barely reached their ankles, rendering the environment completely safe for their frolics. Lin Ziyuan approached his daughter, Duer, who was busy catching fish and frogs, and gently wiped the water droplets from her face. He then retrieved a piece of milk candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and placed it in his daughter's mouth. As she savored the sweetness, her eyes squinted into crescent moons. Nearby, other children, upon noticing Duoer enjoying her candy, paused their fishing activities, staring wide-eyed at her, swallowing hard, nearly on the verge of tears from envy. In their play, the children did not concern themselves with group divisions. As long as they were together, they could entertain themselves with mud for an entire day, including several children from the Zheng family. Lin Ziyuan, smiling, produced candies and distributed them to each child. They were familiar faces. Had it been strangers offering sweets, they might have hesitated, but since Lin Ziyuan was one of their own, they accepted graciously. Observing the joy on their faces, Lin Ziyuan seized the opportunity to ask a child from the Zheng family, "Ain't you? I haven't seen your Aunt Hongyu in a long time. Is she at home?" The child, with candy in his mouth, shook his head vigorously. Disappointment washed over Lin Ziyuan. Could it be that the Zhang family discouraged their children from speaking freely? Just then, a nearby 5 or 6-year-old chimed in. Aunt Hongyu is ill. She is not at home. Not at home. Where has she gone? The child tilted his head, pondered, and then shook it again. I think she went to the hospital. To the hospital? Could it be that Zhang Guoji was not lying? Has Wen Hongyu truly gone to the city hospital for treatment? If so, why would he conceal this? Suddenly, the child spoke again as if a thought had struck him. Ah, I remember. My dad mentioned something about a psychiatric department. I can't quite recall. Dad refers to his father in the village dialect. The Tinghang County People's Hospital Psychiatric Department? Not in the city, but in the county? There is only one hospital in the county, the Tinghang County People's Hospital. But why the psychiatric department? Lin Ziyuan immediately pulled out another candy and handed it to the child, asking, Dunzi, are you sure it's the psychiatric department? Dunzi nodded, and the other children from the Zhang family confirmed it as well. Lin Ziyuan continued to pose several inquiries, and under the allure of the candies, the children spoke freely, even filling in some gaps. However, being children, their knowledge was limited, yet it was sufficient for Lin Ziyuan. He emptied his pockets of candies, distributing them to the children, urging them to continue playing, but to keep today's conversation a secret from their families. Otherwise, they risked losing future treats. The children eagerly nodded in agreement, declaring that whoever divulged the secret would be a little dog. Upon returning to the fields, Lin Ziyuan pondered the earlier conversation. How could Wen Hongyu possibly be receiving treatment at a psychiatric ward? And why was she hospitalized? Was it due to psychological trauma or hereditary issues? The Zhang family had not sent anyone to care for her, merely leaving her in the hands of hospital nurses. This was an exceedingly important clue. Lin Ziyuan contemplated that he would not work in the afternoon, choosing instead to hasten his manuscript at home. With 10 days having passed, he planned to visit Old Su the next day to submit his work and, coincidentally, to pay a visit to Wen Hongyu. After finishing work at noon, Lin Ziyuan shared his plans to travel to the county town with Li Yunshu, mentioning his intention to check on the ailing Wen Hongyu. Uncertain whether her illness was of a psychological nature, he refrained from disclosing further details, simply stating that Wen Hongyu was unwell. Li Yunshu urged Lin Ziyuan to bring some fruits, insisting he should not arrive empty-handed. The following day, as Lin Ziyuan entered the Tinghang County Hospital, he was unaware that the lock on his family's door had been forcefully pried open. Chapter 29. Hongyu in distress. The intruder was none other than Zhang Baogang, the mischievous nephew of Zhang Guoji. He first ventured into the east room, discovering only clothing and bedding, devoid of any valuables. In the west room's storage, he noticed cured meat hanging from the beams, which made his mouth water. This confirmed his uncle's suspicions that this family was indeed engaged in dubious dealings. However, after rummaging for a considerable time, he found nothing of value. Just as he began to doubt his choice of location, he spotted books on a table, filled with foreign characters. This revelation startled Zhang Baogang, who surmised that the individual was clandestinely studying a foreign language, likely colluding with enemy nations and transmitting intelligence, an unmistakable spy. Without hesitation, he dashed out to inform Zhang Guoji, who was directing labor in the fields. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Guoji initially thought it was merely a case of speculation, but was taken aback by the unexpected discovery. He instructed Zhang Baogang to keep the matter quiet while he traveled several kilometers to the commune to call the police. The situation was too grave to discuss with the commune. He opted to alert the authorities directly, fearing that Yang Qi might have undisclosed connections that could suppress the matter. The police received a report at 8 o'clock and arrived at Baishigo by 9:30, surrounding the modest Lin family home with 2 patrol cars and several officers. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan had just stepped through the doors of the People's Hospital. Upon entering the duty room, the nurse quickly inquired, "Comrade, whom are you looking for?" Lin Ziyuan replied, "I am searching for a patient, but I am uncertain of her room number. Her name is Wen Hongyu." The nurse at the desk opened a ledger, glanced briefly, then raised her head to ask, "What is your relation to her?" At that moment, there was little concern for privacy. As long as one could establish a connection to the patient, the hospital would disclose the room number. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan realized he had not erred in his search. He promptly presented his work ID to the nurse, stating, "I am a youth sent to the Baishigu production team and a classmate of Comrade Wen Hongyu. I heard she was ill, hence my visit." The nurse accepted the ID, reviewed its contents, and her demeanor softened slightly. "Comrade Wen Hongyu is on the 3rd floor, the second room on the right after you ascend the stairs." Gratefully, Lin Ziyuan accepted the information and inquired, "May I ask, what ailment does she suffer from?" The nurse pondered for a moment before softly stating, "All I know is that it pertains to mental illness. The specifics remain undetermined by the doctor. She has been here for several days, yet she does not respond to any inquiries, merely staring vacantly out the window. You must be acquainted with her family. It is indeed peculiar that none of her relatives have come to visit or care for her during these past few days. Comrade, please convey to her family the importance of their presence. It would greatly benefit the patient." Lin Ziyuan expressed his gratitude and proceeded towards the staircase. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Ziyuan located Wen Hongyu's hospital room. His fingers hovered over the door, hesitating for a brief moment before he knocked. However, no response came from within, prompting him to gently push the door open. The hinges emitted a faint creak. On the bed by the window lay a woman clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, her frail silhouette reminiscent of delicate paper. Her hair was unevenly cut, revealing a neck that seemed almost skeletal. Hearing the noise, she slowly turned her head, her gaze shrouded in a veil of mist. Those almond-shaped eyes, once a source of admiration in Baishur village, now appeared hollow, as if reflecting the depths of a dark well. This sight startled Lin Ziyuan. The once vibrant beauty from Shaman No. 1 High School had transformed into such a figure. What tribulations had she endured? His throat tightened at the thought of Hongyu. Wen Hongyu's throat stirred, producing a sound akin to a whimper. "I am Ziyuan," he whispered, approaching cautiously, fearful of startling her. "I'm sorry for arriving late." This apology seemed to unlock a sealed memory within Wen Hongyu. The man she had secretly adored for 3 years suddenly stood before her once more. A torrent of heartache and humiliation surged within her, and all the unspoken words of the past few years now clamored for expression in his presence. The grievances she had harbored for years finally found their release. The secrets she had wished to keep hidden, the shameful past that had sullied her innocence, she was willing to share. This man, once the top student from Shaman No. 1 High School, surely possessed the means to assist her. "Ziyuan, save me." In a rare moment devoid of the ever-watchful Zhang family, unburdened by the weight of surveillance or pressure, she recounted the tribulations she had faced over the years. As she spoke, Lin Ziyuan's fists clenched tighter in rage. He despised himself for not having cared more for Wen Hongyu, for failing to recognize the monstrous behavior of her family sooner. Time rewound to 1968, when Wen Hongyu arrived in Baishur village and was placed under the roof of the Zhang family. At that time, Zhang Guoji served as the deputy captain, his approachable demeanor warm and full of vigor. Wen Hongyu perceived him as the epitome of a hard-working peasant. During the subsequent year, Zhang Guoji treated her with utmost courtesy, assisting her in overcoming any difficulties she encountered. However, in the summer of 1969, when the county dispatched a film screening team to the village, the entire Zhang family ventured to the drying yard, leaving Wen Hongyu behind to rest at home due to an upset stomach. To her dismay, Zhang Guoji returned inebriated. Concerned for his safety, she approached him to offer support, fearing he might fall and injure himself. Unexpectedly, he embraced Wen Hongyu and dragged her into her room. That night, Wen Hongyu endured torment, and when Zhang Guoji awoke from his drunken stupor, his family had yet to return. He threatened Wen Hongyu, cautioning her against speaking out, lest she find herself unaware of her own demise in Baishur Valley. When Lin Ziyuan inquired why she did not report him, Wen Hongyu confessed her fear. In the days that followed, she faced repeated humiliation. Furthermore, during the tumultuous year of 70, she found herself with child. This secret could no longer be concealed. Yet to her astonishment, he forced her into marriage with Zhang Baogang, even after learning of her pregnancy. Zhang Baogang, oblivious to the truth, believed his uncle adored him, reveling in the presence of a beauty, and he became utterly infatuated. Subsequently, mirroring the narrative of a novel, she suffered a miscarriage. In the years following their marriage, she endured the indignities of 2 men. As Zhang Guoji lost interest in the emaciated Wen Hongyu, he added a certain herb to her meals, which, upon consumption, would drive one to madness, a fact Wen Hongyu discovered by chance. However, by then it was too late. Zhang Guoji reasoned that a madman's words would not be believed, thus seeking to render Wen Hongyu mentally ill. Recently, her afflictions intensified, disrupting the normalcy of their ancestral home, to the point where even Zheng Baogang grew disdainful of her. Consequently, the two conspired to send her to a psychiatric facility, seemingly wishing for her to wither away. Wen Hongyu lamented that she experienced only a few minutes of clarity each day, the majority spent in a hazy stupor. Red Jade, rest assured and recuperate here. I shall handle the remaining matters and report to the authorities on your behalf. He soothed Wen Hongyu, watching her drift into a deep slumber, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, causing his heart to ache. After departing the hospital, he, taking a convenient detour, first visited the Xinhua bookstore. Chapter 30. Reporting to the authorities. Comrade Ziyuan, you are indeed punctual. Lin Ziyuan chuckled, producing his recent accomplishment, a translation manuscript spanning nearly 150,000 words. The previous document was lengthy and still incomplete. He estimated it would take another 10 days to finalize. Old Su beamed, exclaiming, "Oh, how swift. I anticipated it would take you at least a month to finish." He took the manuscript from Lin Ziyuan, glancing over it, and noted the usual neatness that brought him joy. "Please, have a seat. I will fetch something." With that, Old Su turned and ascended a staircase in the corner. 2 minutes later, he returned holding a greaseproof paper bag and an envelope. He first handed the envelope to Lin Ziyuan. "Open it and see." Lin Ziyuan accepted the envelope, opened it, and discovered a thick stack of currency within. "This is your payment for the last manuscript." Lin Ziyuan counted, 392 yuan. "Why so much?" he inquired. Having estimated the amount to be around 350 or 60, he had not anticipated receiving an additional 30. "This time, your remuneration amounts to 360 yuan, with an additional 32 yuan as a reward. The higher authorities are exceedingly pleased with your efforts, noting your accuracy surpasses that of your peers, and your typographical errors are minimal. In recognition of your diligent work, a portion of the funds has been allocated as an incentive, and it is hoped that you will continue to excel in your endeavors for the nation." Lin Ziyuan was unexpectedly delighted to discover the bonus. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. Inside the envelope, there was also a letter, likely containing a payslip, the author of which remained unknown. It detailed the composition of the remuneration and included a few words of encouragement. He expressed his gratitude and carefully stowed the envelope in his canvas bag. The letter, being somewhat personal, was placed discreetly in his jacket pocket. Old Su then placed a tightly wrapped parcel on the table. "This is the supplementary material you requested, which includes a complete set of textbooks for both the sciences and humanities. Please take good care of it, and it would be best not to let outsiders see it to avoid unnecessary trouble." Lin Ziyuan was taken aback by how quickly Old Su had managed to procure these items. Honestly, this material was far more valuable than the 390 yuan. "Old Su, you have been immensely helpful." Lin Ziyuan intended to assist the educated youth in his village with their studies. However, Old Su misunderstood, thinking it was for Lin Ziyuan's translation work, and chuckled, "It's all for work. There's no need to mention help." Having received his salary, Lin Ziyuan had intended to treat Old Su, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he could only promise to take him out for a meal at the state-run restaurant next time. Noticing Lin Ziyuan's slightly disheartened demeanor, Old Su quickly added, "It's merely a trivial matter." "What has happened? Do you require my assistance?" Lin Ziyuan refrained from mentioning the situation with Wen Hongyu, merely stating that a friend had been deceived and he needed to visit the police station. "Captain Sun in the police station is my friend, Sun Yongqiang. If you encounter any difficulties, just mention my name. It will be of help." Lin Ziyuan expressed his thanks and hurriedly exited the Xinhua bookstore, making his way to the county police station. The police station is situated adjacent to the county committee compound, and Lin Ziyuan still remembered the route. "Comrade, may I ask who you are looking for?" The guard halted Lin Ziyuan. After all, this was not the Xinhua bookstore, where one could enter freely. "I wish to report a case." "Report a case? What has transpired?" "I have a friend, a young woman, currently at the People's Hospital. When I visited her, she mentioned that she had been mistreated and subjected to illegal confinement. Lin Ziyuan chose to use the term mistreated rather than being overly explicit, but upon mentioning that it was a young woman, the guard, being a member of the police, certainly grasped his implication. Comrade, please proceed to the right upon entering. The reporting reception area is there for registration. Lin Ziyuan entered the reception area, where the air was thick with the scent of aged paper and cheap tobacco. Behind a slightly worn wooden desk sat a young officer, engrossed in organizing documents. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up, his gaze imbued with professional scrutiny. Comrade, please take a seat and elaborate on the matter. The officer retrieved a form and a pen. Lin Ziyuan took the pen, its tip gliding across the paper as he inscribed Wen Hongyu's name and age, subsequently recounting the general details of her ordeal. The police officer listened attentively while swiftly jotting down notes, occasionally furrowing his brow to inquire further into the details. Are you certain it involves illegal detention and abuse? What evidence do you possess? His voice exuded caution. Lin Ziyuan replied, She is currently in the hospital ward at the People's Hospital. You may arrange for personnel to inquire there. Furthermore, I mentioned that she was administered medication and, ideally, evidence should still be detectable in her bloodstream. Before long, Lin Ziyuan departed from the police station accompanied by 2 female officers and 1 male officer, heading towards the People's Hospital for further inquiries. Upon seeing the police, Wen Hongyu felt a twinge of fear, yet the presence of Lin Ziyuan at her side, though he said nothing, bestowed upon her immense courage. Because of Lin Ziyuan's support, Wen Hongyu, who initially appeared vacant, quickly regained her composure. She recounted her experiences in detail to the female police officer accompanying them, one of whom diligently took notes. After half an hour, the police officers concluded their questioning. It was the first time Wen Hongyu had remained lucid for such an extended period. Subsequently, in cooperation with the police, the hospital conducted a comprehensive medical examination on Wen Hongyu. However, due to limited resources, the results of the examination would not be available for 2 days. To ensure her safety, at the request of the police, the hospital relocated Wen Hongyu's ward from the 3rd floor to another building designated for intensive care, ensuring that the Zheng family would be unable to locate her. Lin Ziyuan advised Wen Hongyu to focus on her recovery while he returned to Baishigu with the police officers to gather information from the local members. In the absence of concrete evidence, they could not act hastily to apprehend anyone. Meticulous investigation was required. Nevertheless, it was permissible to bring the suspect in for questioning. Lin Ziyuan found it rather remarkable that every time he traveled to the county alone, he was always met with a dedicated vehicle upon his return. This time, 4 police officers accompanied Lin Ziyuan back to Baishigan, with one appearing to hold a higher rank, seated in the front passenger seat. The others remained silent, while this particular officer engaged Lin Ziyuan in conversation. Noticing the package Lin Ziyuan clutched, he curiously asked, Comrade Ziyuan, what do you have in that package? It seems to be something precious. Lin Ziyuan chuckled and replied, These are a few books given to me by Old Su from Xinhua Bookstore. He asked me to take them home and read. Upon hearing the name Old Su, the officer perked up. Oh, you know Old Su? Su Zhongming? Indeed, that's him. Lin Ziyuan confirmed. Since you call him Old Su, you must be quite familiar. How come he has never mentioned you before? At this, Lin Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback. Pondering the coincidence, he quietly inquired, Are you Captain Sun Yongxiang? Now it was Sun Yongxiang's turn to be surprised. You know me? Lin Ziyuan smiled and replied, Not personally, but when I visited Xinhua Bookstore today, I mentioned to Old Su that I needed to report case. He suggested that if I encountered any difficulties, I should seek out Captain Sun Yongxiang, as mentioning his name would be beneficial. I never expected to meet you here. Ha ha ha, such is fate. Lao Su and I are comrades. After retiring, I joined the police force while he ventured into the world of books. We share a bond of life and death. Since Lao Su has asked you to seek me out, he must trust your character. Rest assured, we shall handle this case with utmost fairness, ensuring that no villain escapes justice. On Lin Ziyuan's way home, a bustling crowd had gathered at his doorstep, encircled by layers of villagers, who had never witnessed such a scene. Li Yinshu stood at the entrance with Bauer, proclaiming loudly, My husband is not a spy. Chapter 31. Arrest just because you say so. Does it make it true? The comrades from the police station have already found evidence in your home, all in foreign code. Zhang Baogang yelled fiercely at Li Yinshu. At that moment, Yang Qi hurriedly arrived. Upon hearing Zhang Baogang's words, an ominous feeling crept into his heart. He squeezed through the crowd and approached the lead officer. Comrade, I am Yang Qi, the captain of the Baishigu production team. What on earth has happened? As he spoke, he retrieved a box of cigarettes, offered one to them, and struck a match to light it for them, unwilling to smoke them himself as he usually prepared his own tobacco. Oh, I see. We received a tip-off that there are spies in Baishigu colluding with foreign entities, which is why we came here. However, it seems that Comrade Lin Ziyuan is not in the village. Where has he gone? Just then, Zhang Guoji, who had been enjoying the spectacle, chimed in, Officer, this young captain is the cousin of Lin Ziyuan's wife. They are relatives. You cannot discuss matters freely with him. Lest, Yang Qi, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. Zhang, what do you mean by that? What I mean is clear to you. Regarding Lin Ziyuan, don't pretend you are unaware. You are implicated as well. With Zhang Guoji's words, the officers suddenly found their cigarettes unappealing. After a few puffs, they discarded them on the ground, extinguishing them underfoot. Since Captain Yang and Comrade Lin Ziyuan are relatives, we kindly ask you to step aside and cooperate with our investigation. Li Yunshu's face was a mask of anger, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing her mother being bullied, Duoer pointed at Zhang Baogang, shouting, You are a bad person. You are all bad people bullying my mother. When my father returns, I will have him deal with you. Her tiny hand clutched tightly to Li Yunshu's trousers. I am a bad person? Ask everyone, are spies not bad people? Your father is a spy. That makes you a little spy. Zhang Baogang dared to argue with a child. Duoer, unprepared for such confrontation, reddened and burst into tears. Your father must not want you anymore. He has surely fled in fear of punishment. Soon, you will be without a father. Ha ha ha. Li Yinshu was taken aback by the despicable behavior of Zhang Guoji and Zhang Baogang. My husband is not a spy. He will return. He just went to the city on business. Zhang Guoji interjected. To the city? How could I, the deputy captain, be unaware? Failing to participate in collective labor and leaving without permission is a graver offense. Lin Ziyuan had told her not to speak of his work translating documents for the nation, promising to handle any matters upon his return. Even Yang Qi, despite his experience, remained unaware of the specifics of his tasks. After a prolonged dispute, a sudden roar of an engine echoed from outside. It turned out that Lin Ziyuan, discovering his home besieged and fearing for his safety, had instructed son Yongqiang to escort him home, only to unexpectedly encounter the comrades on a mission to apprehend spies. Upon recognizing the license plate, the leading officer approached with urgency. Captain, what brings you here? We are fully capable of completing our mission. Son Yongqiang exited the vehicle, momentarily bewildered. Were they not supposed to be pursuing spies? How had they ended up at Lin Ziyuan's residence? Lin Ziyuan, equally perplexed, disembarked and rushed over upon spotting his wife and daughter encircled, seemingly distressed and in tears. As her husband returned, Li Yunshu could no longer contain her feelings of injustice and collapsed into Lin Ziyuan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Their daughter, Duer, clutched her father's hand and exclaimed, Daddy, there are bad people bullying Mommy. Meanwhile, Zhang Baogang suddenly shouted, Comrade police, it's him. He is the spy. Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan held his wife tightly. Though the circumstances eluded him, he was resolute about not letting anyone mistreat Li Yunshu. Zhang Baogang's accusations led Lin Ziyuan to piece together the events. Glancing at the forcibly open lock on his front door, his suspicions were further solidified. He turned to Zhang Baogang, narrowing his eyes, and coldly inquired, Did you break into my home? Zhang Baogang, known for his idleness and skill in lock-picking, stepped forward confidently and declared, Indeed, it was I. Had I not opened your door, how could the true nature of this spy be revealed? Lin Ziyuan did not respond to his assertions, but instead pressed. Who instigated you to act in this manner? Zhang Baogang, perhaps overconfident from watching too many plays, boldly proclaimed, I undertook this for the sake of national duty. No one. He paused, recalling that credit could not be solely his, and quickly added, It was primarily due to the brilliant leadership of our deputy captain, Zhang Guoji, that we uncovered your treacherous dealings with the enemy. Surrender willingly, and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and you shall face severe consequences. At this juncture, the truth was laid bare. However, Zhang Guoji, far from being the naive child, observed Lin Ziyuan stepping out of a police jeep, a vehicle not typically accessible to the average person. Noticing his semblance of familiarity between Lin and the captain, he began to suspect something amiss. Thus, Zhang Guoji kicked Zhang Baogang from behind and cheerfully remarked, "Comrade Captain, I have already briefed this young comrade on the situation. We indeed found evidence in his home, which we were en route to deliver to the police station. However, Lin Ziyuan's absence and his wife Li Yunshu's stubbornness in refusing to disclose his whereabouts have delayed us. Fortunately, Comrade Captain, you have apprehended him, sparing everyone the trouble of searching high and low. I was even prepared to mobilize our comrades to scour the mountains for him." At this point, Zhang Guoji still harbored thoughts of taking credit, albeit less overtly than Zhang Baogang. "Who are you?" Sun Yongqiang, observing the unfolding events with a degree of bewilderment, was relieved that the first batch of arriving police officers was by his side, elucidating the sequence of events. It dawned on him that there had indeed been a report regarding spies earlier that morning. However, in this day and age, genuine spies were nearly non-existent. Most incidents involved individuals retaliating against one another with baseless accusations. Instances such as this, with concrete evidence, were truly rare. "Officer, I am Zhang Guoji, the vice captain of the Baishigu production team, and this is my nephew Zhang Baogang, who uncovered Lin Ziyuan's identity as a spy." No sooner had he spoken than Sun Yongqiang instructed the officers beside him, "Take them into the vehicle and return to the station for questioning." Zhang Guoji, Zhang Baogang. Members of the Baishiga team. Chapter 32, The Twist. "Take them away." Zhang Baogang shouted, "Comrades, you must be mistaken. The spy is Lin Ziyuan. We are the whistleblowers." Yet, to their astonishment, Sun Yongqiang affirmed, "There is no mistake. It is indeed you. Get in the vehicle." Zhang Guoji was indignant. He was completely innocent. Why should he be subjected to an investigation? Was it possible that Lin Ziyuan had pulled strings? The fact that foreign literature was found in Lin Ziyuan's home was undeniable. He could not simply be let off the hook. "Comrades, it is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. The books found at Lin Ziyuan's house are in your vehicle. This is a charge of treason, and he cannot be exonerated," Zhang Guoji shouted vehemently. At this moment, Lin Ziyuan had calmed his wife and child and approached Sun Yongqiang, stating, "Captain Sun, please continue your investigation into this morning's case. However, since this matter pertains to me personally, and they accuse me of being a spy, I must prove my innocence. Otherwise, I cannot sustain my livelihood in the production team. I cannot bear the weight of such accusations." Sun Yongqiang smiled, "Comrade Ziyuan, I believe in you." Yet, Lin Ziyuan shook his head, and Sun Yongqiang, of course, was inclined to show him consideration. Lin Ziyuan stepped up to Zhang Baogang, gazing at him coldly. "Did you inspect the items locked in my room?" Believing Lin Ziyuan was attempting to absolve himself, Zhang Baogang hastily replied, "Yes, they were all foreign texts, and my uncle also saw them. He can testify that we did not misinterpret anything. The officers from the Public Security Bureau have also seen them. What do you have to say now? Do you dare to argue?" Lin Ziyuan glanced at Zhang Guoji, surprised to find him equally arrogant, returning his glare with hostility. "Captain Sun, comrades, you have all heard. Both Zhang Guoji and Zhang Baogang have witnessed those items. I admit, it is indeed a foreign book." Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's confession, Zhang Baogang was overjoyed. "He has confessed. Officer, quickly apprehend him." Zhang Baogang was caught in a frenzy, astonished at how swiftly fortune had turned in his favor, as Lin Ziyuan had indeed admitted to it. However, as a national official, I am tasked with translating classified documents for the state. You two stand accused of stealing state secrets. Tell me, who is truly the spy here? I initially wished to interact with everyone as an ordinary person, yet what I received in return was betrayal. I can no longer pretend. I am indeed a national official, and I lay bare the truth. At these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Stealing state secrets is a grave offense, and even a minor reprimand would be lenient. At this moment, Zhang Guoji and his companion were thrown into disarray. How had Lin Ziyuan suddenly transformed into a state official? What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims? Zhang Guoji floundered in desperation. Indeed, I have scoured every corner of your household and have found no work identification. You must be lying. Officer, he is deceiving you. Zhang Baogang chimed in, his agitation palpable. Lin Ziyuan then retrieved a red booklet from his coat pocket. It was his work identification. He presented the document to Sun Yongqiang, who examined it closely and immediately recognized its authenticity, for it bore the official steel seal of a government department. Furthermore, he possessed a similar document, albeit issued by the Public Security Bureau. This is indeed a work identification. Comrade Lin Ziyuan is a legitimate national official and has spoken no falsehood. Sun Yongqiang's declaration caused the crowd to regard Lin Ziyuan with newfound respect, astonished that this seemingly unassuming scholar had ascended to an official capacity. Yet Zhang Baogang, unwilling to concede, attempted another tactic. Officer, I discovered over 200 yuan in his home, money he acquired through speculation. You must investigate this thoroughly. He then produced a wad of cash, claiming it to be hidden funds belonging to Li Yinshu. Lin Ziyuan found this accusation amusing. He had anticipated numerous attempts to tarnish his reputation, but had never imagined they would resort to such a nonsensical claim. This individual had even dared to steal his own money. Instead of engaging in a rebuttal, he retrieved another piece of paper from his pocket, which bore a large red seal. He did not reveal its contents to the onlookers, but handed it to Sun Yongqiang. Upon glancing at it, Sun Yongqiang was taken aback. It detailed an amount exceeding 300 yuan, nearly 400, which was his remuneration for less than half a month's work. The higher-ups had recognized Lin Ziyuan's dedicated contributions and bestowed upon him a bonus of 32 yuan, surpassing his monthly salary. Aware that this document pertained to Lin Ziyuan's privacy, he refrained from displaying it to the crowd, instead smiling and stating, Comrade Lin Ziyuan's earnings are greater than you might imagine. Clearly, he has no need to engage in such underhanded dealings for a mere 200 yuan. This is slander and defamation. Do you possess any further evidence? Now it was Zhang Guoji and Zhang Baogang who were left perplexed, wondering how they had squandered such a promising hand, just as they were at a loss for words. Lin Ziyuan spoke up, Captain Sun, I hereby report Zhang Guoji and Zhang Baogang for breaking and entering to steal state secrets, as well as for pilfering my property. The 200 yuan they possess is the most direct evidence. Upon hearing the additional charge levied against him, Zhang Baogang immediately protested. I did not. I took out his money. I did not conceal it, so it cannot be considered theft. If I truly were a spy, would those 200 yuan have ended up in your pocket? Lin Ziyuan replied. Moreover, theft of money is merely a minor offense. The theft of state secrets is of utmost importance. You must differentiate between the significant and the trivial. I did not see it. You left it on the table. I merely acted carelessly, Zhang Baogang stammered, but Lin Ziyuan promptly interrupted. Enough. You are still trying to wriggle out of this. You acknowledged that you pried open my door. I had placed those items with great care, fearing that someone might inadvertently see them, which is why they were locked away. Yet you forced your way into my home. Tell me, is this not theft of state secrets? At this juncture, both Zhang Guoji and Zhang Baogang were utterly defeated, having confessed to having seen the foreign characters displayed. Any further attempts at denial were futile. But I cannot understand. I do not recognize the characters. How can this prove anything? Seeing their continued attempts at evasion, Sun Yongqiang interjected, whether you can comprehend it or not has no direct bearing on whether theft has occurred. Furthermore, who can attest to your lack of understanding? Besides, theft is theft. Everyone witnessed you extracting Lin Ziyuan's money from your pocket. What more is there to discuss? With that, he seized the stack of money from Zhang Baogang's hand, returned the work identification and income certificate to Lin Ziyuan, and instructed his colleagues. Cuff them and take them back to the station for interrogation. Before the two could react, the silver bracelet had already been clasped around Zhang Baogang's wrist, and they were forcibly escorted to the police vehicle. And everyone else, stop gathering. Those who need to work should get back to work, and those who wish to eat should do so. Disperse. With Sun Yongqiang's words, the crowd of onlookers quickly scattered, though the incident became the most talked-about topic among them. Lin Ziyuan invited Sun Yongqiang, Yang Qi, and the accompanying officers into the house. Li Yinshu took Doer to her room and began preparing lunch. She had lost all desire to work that afternoon after such a significant event. Captain Sun, I truly appreciate your help, Lin Ziyuan said. Ah, I should be thanking you. I thought this would be merely a farce, but I did not anticipate the twist. If their crimes are substantiated, all the credit will belong to you. Yang Qi listened in confusion, mistakenly believing they were discussing the theft. Little did he know that only Zhang Baogang was guilty of stealing money, and Zhang Guoji bore no responsibility. Any sentencing would fall solely upon Zhang Baogang. As for the allegation of stealing state secrets, it was merely a scare tactic. Neither of them had completed high school and could barely recognize a few Chinese characters, let alone English. Noticing Yang Qi's bewilderment, Lin Ziyuan promptly reminded him, Brother, do you recall Wen Hongyu? Of course, Wen Ziqing. She was your classmate, arriving together from Baisher Gully. Oh, right, she married Zhang Baogang. What does this have to do with anything? Yang Qi inquired, still perplexed by the connection to Wen Hongyu. Lin Ziyuan promptly recounted the circumstances surrounding Wen Hongyu's treatment at the psychiatric department of the People's Hospital, as well as the heinous tactics employed by Zhang Guoji. Upon hearing this, Yang Qi slammed his hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, What a beast! These two individuals must be subjected to the most severe of punishments. How could anyone commit such atrocities? Sun Yongxiang interjected, urging Yang to temper his emotions, stating, Regardless, the individual is already under our control. At this moment, it is merely Wen Jiqing's account, which is insufficient for evidence. To secure a conviction, we require both the hospital's examination report and a statement from either of the two involved. Once we establish the guilt of one, implicating the other will be considerably easier. Yang Qi silently contemplated while smoking. He never anticipated such a scandal could transpire within his production team. Moreover, as the team leader, he was not the first to uncover this matter. Should it become public, the shame would extend beyond his own reputation, casting a shadow over the entire Baishigu community. How could he possibly retain his dignity as the production team leader in the commune thereafter? Perceiving Yang Qi's distress, Lin Ziyuan sought to reassure him, saying, Brother, this is not your fault. The deputy leader could easily conceal such actions from everyone. Our immediate priority is to ensure Wen Jiqing's recovery, so she can return to a normal life. We must also reach out to her family, preferably her mother, to come and assist in caring for her daughter. This would greatly facilitate Wen Jiqing's recuperation. Although Lin Ziyuan understood that mental illnesses are notoriously difficult to treat, particularly in this era due to a lack of medicinal options, Yang Qi nodded in agreement. However, Sun Yongxiang offered a different perspective. I believe we should delay contacting the family until Comrade Wen Hongyu's condition improves. I have handled numerous cases like this, and often, patients who have stabilized can become agitated upon seeing their relatives. They may be reluctant for their family to witness their current state, which can lead to self-harm or even suicidal tendencies. Lin Ziyuan found merit in Sun Yongxiang's argument and promptly concurred to postpone the matter. Comrade Ziyuan, your cooperation will be essential in this case, as she only recognizes you. Your presence will provide her with a sense of security. Once her emotions stabilize in a few days, she may not be able to confront the individuals who harmed her, so we will need your assistance then, Sun Yongxiang stated. Having already engaged in this situation, Lin Ziyuan was committed to offering his help, viewing it as his duty. After enjoying a meal at Lin's home, Yang Qi and Sun Yongxiang departed. Meanwhile, a still shaken Li Yunshu felt an underlying unease. As a woman, she had never encountered such a scene, and the fact that she had not succumbed to tears was a notable achievement. However, Duoer seemed to have forgotten the earlier incident, now peacefully napping in the room. It's all right. The ordeal is over, and no one will harm us again. Yet, a lingering fear remained within her. I am here. You need not worry. Look, I brought you a gift. Lin Ziyuan spoke as he took out an envelope and placed it before Li Yunshu. What is this? It's rather mysterious, she remarked. Open it and you'll find out, he replied. Upon opening the envelope, Li Yunshu discovered a thick stack of bills, momentarily stunned. Her expression mirroring Lin Ziyuan's from their earlier visit to the Xinhua bookstore. How can there be so much money? She asked in astonishment. This is my last payment for writing. Originally, it was 360 yuan, but they added an extra 32 yuan as a subsidy. totaling 392 yuan. Such a sum, she thought, would require her family to forego meals for 3 to 4 years. Instantly, any grievances she had felt dissipated, vanishing like smoke. Put away quickly, she urged. All right, Lin Ziyuan responded. She intended to place the envelope in the previous cabinet, but hesitated, recalling how easily the 200 yuan had been found by Zhang Baogang. Unsure where to hide it, Lin Ziyuan, noticing her indecision, smiled and suggested, how about placing it in the box atop the wardrobe? Next time we go to the county, we can open a savings account, leave a bit of change, and deposit the rest, so you won't worry about losing it. With a giggle, Li Yinshu stood on her tiptoes to tuck the envelope into the box. Turning around, she noticed Lin Ziyuan was fiddling with another parcel. She had seen it earlier, but had been too busy to inquire. What is this? She asked. Lin Ziyuan unwrapped the oil paper package, revealing several brand new books, still imbued with the scent of ink. Below them lay a few revision booklets, which may have been a thoughtful gift from old Su. Recognizing Lin Ziyuan's intentions, Lin Ziyuan felt somewhat bewildered, realizing he owed old Su a significant favor. Upon seeing the books, Li Yunshu's eyes sparkled. Are they familiar? She asked. Li Yunshu nodded with a smile. Yes, they're exactly the same as the ones from years ago. I haven't seen them in ages. These books would serve as revision materials for the educated youth. Starting tomorrow, everyone could borrow them from a youth center. Alas, there is only one set, she lamented. Let us be grateful, she said cheerfully. Having this set is already a stroke of luck. Once everyone copies it and remembers the key knowledge points, their notes will become invaluable. Li Yinshu's reasoning was sound. The books were merely a surface tool, while the notes made during study would reflect individual insights, ultimately becoming the foundation for everyone. After their moment of joy, Li Yinshu shifted the conversation towards Wen Hongyu. Having learned about the events surrounding the woman, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for her own circumstances. Yuan Yi, do you think Wen Jiqing can recover? Lin Ziyuan shook his head. I don't know. Her situation is dire. She only engages with others when I'm present, as she lacks a sense of security. He had no intention of concealing anything from Li Yinshu, and she understood their relationship. Yet, it mattered little to her. For Lin Ziyuan's heart belonged solely to her, which was sufficient. To achieve recovery, it is estimated that a lengthy period will be required. I believe that only when the two individuals from the Zhang family receive appropriate punishment will there be a possibility for her rehabilitation. This is a natural psychological suggestion. On that afternoon, neither of them went to work, nor did the team press for their attendance. Considering the gravity of the situation and the chaos that had ensued at home, which would take quite some time to restore order. That evening, Lin Ziyuan delivered books to the youth station, igniting a fervor for learning among the young people there. An atmosphere of scholarly pursuit suddenly enveloped Bai Shigu. Lin Ziyuan refrained from divulging the complete details of Wen Hongyu's predicament, merely stating that she had suffered an unjust treatment that had led to her illness, attributing the cause to Zhang Baogang and Zhang Guozhi. In the days that followed, the young people engaged in collective labor during the day, while at night, they gathered at the youth station with the village's aspiring learners to review various subjects, preparing for a promising future. Lin Ziyuan immersed himself in the construction of the pig farm, his mind brimming with a mature plan for its establishment. Consequently, the pace of construction progressed far more swiftly than he had anticipated. The pig farm might be completed in less than a month. One day, while Lin Ziyuan was overseeing the excavation of the sewage and biogas pits at the pig farm, a fellow youth, Jiang Ting, who was responsible for reception at the brigade, suddenly rushed to the construction site. Lin Ziyuan, someone from the county has arrived. Team leader Yang sent me to call you to the office. Chapter 34. Interrogation. In recent days, some youths had visited Wen Hongyu, and the news they brought back indicated that although her condition had not improved, at least it had not worsened. For Lin Ziyuan, this was the best news he could hope for. When he hurried to the brigade office, he was surprised to find that the vehicle was from the county's Public Security Bureau, specifically Sun Yongxiang's car. Initially, he assumed Sun Yongxiang had come, but upon entering, he discovered that it was the driver, Xiao Chun. Comrade Ziyuan, the team leader sent me to take you to the bureau to assist with the case concerning Zhang Guozhi and the other individual. Is the trial about to commence? Lin Ziyuan inquired. Yes, but these two have stubbornly refused to plead guilty, resulting in a stalemate. The team leader believes you possess the ingenuity to find a solution, which is why I was sent to fetch you. Moreover, Comrade Wen Hongyu seems eager to see you. Without hesitation, Lin Ziyuan followed Xiao Chun into the vehicle, which sped toward the county town. Their first stop was the inpatient department of the People's Hospital, where they visited the recovering Wen Hongyu. Upon seeing Lin Ziyuan, her demeanor brightened, and a spark returned to her eyes. Lin Ziyuan observed her transformation. She no longer appeared emaciated, but had acquired a hint of color. No longer resembling a sickly figure, but rather someone who had suffered from malnutrition. He spent some time with Wen Hongyu, sharing updates about the village and encouraging her that she would soon recover and be discharged. He assured her to cooperate actively with the doctor's treatment and that there was no need to worry about the medical expenses, as the village would assist in resolving that matter. Previously, discussions were held with the village officials regarding Wen Hongyu, a young intellectual who came to the village for work. An incident occurred in their village, and the village officials acknowledged their shared responsibility, understanding that they could not place the blame solely on the Zheng family. Thus, they unanimously agreed that the expenses incurred during Wen Hongyu's hospitalization would be covered by the village. Wen Hongyu felt elated and turned to Lin Ziyuan, saying, "Ziyuan, I have something to share with you that may assist in this matter. It's up to you how you choose to utilize it." Lin Ziyuan initially thought she was about to comfort him, advising him not to worry excessively, but little did he know, Wen Hongyu's revelation would lead to a devastating outcome for the Zheng couple. At the county police station, in the interrogation room, the atmosphere was tense. "So, you deny all the aforementioned allegations?" Sun Yongxiang's face was ashen, due to the passage of time and the inadequacy of the testing equipment. Wen Hongyu's medical report indicated only some physical weakness and mental distress. No toxins were detected in her system. Upon learning this, both Zheng Guozhi and Zheng Baogang vehemently denied any mistreatment of Wen Hongyu. Zheng Baogang, as Wen Hongyu's husband, felt aggrieved that she had not borne him children and had suffered miscarriage, rendering her unable to conceive again. Most importantly, he believed that Wen Hongyu no longer resembled the woman she once was. She had lost her former self, and in her heart, there was no longer a place for him. Thus, he sought a divorce, hoping to drive her to madness. For only then could he extricate himself honorably without facing societal scorn. Zheng Guozhi displayed even greater audacity. As long as Zheng Baogang remained silent, there was no evidence to substantiate their actions, emboldening him to act defiantly in the interrogation room. "I have done nothing. What is there for me to confess?" Lin Ziyuan entered the interrogation room alongside Xiao Chun just in time to hear Zheng Guozhi banging the table and shouting. Although protocol dictated that Lin Ziyuan should not participate in the questioning, Sun Yongxiang's authority rendered any objections futile. "Zheng Guozhi, you coward. Are you not a man for refusing to acknowledge your deeds?" Upon seeing Lin Ziyuan enter, Zheng Guozhi's fury escalated. This man had not only taken away his niece by marriage, but had also led him into legal turmoil, a personal vendetta in his eyes. "Lin Ziyuan, you scoundrel. Whether I am a man or not is for me to decide, not you. What are you but a worthless insect? You dare to act brazenly before me, while I was a figure of authority in the village. Zheng Guozhi, watch your language. Your current dilemma is to confess your crimes willingly. Leniency awaits the honest, while resistance brings severity. Only by admitting your guilt can you find a way out." Sun Yongxiang's ire intensified as he slammed the table, addressing Zheng Guozhi. The latter, displaying a demeanor akin to a stubborn pig, remained unfazed by their threats or pleas, resorting only to vulgarities that grated on Lin Ziyuan's ears. Recognizing that no breakthrough could be achieved with Zheng Guozhi, Sun Yongxiang chose to detain him once more and summon Zheng Baogang. Upon seeing Lin Ziyuan, Zheng Baogang's expression mirrored that of Zheng Guozhi, were it not for his restraints. He would have lunged at him. "I stated that I merely placed the money on my person and forgot to retrieve it. I had no intention of claiming it as my own. Now that I have returned the money to you, what more do you desire? Are you inclined to execute me?" Zheng Baogang exhibited an air of arrogance, which led Lin Ziyuan to entertain the mistaken belief that perhaps Zheng Baogang was indeed the biological son of Zheng Guozhi. This revelation could be quite significant. "Everyone has witnessed the incident. You forced entry into my home, and the act of theft is an undeniable fact. Your denial holds no weight, as we have dozens of witnesses ready to testify, Lin Ziyuan asserted. Testimony can be fabricated. What purpose does it serve to apprehend me? You ought to execute me directly and spare everyone the inconvenience. Lin Ziyuan regarded Zhang Baogong's nonchalant demeanor with deep disdain. After all, he was the husband of Wen Hongyu. How could he commit such a morally reprehensible act? In truth, the reason for summoning you today extends beyond the mere matter of your burglary. It pertains to Wen Hongyu. She has accused you of assault, unlawful confinement, and even maltreatment. How do you respond to these allegations? Sun Yongqiang inquired, rapping his knuckles against the table. Wen Hongyu, she is my wife. How I treat my wife is none of your business. Do you intend to meddle in my family affairs? Are you some kind of deity? Lin Ziyuan's conviction grew stronger that Zhang Baoging might indeed be Zhang Guoji's son, as their personalities were strikingly similar. When personal safety is at stake, it ceases to be a private matter. All these actions are criminal. Sun Yongqiang felt an urge to strike him, but Zhang Baogang remained impervious to reason. Lin Ziyuan seized the opportunity to speak. Do you comprehend the state in which Wen Hongyu currently exists? She was once such a vibrant and kind-hearted individual. Look at what you have reduced her to. Zhang Baogang retorted immediately. Lin Ziyuan, why did you never reveal your concern for that wretched woman before? Do you harbor feelings for her? If you desire her, I could relinquish her to you. Would you accept her? Ha ha! Lin Ziyuan smiled faintly, uttering a remark that instantly breached Zhang Baogong's defenses. Chapter 35. The nephew and uncle turn against each other. Lin Ziyuan remarked in truth. Your uncle Zhang Guoji is far more concerned about Wen Hongyu. Zhang Baogang froze. The words he was about to unleash caught in his throat. What do you mean by that? Of course, my uncle is concerned for her. She is his niece-in-law. Zhang Baogong's mind struggled to grasp the implication, believing Lin Ziyuan had lost his senses. However, Lin Ziyuan would not afford him the luxury of contemplation. Do you know that Zhang Guoji violated her even before your marriage? He is the one who cares for her the most. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baogang was taken aback, exclaiming, You speak nonsense. What absurdity is this? Whether it is nonsense or not, you are well aware in your heart. Was your marriage to Wen Hongyu not orchestrated by Zhang Guoji himself? After marrying her, did she ever bestow upon you a genuine smile? Even after your wedding, Zhang Guoji's violations continued. Do you know why Wen Hongyu has never been able to conceive? This was because she had previously borne a child of Zhang Guoji, and as the truth was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal, he thought to marry her off to you. Thus, you, as the unwitting recipient, would be perceived as the father of any child she bore, thereby ensuring that he could justifiably care for his grandnephew. However, unexpectedly, you were entirely unaware, and under the reluctant circumstances of Wen Hongyu, an intimate encounter ensued, resulting in her miscarriage and subsequent inability to conceive again. Yet even so, Zhang Guoji's predatory behavior had never ceased during your absences. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baogang felt as if smoke were billowing from his ears. He sensed a green cap atop his head, a cap lovingly placed there by his most cherished uncle, who had even cultivated an expansive prairie for him after donning it. He could hardly fathom this grim reality. After all, it was his beloved uncle, closer than a biological father. You lie. My uncle would never do such a thing. You are slandering him. Lin Ziyuan merely chuckled and replied, Whether it is true or not, you know in your heart, and I possess evidence. Evidence? What evidence? Have you taken photographs? Nonsense. Even at this juncture, he was reluctant to accept the truth, though his confusion only deepened. In his mind, evidence was something tangible, and photographs constituted the most significant proof. Indeed, photographs were crucial, yet Lin Ziyuan certainly did not possess any. He continued, There's a red birthmark on your posterior. What does that prove? My elders are aware of it. A simple inquiry would reveal this matter. Is this your so-called evidence? Ridiculous. Lin Ziyuan, unfazed by the insult, continued, I have no interest in investigating whether you have a birthmark. It was Wen Hongyu who informed me. And so what? Can that be considered evidence? Zhang Guoji has a 5-centimeter scar on the inner thigh. A scar? That is quite normal. You should be unaware of this matter. It is said to have occurred only in the past 2 years. Zhang Baogang quietly muttered, Indeed, I was unaware. How do you know? Correct. It was also when Hong Yu who revealed this to me. As for how she came to know, you may speculate. At this juncture, Zhang Baogang fell silent, his expression shifting from crimson to pale and then to ashen. His face darkened as he glared at the two individuals before him, clenching his fists tighter than when he first encountered Lin Ziyuan, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He coldly stated, "I demand to see him." Sun Yongxiang thought he had misheard and asked again, "What did you say?" "I want to see Zhang Guoji." This time, Zhang Baogang did not refer to him as uncle, but addressed him by name. This declaration brought great joy to Sun Yongxiang, who exchanged a glance with Lin Ziyuan, receiving a nod in return. Sun Yongxiang promptly instructed his men to bring Zhang Guoji, who had been soundly sleeping in another room, and shackled him to a different interrogation chair. Upon seeing Zhang Baogang present, Zhang Guoji felt a bit disoriented. He had not encountered Zhang Baogang during his days of captivity and had been unable to coordinate his testimony. Now, finally reunited, he felt a surge of happiness. "Baogang, deny everything. We have committed no crime. They cannot resort to torture. Do not say a word. Do you understand? Do not utter a single syllable." Zhang Guoji shouted at Zhang Baogang. With a darkened expression, Zhang Baogang fixed his gaze on Zhang Guoji, his eyes reddening and breath becoming increasingly labored. His clenched fists trembled slightly, the knuckles turning pale from exertion. After a moment, he abruptly rose from his chair, but with his hands shackled. He was forced to sit back down immediately. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Zhang Guoji, what have you done to my wife?" "What?" It was the first time Zhang Guoji heard his nephew call him by name, momentarily ignoring the latter's inquiry. Yet, upon reflection, his expression faltered, a flicker of panic crossing his face, though he soon regained his composure and bellowed, "Baogang, you are mistaken. They must have fed you some potion to sow discord between us. Answer me." Zhang Baogang's chilling question cut through the air. Zhang Guoji, of course, would never confess. "What? I have done nothing. Are you out of your mind?" Lin Ziyuan and Sun Yongxiang sat nearby, spectators to the unfolding drama, surprised to find the interrogator now becoming the one interrogated. "Is there not a scar on the inner side of your thigh?" Zhang Guoji's complexion changed abruptly, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily, yet he defiantly retorted, "What scar? What are you talking about? Look into my eyes. Answer me." Zhang Baogang had completely lost his sanity. "No, there is no scar." Zhang Guoji averted his gaze, fixating instead on a light in the upper left corner. "I do not believe you. There truly is none. Strip. Show me." At this, Sun Yongxiang, who had just taken a sip of water, sputtered it out in shock. "Is it that explosive?" Zhang Guoji could never strip down. "If you want to see, once we return home, I shall let you have a good look. Do not embarrass yourself here. Baogang, be sensible." At that moment, Zhang Baogang became convinced of Lin Ziyuan's assertions regarding Wen Hongyu. They were indeed factual, and Zhang Guoji dared not admit to his own scars. Beads of sweat trickled down Zhang Guoji's forehead, glistening under the harsh fluorescent lights of the interrogation room. His fingers clutched the edge of the interrogation chair tightly, joints cracking softly, his throat moving yet producing no words. Suddenly, Zhang Baogang erupted in a frenzy. "Zhang Guoji, you despicable beast. You do not even spare your nephew's wife, placing a green hat upon your nephew's head." After a torrent of curses, Zhang Baogang turned towards Sun Yongxiang and declared, "I confess, I have indeed done something heinous to Hong Yu, poisoning her food." At this point, there was no need for Lin Ziyuan's collaboration. Sun Yongxiang immediately had someone record every word Zhang Baogang uttered, ensuring he would sign to confirm his statements. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoji sat there, utterly despondent, feeling as though he had aged 30 years in an instant. Lin Ziyuan had completed his task. Awaiting Zhang Guoji and Zhang Baogang was the judgment of the law. He merely informed Wen Hongyu that both Zhang Guoji and Zhang Baogang had confessed, her eyes welling with tears as the gloom in the sky gradually dissipated. What Lin Ziyuan did not anticipate was that the situation concerning Zhang Guoji was far more complex than he had imagined. Chapter 36. A visit from Old Yuan. Zhang Guoji and Zhang Baogang found themselves detained at the Public Security Bureau, awaiting trial. Fueled by resentment, Zhang Baogang spent an entire day cursing Zhang Guoji in the detention center. He divulged everything Zhang Guoji had done, including instances of abusing his position as acting team leader to collude with the accountant for personal gain, embezzling public funds, and other misdeeds, all articulated with clarity. Utilizing Zheng Baogang as a breakthrough, the Public Security Bureau deployed additional personnel to summon those involved in the case. The inhabitants of the Zheng family estate became aware of the situation and vocally condemned him, with many relatives who had benefited from him being among the most vociferous in their denunciations. Zheng Guoji, feeling betrayed by his own nephew, adopted a reckless attitude. If he could not thrive, then neither should anyone else. Why should he endure a meager existence while others feasted outside? Thus, he decided to overturn the table, declaring that no one should partake in the spoils. In doing so, he implicated even more individuals, revealing details about village resources and monetary splits with various parties. In a flash, chaos erupted in Baishigu, leaving the Zheng family in disarray. Those closely related to Zheng Guoji were particularly anxious about potential repercussions, desperately seeking to distance themselves and eager to expose his crimes, sealing his fate irrevocably. The members of the fourth group were not inherently malevolent. Most were merely ordinary folk who sought small advantages and had not committed acts detrimental to their peers. Lin Ziyuan and son Yongqiang advised against escalating the matter excessively, suggesting that punishing a few key individuals would suffice. Son Yongqiang understood that such matters could either be escalated to serve as a cautionary tale for the nation or minimized, recognizing that if the situation spiraled out of control, some county leaders could find themselves inextricably linked to the fallout, facing at least accusations of negligence in governance. In the days that followed, Lin Ziyuan enjoyed a more leisurely existence, no longer required to toil in the fields. He spent his days overseeing construction at the pig farm and earning money, occasionally sparring with Li Yunshu, living a life of considerable contentment. However, a few days later, a jeep arrived at the entrance of the production team. Instances of seeing automobiles in the village were indeed rare. Even tractors were seldom observed. Jiang Ting, responsible for reception, hurried out to investigate. Two young men emerged from the vehicle. "Comrades, may I inquire whom you are seeking?" The taller young man asked. "I am looking for Comrade Lin Ziyuan from your production team. Is he residing in this village?" Upon hearing that they were looking for Lin Ziyuan, Jiang Ting promptly replied, "You are here for Lin, the educated youth. He is currently at the pig farm construction site. Please rest here for a moment and have some water while I fetch him." As she turned to run towards Nyojueo, they stopped her. "No need for that. Simply direct us to the road, and we shall drive there to find him." Jiang Ting nodded and provided them with the directions to Nyojueo. "Thank you, Master Chen. Let's proceed." With that, the two of them entered the vehicle and sped off towards Nyojueo. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan was explaining the construction considerations for biogas pits to the members of the cooperative, but he was interrupted by the roar of the car engine. Upon seeing the license plate, Lin Ziyuan could guess who the visitors might be. As expected, the driver Chen Onping stepped out of the car, accompanied by Lin Ziyuan's benefactor, Yuan Chenggang. "Comrade Chenggang, what brings you here?" "Haha, I come to urge you on your progress. I have everything prepared on my end. We are merely awaiting your end as completion." Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan was delighted. With such a decisive and results-oriented brother backing him, it was indeed a comfort. "My matters have been settled. Now it solely depends on you," Yuan Chenggang declared. Lin Ziyuan, smiling, took over the conversation. "Ah, my progress is commendable as well. The pig farm has already taken shape, and the biogas pit is still being perfected. I had intended to visit you these past few days, but village matters delayed me." "Visit me?" "Yes, I have designed the blueprint for the biogas generator. With your experience, I believe producing the first prototype will not pose a challenge." Upon hearing this, Yuan Chenggang was ecstatic. "Quickly, take me to see the blueprints," he exclaimed, grasping Lin Ziyuan's hand and diving back into the car. Chen Onping, amused by their eagerness, joined them and started the engine. Upon arriving at Lin Ziyuan's home, Lin invited them to sit in the living room and brewed a pot of tea. "Comrade Onping has returned me several times without stepping in for a cup of tea. Here, savor our village's homegrown tea." Chen Onping lifted his teacup, smiling. "It's all due to being busy. This time, I owe it to the leadership as favor, aha." As the tea touched his lips, He first experienced a hint of bitterness, which was swiftly replaced by a fragrant sweetness, a true embodiment of the concept of enduring hardship for eventual reward. Lin Ziyuan then produced the design drafts he had hurriedly completed days prior and handed them to Yuan Chenggang. Comrade Chenggang, what do you think of my proposal? The moment Yuan Chenggang unfolded the blueprints, his fingers trembled slightly. The densely annotated diagrams and three-dimensional perspectives caused his pupils to constrict, as if he beheld a golden mine unfolding before him. Lin, your design. His voice quivered. Are you converting the internal combustion engine to biogas propulsion? And have you included a waste heat recovery system? Lin Ziyuan nodded, indeed. I referenced 4 materials on biogas power generation. The diesel engines we currently use are all 4-stroke. We merely need to convert the fuel injection nozzle to a biogas mixed intake device. But the calorific value of biogas is insufficient. Yuan Chenggang interjected suddenly. I have tried using biogas for lighting at the agricultural machinery station, and the flame was unstable. Thus, there is a crucial design element, Lin Ziyuan remarked, tapping the blueprint with his pencil. I have designed a 2-stage compression system that boosts the gas from the fermentation tank to 0.8 MPa using a screw compressor, thereby achieving a calorific value that reaches 60 of diesels. Coupled with a waste heat boiler, the exhaust heat can be converted into steam to drive the turbine, enhancing overall efficiency by 40. Yuan Chenggang abruptly rose to his feet, causing his teacup to topple to the floor. He paid it no mind, his gaze fixated on the blueprint of the heat recovery system. Are you attempting to transform a diesel engine into a cogeneration unit? Indeed, Lin Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If successful, it would not only generate electricity, but also provide heating for the pig pen and even hot water for the villagers. Chen Onping leaned in to examine the blueprint and suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this a fusion of steam engine and an internal combustion engine? Lin, how did you conceive such an idea?" "It still requires practical validation," Lin Ziyuan modestly replied. Yuan Chenggang suddenly grasped Chen Onping's shoulder. "Let us go. I must return to the city immediately and convene a technical meeting," dragging old Zhou from his slumber. "Huh? Who is old Zhou? Are we in such a rush? Let us eat first." Chapter 37. Good news regarding the piglets. I have already made arrangements with the agricultural college. A professor will come to assist us, primarily overseeing the breeding and raising of the pigs. You will need to ensure his accommodation and workspace. He is my classmate, an expert from the agricultural college. If not for the reasons you understand, he wouldn't have the opportunity to come to the village. So please ensure he is not put to any inconvenience. Haha. Lin Ziyuan replied promptly. How could that be? As long as the village has enough to eat, he will never go hungry. We have also constructed offices and dormitories at the pig farm, so he can move in directly. Aside from possible noise, there shouldn't be any significant issues. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chenggang nodded in satisfaction. He will be bringing pigs and feed with him. And during this time, you should also stock up on additional pig feed to avoid a chaotic situation when they arrive. Lin Ziyuan had already considered this while constructing the pig farm. He had prepared various types of pig fodder and even experimented with fermentation to create some simple pig feed. To expedite the biogas generator and your concept of ecological rural farming. Yes. Regarding the promotion of ecological rural farming, I have also applied for a batch of wires and pipes, which should suffice for your production team. Lin Ziyuan was taken aback by this statement. It was something they had not previously discussed, a generous offering from Yuan Chenggang. For the sake of his vision, Yuan Chenggang had indeed invested significantly. I'm immensely grateful. Rest assured, I will utilize these resources judiciously. Yuan Chenggang's visit was brief, and after discussing some of the details with Lin Ziyuan, he departed for Baishigo, heading back to the city's machinery factory to arrange for the validation process. Yuan Chenggang was a specialist in mechanical engineering, and with just a little encouragement from Lin Ziyuan, he could readily grasp many concepts without requiring extensive explanations. After bidding farewell to Yuan Chenggang, Lin Ziyuan proceeded to the brigade office to relay the well-prepared news to Yang Qi. So, once we complete the construction of the pig farm, the personnel and equipment from the other party will be able to arrive? Yang Qi inquired. Lin Ziyuan nodded, acknowledging that the biogas generator could indeed be completed in less than a month. At that time, they could simultaneously raise pigs and generate electricity, along with the necessary electrical wires and water pipes being delivered together. We certainly owe each other a significant favor, Yang Qi remarked, pondering how they would repay it in the future. Lin Ziyuan chuckled. Do not concern yourself with such matters. We are partners. There is no debt between us. Our focus should be on raising the pigs effectively and optimizing the generator's performance to produce the best electricity output possible. With this data, I can enhance the generator and promote it in remote rural areas, swiftly addressing their electricity needs. Upon hearing the phrase swiftly, Yang Qi furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean by swiftly? Is it not a long-term solution? Lin Ziyuan shook his head, explaining biogas generation has its limitations. It can only serve as a transitional measure. Once the nation embarks on extensive infrastructure development and households can afford electrical wiring and cables, along with overcoming the challenges of high-voltage electricity transmission, large power plants will inevitably supply electricity to every village. Yang Qi was taken aback at the thought of such a vast distribution, wondering how much that would cost. Is it even feasible to reach every village? He pondered. He was well aware that in a few decades, Huagua would become a powerhouse of infrastructure, with electric circuits, roads, and railways connecting every corner, making the promise of electrifying villages a tangible reality. In Haishi province, every city boasted a high-speed rail station, and Qingxi town had its own toll station on the expressway. Had it not been for the issues in Haidong province, Haishi would have developed much sooner. With the establishment of infrastructure, numerous factories and enterprises emerged, and biogas generation would no longer suffice for industrial demands. Haishi province is rich in water resources. Even Qingxi town has several suitable sites for constructing small hydropower plants. However, at present, Tinghang County lacks the funds to build power plants. With only a small station near the county seat that can supply electricity to the town and a few nearby communes. In Baishigu, the situation is dire, as the village lacks even a loudspeaker. When the villagers travel to the commune for business, they stop to listen to the announcements broadcast from the loudspeakers, enviously wishing to hear the news like their relatives in the commune, who are privy to daily broadcasts about significant events. After hearing Lin Ziyuan's explanation, Yang Qi finally understood. Biogas generation was only suitable for household use, such as powering lamps. Indeed, Lin Ziyuan confirmed, the generator can also boil water. So when the pig farm needs to prepare water for floating lotus or water hyacinths, there will be no need for firewood. At this point, the production team was directly feeding the pigs with these two types of plants, as they were cost-effective and could be easily gathered from the river. Boil, aren't you just feeding them directly? Yang Qi inquired with curiosity. Oh, my dear brother, cooking it makes it easier for the pigs to digest and eliminates parasites, ensuring they remain healthy and grow more rapidly. In truth, if feasible, we could utilize these materials combined with the fermentation of rice straw to create coarse fodder. However, we lack a shredder. Yang Qi inquired, wouldn't cutting it with a knife suffice? It is indeed possible, but it is labor-intensive and does not achieve the desired pulverization effect. I shall contemplate solutions once the rice harvest is upon us, for presently. The rice straw has been returned to the paddy fields as fertilizer. As long as the issue of electricity is resolved, the rest will pose no challenge. With Yuan Chenggang, the benefactor, at our disposal, what machinery could we not procure? That would be akin to striking one's own face. If there is nothing readily available, we shall design a popular model. Lin Ziyuan harbors an array of mature design concepts in his mind. Were it not for the current technological limitations and the lack of necessity to pursue such endeavors immediately, he would have aspired to create a sensational compact car. However, the infrastructure has yet to meet the required standards, with dirt roads prevalent, rendering a family car unsuitable for travel. Rather, an off-road vehicle like a Jeep would prove more practical. While Lin Ziyuan and Yang Qi were engrossed in discussions regarding the future development of the production team and necessary adjustments, several hundred kilometers away in Zhushan village, Yongxing town, Shuiqing County, a couple was in the process of feeding their cattle in the barn. At that moment, an individual clad in military green approached the barn, holding an open letter. Old Lin, there's a letter for your family. Chapter 38. The The letter has arrived. Lin Ongwa was occupied with a bundle of cattle fodder and could not free his hands to step outside. So he called for his wife. Ruping, please go check. Lu Ruping emerged from the barn, recognizing the visitor as a comrade from the security department, and hurried to greet him. Xiao Zhang, is there a letter for us? Teacher Lu, here it is, sent from Longshore City. He handed the letter to Lu Ruping. After expressing her gratitude and accepting the letter, Lu Ruping noticed it had been opened. This was understandable. Individuals of their status required any written correspondence to be scrutinized before reaching their hands, a common practice that they had long since grown accustomed to. She took the letter back to the small shed beside the barn, just as Lin Ongwa entered. Whose letter is it? We haven't received any correspondence in years. However, his wife's expression was one of palpable excitement, leading him to believe something significant had occurred. What else with that expression? It's just a letter. Isn't it? He took the letter from his wife's hands, and upon seeing the sender's name, tears began to flow uncontrollably, mirroring his wife's reaction. Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan has written to us. Lu Ruping nodded fervently, unable to articulate a single word. Since both families had been sent to the countryside, communication had ceased. They were unaware of one another's whereabouts. They had thought their family would be irreparably fractured, yet unexpectedly, they had received a letter from their son. As for how he had discerned their location, that was no longer a concern for Lin Ongwa and his wife, as the contents of the letter had utterly captivated their attention. Dear Dad and Mom, this is Ji Yuan. How have you been? After 8 years apart, this is my first letter to you. I am currently residing in the Baishigu production team in Tingheng County, Longshore City, and I am doing quite well, so there is no need for concern. 3 years ago, I got married, and your daughter-in-law is indeed a virtuous woman. We have also welcomed a lovely daughter into our lives. In due time, I shall bring Yin Shu and Duo to visit you. A few photographs will surely bring them immense joy. The family portrait has filled their hearts with satisfaction, showcasing a harmonious union and an exceedingly adorable granddaughter. Though the letter is brief, it is imbued with my deep yearning for you. Upon completing the letter, Lu Ruping rested her head on Lin Ongwa's shoulder, overcome with tears. While Lin Ongwa's eyes glistened with emotion, he refrained from shedding tears. He comforted his wife, gently patting her back and saying, "Oh dear, do not cry. Now that we know Ziyuan is well and we have news of a child, we should be joyful, not in tears." Through her sobs, Lu Ruping replied, "You old fool. How can I not be happy? Finally, there's news of Ziyuan. It's truly wonderful. Yet, we still do not know where Ji Ping is or how he is faring." The thought of their eldest son diminished Lu Ruping's fleeting joy. Indeed, Lin Ziyuan has an elder brother, Lin Jiping, who is a sophomore at Xiaoqing University. He should not have had to go to the countryside, but due to their parents' circumstances, he too was sent to the rural areas for re-education among the impoverished farmers. Moreover, Jiping was dispatched to the north, seemingly to the northeast. Lin Ongwa reassured her, saying, "Jiping is a bright child. He will surely manage well. It is unfortunate that they have to endure hardship because of us. However, the news of Ziyuan is indeed a great blessing. I believe that in the near future, we will be reunited." Lu Ruping nodded in agreement, yes. Let us reply to Ziyuan this evening, but we have no photographs to send him. Lin Ongwa expressed a hint of regret. Lu Ruping promptly responded, "If we do not have them, so be it, given our current state. Sending a picture to Ziyuan might frighten the children. Long-term malnutrition has rendered both of them unrecognizably thin. This is not due to any mistreatment from the local military, but rather the extreme hardship of the village. Indeed, this is a livestock farm operated by a military unit, specifically for cattle, with no actual members. They are not alone. 8 or 9 other teachers from various schools have also been sent here for various reasons. A few years ago, due to the prevailing atmosphere, they suffered harm. But after 7 or 8 years, such treatment has long ceased. However, the local military still maintains a degree of vigilance regarding their external communications, forbidding them from leaving the area. In other respects, life is not much different. Over time, they have become familiar with one another, and the strictness has eased. Though their movements are still tightly controlled, with soldiers accompanying them whenever they need to venture out. In the shed next to the cattle pen, there are another 9 individuals, all seasoned educators in their 40s and 50s. Hearing the sounds of weeping, they gathered around to discern what had transpired. "Old Lin, what has happened? Why does everyone have red eyes? Have you all been crying?" Lin Angua immediately explained, "No, it's nothing much. I just received a letter. My son wrote to me." "Oh, really? At last, you have news of your child. Congratulations." "Indeed, it's been 7 or 8 years since I came here, and I have no idea where my child is." Upon hearing this, the slight joy that had just been felt dissipated, and the others fell into a state of sorrow, even affecting Lin Angua and his wife. Perhaps this letter is a good beginning. Surely everyone will gradually receive news from their children as well. Let's not be anxious. Let's focus on our work and lives here. There will come a day when the sun shines again. Lin Angua reassured the older gentlemen, who were once esteemed teachers in various subjects such as mathematics, biology, geography, and chemistry. They were remarkable individuals. Yet, having fallen upon hard times, they harbored a sense of discontent. Fortunately, through mutual care, they managed to survive, though it remained uncertain when this hardship would come to an end. After comforting the older gentleman, Lin Angua returned to his shelter, where he found Lu Ruping still gazing at the photographs, wiping her tears. He smiled gently and approached her to examine the 3 individuals depicted in the photo closely. "I remember when Ziyuan was just a child. In the blink of an eye, he has a daughter now. Look at that nose, just like his father's. It's unmistakably the Lin family's lineage," Lu Ruping remarked. "And look how slender Duer is. Ziyuan has lost some weight, but has grown taller. Yenshu is truly beautiful. Ziyuan is indeed fortunate." Holding the photograph, Lu Ruping spoke to herself at length. Lin Angua watched for a moment before moving to the only table in their home. He retrieved a fountain pen from the drawer, opened an ink bottle, and filled the pen with ink. Only then did he unfold a piece of yellowed stationery and begin to compose a reply. "Ziyuan, both your mother and I are well. You need not worry." When Lin Ziyuan received the reply, it had already been over half a month. Prior to this, an event had occurred in Baishigo. The case of Zhang Guoji had been concluded. Chapter 39. Convicted on this day, Lin Ziyuan visited the county town to see Wen Hongyu, who was still in the People's Hospital. During this time, she was cared for by the village's young, female, educated youth. Due to the actions of the village officials, she had suffered harm, prompting a unanimous decision among the village leaders to have the young women take turns caring for her, with the village recording their work points. Since when Hongyu's condition had stabilized and there were doctors and nurses present, the caregivers did not feel overly burdened and were quite enthusiastic about looking after her. After all, who hasn't faced difficulties at some point? Upon arriving at the ward, Lin Ziyuan coincidentally encountered a female officer from the Public Security Bureau who was there to visit. "Comrade Lin Ziyuan, you came at just the right time. We have something to inform you, and now we want need to make a trip to your place." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan surmised that a conclusion had been reached in Zhang Guoji's case. Is it true that the Zhang family's case has been adjudicated? Yes. After deliberation, the former deputy leader of the Baishigo production team in Qingxi Commune, Zhang Guoji, was found guilty of serious crimes, including intentional homicide and embezzlement, and was sentenced to death. This has been reported to the Supreme People's Court for review. Zhang Baogang, a member of the original Baishigo production team, was sentenced to 10 years in prison for the crimes of intentional homicide and burglary. Wu Xiaochuan, a member of the Zeton production team, was implicated when a female associate mentioned the names of 7 or 8 individuals, all of whom had connections to Zhang Guoji. With Zhang Guoji receiving a sentence, it became evident that the repercussions extended far and wide. Even if the county sought to mitigate the fallout, numerous individuals still faced punishment. It could be said that the influential figures within the Zhang family were thoroughly implicated, with Zhang Guoji's wife also facing imprisonment for failing to report the knowledge she possessed. The remaining members of the Zhang household received stern warnings, and the atmosphere grew notably subdued. Those who had previously clamored to join the pig farming initiative ceased all discussion of the matter. Lin Ziyuan had not anticipated such a swift resolution. Based on experiences from his past life, one would expect a verdict to take at least a year or 2, yet the efficiency of the present-day authorities proved surprisingly high. Upon witnessing the resolution of the situation, Lin Ziyuan turned to Wen Hongyu and inquired, "Hongyu, Your condition has stabilized, and the family has received their due retribution. Although this cannot mend the wounds you have suffered, the county hospital's limited facilities may hinder your recovery. Would you like me to notify your parents in Guangdong province to come and take you home? Those unable to remain in the countryside due to health issues can apply to return to the city. However, this requires a certificate from the hospital and the endorsement of the commune. When Hong Yu clearly met the criteria, should she choose to leave, no one would stand in her way. Furthermore, her marriage to Zheng Baogang was deemed invalid, and a divorce certificate would soon be issued, granting her the freedom to go wherever she pleased. Lin Ziyuan believed that returning to the city would be preferable to enduring life in the countryside, and as long as her parents understood her situation, they would undoubtedly care for her well. However, to Lin Ziyuan's surprise, when Hong Yu declined the proposal, Ziyuan, I think I would prefer to continue living in the production team. My family is not well off, and returning home would only add to their burdens. If possible, after I am discharged, I wish to go back to the village, even if it means doing less work and earning fewer work points. But your health, I am aware of my own situation. During this time, under the care of the educated youth, I have felt considerable improvement. Lin Ziyuan could indeed see that when Hong Yu was gradually recovering, her eyes sparkled with vitality, and her speech and reflexes had noticeably strengthened. Most importantly, she was now able to sleep and wake normally. After contemplating her decision, Lin Ziyuan responded, "Since you have made your choice, I will respect your wishes. Please take good care of yourself in the coming days, and regarding your work upon returning to the village, I will help you devise a plan." Upon leaving the hospital, Lin Ziyuan made a trip to the county supply and marketing cooperative to procure some items not available in the town before heading home. News of Zheng Guaji and his associate's sentencing quickly spread back to the village, reigniting a lively atmosphere as villagers discussed the matter during their meals. Lin Ziyuan, the unexpected catalyst behind these events, became the focal point of their conversations. Who would have thought that this seemingly delicate scholar would emerge as a formidable force in a critical moment, not only rescuing Wen Hongyu, but also dismantling a local tyrant? Not only did he create such a significant stir, but he also rallied everyone to construct the pig farm. It is said that piglets and feed come at no cost, along with an abundance of electrical wires and plumbing, encouraging everyone to harness pig manure for electricity. In the future, every household will have access to electric lights, eliminating the need to dine by the dim glow of kerosene lamps. Regardless of whether this endeavor succeeds, it has certainly instilled hope in the hearts of the community. Each person contributed 20 yuan, driven by their trust in him. However, the primary concern among them remains who will succeed the position of the deputy leader of the production team. On the second day, following Zheng Guoji's arrest, the commune relieved him of his duties as deputy leader, and a new deputy must be elected anew by the members, rather than being appointed directly by Yang Qi, the village secretary and team leader. Recently, due to the upheaval caused by Zhang Guoji's incident, the commune has been in a state of anxiety, focusing on self-examination and rectification, which has delayed the process. Currently, the production labor of the 4th production team is being organized by Wang Furong, a party member and the most esteemed individual in the community aside from the Zheng family. If anyone is qualified for the position of deputy leader, it should undoubtedly be him. Do you truly not wish to take on this role? Yang Qi asked, seated at his desk, smoking as he regarded Lin Ziyuan. If you desire it, I could recommend you. Although my words may hold little weight, your recent performance has not gone unnoticed. You possess both knowledge and courage, and the village yearns for someone like you to guide them towards development. Moreover, your household registration is in the village, a privilege not afforded to other educated youth. Have you truly considered it? Lin Ziyuan shook his head, responding, I am not well versed in agricultural production matters. If I can successfully manage the pig farm, that will suffice for my plate. Besides, you are aware that I have responsibilities in the county, which indeed prevents me from committing further. Yang Qi had anticipated Lin Ziyuan's response and casually remarked, since you have made your decision, I shall not press you. Today, we received word from the commune instructing us to prepare for the election of the deputy leader the day after tomorrow, and we need to submit a few candidates. I had hoped you would consider it, but if you are unwilling, then so be it. Oh, and there's a letter for you, sent from the provincial office directly to the team office, he added, retrieving an envelope and handing it to Lin Ziyuan. Upon taking the letter and glancing at it, Lin Ziyuan was astonished to discover it was from the Provincial Agricultural College, penned by none other than his teacher, Yang Huayan. Could it be news regarding his rice cultivation plan? Chapter 40. Becoming the deputy team leader upon returning home. Lin Ziyuan eagerly tore open the letter and extracted the stationery, reading it intently. The content of the letter was simple, addressing two main points. Firstly, his teacher expressed surprise at receiving a letter from Lin Ziyuan at this time, which delighted him, as many classmates had lost contact. He urged Lin Ziyuan to take good care of himself, assuring him that there would indeed be a time for his return. Secondly, regarding the data Lin Ziyuan had shared, many aspects corresponded to the challenges they were currently tackling. It was unexpected that Lin Ziyuan's data aligned so closely with the results obtained from their experiments. He found the cultivation methods he provided to be quite innovative, representing a commendable path forward. However, the breeding and validation processes require a considerable amount of time, and results cannot be expected in the short term. Nevertheless, he and his team will experiment according to Lin Ziyuan's methods and cultivate a batch of rice. He urged Lin not to be anxious and encouraged him to communicate any new ideas, whether regarding rice or other crops. He hoped that both parties could maintain correspondence to enhance the people's food supply. After reading the letter, he was confident that his mentor would conduct scientific experiments in line with his vision, fostering the development of superior grain varieties. 2 days later, during the election for the deputy leader of the production team, several cadres from the commune were dispatched to ensure the election's fairness and impartiality. Each household was to select a member to participate, while Lin Ziyuan focused on finalizing the design for the biogas pit at the pig farm. Duer, eager to join the festivities, was taken by Li Yunshu to the election. Lin Ziyuan was indifferent to the outcome, knowing that the chosen candidate would not be him. Each candidate from the village possessed the capability to serve as a competent assistant to Yang Qi. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the selection for the deputy leader of the production team was finally determined, and indeed, it was Wang Furong. Wang was a capable individual, an experienced farmer with extensive planning knowledge, making him the optimal choice. However, Lin Ziyuan was surprised by the implication of Wang's new role. It left the position of team leader for the fourth production group unfilled. The members nominated Yang Zhangwo, the former deputy leader of the second production group, to take on the leadership of the fourth group, while Lin Ziyuan was elected as the deputy leader of the second group. Unexpectedly, he found himself in a village leadership role, as Li Yunshu had informed him upon her return home. Initially, he contemplated resigning from this position at the brigade office, but Yang Qi visited him late at night. Yang reassured him that there was no need to feel pressured about being a deputy leader. The team leader, Yang Zhenwang, would manage the practical affairs. His role was primarily nominal, enabling him to organize labor legitimately and to lead the group towards development with new methods and ideas. Yang Qi, concerned that Lin Ziyuan might be displeased, took the time to explain this to him. Lin Ziyuan expressed his understanding, with more scientific guidance and comparisons to other production groups. It might facilitate the overall advancement of the production team. After Yang Qi departed, Lin Ziyuan lulled his daughter to sleep, while Li Yunshu sat in the hall, studying the textbooks she had copied from the Youth Knowledge Point by the light of a kerosene lamp. Life without a copier was indeed challenging. Even if there had been one, they would not dare to make widespread copies of the textbooks. Can you understand it? Lin Ziyuan inquired with concern. Li Yunshu sighed. It's been so long since I read, I've forgotten many key points. Some very simple formulas, which I learned in junior high, take me a long time to grasp the reasoning behind. Lin Ziyuan smiled and said, do not rush. Take your time. The accumulation of knowledge is not achieved overnight. Many concepts rely not on rote memorization, but on comprehension. In the review materials, there are indeed some middle school knowledge points and formulas. You can start from there. First, reinforce your middle school knowledge over the course of a month or two, and then proceed to study the high school textbooks. This approach will facilitate your progress. Do you not think? Li Yunshu nodded in agreement. Actually, the situation is quite similar for the educated youth. Tomorrow, I shall attempt the method you suggested with them. Lin Ziyuan placed a glass of warm water on her desk. Their circumstances are akin to yours. However, during the initial years, they did engage in reading, only to become lax later on even burning books for warmth. Nevertheless, their foundational knowledge remains intact. With diligent effort, they can return to the pinnacle of their knowledge reserves. Li Yunshu resumed her studies, wishing to make up for the 2 or 3 hours lost due to the election at the brigade office. Yet, Lin Ziyuan advised her to rest early, explaining that inadequate rest would adversely affect her performance the following day. Lin Ziyuan himself worked until midnight, as Yuan Chenggang was pressing him for the design plans. The sooner he could finalize the proposal, the sooner he could find peace of mind. After all, the pig farm was already established, the piglets were being raised, yet the biogas pool remained unusable. Such waste would be regrettable. In the subsequent half-month, Lin Ziyuan devoted himself wholeheartedly to the construction of the pig farm. After more than a month of hard work, the farm began to take shape. During this time, Lin Ziyuan made 2 trips to the Xinhua bookstore, where he collected over 700 yuan in manuscript fees from Lao Su, adding to the 392 he had previously earned, totaling nearly 1,200 yuan. When he handed the money to Liang Ping, the sight of such a large stack of cash startled Liang Ping. To think that one individual could produce over 1,000 yuan at once was astonishing. It is known that even Zheng Guozhi, in his corrupt dealings, managed to extract only 2,000 yuan in cash from his home. Lin Ziyuan, without stealing or robbing, had acquired over 1,000. Who would believe such a tale? However, everyone was aware of Lin Ziyuan's connections within the county and the existence of his red booklet, indicating his affiliation with a special department, which eased Liang Ping's concerns. With the money deposited, the previous material expenses could be settled, leaving a surplus of several hundred yuan to serve as reserve funds for the pig farm. Observing the pig pens, storage area, office, and living quarters of the farm, albeit modest, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within him. The electrical conduits and light bulbs gifted by Yuan Chenggang had already been installed in the pig pens, and many of the members' homes had received a light bulb awaiting electricity. In a month's time, 500 pigs would be entering the facility, and a number of members and educated youth would begin working diligently here, with everything progressing favorably. However, Lin Ziyuan could not have anticipated the sudden disaster that nearly jeopardized their preparations. Chapter 41. Before the typhoon arrives in early May. The dawn broke at 5 in the morning, ushering in a sultry atmosphere where the chirping of cicadas began to eclipse the croaking of frogs, creating a symphony that resonated throughout the night. Lin Ziyuan rose early, for today marked the completion of the pig farm. After more than a month of diligent effort, the construction of the farm was nearly finished, with even the interiors adorned in a pristine coat of white lime wash. Some of the youth jokingly remarked that the piglets would soon inhabit a place more comfortable than their own, expressing a whimsical desire to trade places and reside in the pig farm themselves. Yet, they understood that this was all for the sake of providing the piglets with a nurturing environment, ensuring their healthy growth and plumpness, ultimately benefiting the collective. Before commencing work, Lin Ziyuan briefed the collective members on essential matters, particularly emphasizing the necessity of rectifying previously unresolved issues. After a flurry of activity, he retreated to his office within the pig farm, a privilege afforded to him as the deputy manager. With the manager yet to officially assume their role, Lin Ziyuan was the de facto authority orchestrating all operations. Once the piglets arrived, the farm would transition to the manager's oversight. As livestock rearing was not his area of expertise, he currently bore the mantle of a temporary foreman. Having meticulously arranged all details after a busy morning, Lin Ziyuan finally found a moment of respite and prepared to return to his office to embark on his lucrative endeavors. However, just as he reached the threshold of his office, a gust of wind fluttered the calendar on his desk, revealing the date, May 24th, 1976. A sudden jolt of recognition surged within him, conjuring a vivid memory from his past life. It was an afternoon when a tempestuous storm ravaged Xiamen. He had been ensconced in an old residence near the coast, engrossed in a book, unable to venture outside due to the incessant rain. Around 4 in the afternoon, the winds intensified abruptly, causing rainwater to cascade back down the tiles, and soon, the interior was inundated with a deluge. Lin Ziyuan quickly realized that a typhoon was imminent. At that time, Meteorological satellites were a luxury, and the only available early warning system relied on weather radar. However, captivated by his reading, he had neglected to switch on a radio, missing any advance warnings. Had he merely glanced out of the window an hour or two earlier, he would have seen throngs of people preparing to weather the storm on the streets of the city. This typhoon made landfall at the junction of Guangdong and Fujian provinces, barreling towards the western parts of Fujian. Lin Xuan vividly remembered the extensive devastation in Xiamen, where the periphery of the typhoon wreaked havoc, flooding, collapsing buildings, countless trees uprooted, and fertile fields submerged. It was crucial to note that this was merely the outskirts of the storm. The limitations of that era meant there was no sophisticated typhoon warning system, unlike the well-developed systems of 2023 that could predict a typhoon's trajectory. He was uncertain whether the typhoon had reached Tinghang County. Now, standing at the door of his office and gazing towards the southeastern sky, he observed the scaly cirrus clouds converging in that direction. If predictions held true, these clouds would soon thicken, their hue gradually darkening, transforming into towering stratiform clouds. The typhoon was drawing near. Even though the eye of the typhoon did not pass through Tinghang County and the location is over 200 kilometers from the coast, by the time the winds reach this area, the threat has significantly diminished. Nonetheless, the torrential rains brought by the typhoon could inflict immeasurable damage upon the village. The newly constructed pig farm is particularly vulnerable, as many of its walls are inadequate to withstand prolonged exposure to rainwater. Should a deluge occur, the entire structure risks collapse. Contemplating this, Lin Xuan immediately turned and summoned the construction team leader, Wu Fulong. Old Wu, what is it, Scholar Lin? Wu, accustomed to addressing Lin Xuan as scholar, as did most villagers aside from the team leaders and educated youths, responded. Quickly, arrange for workers to dig a trench at least 2 feet wide and 1 foot deep around the pig farm. Wu Fulong, somewhat perplexed, questioned, but many areas haven't even had the lime applied to the walls yet. Why are we suddenly digging a trench? He glanced skyward, observing the clear weather, and continued. Scholar Lin, the weather is quite fine. We should focus on plastering the walls rather than digging a trench. Lin Xuan pointed toward the southeastern sky, asserting, the clouds over there appear ominous. A typhoon is likely approaching. Heavy rains will arrive by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, and we have little time. We must excavate the trench in advance to ensure proper drainage. Otherwise, if water inundates the farm, it will be ruined. Upon hearing this, Wu Fulong was taken aback. He too noticed the troubling signs in the sky and swiftly turned to organize the excavation. This pig farm was Lin Xuan's design, and he believed it to be more aesthetically pleasing than his own home. It would indeed be a shame if it were destroyed. Moreover, he had a financial stake in the venture, amounting to 20 yuan, and he could not allow it to go to waste. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, observing Wu Fulong's urgent departure, wasted no time and sprinted towards the fields situated 2 miles away. Today, the male workers were laboring there, while the women were gathering sweet potato vines and other materials to prepare animal feed. Yang Qi, the village secretary, should also be at the fields, and Lin felt it imperative to alert him. After running approximately 500 meters, Lin Xuan was left breathless, realizing just how poor his physical condition had become. Logically, living in the countryside should not render one incapable of running. However, his previous lack of diligence had deprived him of exercise, and he now understood the significance of maintaining good health. He silently resolved that henceforth he would earn money while also prioritizing his well-being. Upon seeing Lin Xuan arrive, panting heavily, Yang Qi, who was supervising the laborers, expressed surprise. Why are you so exhausted? What has happened? Lin Xuan leaned on his knees, his head bowed, gasping for air. After some time, he managed to regain his composure and addressed Yang Qi. Brother, please tell everyone to return home at once. Why? Yang Qi inquired, bewildered, as Lin had never previously intervened in agricultural matters, and the day was still early. There is a change in the weather. Tonight and possibly tomorrow, there may be torrential rain. The typhoon is approaching. As he spoke, a gust of wind swept through, causing waves to ripple across the rice paddies. Yang Qi too felt a chill, and he looked up at the sky, frowning in concern. Immediately, he blew the whistle in his hand. Gather, gather. Upon hearing the signal, the members who had been diligently working in the fields paused their tasks and congregated at the embankment. Once all the members had assembled, Yang Qi promptly commenced the allocation of flood prevention duties. He possessed ample experience in this matter and was acutely aware of the most precarious locations within the village. "Comrades," he began, "Ziyuan has just alerted me that something seems amiss today. A torrential downpour may be imminent. Let's momentarily set aside our tasks to prioritize flood prevention. We must act proactively to mitigate potential losses. It is better to be overly cautious than to be caught unprepared. Here are my arrangements. Group 1. Assist those residing by the river in relocating their valuable possessions to the brigade headquarters or temporarily to the homes of relatives living at higher elevations. Group 2. Proceed to the small creek, excavate sand, and fill it into sacks to create sandbags to obstruct any floodwaters that may invade homes. Group 3. Aid in evacuating residents living on the hillside. Group 4. Head to the brigade headquarters to organize the empty warehouses for temporary shelter for the members." As these measures were conveyed, the members quickly mobilized. Lin Ziyuan then advised Yang Qi, "Brother, it would be prudent to visit the commune and request that they notify the other production teams. It is imperative that the county takes notice of this situation." Unbeknownst to Lin Ziyuan, this single remark would wield significant repercussions. Chapter 42. The night of the typhoon at 3 in the afternoon. With the sun hanging high in the sky, the office of the County Water Conservancy Bureau was enveloped in silence. Director Zhao Gang sat at his desk, diligently reviewing documents, his pen gliding across the pages as he meticulously approved various files. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open, and a comrade hurriedly entered, his expression tinged with urgency. "Director, the Qingxi Commune is on the line. They have an urgent matter to report to you." "The Qingxi Commune?" Zhao Gang furrowed his brow slightly, setting down his pen, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Without further contemplation, he rose and made his way to the communications room. Upon picking up the receiver, when he heard the words "typhoon is approaching," Zhao Gang was taken aback, instinctively tightening his grip on the receiver. "A typhoon? The county has yet to receive any official notification." The voice on the other end responded, "We are not entirely certain of specifics." It was Comrade Lin Ziyuan from the Baishir Gully production team who informed us. "Lin Ziyuan?" Zhao Gang silently repeated the name, recalling the recent discussions surrounding the vice captain of the Baishir Gully production team. This young man had garnered a modicum of fame within the county. Even during a meal with Sun Yongqiang, he had found occasion to praise Lin Ziyuan for his significant contributions to the matter, though the county had yet to formally acknowledge his efforts. "Is the information reliable?" Zhao Gang inquired. "We're not entirely sure, but the Baishir Gully production team is already in the process of evacuating the populace and preparing for the typhoon," came the reply. Lin Ziyuan suggested that if the county found this situation troublesome, they should publicly declare it as a flood prevention drill. If nothing transpires, that would be ideal. However, should a typhoon truly approach, it would ensure the safety of the lives and property of the community members. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's eyes brightened, and he pondered to himself that even in the absence of a typhoon, there would be no losses, and it could merely be regarded as an organized drill. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Gang immediately sprang into action, arranging for personnel to swiftly contact the Meteorological Bureau to verify the existence of an impending typhoon while simultaneously seeking guidance from the county committee director for assistance in decision-making. He understood that such circumstances were a rarity, occurring only once in several decades, and the populace lacked experience in combating typhoons and floods. If they could seize this opportunity to conduct a drill, it might yield substantial benefits. The county soon acquiesced to his request, promptly assigning personnel to notify all townships that the drill would commence that evening, lasting for 48 hours. Due to Lin Ziyuan's single remark, the entire county became abuzz with activity. Zhao Gang then instructed staff to immediately head to the countryside to conduct a comprehensive assessment of all bridges. Should any be deemed hazardous, barriers would be erected, and it would be clearly communicated that no one was permitted to cross once it began to rain. Additionally, the operational status of the county's large dams, as well as the potential blockage of bridge openings by debris, were included in the detailed inspection parameters. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the Provincial Meteorological Bureau finally issued a typhoon warning and raised a number 9 alert. The coastal regions of Guangdong East and Haishi were beset by fierce winds, and radar imagery vividly illustrated the typhoon advancing aggressively towards the junction of the two provinces. It was anticipated to make landfall around 9 o'clock that evening, with wind speeds expected to diminish thereafter, though torrential rains would certainly follow, affecting Tinghang County around 1 o'clock in the morning. Based on the available data, Zhao Gang quickly estimated that if the torrential rains arrived, the river's water level would likely rise around 4 o'clock in the morning, a time when most would be in slumber, making the evacuation of residents exceedingly challenging. He silently rejoiced that the county had made preparations several hours in advance. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan resided at least 10 meters above the river surface and was not situated near a hillside. Although his home had been newly constructed in recent years, it was drafty. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Ziyuan busied himself meticulously repairing every potential leak and clearing the drainage ditch adjacent to the house to prevent water accumulation. Around 10 o'clock that evening, the rain intensified, accompanied by increasingly fierce winds. The howling wind seeped into the house, instilling a sense of dread. Duo clung tightly to Lin Ziyuan, her voice trembling. "Daddy, is the wind grandma angry? I'm scared." Lin Ziyuan gently patted her head, softly reassuring her, "Do not fear, Duo. Daddy will protect you and Mommy." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Duo nodded. "With Daddy and Mommy here, I'm not afraid." Yet, as soon as she finished speaking, she tightened her grip on Lin Ziyuan's hand even more. Li Yunshu leaned against Lin Ziyuan, her face etched with concern. "The rain is indeed heavy today. Will anything happen?" Lin Ziyuan shook his head, his tone resolute. "Rest assured, nothing will happen." He was acutely aware that in his previous life, he had returned to the village a few years later, and at that time, the house was still standing, not yet collapsed. However, he could not recall the condition of the other houses in the village, which was precisely why he had urged the village to mobilize and relocate the residents early on. Around 4 in the morning, the wind began to subside, yet the rain intensified with greater ferocity. This typhoon had formed on May 13th and did not dissipate until May 27th, making landfall in the eastern Guangdong province and sweeping northward directly into northern Hubei province with astonishing force. That night, nearly all the adults found it impossible to sleep, especially those who had been relocated to the brigade headquarters. They were constantly preoccupied with thoughts of their homes. But the torrential rain and fierce winds rendered it impossible to venture outside to assess the situation. By 6 in the morning, one would expect daylight to break. Yet due to the dreadful weather, it was still barely possible to discern the outside world. Some villagers seized a brief lull in the rain, hastily donned their raincoats and straw hats, and rushed out to survey the conditions. However, within less than 5 minutes, they hurried back, panic-stricken. "Dogzy, what is the situation outside?" someone asked anxiously. The young man named Dogzy returned breathlessly, his chest heaving. "The water, it's too deep. Several persimmon trees have been swept away. Uncle Fugan, Uncle Fuin, and Uncle Kai Jin, your houses have collapsed, and many others are in peril, all submerged in water, at risk of collapsing." He rattled off several names in one breath. Upon hearing Dogzy's words, chaos erupted in the brigade headquarters. The families mentioned were instantly filled with anguish, their eyes reddening with worry and sorrow, while some of the women could not contain their soft sobs. Uncle Fugan swayed unsteadily as if his very bones had been taken from him, nearly collapsing to the ground, muttering incessantly. That was a lifetime of savings. Lin Ziyuan, concerned about the members of the brigade, had rushed over early in the morning. Along the way, he witnessed the devastating scenes in the village. After the flood, homes lay in ruins, trees were uprooted, and the landscape was a chaotic mess, filling him with a profound sense of melancholy, a tumult of emotions overwhelming him. Upon arriving at the brigade headquarters, he saw the members huddled together, discussing the calamities of the previous night, their faces etched with gloom and despair. Noticing their distress, Lin Ziyuan stepped boldly into the midst of the crowd and raised his voice. "Everyone, do not panic. Homes may be lost, but we can rebuild. As long as we are safe, that is what matters most." The rain is still fierce, so let us not rush outside. Once the rain subsides a bit, we will organize a team to salvage whatever we can. His words brought a modicum of calm to the crowd. Yet their gazes remained fixed on the curtain of rain outside, filled with anxiety and uncertainty about the future. Just then, a deafening sound erupted from the hillside 100 meters behind the brigade headquarters. Boom! Chapter 43. Landslide. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Ziyuan immediately realized that a landslide had occurred somewhere in the village. Fortunately, it seems that everything is fine, as the residents living near the mountainside had already been sent to the warehouse at the brigade headquarters yesterday afternoon. As long as the people are safe. Mother! Just when Lin Ziyuan believed that nothing had occurred, a sudden shout from behind him broke the silence. The crowd turned to see Wang Dongsheng searching for his mother amidst them. Dongsheng, where is your mother? Someone inquired. My mother is in Tinghang County, he replied, using the local dialect for mother. I don't know. I just woke up and didn't see her when I got up. As he spoke, he abruptly dashed out the door, gazing anxiously toward his home. Mother, he cried out, his voice filled with anguish, before plunging into the stormy weather. She must be worried about the 3 rabbits at home. She probably went back to feed them. Someone whispered. What? Feed them? Their home is right in the path of the landslide. This is serious. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Wang's elderly mother, concerned about the rabbits in her absence, had stealthily returned home early that morning while everyone was distracted. The location of the landslide was precisely in the direction of their home. Several relatives of the Wang family present quickly grasped the situation and rolled up their pant legs. Preparing to rush outside, Lin Ziyuan swiftly held them back. Everyone, please remain calm, he urged, his expression a mix of urgency and composure. A member of the Wang family shouted, Scholar Lin, this is no time to dawdle. Saving lives is of utmost importance. Lin Ziyuan explained. Rushing in blindly will not only fail to save anyone, but may also put yourselves at risk. None of us knows if there will be another landslide. If something happens, what will happen to your families? We must devise a comprehensive plan. Scholar Lin, tell us what to do. We will follow your lead. Yes, you are well read. We will heed your counsel. At this moment, the rain outside intensified, and Lin Ziyuan knew that every second wasted would escalate the risk. He quickly assigned tasks. Guiqiang, take some people to the warehouse for shovels and hose. Huzi, gather medical supplies from the brigade headquarters. Dainiu, go fetch the village tractor for emergency use. Elders and children should stay here. The young and strong will come with me. Also, Sister Xiuqin, please notify Captain Yang and the others. With that, he dashed into the rain with a group of people. Once given their orders, the group sprang into action. Before long, a cadre of robust youths arrived, braving the storm with rudimentary yet functional tools in hand. A truck sputtered to a stop at the warehouse entrance, splashing water everywhere. Lin Ziyuan led the group swiftly towards the landslide site. From a distance, the once familiar Wang family home was completely buried under a thick layer of mud and debris. Wang Dongsheng was already at the ruins, frantically digging through the earth with his bare hands, his nails torn and blood mingling with the mud streaming down his fingertips. Mother, where are you? Lin Ziyuan called out to Dainiu, who was driving the tractor. Dainiu, you have sharp eyes and a loud voice. Stay here and watch the slope. If anything unusual occurs up there, be sure to blow the whistle and bang the gong. Dainiu nodded, attentively observing the mountain for any signs of movement. A group of individuals gathered near the Wang family's residence. The house had long been enveloped by earth, its first floor completely vanished. Relying on their memories of the house's location, they wielded shovels to excavate the mud. However, the soil was excessively wet, impeding their progress significantly. Lacking heavy machinery, they could only rely on manual labor, proceeding with utmost caution, fearful of injuring the elderly matriarch buried beneath. I've struck the wall, someone shouted. Once the wall's position was revealed, they could ascertain the house's orientation and precise location, marking a significant advancement in their rescue efforts. Everyone, put in more effort to locate the room, Lin Ziyuan urged. At that moment, a group of villagers, led by Yang Qi, arrived at the Wang residence. What is the situation? Yankee inquired anxiously. The situation is dire. There is too much sludge, making it difficult to clear, and the rain continues to fall. Posing a risk of further landslides, Lin Ziyuan replied, "Brother, please arrange for someone to check on the villagers. We must ensure that no one returns to the hazardous buildings, especially those that have been flooded or near the mountains. We can always recover our belongings, but losing a life would be an irretrievable loss." Yang Qi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and instructed his people to conduct a thorough assessment. As everyone labored tirelessly, a sharp whistle and a series of urgent gong strikes echo behind them. Lin Ziyuan was alarmed and shouted to the excavating villagers, "Everyone retreat quickly. Stop digging and evacuate." Prior instructions had made it clear that upon hearing the whistle, all activities must cease, and everyone should evacuate to safety, regardless of whether they had discovered any trapped individuals. Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's cries, the villagers halted their digging and sprinted towards safety. However, Wang Dongsheng appeared lost, continuing to frantically dig, murmuring, "Mother, I cannot leave you behind." Seeing this, Lin Ziyuan felt a surge of urgency. He rushed back to Wang Dongsheng and forcefully grasped him, exclaiming, "Dongsheng, don't be foolish. If you don't leave now, you will perish." Wang Dongsheng's eyes were bloodshot, filled with despair and resistance, as he struggled fiercely. "Lin, I beg you, let me dig for just a little longer. My mother is still down there." Lin Ziyuan's eyes brimmed with tears, and gritting his teeth, he, along with several young men who had come to assist, forcibly dragged Wang Dongsheng away. Just as they reached a safe zone, a deafening roar erupted behind them. The already unstable hillside collapsed once more, a torrent of mud and debris cascading down like a raging flood, completely burying the spot where they had just been digging. The onlookers gazed in horror at the ruins consumed by the earth. Had they not evacuated in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, striking their faces, blurring the lines between rain and tears. Wang Dongsheng sat despondently on the ground, his eyes vacant, murmuring, "Mother, I am so sorry." Lin Ziyuan crouched beside him, patting his shoulder, wishing to offer words of comfort, yet found his throat constricted, rendering him speechless. Deep down, Wang Dongsheng understood that if his mother were indeed buried in the house, her fate would likely be grim. He was reluctant to relinquish hope, clinging to a flicker of optimism for his own peace of mind. Yet the recent events had made him acutely aware that he could not risk the safety of his fellow comrades. Should misfortune strike, he would bear the burden of guilt for the entire village. Standing amidst the rain, tears mingled with the downpour cascading down his cheeks. For a full 10 minutes, he stood resolute, ultimately arriving at a poignant decision. Suddenly, he knelt in the muddy water, bowing his head 3 times in the direction of his home. "Mother, your son is unfilial." With those words, he turned and knelt before all the comrades who had participated in the rescue, prompting Lin Ziyuan to hastily assist him to his feet. Lin Xiaocai, "Captain, I thank you all. Please return home. I cannot allow everyone to take unnecessary risks." Chapter 44. Self-rescue. The relentless storm had passed by the 25th, leaving in its wake a scene of devastation. Lin Ziyuan was aware of the golden 72-hour window for rescue, but the ferocity of the winds and rain rendered conditions far more perilous than they would be decades later. The task of moving hundreds of cubic meters of earth while ensuring the safety of the rescuers was exceedingly daunting. Relinquishing the effort was a lamentable necessity. Nonetheless, after the storm subsided, Wang Dongsheng, along with several comrades, continued the search for Wang Pe, while other members focused on salvaging damaged homes to mitigate losses. Simultaneously, arrangements were made for drainage of the farmland, with the breach dikes being promptly repaired to ensure the yield of crops. In no time, the once quiet Baishigu was bustling once again. Thanks to their thorough preparations, the losses in Baishigu were relatively minor, unlike those faced by other production teams. Even with advance warnings from the county, numerous communes suffered severe damage due to various communication failures. In comparison to other counties, Tinghang County experienced the least devastation. At the pig farm, substantial water accumulation was also present. However, due to the preemptive digging of drainage ditches, the area sustained minimal damage, ensuring no adverse effects on subsequent breeding operations. Currently, only those members whose homes had collapsed or were inundated and could not ascertain whether their houses were safe remained in the storage facility of the brigade. While temporary emergency accommodations were manageable, long-term habitation would be inconvenient, especially with the onset of summer, as crops would soon be ready for harvest, necessitating the use of the warehouses for storage. On this day, village officials convened at the brigade's headquarters to discuss reconstruction in the aftermath of the disaster. The meeting was shrouded in smoke, the atmosphere heavy with gravity. Yang Qi furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. This time, we in Baishigu have been fortunate in the face of the typhoon, yet we must not let our guard down. The placement of those members in the warehouse must be resolved swiftly. The autumn harvest is approaching, and the warehouses cannot remain vacant indefinitely. Lin Ziyuan nodded in agreement, adding, "Rebuilding homes will require considerable materials and labor. We must first assess the extent of the damage to determine which houses can be repaired and which must be entirely rebuilt. Additionally, labor allocation needs meticulous planning to avoid neglecting any aspect." Let us hear everyone else's perspectives now. Team 1, you may begin. Most of the collapsed houses belong to your group. What are your thoughts? Speak freely so we may determine a solution. With Yang Qi's prompting, Team Leader Wang Guoqiang began to speak. This recent torrential rain has wreaked havoc on our group. 3 households have collapsed, and 10 members are currently residing in a warehouse. As I reflect on this situation, I ponder how we can accommodate these individuals, especially considering there are 2 children, merely over 2 years old. After his remarks, Wang Guoqiang glanced around at the others and continued, "In the short term, it is impossible to clear the rubble and rebuild their homes. Furthermore, these families lack sufficient funds. Even the money for this pig farm was borrowed from relatives. As for food supplies, they have some provisions left, but we will certainly need the team's assistance in resolving their housing dilemma." Following Wang Guoqiang's statement, Zhao Erniu from the 3rd team stood up to express his thoughts. It's not just the collapsed houses. There are those that have been flooded as well, rendering them uninhabitable. Cleaning up the debris from the river that has invaded their homes will require considerable time. The members have already spent 2 days working on it, yet they have barely completed half. Ultimately, it boils down to the issue of shelter. Lin Ziyuan observed that after much discussion, no resolution had been reached, so he interjected, "Uncle Liangping, is that primary school in the village suitable for temporary accommodation?" Indeed, there is a small primary school in Baishigu, which at times has only 7 or 8 students across 2 or 3 grades. A few years ago, the teacher was taken away for some reason, and no replacements have come, rendering the school abandoned. The children must walk over half an hour to the central school at the commune for their education, leaving the classrooms dormant. Liang Ping, being the accountant and effectively the steward of Baishigu, was approached by Lin Ziyuan for information. "Are you suggesting that the members move in there temporarily?" Liang Ping inquired. "Yes, since it's currently unused, there are several classrooms that, if tidied up, could resolve the immediate housing crisis," replied Lin Ziyuan. After some contemplation, Liang Ping responded, "I visited there yesterday. Aside from a few broken tiles on the roof and some leaks, with a bit of cleaning, it could indeed accommodate 2 or 3 households." Yang Qi nodded in agreement. If that is the case, it will alleviate some of the difficulties faced by the members, though we still have much more to address. Lin Ziyuan seized the moment to add, for the remaining individuals, if they are agreeable, they could temporarily reside at the pig farm. However, with piglets arriving in a few days, it might be somewhat noisy. Nevertheless, several offices and small warehouses have just been built and are relatively clean, so if they don't mind, living there is an option. Upon hearing this, the group found the plan acceptable. Lin Ziyuan further proposed that those households moving in could directly participate in the pig farming operations, which would streamline various tasks. Thus, living in either location presents both advantages and disadvantages, lacking perfection. After a consensus was reached, members were allowed to choose their preferred accommodation. And for those who did not decide, a draw would determine their placement. Those residing in the school would face older, more dilapidated conditions, necessitating daily labor in the fields. In contrast, those at the pig farm would enjoy newer facilities but contend with noise and the inevitable odors associated with livestock. Nonetheless, both options serve as transitional solutions, providing temporary refuge until the housing issues are resolved, alleviating some of the distress. Since there are no objections, let's finalize this matter. Now, we shall discuss how to address the issues of collapsed houses and dilapidated structures. Ziyuan, You are full of ideas. Please share your thoughts directly. Indeed, Lin Xiaotsai. We are all ears for your insights. I too am inclined to hear what Xiaotsai has to say. After the events of the past few days, Lin Ziyuan has firmly established his position among the villagers, who hold him in high regard. With that said, I will express my perspective. Firstly, the primary concern is disinfection. Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared perplexed. Why is disinfection necessary? Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, Lin Ziyuan patiently explained. The recent typhoon has resulted in significant water accumulation, submerging homes and dispersing debris everywhere, which has fostered the growth of numerous bacteria and viruses. Living in such conditions, the villagers are at a heightened risk of illness. Therefore, it is imperative to conduct comprehensive disinfection in the affected areas, particularly around the collapsed and water-damaged homes. Yang Shi furrowed his brow and raised a question. While disinfection is indeed crucial, where are we to procure the necessary supplies? Moreover, we need a proper method for the disinfection process. Lin Ziyuan, having anticipated this concern, replied calmly, "We have what we need readily available." Upon hearing this, the group grew even more curious. Lin Xiaotsai, please do not keep us in suspense. Share the details. Lin Ziyuan smiled and stated, "We have a substantial amount of lime left over from when we were constructing the pig farm. This lime can be effectively utilized for disinfection in the affected areas. During the disinfection process, it is essential for the villagers to wear masks and gloves to avoid direct contact. This will effectively eliminate bacteria and viruses, allowing for safer reoccupation." The crowd nodded in agreement, appreciating Lin Ziyuan's thorough considerations. He continued, "The second issue at hand pertains to building materials. Reconstructing homes will require a significant quantity of timber and bricks. Our village has some trees that can be felled, but we will need to purchase bricks from outside." Wang Guoqiang appeared troubled. Acquiring bricks is not inexpensive, and the villagers have little money at hand. Our team's funds are also quite limited. What are we to do? Lin Ziyuan turned to Yang Qi. "Brother, I have heard that the county typically provides some subsidies to assist disaster-stricken areas in their rebuilding efforts. We should apply for this support. Regardless of the amount, it is better than nothing, and it will alleviate some of our immediate concerns." After listening to this, Yang Qi nodded thoughtfully. "This proposal has a high feasibility. I will report to the commune. I believe Secretary Liu and the others will agree with our approach." Lin Ziyuan continued to share his opinions. The reconstruction of homes must not be conducted haphazardly. We need a plan rationally based on each family's actual circumstances. For those villagers whose homes have collapsed, we should prioritize their rebuilding efforts to ensure they can quickly have a stable place to live. At this point, Liang Ping interjected with a thought. "Comrade Ziyuan, there is an issue I would like to address." Liang Ping, please go ahead. "The county's aid is unlikely to be substantial. Even if we manage to secure it, it will scarcely suffice to cover the housing repairs for nearly 10 families in our village. What then? Shall we do about this shortfall? Indeed, this represents a considerable sum." Zhao Erniu has grasped the crux of the matter. Lin Ziyuan promptly clarified. "The subsidies from the county will undoubtedly fall short. Thus, the remaining portion must be addressed by our members themselves." Address it ourselves? Lin Xiaotsai, I fear this may pose a challenge. A significant portion of our members' valuable belongings has been swept away, making it nearly impossible to find the funds necessary for rebuilding. Precisely. Otherwise, we would not be seeking assistance from the production team. Lin Ziyuan realized that everyone was too anxious and had not allowed him to finish his explanation. "Please, everyone, listen to me," he urged, seeking to restore calm. He continued, "Currently, our team has constructed a pig farm, and by the end of the year, we will receive dividends. This sum can be deducted from a member's share of the profits. The timeline for rebuilding the houses is approximately 1 to 2 months. After this period, members must vacate the school and the pig farm, necessitating prompt action on the housing issue. Even those reluctant to rebuild will need to devise their own solutions by that time. As for the funding gap, I believe the pig farm can assist in covering a portion of it, while we shall see if the brigade can initially provide support, to be recouped from their dividends at year's end. Admittedly, some are hesitant to utilize collective funds for individual housing repairs, but who among us has not faced difficulties? Especially concerning Wang Dongxing's family, who have suffered immensely. They have lost their home, and, being a bachelor, he is now in no position to consider marriage or starting a family, having nowhere to reside. With this in mind, the group consented to Lin Ziyuan's proposal to initially use communal funds to assist in building their homes, with plans to recover the money later in the year. They then deliberated on the specifics of the new housing and determined its location. Just as Yang Qi was about to adjourn the meeting, the sound of an engine echoed from outside. It was evident that someone had come seeking Lin Ziyuan. The commune lacked automobiles. When the leaders visited the teams, they either walked or rode bicycles. The presence of a car indicated that at least someone from the county had arrived. Sure enough, as Lin Ziyuan and the others exited the brigade headquarters, they spotted several individuals disembarking from the vehicle, one of whom was Wang Yongxiang. Yang Qi immediately approached him. Director Qi, what brings you here? Lin Ziyuan realized that this individual was the director of Qingxi Commune, a rare sight indeed. The people in the car were accompanied by Qi Santai. Who then could they be? Director Qi approached with a smile, saying, Old Yang, allow me to introduce you. This is Comrade Zhao Gang, the head of our county's Water Resources Bureau, and beside him is Comrade Wang Yongxiang, the Deputy Director of the County Public Security Bureau. Deputy Director? Lin Ziyuan felt bewildered. Wasn't he the team leader? How had he been promoted? Yang Qi also introduced the village officials to the visiting leaders, before inviting everyone to return to the brigade office to sit. Everyone sat on their stools, their minds clouded with uncertainty about the unfolding events. Observing Lin Ziyuan's perplexed expression, Wang Yongxiang chuckled heartily. Comrade Ziyuan, you must take some credit for this. Thanks to your report, the county has launched a campaign against corruption, thoroughly addressing the various corrupt practices across all townships. I have even received commendation and a promotion because of it. Indeed, congratulations are in order, he added with a laugh. But I'm not the only one recognized. Our comrade Zhao Gang has also been acknowledged. Zhao Gang then smiled and addressed everyone. This success is largely due to your timely alerts, which afforded the county ample time for flood preparedness drills, enabling us to minimize damage across all communes. He sighed. Nonetheless, the county still faced significant losses. However, compared to the colossal disasters of previous years, this situation reflects our utmost efforts, and thus, I too have been honored and promoted. Continuing, Zhao Gang remarked, my visit to Baishigu serves multiple purposes. Firstly, to assess the disaster impact across the townships, and secondly, to deliver commendation letters to you all. He then retrieved a red booklet from his briefcase and handed it to Yang Qi. Additionally, there is a commendation letter specifically for Comrade Lin Ziyuan, along with a monetary reward for his prompt identification of the danger and swift notification to the higher authorities. He produced another red booklet and 2 cash vouchers. This amounts to a substantial 20 yuan bonus, which surely evokes envy among the other comrades. However, it is well-deserved. Without his vigilance, the village's fate could have been dire. Zhao Gang continued. Originally, the county planned to hold a formal commendation ceremony, but given the widespread devastation, the entire county is preoccupied with disaster relief. Hence, I could only bring these tokens of appreciation to you, and I hope you understand the county's predicament. Lin Ziyuan promptly replied, this is simply our duty. Furthermore, due to the severity of the disaster, the commune has applied for funds from higher authorities to assist the production teams in resuming their labor. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in applause, filled with excitement. This meant Yang Qi wouldn't even need to file a report. This was genuine assistance, far more valuable than any commendation letter. Yang Qi immediately expressed his gratitude to the leaders of the commune and the county, while also briefing them on the reconstruction plans for Baishigu, particularly the initiative to use collective funds to support the members through this crisis. This proposal received the backing of Qi Santai, the commune director, who assured that he would communicate the situation to Secretary Liu, promising that it would gain support. Just when everyone believed the matter had reached a conclusion, Lin Ziyuan boldly proposed a new plan. Director Qi, I have a suggestion to put forth now that we are all gathered here. Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's intention to speak, Qi Santai smiled and looked at him, inquiring, Comrade Ziyuan, please share your suggestion, as long as it is reasonable. The commune will do its utmost to accommodate it. Director, I would like to propose the establishment of a brick factory in our commune. A brick factory? Yang Qi and the others were taken aback by this sudden suggestion. The Qingxi commune currently lacks a brick factory. The pig farm at Baishigu predominantly utilizes earthen walls. Yet certain critical areas necessitate the use of red bricks and tiles, which are procured from the brick factory in Hetian commune and transported to the construction site via tractor. What prompted this idea? Our current consumption of bricks is modest, and sourcing them from Hetian commune sufficiently meets our needs, remarked Shi Santai. Lin Ziyuan anticipated the leader's concerns. Indeed, establishing a brick factory would not require substantial investment. Merely a few kilns, a drying area, and a storage warehouse would suffice. However, operational costs are where the expenses accumulate, particularly concerning labor and coal. Lin Ziyuan elaborated. While earthen houses have their merits, being warm in winter and cool in summer, as well as being economical and suitable for the majority of our comrades, they also have glaring disadvantages. Prolonged exposure to water or rain can easily lead to wall damage and collapse. In contrast, brick houses alleviate such worries, offering greater safety and security compared to earthen structures. The assembled individuals nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Lin Ziyuan's assertions. But how does this relate to our proposal for a brick factory? Shi Santai inquired. Consider this. The county and higher authorities have allocated funds to assist our comrades in addressing housing issues. Those whose homes have collapsed or are deemed unsafe, will they continue to build earthen houses? Zhao Lin interjected. I, for one, am apprehensive. If the county provides funding, I would contribute a bit more to invest in a sturdier brick house. The brick houses on the 100-meter street in the commune are both aesthetically pleasing and robust. Furthermore, they do not suffer from drafts. No amount of newspaper stuffing can ward off the winter winds. Indeed, especially during rainy days. No matter how many times the outer walls are repaired, they will inevitably crumble again. Yes, my house is currently riddled with holes, all made by sparrows. I evict one batch only to have another take their place. Brick houses would not encounter such issues. The group engaged in lively discourse, sharing their perspectives. Lin Ziyuan continued to elucidate. If the initial group of comrades, with the county support, constructs brick houses, surely others will contemplate this option as well. In truth, Lin Ziyuan wished to advocate for reinforced concrete houses, but acquiring steel rebar is currently challenging, even for those with funds, let alone for those without. Once others have moved into brick houses, wouldn't one feel compelled to renovate their own? This would represent a significant demand, as our entire Qingxi commune boasts a population of over 3,000. If we could establish a brick factory, we would save considerable costs. The most readily available material in Baishigu is red clay. As for cement, isn't the Tinghang cement factory in our county in dire need of a market? We at Baishigu would gladly procure a substantial quantity of cement for village construction, as long as the county is able to provide support. A discount would require the assistance of the county leaders. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang and Sun Yongxiang exchanged a knowing smile, realizing how astutely Lin Ziyuan had calculated, directing his intentions towards the county. Both men held influence within the county, and, as the director of the Water Resources Bureau, Zhao Gang had his own channels. The construction of several dams and irrigation channels would necessitate a significant amount of cement. Zhao Gang felt indebted to Lin Ziyuan and promptly assured that if cement were needed, he could guarantee a supply from the Qingxi town area at a price below market value. This concession would certainly be honored by the cement factory. Thank you, Director Zhao. Shi Sentai interjected. If that is the case, it is indeed essential to establish a brick and tile factory. However, what about the site selection? Moreover, is there sufficient capital among the collective members to finance the construction of houses? Even with self-produced bricks and low-cost cement, the expenses would accumulate to a considerable sum, which is no trivial matter, Sun Yongxiang inquired. I propose to apply for a unified settlement before the year ends. Lin Ziyuan's assertion took everyone by surprise. It seemed he intended to defer payment. However, it was not merely a free ride. It was a matter of incurring a debt to be settled later. This was beyond the authority of Zhao Gang and Sun Yongxiang to decide. Yet, Shi Santai clenched his teeth and said, "Leave this matter to me." Zhao Gang and Sun Yongxiang looked at him with puzzled expressions, to which Chi Santai replied, "I am acquainted with the director of the Tinghang cement factory. We are old friends. You should be willing to assist with this matter." Everyone then nodded in understanding, and Zhao Gang jested, "Haha, old Chi, you are leveraging connections. But rest assured, you are doing this for the development of the commune. We shall keep this under wraps, haha. For the sake of Qingxi commune. Chi Santai, fear no reports," Chi Santai added with fervor. He continued, "The Baisher Ditch is now preparing to develop pig farming and power generation. This could serve as a pilot production team for our Qingxi town. If the Baisher Ditch production team flourishes, it could be promoted as a model for others." Though results had yet to materialize, he expressed confidence that they would achieve their own successes. "I always say, do not fear undertaking tasks. If mistakes are made, they can be corrected. It is all for the betterment of our members' lives. Without the courage to take action, how can we speak of change? Our nation has endured poverty, evolving from a state of destitution over decades. The progress we have made is a testament to our perseverance. Therefore, Old Yang, as long as Baisher Ditch dares to act, commit wholeheartedly, and adhere to principles, I am willing to shoulder any burdens." Sun Yongqiang and Zhao Gang also encouraged everyone to embrace the courage to act, which deeply moved all the village leaders present. Lin Ziyuan thought to himself, "These leaders can certainly collaborate." After half an hour of discussion, the leaders determined the site selection, firing techniques, and other crucial details before departing. The chosen location was less than 2 miles west of the Baisher Ditch team headquarters, where ample red clay was available for use as raw material. On that evening, Lin Ziyuan hastily prepared a comprehensive plan for the brick and tile factory, which not only included the construction scheme, but also introduced innovative techniques for firing red bricks and black tiles. Chi Santai demonstrated remarkable efficiency, swiftly assembling a construction team by drawing personnel from nearby production brigades, with Yangqi appointed as the team leader to commence the factory's establishment. Simultaneously, the work of dismantling and renovating dilapidated houses also began. Various building materials were transported into the village, and it was during this time that the first batch of 100 piglets arrived via a large truck. Accompanying them were 10 tons of feed and Chen Zhoming, an expert from the Agricultural College. Chapter 47. The arrival of the piglets upon entering Baishigu. Chen Zhoming initially found the environment unsatisfactory, as it starkly contrasted with his previous work setting in the city. The houses were in disrepair, with many collapsed structures undergoing cleanup. However, when the truck arrived at the pig farm's entrance, his perspective swiftly changed. The clean and tidy facilities stood in stark juxtaposition to the dilapidated residential area outside. Remarkably, lime, which many households hesitated to use, was generously applied to every wall, including the pig pens, and the biogas pit had already been constructed. It was evident that the villagers were eager to transform their lives through farming, and Chun could sense their yearning for a brighter future. Lin Ziyuan and the farm manager, Xia Laosi, rushed out upon hearing the truck's arrival. Upon seeing the piglets within, they immediately comprehended the identity of their visitor. Yuan Chenggang had previously informed Lin Ziyuan about Chen Zhoming, his close friend, emphasizing the need to treat him well. Chun had come to assist with the pig farming initiative and possessed extensive experience in breeding, focusing on improving piglet genetics and enhancing disease resistance. In addition to being an excellent veterinarian, Lin Zon beamed with joy, striding forward to warmly grasp Chen Zhoming's hands, exclaiming with excitement, "Comrade Chun, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Yuan Chenggang has spoken highly of your expertise. The villagers of Baishigu are counting on you." Chun, touched by this warm welcome, relaxed from his initial reserve and replied with a smile, "You may simply refer to me as Comrade Lin Ziyuan. You are too kind." "Indeed, I am Lin Ziyuan, the deputy manager of the Baishigu pig farm. Allow me to introduce you to our team. This is Xia Laosi, the farm manager." Xia Laosi approached, his dark face illuminated by a hearty smile, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "Comrade Chun, thank you for your efforts on the journey." The use of the term teacher brought laughter among the group. Lin Ziyuan beckoned everyone to assist Chen Zhoming with his luggage while directing the unloading of the piglets from the truck and guiding them into the pens. Together, they carefully unloaded the piglets, which were lively and inquisitive, immediately exploring their new surroundings upon touching the ground. As Chun Zhoming assisted, he meticulously observed the condition of the piglets. Fortuitously, nearly all the piglets exhibited excellent vitality, save for a dozen that appeared somewhat travel-weary. On this occasion, I had brought merely 100 pigs, as I feared that introducing 500 at once would overwhelm the village's capacity for care. This decision reflects Chun Zhoming's thorough consideration. An excessive influx of pigs could potentially lead to chaos due to inexperience and insufficient housing. After settling the piglets, Chun Zhoming eagerly sought to comprehend the specifics of the pig farm. Lin Ziyuan and Xia Laosi guided him on a tour of the facility. "Teacher Chun, behold our primary breeding area," Lin explained. "The pig pens have been intentionally constructed smaller to minimize the pig's movement space, thereby reducing energy expenditure and promoting faster growth. This area housed the piglets, with each pen accommodating 20 pigs, and we have 40 such pens. With 500 pigs, there is ample space for them. This is the sow pen," Lin continued. "While the sows are nursing, the piglets reside here for approximately a month before being weaned and moved to the next pen." The tour lasted nearly an hour, and with each step, Chun Zhoming grew increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated that the pig farm in this seemingly remote and underdeveloped Baishurgo would be so scientifically and rationally planned. Every detail, from the layout of the pigsties to the partition management of pig groups at various growth stages, showcased the dedication of the Baishurgo community. Upon witnessing the constructed biogas pit, which was intended for electricity generation, he was further captivated by Lin Ziyuan's audacious vision. The group then returned to the office at the pig farm, where Lin Ziyuan introduced Chun Zhoming to the key members involved in the breeding operations, including the feed collection team, feed fermentation team, breeding team, sanitation, logistics, and all other personnel. Lin had already conducted training sessions for these individuals, and the feed fermentation team had even commenced the preparation of feed, with visible fermentation occurring in the feed pits. The members of the breeding team possessed some prior experience, and several pigs from the brigade had been moved to the pig farm to be raised alongside the piglets, for tasks requiring finer skills. Lin Ziyuan had specially selected a few educated youth to offer assistance. Each member reported their forthcoming responsibilities to Chun Zhoming, who was appointed by the farm manager Xia Laosi as the technical supervisor for the Baishurgo pig farm. "Teacher Chun, please provide us with your insights on our breeding plan to enhance our outcomes," Lin Ziyuan requested, addressing everyone. "Now, let us welcome Teacher Chun to share a few words." Chun Zhoming raised his glass, took a sip, and cleared his throat before speaking. "I have observed your enthusiasm and dedication, and the foundation of the pig farm is commendably solid. However, to expand and strengthen our pig farming venture, there remains much work to be meticulously refined. Take our feed. For instance, while our fermentation process is viable, there is still room for improvement. Having conducted extensive research in the city, I have discovered that new fermentation techniques can enhance the nutritional retention rate of feed by approximately 15. This improvement leads to better digestion and accelerated growth in pigs. I will gradually share these findings with everyone in the days to come, allowing us to collectively discuss and engage in practical research." Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the group, as this advancement would significantly reduce the costs of farming. Lin Ziyuan firmly believed that he had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. After discussing feed, Chun Zhoming turned his attention to disease prevention and control. He stated, "Next, we must establish a comprehensive epidemic warning system. I have brought some testing reagents that can detect potential risks of common diseases, such as swine fever and blue ear disease, in advance. We should conduct monthly random tests on the pig population, and should any issues arise, we will immediately isolate and treat them to prevent the spread of the epidemic." Zhao Lin, the head of the farming group, furrowed his brow with concern and asked, "Teacher Chun, we have always waited until the pigs fell ill to consult a veterinarian. Can we really learn to conduct these early tests?" "Rest assured, I will provide training for everyone. It is not difficult, and you can always reach out to me with any questions," Chun Zhoming replied with unwavering confidence, reassuring the group. Lin Ziyuan had already arranged for 2 young intellectuals to assist him in learning the intricacies of veterinary care, while also gaining insights from his experience. The group engaged in discussion until noon, when a knock echoed at the meeting room door. Director Lin Ziyuan, the cafeteria has prepared the meal. Indeed, the pig farm had arranged for a meal, prepared by the families of the members still residing at the farm, ensuring that Teacher Chun would not have to worry about his meals while he focused on his research. Lin Ziyuan promptly said, "Teacher Chun has traveled a long way and must be tired. Let us eat first and take a brief rest before discussing further matters in the afternoon." Chapter 48. Installation of a generator due to the arrival of guests. Lin Ziyuan had thoughtfully arranged for someone to purchase some pork from the supply and marketing cooperative. Although it was not much, it constituted an exceptionally lavish meal for everyone. With the arrival of the piglets, the entire Baishu truly entered a bustling period of activity. Aside from the agricultural tasks, there were responsibilities at the brick factory, the demolition and construction of unsafe buildings, and the ongoing work at the pig farm. As the deputy leader of the production group, Lin Ziyuan, despite not needing to oversee every task personally, found himself frequently approached by various members and young intellectuals seeking guidance, thus becoming a veritable whirlwind of activity. On the second day after the piglets' arrival, a convoy from the Longshore City Machinery Factory also reached Baishigu. It appeared that Chun Zhoming had coordinated with them. Once the piglets were settled, the first hand-cranked biogas generator was delivered to the pig farm, led by Yuan Chenggang. Upon their meeting, they embraced warmly. "Ha, old Chun, how are you? Are you settling in well? The scenery is beautiful, with lush mountains and sweet waters. It truly is a delightful place," Chun responded. "Is this what you were referring to?" Ha. I wasn't deceiving you, was I? This is indeed a place where you can truly showcase your talents." The two continued their jovial banter, oblivious to Lin Ziyuan, who stood awkwardly nearby, touching his nose. After exchanging pleasantries for some time, Yuan Qinggang finally remembered that there was someone else in attendance. He cleared his throat and remarked, "It has been so long since we last met. I am a bit overwhelmed." Lin Ziyuan, meanwhile, wore an expression that said he understood their excitement and that they need not concern themselves with his feelings. Yuan Qinggang offered no explanation, for he believed that excessive clarification would only complicate matters. He turned and waved his hand towards the vehicles behind him, commanding, "Unload the trucks." A group of soldiers clad in military uniforms swiftly disembarked, their movements precise and efficient, promptly beginning to unload various equipment from the vehicles. This spectacle left Lin Ziyuan and the members of Baishigu utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that this individual could enlist the aid of military personnel. With a sly grin, Yuan Chenggang remarked, "Ziyuan, you must help your elder brother gain face. The biogas generator project has not only caught the attention of our factory, but also piqued the interest of a high-ranking official in the military." "A military official? How could the armed forces take notice of this place?" Yuan Chenggang smiled enigmatically, saying, "I showed this plan to my father, and soon enough, the military became aware of it. But what relevance does this have to the military? You see, many remote outposts and camps still lack electricity. If this device could illuminate those areas, you understand the implications." Lin Ziyuan suddenly grasped the significance. Numerous border outposts, particularly in the northwest, housed herds of cattle and sheep. If the biogas generator could be utilized there, it would greatly contribute to national unity and bolster border security efforts. It was no wonder that diesel generators could be produced, yet they were not suitable for every location. In contrast, biogas generators were more easily disseminated and required no monetary expenditure for fuel. The soldiers, evidently trained, swiftly began their tasks under the guidance of Xiao Laosi, near the biogas pit, which was over 200 meters from the living area. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan and Yuan Chenggang, along with another individual, retreated to the office to discuss matters. This visit not only brought the first verification machine, but also some electrical wires and iron pipes. "Didn't you mention recycling heat? We should see if that can be realized." Additionally, a squad of engineers would remain on site primarily to safeguard the generator. Another companion named Zheng Yuliang, a technical expert, was tasked with the generator's routine maintenance and data collection. This influx of personnel further burdened Lin Ziyuan, who was already struggling financially. Sensing Lin Ziyuan's predicament, Yuan Chenggang chuckled. "Ziyuan, there is no need for concern. The soldiers' living expenses will be covered by the military. You only need to ensure their provisions, Money is not your concern. Moreover, aside from their regular training, I noticed the village is in need of repairs. They could assist with that as well. Isn't that inappropriate? After all, they are soldiers, and I am not their superior. It seems rather unsuitable. Lin Ziyuan contemplated declining, as he felt it improper to use public resources for personal gain. However, Yuan Qinggong's assertive maneuver left him at a loss. They're soldiers of the people. Serving the populace, what is wrong with that? Besides, who says you're not their leader? With that, he produced a document and a red booklet from his briefcase. Lin Ziyuan took a glance and was taken aback. It was an official military appointment. It explicitly stated that he was appointed as the head of the biogas generator project in Baishigu, with a rank equivalent to that of company commander. Simultaneously, there existed a task document that meticulously delineated his scope of responsibilities as well as his special privileges. As Yuan Chenggang had articulated, this entire squad of soldiers was under his command. Old Yuan, this is too sudden, Lin Ziyuan exclaimed, somewhat at a loss. Yuan Chenggang patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Ziyuan, do not be dazed. This is a well-considered decision from above. The projects you have undertaken at Baishu hold significant importance, and the military places great value on them. Rest assured, lead your team with confidence. Should any issues arise, you can always reach out to me or the organization. Moreover, after conversing with you, I am aware that your capabilities extend beyond this. The organization believes in your potential to bring about profound changes for our nation. Indeed, as you previously mentioned, oftentimes it is not our desire to advance that is lacking, but rather the constraints imposed by our environment. I am convinced that once the limiting factors are removed, you will soar to great heights. Yuan Qinggong's words were laden with meaning. Many sentiments could not be expressed too overtly. However, Lin Ziyuan, being astute, immediately comprehended his intent. This maneuver was designed to alleviate Lin Ziyuan's apprehensions. His military affiliation could serve as a formidable shield. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ziyuan solemnly placed the appointment and task documents on the desk, his gaze growing resolute. He understood that this appointment was not merely an honor, but also a profound responsibility. Old Yuan, since the organization places such trust in me, I shall dedicate myself fully and not betray this expectation. Lin Ziyuan's voice resonated with determination. Yuan Chenggang nodded with satisfaction. Good lad, I knew you would excel. The installation site for the generator had already been prearranged, allowing the soldiers to complete the installation in under an hour, followed by an additional half hour for debugging. Given that the piglets had yet to produce a substantial amount of manure, after all, there were only 100 piglets, effective data could not be procured in the short term. However, it was believed that once all the piglets arrived and matured in a month's time, the generator would demonstrate its full potential. Soon, the squad leader, Qiao Dashin, arrived at the office door. Reporting, Commander, the generator equipment has been installed. Please provide your instructions. Chapter 49. Installation complete. For a moment, Lin Ziyuan was taken aback, realizing that the title of commander was directed at him. It had been used by someone during his time at the Research Institute, and now it felt like a distant memory. After several seconds, Lin Ziyuan finally spoke. Old Huang, please arrange accommodations for the soldiers. There were indeed some vacant rooms at the pig farm. Lin Ziyuan had previously considered the necessity of staff dormitories. Oftentimes, employees could not return home daily and required a place to stay. Thus, he had set aside several rooms to facilitate the living arrangements for the workers and educated youth at the pig farm. Now, it was perfectly suited to serve as quarters for these soldiers. Old Huang was a local resident, and due to his mobility issues, Lin Ziyuan had not assigned him strenuous tasks, allowing him to assist at the pig farm. The soldiers followed Old Huang to their dormitory, just as Zhang Yuliang reappeared at the office door. Reporting, please enter. He held a document in his hand, filled with various notes. Reporting to the chief. The debugging of the generator has been completed. Please give your instructions. Drawing from earlier experiences, Lin Ziyuan did not hesitate and directly spoke. Come, Comrade Yuliang, have a seat. Yes. Zhang Yuliang entered with a serious demeanor and sat upright on the chair. There is no need for such formality. This is not the military. Relax, take it easy. Though Zhang Yuliang acknowledged with a yes, he remained rigid in his posture. Lin Ziyuan understood that he was a true professional soldier and did not press the matter further. He smiled and asked his colleagues, Yuan Chenggang and Chen Zhongming, do you have any directives? In Lin Ziyuan's domain, the two leaders had no further instructions. They had merely delivered him to his post, where Lin Ziyuan would take over. Seeing their silence, Lin Ziyuan turned to Zheng Yuliang and inquired, Comrade Yuliang, is the equipment operating normally? Just as Zheng Yuliang was about to rise to respond, Lin Ziyuan gently pressed down on his shoulder, signaling him to remain seated. Reluctantly, Zheng Yuliang resumed his position and replied, reporting to the chief, the equipment was just installed, and since we have not yet produced sufficient biogas, we cannot ascertain whether it operates normally. However, but what? Lin Ziyuan interjected. However, we previously conducted tests using gas in the factory, and the results met the requirements. We just do not know if the same efficacy will be achieved with biogas. Yuan Qinggang seemed to have a thought and pulled out another piece of paper from his briefcase. This is the equipment list we brought along. Take a look. It dawned on Lin Ziyuan that not all items brought were intended for power generation. There were numerous tools such as thermometers and even syringes, seemingly better suited for livestock management. Handing the list to Chen Zhongming, Lin Ziyuan remarked, these items, old Chen, please take care of them. These tools would be of little use to Lin Ziyuan himself. Transferring them to Xiao Laosi would yield no results, as he only knew about raising pigs and nothing else. Therefore, entrusting them to Chen Zhongming would ensure their proper utilization. Chen Zhongming was not hesitant. These items were indeed requested by him from Yuan Chenggang. With old Yuan's connections, acquiring these tools himself would have been a considerable challenge for Chen Zhongming. Lin Ziyuan smiled and looked at Zheng Yuliang. Comrade Yuliang, for the follow-up debugging and operation of biogas power generation, I kindly ask you and the soldiers to put in extra effort. Report any issues to me at any time. Zheng Yuliang immediately stood up and saluted crisply. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished, Chief, despite Lin Ziyuan's earlier encouragement to relax. The mention of a task immediately brought forth his innate military demeanor. At that moment, old Huang leisurely walked into the office, wiping the sweat from his forehead and said, Lin, the soldiers have been arranged properly. Lin Ziyuan quickly stood up and poured a glass of water for old Huang, saying, thank you for your hard work, old Huang. If the soldiers need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Lao Huang took the water, gulped down a large mouthful, and gasped, it's not exhausting. Not exhausting at all. It's just that seeing these young soldiers reminds me of my own boy. I wonder how he has fared over these past 2 years. Lao Huang's youngest son had enlisted in the military and was stationed in the southern border, having not returned home for several years, which explained his lingering thoughts. Due to the hurried circumstances of his arrival yesterday, Lin Ziyuan had not arranged for Chen Zhongming to conduct training for all the personnel at the pig farm. However, today, having found a moment of respite after feeding the pigs, Lin Ziyuan gathered everyone together and asked Chen Zhongming to share the essential points of pig farming with them. At this juncture, Lin Ziyuan specifically mentioned old Xie, encouraging him to share his insights on pig farming and engage in mutual exchange with teacher Chen, thus formulating a set of guidelines. Relying solely on oral tradition makes it challenging for others to comprehend without written documentation. At this moment, the assistance of the young intellectuals proved invaluable. They could help organize the materials and record the growth conditions of the piglets. In the ensuing days, the pig farm buzzed with activity. From the initial chaos to a well-ordered operation, it took little more than 10 days. At first, the members struggled to accurately gauge the feeding quantities. Some piglets were left with round bellies, while others cried out in hunger after only a partial meal. Ultimately, Chen Zhongming established a feeding standard, directing everyone to adhere to set quantities at designated times. Furthermore, he devised a ratio for green fodder and concentrated feed, swiftly steering the pig farm onto the right track. By late May, Lin Ziyuan found himself in a constant state of busyness as the effects of the typhoon began to dissipate. On May 25th, a delegation from the County Police Bureau arrived. Lin Ziyuan was in the pig farm's office translating documents and was unaware of their arrival. Yang Qi received the visitors. That evening, he convened a meeting with the village leaders at the brigade's headquarters. At the entrance of the brigade's headquarters, after dinner, the village leaders gathered while the sky was still dimming, beginning their meeting. Has everyone arrived? If so, let us commence, Yang Qi said, extinguishing his cigarette and settling in. Captain, what is the agenda for today's meeting? Is there an arrangement from above? Perhaps another round of collective labor? Wang Guoqiang inquired. In previous years, this time of year heralded the start of rice harvesting, accompanied by county-mandated collective labor, repairing irrigation channels, building dams, or clearing fields in the mountainous areas. Tinghang County is characterized by its rugged terrain and numerous hills, resulting in many terraced fields. In many remote areas, any source of water, even marshland, would be cultivated for rice, as every additional harvest offered a glimmer of hope for survival. However, Yang Qi shook his head, stating this year, the county has no plans for collective labor in the first half, primarily due to the recent disasters. Each commune is currently overwhelmed with issues, and unless they are thoroughly resolved, it's unlikely any collective efforts will be initiated. What is the matter then? Someone asked. Yang Qi replied, it is the County Police Bureau. They have come to inform us that tomorrow at the riverbank, there will be a public execution. To apprehend a certain individual for execution is synonymous with facing the firing squad. The notion of public execution, it is perplexing to some. Such events have been relatively commonplace in the past, primarily involving swindlers and rogues. However, in recent years, they have become exceedingly rare. The sudden announcement of such an occurrence today left many in a state of bewilderment. Only Lin Ziyuan seemed to grasp the underlying implications. Could it be Zhang Guoji? Everyone turned in unison to Lin Ziyuan, then to the smoking Yang Qi. Yang Qi nodded, exhaling a plume of smoke, and slowly articulated. The county has sent officials, and all village cadres must attend to witness this as a cautionary measure. The county's rationale is straightforward. Witnessing the event will instill fear, engendering a sense of caution and deterrence. The elderly and children will undoubtedly be excluded, as will the faint-hearted. However, it is imperative for the village cadres to attend, serving as a wake-up call for them. This meeting is merely to inform everyone that, since the county has mandated attendance, all must comply. Moreover, Zhang Guoji hails from our village, and the incident occurred in Baishigu. He serves as a cautionary example. Do you understand? It is a stark reminder. Furthermore, we should also compel those village members who are restless and perpetually contemplating devious paths to attend, allowing them to witness the consequences for themselves. The meeting will be brief, lasting no more than 15 minutes. Yet upon exiting the brigade office, the countenances of all present were decidedly grim. It was not fear that gripped them, but rather a sense of shame. To have one of their own commit such an act was indeed a source of disgrace. Upon returning home, Duoer was in the small courtyard playing with a frog. The sky had not yet fully darkened, and Li Yunshu sat at the door mending Duoer's clothing. To conserve kerosene, she had refrained from lighting a lamp inside. Why not light a lamp? The dim light could lead to pricking your fingers, Lin Ziyuan remarked with a tinge of concern. The sky is still bright. Why waste kerosene? I can see well enough here. I'll light it when it gets dark, she replied. Oh, by the way, what was the meeting at the brigade about? Lin Ziyuan recounted the impending execution of Zhang Guoji and inquired if Li Yunshu wished to attend. She shook her head vigorously, as if it were a rattle drum. No, what is interesting about a beheading? Absolutely not. Lin Ziyuan chuckled, fully aware that his wife would not partake in such morbid spectacle. Yet, Li Yunshu then mentioned something that took Lin Ziyuan by surprise. However, I suspect Wen Jiqing might come to watch. Wen Jiqing, also known as Wen Hongyu, had shown considerable improvement after her recent treatment. Zhang Guoji was her inner demon. Witnessing his fate firsthand would offer her a form of solace. Moreover, the police would undoubtedly inform Wen Hongyu of Zhang Guoji's execution. Based on Lin Ziyuan's understanding of her, it was indeed plausible that she would return to witness it. This was a decision for Wen Jiqing to make independently. Li Yunshu, however, paused her work, gazing intently at Lin Ziyuan. Noticing his wife's stare, Lin Ziyuan touched his face and curiously asked, "Why do you look at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Wen Jiqing, how do you intend to address this with the brigade? Address what? How shall we arrange for her? I have heard from the educated youth returning for the county that the educated youth, is also on the verge of being discharged. You mentioned that she is reluctant to return to Guangdong province and wishes to remain in the village. Lin Ziyuan was completely transparent with Li Yunshu. including regarding Wen Hongyu's feelings for him, which were evident from the outset. Now that Wen Hongyu finds herself in this predicament, she feels a twinge of guilt, as though she has taken something that belongs to another. Lin Zuan, perceptive to his wife's thoughts, immediately sat beside her, took her hand, and gently spoke. My relationship with the educated youth is merely that of classmates. With you, I am bound as a husband. Matters of fate are inexplicable. What is yours cannot be taken away by others, and what is not yours cannot be retained. The true match for the educated youth is not me, which is precisely why we are united as husband and wife. There is no need for you to bear any psychological burden. Emotions are devoid of logic. Regarding her employment, I would like to discuss it with you. Li Yunshu looked at Lin Ziyuan, puzzled. Discuss it with me? Indeed. Given Wen's situation, she is not suited for strenuous labor. So I intend to arrange for her to work at the pig farm. You are the farm director. You can decide. Vice director. But doesn't he know that Uncle C can only tend to pigs? You're the one who essentially guides him on all matters at the farm. Exactly. This is precisely why I wish to invite Wen Hongyu to work at the pig farm. Many villagers have never attended school, and few can read. If Uncle C could read, he would grasp many more concepts and record various matters without relying on the educated youth for assistance. Thus, I aim to address the issue at its root. What do you think of the educated youth's knowledge? Li Yunshu pondered for a moment before replying. She is your classmate. Why ask me? Huh. You see, during the day, you must work, and you refuse to stay home. Duoer spends her days playing with a group of children, and now she even catches frogs, behaving just like a boy. You are hesitant to leave Duoer with the elderly uncles and aunts. So I propose to refurbish the former elementary school to care for the children in the village who have yet to attend school. After all, when Hongyu comes from the city and understands the workings of kindergarten, it would be beneficial for her to teach the children knowledge and ethics, especially with the assistance of the Lao Huang family. Li Yunshu's eyes brightened at the thought, gazing at Duer, who was laughing heartily while holding a frog at the door, and felt that this plan was indeed feasible. Will the village agree to this? Lin Ziyuan nodded and replied, I have previously discussed this with my elder brother and others. This is a debt the village owes to the educated youth, and everyone unanimously agrees that it is in the village's best interest. Will the educated youth agree? She is willing. I have already inquired about her thoughts. However, I am concerned that my arrangement might be misinterpreted. Li Yunshu retorted, Am I such a petty person? Amidst the laughter, Duoer turned her head only to find her parents engaged in conversation, disregarding them as she returned her gaze to the frogs, which had mysteriously vanished. On that day, by the abandoned ferry dock, several hundred individuals formed a semicircle, at the center of which stood a man, bound tightly, none other than Zengguozhi. A woman sat upon a stone, observing the fallen Zengguozhi, her eyes brimming with tears, yet a smile graced her lips. On that day, the Baishirgo kindergarten commenced its new term, seizing the opportunity before the agricultural rush fully set in. Lin Ziyuan resolved to take his wife and child on a journey to Shuicheng County to visit his parents. Chapter 51. Setting off to Shuicheng at 5 o'clock that morning. As dawn began to break, Lin Ziyuan was roused from his slumber by Li Yunshu. Since the pig farm had become operational, he no longer needed to oversee it constantly, entrusting the daily affairs to teacher Xie and Chen Zhoming. The generator station required little attention as Zheng Yuliang and Xiao Dashan managed it independently, while the soldiers trained and worked on their own without necessitating his concern. Consequently, it had become his custom to translate manuscripts late into the night and rise around 7 in the morning. Being awakened so early was rather unwelcome. Why rise before dawn? But soon, the sun broke the horizon. The work whistle had already blown. He needed to hurry or risk missing the bus to the city from the county. Today marked their planned departure for Shuicheng County. Reaching the county town was merely the first step. They would then need to take a bus to the City S train station, board a train to Nanshur, and finally find a way to Jushan village. Despite the distance being less than 400 kilometers, the journey could take 3 to 4 days. Trains during this period were notoriously unreliable, often delayed by several hours, and occasionally they would wait an entire day, with few trains operating. At that moment, Duoer surprisingly crawled over. Daddy, wake up, let's go see Grandma and Grandpa. Upon hearing his daughter's sweet voice, Lin Ziyuan's morning grumpiness evaporated, and he swiftly got out of bed to wash up. They had packed their belongings the previous evening, and today only a few final touches were needed before they could set off. Li Yinshu had risen early, steaming sweet potatoes and eggs for their journey. Just as the family finished their preparations, the sound of a tractor echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. Lin Xiaozai, are you awake? It was Huang Chunsheng, the eldest son of old Huang, who worked at the pig farm and was also the village's tractor driver, responsible for the daily procurement in the city. The county's grain and oil station often had rice husks, the outer shell of rice grains, which were inexpensive and could fill a truck for just a few cents, though they were primarily used to feed pigs and rarely consumed by people. Today, he was heading into the city to buy rice husks and some fertilizer. The biogas digester at the pig farm was still fermenting and thus not yet usable. Lin Ziyuan's family was fortunate to catch a ride, as waiting for the minibus would cause them to miss the bus to the city. Coming, he called, opening the door to find Huang Chunsheng smiling warmly at him. Chunsheng, have you eaten yet? Huang Chunsheng shook his head and said, I haven't eaten. I'm not hungry. That won't do. Breakfast is essential. With that, Lin Ziyuan produced 2 boiled eggs from his pocket and pressed them into Huang Chunsheng's hands. Huang Chunsheng hesitated to accept them, for eggs were quite a luxury at this time. However, Lin Ziyuan was not one to allow him to refuse. One must be well fed to operate a tractor efficiently. After loading the luggage onto the vehicle, Lin Ziyuan also handed Huang Chunsheng 2 sweet potatoes. Subsequently, Lin Ziyuan's family settled into the back of the tractor, setting off toward the county town. By the time they arrived at Tinghang County, it was nearly 8 o'clock. As Huang Chunsheng had matters to attend to, he dropped Lin Ziyuan's family off at the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore before departing on the tractor. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan caught sight of old Su, who was opening the bookstore's doors from within. Ah, Ziyuan, where are you headed with the whole family? Lin Ziyuan chuckled and replied, We're off to Nanshur to visit my parents. Duoer quickly greet Uncle Su. Hello, Uncle Su. Oh dear, so well behaved, and you've grown taller. Come, sit inside for a while. Old Su affectionately ruffled Duoer's hair. No, we're in a bit of a rush today, so we can't go in. How long will you be away this time? Lin Ziyuan answered, It's not yet decided, but likely for half a month. As he spoke, Lin Ziyuan pulled out a thick manuscript and handed it to old Su. This is a compilation of writings from this period. There have been many matters in the village, and I hadn't managed to deliver it until now. I thought I would bring it along this time. Old Su took the manuscript, admiring the neat and pleasing handwriting, feeling quite gratified. Ah, please wait for me a moment, just a few minutes. After saying this, he turned and entered the store. When he returned, he held a sealed envelope and a tightly wrapped item. This is your manuscript fee from last time. I kept it for you since you hadn't come by. It's convenient for you to take it now that you're heading out. Lin Ziyuan felt the thickness of the envelope and exclaimed, Wow, it's quite hefty. At least 700 or 800 yuan. This is the latest assignment, he continued in a lower voice, and you must maintain confidentiality. Noticing old Su's mysterious demeanor, Lin Ziyuan's expression grew serious. If it's classified, I'm afraid it's not wise for me to take it this way, he expressed with concern. Old Su sighed. Originally, I had intended to seek you out if you hadn't come by in the past few days. This assignment is urgent and may involve the military, and they are pressing for results. Just ensure you protect the materials you take with you. Lin Ziyuan immediately contemplated the current political climate, the encroaching pressure from the Northern Coalition, and the potential provocation from the Southern adversaries. The situation surrounding Huagua was exceedingly unstable, necessitating urgent breakthroughs in weaponry and equipment. He glanced at the documents in his hand and nodded, saying, I will complete it promptly. You can rest assured about the confidentiality. After leaving the Xinhua bookstore, Lin Ziyuan's family headed to the bus station. At this hour, few were embarking on long journeys, so the station was relatively empty. The minibus to Longshore City, including the driver, had only 8 passengers. Lin Ziyuan cradled Duoer in his arms and drifted into a light slumber on the bus. After more than 2 hours traversing the winding mountain roads, Lin Ziyuan finally arrived at the urban area of Longshore around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It had been quite a while since he had indulged in such an extensive journey. In the future, one could simply drive directly from Baishur Gorge onto the expressway, reaching Longshore in merely an hour and a half. However, He had set off at 5 in the morning and only arrived after 5 long hours on the road. The bus station was not far from the train station, a mere 20-minute walk. Halfway there, when Duo caught sight of the roasted chicken at the state-run restaurant, she could hardly move another step. Observing his daughter's eager expression, Lin Yuan smiled gently and said, "Come on, we have time. Let us dine first." Since it was past the usual meal time, the restaurant was not overly crowded. The sight of various beef, chicken drumsticks, pork belly, and large meat buns made even Lin Yuan swallow hard. He purchased several meat buns and half a roasted chicken, bringing them to the table where his wife and daughter were surveying the local delicacies. Just as the three were about to feast heartily, someone called out his name from behind. Chapter 52. Another ride with the wind. The voice was so familiar. Instinctively, Lin Yuan turned around and was astonished to see Yuan Changgang. "Old Yuan?" he exclaimed, his tone brimming with surprise and delight. "Ha ha ha, Yuan. I never expected to run into you here. What a coincidence." Yuan Changgang laughed heartily as he approached. Accompanying him was another individual who walked with an upright posture, exuding an air of vigor that unmistakably suggested a military background. Though many veterans existed nowadays, including Yuan Changgang himself, the soldierly demeanor had faded over time, making it difficult to discern without a closer look. Come, sit down and eat with us," Lin Yuan warmly invited, knowing they were all there for the same purpose. The companion of Yuan Changgang hesitated momentarily, yet Yuan Changgang strode over confidently to Lin Yuan's side. "Yinshu, this is Comrade Yuan Changgang." Lin Yuan introduced his wife. "Hello, Comrade Yuan. My husband often speaks highly of you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person," Li Yunshu greeted with a friendly smile. "Haha, sister-in-law. The last time I visited Baishur Gorge, I went straight to the pig farm and didn't have a chance to stop by your home. It's good to see you," Yuan Changgang responded with a hearty laugh. After a round of introductions, Duo chirped out Uncle Yuan, which brought a smile to Yuan Changgang's face, narrowing his eyes in delight. "This is Comrade Zhang Weigua, here on business in Longshire, of the same rank as you." Yuan Changgang introduced the soldier beside him. Lin Yuan understood at once. His initial assumption had been correct. This man was indeed a soldier, and a commanding officer at that. Zhang Weigua, however, was taken aback. The seemingly ordinary man before him lacked the typical military aura, yet was a company commander like himself. Nonetheless, he remembered the confidentiality regulations of the military and knew better than to pry into matters that were not openly discussed. The two shook hands, and Lin Yuan cordially invited them to join him for a meal. Yuan Changgang was quite unceremonious, promptly taking a seat and pulling the slightly hesitant Zhang Weigua to sit beside him. "Old Zhang, do not be modest with Yuan. He earns in a month what we toil for in an entire year. Come, let us feast. It's rare to have the chance to treat him like this," Yuan Changgang remarked half-jokingly. Zhang Weigua, just recovering from his surprise, was taken aback once more by this statement, pondering the wealth of such a family. Earning over 1,000 a month? Surely, his own father did not enjoy such privileges. Lin Yuan chuckled heartily and instructed Li Yunshu to purchase some marinated meat and a few dishes to accompany their drinks, along with a bottle of sorghum liquor. At that moment, as long as it did not interfere with their main business, many indulged in a midday drink. Thus, most patrons at the state-run restaurant would partake of a little alcohol. Noticing several packages beside Lin Yuan, Yuan Changgang inquired, "With all these parcels, where are you headed?" As he poured a drink into a cup and handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan accepted the drink and replied, "I'm preparing to go to the train station." "The train station? To Xiqing?" Yuan Changgang, well aware of Lin Yuan's circumstances, knew he earned his keep through translation work and was originally from Xiqing. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm going to Nanshire to see my parents." Yuan Changgang suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Oh, have you bought your ticket? What time is the train? We mustn't delay." His concern was evident. "Not yet. I just got off work and was hungry, so I came in to eat and happened upon you," Lin Yuan responded with a chuckle. "By the way, doesn't your factory canteen serve meals? Why venture out to eat?" Yuan Changgang sipped his drink and lamented, "Ah, the canteen cannot compare to the fare offered by a state-run restaurant. And now that Weigua is here, it's a perfect opportunity to enjoy a good meal together. The canteen lacks liquor." Then, as if suddenly recalling something, He turned to Zhang Weigua. Old Zhang, is there still room in your vehicle? Zhang Weigua smiled and replied, there are still 2 seats in the Jeep, though it will be a bit cramped for 3. Lin Ziyuan looked at Zhang Weigua and asked, Comrade Weigua, are you also heading to Shuicheng? Not quite. We're going to Shanqing. If you don't mind the squeeze, Comrade Ziyuan, you can join our convoy, saving you the hassle of changing vehicles, Zhang Weigua enthusiastically suggested. Recognizing that Yuan Qinggang had the same intention of having him assist Lin Ziyuan's family for part of the journey. That would be rather imposing. Lin Ziyuan politely declined. Yuan Qinggang took another sip of his drink, patting Lin Ziyuan on the shoulder. There's no need for formality with old Zhang. Old Chun, the 3 of us are comrades in arms, brothers for life. Old Zhang, Ziyuan is someone your family trusts. Lend a hand when it's time. Lin Ziyuan now understood that the person who had secured him a position was indeed Zhang Weigua's elder. Then I must trouble Comrade Weigua, he expressed with gratitude. What trouble? If the old man finds out I could have brought you, but didn't he, I might end up in confinement for a few days. Besides, Shuicheng isn't far from Shanqing. It's on the way, and I'll take you straight there, Zhang Weigua said generously. Which part of Shuicheng are you headed to? Lin Ziyuan recounted the location of his parents, having previously received a letter from them that confirmed their address. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Weigua envisioned a rough map in his mind, quietly calculating the distance and direction. It was convenient. A little detour of several kilometers would suffice. Zhang Weigua had come to Longshu City to transport goods from the mechanical factory, bringing along several large trucks. When Lin Ziyuan saw the vehicles, they were tightly wrapped, making it impossible to discern their contents. In these times, many factories were serving the military, a fact that was hardly a secret in Haishi province. Lin Ziyuan understood that some questions were best left unasked, so he boarded Zhang Weigua's Jeep with his daughter and Li Yinshu. The family of 3 settled into the back seat, while Zhang Weigua occupied the passenger seat with a young soldier at the wheel. Thus, Lin Ziyuan joined the convoy, speeding towards Shuicheng. After departing from Longshu City, the road initially remained flat, but soon they were enveloped by the mountains. The weather, which had been somewhat sultry, quickly cooled as the vehicle passed through the forest. Initially enthusiastic, Duo soon lost interest in the monotonous scenery outside the window and fell asleep in Li Yunshu's embrace. The vehicle traversed mountain roads for over 4 hours, finally arriving at the entrance of Zhushan Village's brigade department just before nightfall. However, most villagers had relocated, leaving behind only a few militia members and a military unit. The sudden appearance of a convoy startled the few individuals present. A sentry hurried out to assess the situation and reported to his superiors. Chapter 53. Meeting parents. Lin Ziyuan was the first to exit the vehicle, approaching the arriving sentry to explain the situation before signaling for Li Yunshu and Duo to disembark. Throughout the journey, Zhang Weigua had grown more familiar with Lin Ziyuan and even enlisted help to unload their luggage. At that moment, several men in military uniforms approached along the only road leading into the village. Upon seeing the military vehicle, they paused in surprise before saluting Zhang Weigua. Comrade, I am Xinyan Shan, the head of Zhushan Village. May I inquire which unit you represent? Zhang Weigua returned the salute and replied, Greetings, comrade. It is not convenient for us to disclose our unit. We are merely giving Lin Ziyuan and his family a ride to visit relatives. Lin Ziyuan quickly interjected, Hello. Director Shun, I am Lin Ziyuan. My father is Lin Onghua, residing in your village. He produced all his identification and handed it to Shun Yinshan. After examining the documents carefully, Shun Yinshan nodded, Ah, so you are old Lin's son. Why have you arrived at this hour? Please come inside. Lin Ziyuan expressed his gratitude to Zhang Weigua, promising to treat him to drinks next time, as Zhang Weigua departed with the convoy. Lin Ziyuan, laden with bags, and Li Yinshu proceeded to the brigade department. Here, even letters were subject to scrutiny, and naturally, the items Lin Ziyuan brought would also undergo security checks, as those residing here were deemed to be intellectuals who had erred. However, if any misfortune were to arise due to poor management, Shun Yinshan would undoubtedly bear responsibility. Originally, Lin Ziyuan intended to venture into the city to procure goods from the supply and marketing cooperative to bring back for his parents. But unexpectedly, due to the rideshare situation, he could not acquire the desired items. Nevertheless, The guards discovered some everyday necessities, along with 2 pounds of beef jerky and 5 braised pig's feet, which left them astounded for quite some time. Goodness, with such an abundance of food, was this a sign of future hardships? When Shun Yunshan examined the contents of a particular package, he exhibited a degree of caution. "Comrade, why are there foreign goods in this bag?" Lin Ziyuan had anticipated this inquiry. He produced his translation bureau work identification and informed the other party that this was his profession, requesting discretion. Ultimately, it was his military officer's certificate that dispelled all of Shun Yunshan's doubts. Initially, he had not intended to present it. He believed a letter of introduction from the commune and the household registration book of his family would suffice, yet he had not anticipated such rigorous inspections. Shun Yunshan was taken aback and saluted Lin Ziyuan, greeting, "Good day, chief." This gesture startled the other soldiers, who promptly followed suit in saluting. After all, Shun Yunshan was merely a platoon leader, overseeing a mere 20 individuals. In an era devoid of military ranks, one's position could determine the hierarchy of identity. Lin Ziyuan smiled and returned a somewhat unrefined military salute. "Chief, I shall have someone escort you. The residence of the Lin family is quite distant, and you have so many items." Shun Yunshan suggested. It would indeed be taxing for him to carry everything. So Lin Ziyuan graciously accepted the offer with a nod of thanks. The Lin family, comprising 3 members, boarded a jeep at the brigade headquarters, guided by Shun Yunshan towards the direction of the cattle shed. Throughout the journey, Lin Ziyuan had already discerned the differences between Shuichang County and Tinghang County. Although Tinghang County was also mountainous, its network of waterways was well developed. Even Baishiga had a ferry crossing, which had once served as a crucial transportation hub in ancient times, though it had since fallen into disuse. These rivers had carved out several small plains suitable for cultivating rice. In contrast, Shuichang County was entirely mountainous. Lin Ziyuan had scarcely encountered any substantial rivers, only a few small streams that one could easily leap across. Even the largest river was situated far from Zhushan village, with mountains occupying over 90% of the area, leaving far less arable land than Baishigu. The hillsides were extensively cultivated with dry land, resembling fields of corn from distance. At this time, corn had yet to be improved and domesticated to the prolific yields of later generations, with ordinary corn producing only about 200 pounds per acre at most. Given the limited arable land in Zhushan village, such yields were insufficient to sustain the population. Consequently, many had relocated, leaving behind only a cattle farm that subsisted on raising a few dozen cows. The vehicle soon arrived at a dirt house adjacent to the cattle shed, a structure that was even less favorable than the shed itself. The mud walls were cracked, the roof allowed wind and rain to seep through, and one corner had begun to collapse. At that moment, a woman heard the sound of a car and stepped out of her house. Upon seeing the license plate, she recognized it was Director Shun Yunshan and politely inquired, "Director Shun, are you here to see our old Lin?" She was about to call him out. Meanwhile, Lu Ruping wore a genuine smile, not a fade, clearly indicating that Shun Yunshan treated Lin Onghua and the others with great courtesy, unlike the prevalent mistreatment of intellectuals elsewhere. Just as Lu Ruping was about to turn around, Lin Ziyuan got out of the car and called out, "Mom." Lu Ruping abruptly turned her head, her gaze fixating on Lin Ziyuan, her eyes momentarily filled with disbelief, as this person bore an uncanny resemblance to her son. Tears quickly welled up in her eyes, spilling over. "Ziyuan, my child." She trembled, stumbling toward him. Li Yunsu, holding the door, stepped out from another car door and witnessed the poignant reunion of her mother-in-law and son. After 7 or 8 years of separation, thought to be a final farewell, the unexpected reunion brought a surge of emotions. Coming to her senses, Lu Ruping recognized Li Yunshu and Du, having seen their photos before, and felt a tinge of embarrassment. "You are Yunshu?" Li Yunshu approached, calling out, "Mom." Du followed suit, calling out Grandma, a lesson Li Yunshu had taught her in the car. "Oh, how adorable." Lu Ruping beamed with joy, turning to call into the house, "Old man, come out and see who has arrived." Inside, a flurry of movement ensued as Lin Onghua hurriedly emerged, a host still in his hand, his face reflecting confusion. When his gaze fell upon Lin Ziyuan, the hoe clattered to the ground, and he stood frozen, his lips quivering, eyes instantly moistening. Ziyuan, is it really you? Lin Ongwa's voice was hoarse, tinged with incredulous delight. Lin Ziyuan swiftly stepped forward, grasping his father's hand tightly. Dad, it's me. I'll come back to see you and Mom. Lin Ongwa vigorously patted Lin Ziyuan's shoulder. Overwhelmed with emotion, speechless, yet nodding fervently. Shun Yinshan observed this heartwarming reunion, a smile of contentment gracing his face. He stepped forward and said, Old Lin, your child has traveled a great distance to return. Let them in to rest. Lin Ongwa snapped back to reality and quickly ushered everyone inside. Upon entering the house, Lin Ziyuan was struck by the sight before him, his heart aching. The dim light illuminated shabby, worn furniture, and the walls bore stains from leaking rain. In the corner lay a heap of farming tools and daily necessities, rendering the entire space chaotic and dilapidated. On a nearby table rested 2 meager ears of corn, which constituted his parents' dinner. Why did you arrive so late? Have you eaten? I'll go boil a few more ears of corn, Lu Ruping said, rummaging through a nearby sack. At that moment, Shun Yinshan tactfully remarked, Director, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, please let us know, and we will do our utmost to accommodate. As he began to exit, Lin Ziyuan stopped him. Chapter 54. A simple gathering. What instructions does the director have? Lin Ziyuan retrieved a piece of cured meat from his bag and handed it to Shun Yinshan, instructing him to take it back for their comrades' additional meal. He refrained from stating that it was to improve their rations, opting instead for the term additional meal. Shun Yinshan was initially inclined to refuse, exclaiming how inappropriate it was. Yet, Lin Ziyuan was acutely aware of their situation. Even soldiers rarely enjoyed a meal of meat. Accept it. This is a command. With that, Shun Yinshan accepted the cured meat, affirming his compliance. Once old Shun departed, only Lin's family remained in the modest dwelling, which suddenly felt cramped. Lu Ruping and Li Yunshu sat conversing on the bed, while Lin Ziyuan and Lin Ongwa engaged in discussions at a simple dining table. So, Old Shin referred to you as commander. Have you enlisted? Lin Ongwa expressed disbelief, as given his current circumstances, it seemed utterly impossible for his son to join the military, let alone attain an officer's rank. Lin Ziyuan smiled and explained, due to work requirements, I have been appointed to the position of company commander. He recounted his experiences over the past few years, particularly the last 2 months, which left Lin Ongwa astonished. He had not anticipated that his son would suddenly awaken to such potential. The father and son became engrossed in their conversation, losing track of time, until Lu Ruping interrupted, insisting they eat. Let's have dinner first. The children are starving, and you, old man, are still chatting away while my precious granddaughter is famished. It was then that Lin Ongwa recalled that they had yet to dine, exclaiming, Yes, yes, let's eat. Gazing at the cornmeal pancakes, Lin Ziyuan recognized that his parents had offered their finest provisions. He promptly retrieved all the food he had brought: 3 pounds of beef, 2 pounds of cured meat, a can of malted milk powder, some biscuits, a bottle of 53-degree sorghum liquor, and a handful of peanuts. Fortunately, Lin Ziyuan had initially hesitated to bring these items, but Li Yunshu had advised him that, given the distance of their journey, it was better to take them along to prevent spoilage at home, with the option to purchase more if needed. At that moment, he felt immense gratitude towards his wife. He had nearly forgotten to pack anything for the trip. Seeing the abundance of provisions, Lin Ongwa finally understood why his son had so readily given cured meat to old Shun, his demeanor unfaltering. Dad, Mom, let us heat these up. We shall have a fine meal tonight. Isn't this a bit excessive? Lin Ongwa remarked. However, little Duo piped up with her innocent voice. Grandpa, it's not too much. Duo can eat meat every day at home, due to the hot weather making preservation difficult. Lin Ziyuan frequently visited the supply and marketing cooperative to buy meat. Aside from enjoying a fresh meal himself, he preserved the remainder with salt, creating cured meat. Such rare delicacies should not be enjoyed alone. Our brothers must also partake. Lin Ziyuan understood that Lin Ongwa was referring to those who had been sent down to the countryside alongside him. They had shared joys and hardships over the years, forming bonds akin to those of blood brothers. It was only after his father returned to the city that he learned that every individual sent down was a professional in their respective fields, each a capable figure of expertise. They arrived here for various reasons, having endured the harshest days. They had hoped to return to the city and enjoy a life of comfort. Yet tragically, most perished in that catastrophic mountain flood, including his mother, Lu Ruping. Naturally, Lin Ziyuan would not decline the invitation to share dinner with everyone. "Old Lu, please warm up the food. I will go fetch the old fellows. Let us enjoy a meal together outside and celebrate the new year in advance." Lu Ruping nodded, pausing her conversation with Li Yunshu to busy herself with preparations. Before long, a group of individuals, clad in patched clothing, gathered at the door. They either carried bowls and chopsticks or brought tables and benches, with some even bringing sweet potatoes and corn they had cooked at home and a couple of oil lamps. This group appeared gray-haired, comprising both men and women, yet they were only in their 40s or 50s. The harshness of life had aged them prematurely, particularly in such a challenging environment. Come, Ziyuan. Let me introduce you to your Uncle Jinhua. He is an expert in electromagnetism." Lin Onghua introduced several individuals in succession. "This is Ding Wenbing, your Uncle Ding, who previously researched material science. And here is Gua Xinhua, Professor Gua, a specialist in dynamics." As Lin Zon listened, his astonishment grew. These individuals, in another era, could have been regarded as national treasures in the realm of science. Yet here they were, suffering. In his past life, due to his mother, Lin Ziyuan seldom inquired about Lin Ongwa's experiences in the countryside, and his father rarely mentioned them, so his understanding of the true situation here was limited, and never had he received such detailed insights as today. He greeted each person warmly, helping to assemble the table. About a dozen of them sat at the entrance and commenced their dinner, though the portions were meager, with each person receiving only a few pieces of meat. It felt more sumptuous than their usual New Year's fare, especially the bottle of white liquor. After years of meager meals, they had little means to indulge in alcohol, and their mouths had long since grown accustomed to blandness. Each person had only a small teacup's worth, yet they savored it delicately, fearing that if they drank too quickly, they might not fully appreciate the flavor before it was gone. As dinner progressed, they shared stories of the past years, recounting both joyful and poignant moments. Some recounted amusing incidents from their labor in the mountains, evoking hearty laughter, while others reminisced about times they cared for one another during illnesses, causing their eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Amidst the hardships, Lin Ziyuan recognized that he had never experienced their suffering in either of his lifetimes. If these individuals could survive, it would indeed be a fortunate outcome for the entire nation of Huagua. He encouraged everyone to have faith in the country, assuring them that it would not forget those dedicated researchers who had sacrificed for its advancement. They sensed that the movement was nearing its conclusion. If they persevered, dawn would surely break. Gao Jinhua looked at Lin Ongwa's family together and felt a twinge of envy, but then posed a question. "Old Lin, your son and daughter-in-law have arrived. Where will they stay tonight? Surely they want to be crammed into one room with you all? Indeed, in this small space, even two people feel crowded. How could five possibly find rest?" Indeed, Lin Ongwa and his wife were troubled by this matter. Ding Wenbing suggested, "Let's tidy up that house on the eastern side. It has remained vacant since Lao Zhuangtou moved out. Fortunately, the roof is intact, preventing any leaks. A bit of cleaning will make it livable, surely better than a cattle shed. Wouldn't you agree?" Lao Zhuangtou, whose full name is Lian Zhuang Lian Sheng, was not elaborated upon by Lin Ongwa, except that a military vehicle had unexpectedly arrived a few years back to take him away. "As long as we have a place to shield us from the wind and rain," Lin Ziyuan remarked with a smile. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the group concluded their dinner. Following the meal, they flocked to the adjacent house to assist with the cleaning and organization. Lin Ziyuan and Li Yunshu decided to spend the night there, planning to conduct a thorough cleaning the following day. The night passed without incident, and Lin Ziyuan was awakened the next morning by the sound of the reveille. Chapter 55. The predicament of Zhushan Village. Zhushan Village's elevation surpasses that of Baishigu significantly, and on the morning of May, Lin Ziyuan surprisingly felt a hint of coolness. Observing Li Yunshu still rubbing her eyes, he gently kissed her forehead and swiftly got out of bed. Li Yunshu and Duo, still feeling a bit carsick from the lengthy journey the previous day, remained undisturbed by the wake-up call. The reveille was sounded by a soldier from Shan squad. Due to the unique circumstances, the cattle farm's workers need not rise as early as the soldiers. They merely needed to tend to the cattle. However, upon rising, Lin Zuan noticed his parents had already opened their door, with his mother, Lu Ruping, emerging while balancing 2 wooden buckets. Ziyuan, you must be tired from yesterday. Why not sleep a little longer today? Lu Ruping said. Since he was merely visiting, Lin Ziyuan had no obligation to rise early. He smiled at his mother. Mom, I'm used to it. Are you going to fetch water? Let me help you. With her son, she felt no need for formality, dutifully placing the buckets on the ground, eager to collect water before it became too late, as the cattle would muddy the stream. Lu Ruping led Lin Ziyuan a few hundred meters to a small stream. The water flow was modest yet remarkably clear. In later years, many would drive here to collect mountain spring water for cooking. The stream had been encircled with stones, forming a 3-meter-long pool, shallow enough to be knee-deep. Perfect for fetching water. Lin Ziyuan stood for a while, searching for signs of fish or shrimp, but found none. Lu Ruping, perceiving her son's thoughts, chuckled. Even as a father, you still dream of catching fish and shrimp? This reminded her of the days when her 2 sons were young, chasing crabs and catching fish on the sandy beaches of Xiamen. Those days, however, were long gone. Lin Ziyuan smiled in return. No matter how old I grow, in your eyes, I remain a child. Isn't it quite normal for a child to catch fish? The 2 exchanged laughter as they carried the water back. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan noticed the several houses near the cattle shed were in disrepair. The situation here was even more dire than he had previously imagined. The mountain villagers were indeed impoverished. Previously, he had contemplated the hardships faced by his parents living here. He thought that perhaps by providing them with a bit more money, they could procure some food for themselves. However, he was taken aback to discover that Yongqing Town lacked even a supply and marketing cooperative, while Wuqing County possessed one. Its accessibility was hindered, and its population was less than a third that of Tinghang County, resulting in a meager assortment of goods available at the cooperative. In Zhushan Village, apart from their group of intellectuals, there were only Shun Yunshan soldiers and a few family members, totaling less than 50 individuals, which was even fewer than the number of people in a single group of Baishigu. During a meal with Lao Gao and the others yesterday, Lin Ziyuan realized that it wasn't just their cohort of intellectuals seeking comfort in each other. In fact, everyone in the area was bound together. They endured hunger collectively, and whenever there was a morsel to eat, they would share it among themselves. Thus, his initial plan to simply send money to ensure his parents were well-fed and warmly clothed was no longer feasible. It was inappropriate for Lin Onghua to indulge in comforts at home while his fellow compatriots suffered on meager rations. Therefore, it became imperative to devise a more fundamental solution to this issue. Temporary assistance for a month or 2 might suffice, but over time, it would become untenable, especially considering the 50-plus individuals involved. However, the geographical conditions here dictated that arable land was scarce and unsuitable for rice cultivation. To resolve the food predicament of Zhushan villagers, alternative strategies were necessary. Just then, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Ziyuan's mind, prompting him to quicken his pace on the way back. This sudden shift startled Lu Ruping, who feared something was amiss at home. Do take your time. There's no rush to return for cooking. I've already put the corn and sweet potatoes onto steam. Lin Ziyuan replied. Mother, I need to go back and write a letter. Write a letter? It's not urgent at all, Ziyuan. Who are you writing to? Don't run too fast. Be careful not to trip. Upon returning home, Lin Onghua had already finished washing up and was preparing the tools needed to cut the cow's grass. After pouring water into the tank, he found Lin Onghua. Father, may I ask who is generally in charge of production and daily life here? This question left Lin Onghua momentarily bewildered. Well, it's primarily Director Shun who oversees things. Why do you ask? Lin Ziyuan responded. If there existed a strain of rice that is drought-resistant and yields between 300 to 400 pounds per mu, would everyone prefer to continue planting corn or switch to rice? Upon hearing this, Lin Onghua instantly grasped his son's intention to assist in alleviating the village's practical difficulties. However, he wondered if such a drought-resistant rice truly existed. They had attempted to cultivate rice on the mountains, but the results were dismal. leading to a significant waste of human and material resources. Lin Yuan was aware that at that moment, his mentor in Bangwa had developed drought-resistant rice. However, its yield of 300 to 400 pounds per mu had not met expectations, resulting in limited promotion. Yet, in a place like Yongxing Town, such rice could indeed thrive. If such rice were available, we would certainly be willing to cultivate it. The corn here is beset by numerous pests and diseases, and the sparrows frequently come to feast. A mere nibble from them can render an entire cob of corn spoiled, leaving even less to harvest in the end. Over 300 pounds of millet is undoubtedly preferable to a mere 100 pounds of corn. However, the reliability of this endeavor remains uncertain. Lin Yuan is not entirely confident about the current progress over at Mbongwa's side. He intends to confirm this further, but he can initiate a dialogue with Shunyin Shan in the meantime. Should time permit, after this batch of corn is harvested, he plans to explore the possibility of planting a portion of drought-resistant rice. If the results prove favorable, they can then consider a broader implementation. Lin Onghua also finds this approach to be somewhat more secure. If it fails, it will not hinder the harvest. Subsequently, the two arrived at the brigade headquarters and sought out Shunyin Shan. Upon learning of this remarkable crop, Shun immediately agreed to the plan, proposing to locate a few acres of dry land to trial the cultivation for a season. Regardless of the outcome, it is certainly better than inaction. Were it not for the fact that the seeds had yet to be fully secured, he would have been inclined to visit directly. With newfound assurance, Lin Yuan wasted no time and rushed home to spread out a sheet of letter paper to write to his teacher in Bangwa. He meticulously described the geographical conditions of Zhushan village, the dire water scarcity, and the food crisis faced by the villagers, earnestly requesting his teacher's support in providing some drought-resistant rice seeds, along with guidance on cultivation techniques. After diligently reviewing the letter multiple times to ensure no details were overlooked, he originally intended to send it from the commune. However, with a grand gesture, Shunyin Shan insisted that Lin Yuan take a ride in a small truck to Shuichang County. To his surprise, he managed to catch a ride after all. Chapter 56, The Unrelenting Pursuit of Purchases and Truth. It would also be possible to consult Chen Zhongming on this matter, as both in Bangwa and Chen Zhongming are employed at the agricultural college and would possess greater insight into the affairs therein. However, at this juncture, it would be more prudent to inquire directly within Bangwa. After all, the time from sending the letter to receiving a response would take no more than 10 days, during which he plans to spend time with his parents. His visit here serves a paramount purpose: to unravel the mystery of the impending mountain flood in a few years. Due to limited conditions in previous years, communication was not as convenient, and many events were not reported in detail. He is aware that Zhushan village experienced a mountain flood, yet the origin and causes of the outbreak remain unknown. His current visit aims to examine the surrounding terrain and understand how a village with merely a small stream could be so thoroughly swept away by a flood. At this moment, however, Lin Yuan has yet to embark on his journey into the mountains. Instead, after mailing the letter, he made his way to the county supply and marketing cooperative. Unlike the larger cooperative in Tinghang County, this one is considerably smaller, perhaps due to transportation challenges. The selection of fish is limited, mostly consisting of dry varieties. The prices of rice and flour in Haishi province do not fluctuate significantly, while disparities in meat prices can be more pronounced, with some items even costing 5 cents more. Comrade, what do you need to purchase? A salesperson warmly inquired upon noticing a customer enter. Gazing at the dazzling array of products on display, Lin Yuan reflected on the items in his parents' room, constantly calculating what they might still be lacking. "Oh, bring me a whole sheep and half a pig." Upon hearing this, the vendor was taken aback. It was rare for them to sell such items in a day, let alone for someone to request them in such quantities. "Comrade, did you perhaps misspeak? You meant 1.5 pounds, correct?" The vendor sought clarification once more, yet Lin Yuan's response remained unchanged. He desired a whole sheep. "This is quite the esteemed customer," the vendor exclaimed. "A whole sheep costs at least over 100 yuan. Are you certain you wish for so much?" Upon seeing Lin Yuan nod affirmatively, the vendor ceased to hesitate and promptly began preparing the items. This transaction left the elderly gentleman purchasing soy sauce nearby in utter astonishment. In his decades of life, he had never witnessed anyone buy an entire sheep. Typically, purchasing even a couple of pounds was considered extravagant. Subsequently, Lin Ziyuan requested a substantial quantity of oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and even 200 pounds of salted fish. He appeared as though he were stocking up for a supply cooperative, instructing the vendor to pack anything useful he could find. 10 pounds of brown sugar, 10 pounds of eggs, and 3 pounds of milk candy, please. The vendor, originally attending to Lin Ziyuan, soon found himself overwhelmed and called upon a colleague for assistance. Bring a complete set of quilts and blankets, and 2 pillows as well. A bamboo mat and a coconut core mattress, too. Lin Ziyuan seemed to have thought of everything he could possibly need, and before departing, he ordered 500 pounds of rice and even managed to negotiate a lower price for some pig offal. Upon settling the bill, an astounding sum of over 400 yuan vanished. Lin Ziyuan paid without a flicker of an eye, producing a thick stack of cash, which elicited envy from those nearby. Had it not been for the soldier in military attire accompanying him, one could not dismiss the thought that someone might harbor ill intentions. The supply cooperative arranged for assistance in loading all the goods onto a truck, which was filled to the brim. Fortunately, a jeep was not used for transport. Otherwise, there would have been no space for the haul. The vehicle drove directly back to Zhushan village, where the sight of a fully laden truck drew the attention of everyone near the cattle shed. How did you acquire so many items? How much did this cost? Young man, now that life is a bit better for you, you're spending money so extravagantly. Yinshu, shouldn't you manage him a little? Lu Ruiying remarked, her heart aching at the sight of the abundance. Meanwhile, Li Yinshu, cradling her child, replied, Mother, this is also a gesture of filial piety from Ziyuan. In recent years, we have been unable to care for you both in person. Seizing this opportunity, he wishes to procure more supplies. Moreover, this money is earned by Ziyuan. How he chooses to spend it is his prerogative. Lin Onghua adopted a more lenient perspective after conversing with his son over the past few days. He recognized that Lin Ziyuan's circumstances far exceeded his own. Long-term malnutrition had led many to develop various ailments, both minor and major. Father, let the uncles help unload the goods. You can decide how to distribute them. Although the funds had come from Lin Ziyuan, it was Lin Onghua who bore the title of head of the household here, fully aware of the intricate relationships involved. The distribution of items, determining who received more or less, would be left to Lin Onghua, as this was indeed his domain. For an extended period henceforth, it would be he, not Lin Ziyuan, who resided here. Thus, this gesture of goodwill must be delivered by Lin Onghua himself. Others merely need to know that it was Lin Ziyuan who procured it. Aside from some betting, Lin Onghua has made arrangements for everything else. Although the items appear plentiful, their distribution among the group results in only a meager portion for each individual. Nevertheless, for everyone involved, it is a considerable treasure, particularly the pork and mutton. Many have gone years without savoring the taste of lamb. Although a whole sheep is available, it yields only around 40 pounds after slaughter. The pork has been cut into pieces and allocated to all. Even the soldiers have not been treated differently. Each is entitled to their share. Father, is the village canteen still operational? Lin Ziyuan inquired. There was a time when the village provided communal meals, with the canteen cooking and the members dining after work. However, this arrangement did not last long, as numerous production teams faced issues, particularly concerning waste. Thus, most canteens were closed. It has been years since the canteen last served meals. Why do you ask? Lin Ziyuan replied. The mutton and these pork offal are not easily portioned. Why not dine at the canteen tonight? We can prepare the food and invite our comrades to join us. Although they had meat yesterday, it was hardly sufficient. 3 pounds shared among over 10 people, leaving each with barely a bite. Lin Onghua found this proposal agreeable. After all, as the weather warms, these provisions will not keep for long. While pork can be preserved as cured or smoked meat, mutton does not lend itself to such preservation without compromising its flavor. Thus, the idea was met with unanimous enthusiasm. And after work that afternoon, everyone gathered at the canteen to lend a hand and partake in a hearty communal meal. As the members of Zhushan village returned from their labor, they flocked to the canteen, filled with anticipation for this long-awaited feast, their laughter and chatter echoing along the way. Several strong young men willingly took on the task of slaughtering the sheep and preparing the pork offal. Though their techniques were somewhat unrefined, their enthusiasm was palpable. The women gathered to wash vegetables, prepare seasonings, and engage in lively discussions about the evening's dishes. Lin Ziyuan and several soldiers busied themselves moving tables and chairs, arranging the canteen in an orderly fashion. Observing the lively scene, Lin Ziyuan felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Such moments, filled with the essence of everyday life, epitomized the spirit of a small mountain village. As the sun dipped below the horizon, wisps of smoke curled upwards, enveloping the canteen in an enticing aroma. The mutton simmered in the large pot, releasing a rich, savory fragrance, while the pork offal was transformed into an array of delectable dishes, some stir-fried, others stewed. The vegetables glistened with vibrant colors, making them utterly mouth-watering. When the dishes were brought to the table, no one immediately reached for their chopsticks. They waited for those who had been busy cooking to settle down. With a commanding voice, Sun Yinshan declared, "Let us eat." Only then did everyone begin to relish this sumptuous meal. Lin Ziyuan, seated alongside Sun Yinshan, posed a question during their repast. "Old Shun, does our village have any dams nearby?" Chapter 57. Investigating the riverbed, a dam? The group, taken aback, exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how the conversation had suddenly shifted to this topic. Lin Ziyuan certainly would not suggest that this might be related to the mountain flood expected 2 years hence. Otherwise, he would be whisked away for research dissection in no time. He explained, "The circumstances here differ greatly from those back home. So I wish to explore the feasibility of constructing a small reservoir, coupled with a pumping system to channel water to the fields, transforming dry land into paddy fields." Sun Yunshan's eyes sparkled with interest at this proposition. If it could indeed be realized, within a year or two, the dry rice could be converted to wet rice, significantly altering the local scenario. However, his enthusiasm soon dimmed, for the issue here was not merely a lack of water, but, more critically, poverty. The nearby production teams were equally impoverished. The commune had claimed to have organized self-rescue efforts, yet every method attempted had yielded little progress. Constructing a dam requires funds, materials, and labor, but this area lacks manpower and financial resources, let alone materials. Nan City ranks at the bottom of the economic scale in Haishi Province, with Water County being the most destitute locale within Nan City. There exists a dam in Shifeng Township, though it lies over 20 kilometers away, directly to the west. Is there a map? What is the water route? Lin Ziyuan inquired eagerly, for if the waterway could be ascertained, it might very well elucidate the primary cause of the mountain flood 2 years later. No, it was not merely a mountain flood. It should be classified as a breach of the dam. At that time, communication from many mountainous areas was severely hampered, making it difficult for news to be reported. Even if there were reports, they would garner little attention, especially in small villages and towns like this one. Asking for a map did not constitute a matter of secrecy. So after dinner, Sun Yinshan took Lin Ziyuan to the brigade office, where a map was available. By the feeble light of a candle, Lin Ziyuan finally glimpsed the terrain surrounding Zhushan village. The cartography was not reliant on satellites, but was instead crafted through manual labor. Indeed, a cadre of surveyors, armed with leveling instruments, would traverse each location requiring mapping, measuring, and drawing directly. Although some maps were produced from aerial photographs, the accuracy of such maps was not guaranteed. The resource number 3 satellite launched by Huagua in 2012 revolutionized the mapping paradigm, achieving precision within 1 meter. Thus, Lin Ziyuan could only discern the general topography from a map and could not accurately identify where the issues lay along the stretch from the dam to Zhushan village. Consequently, he resolved to visit the dam site the following day to ascertain the situation, dedicating several days to comprehend the local conditions. Given that a specialized reservoir management unit oversees the dam to prevent sabotage by hostile forces, the general populace is typically prohibited from entering the reservoir area, particularly at the dam's body. Lin Ziyuan requested Sun Yinshan to assist him in crafting a letter of introduction, should inquiries arise, providing him with a valid explanation. Early the next morning, Lin Ziyuan embarked in a small jeep towards the Li Reservoir in Shifeng Township, situated 20 kilometers away. The vehicle jostled along the winding dirt road, stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Zuan sat in the passenger seat, his eyes intently fixed on the retreating scenery outside, his mind swirling with speculations about the condition of the dam. After more than an hour, the small jeep came to a halt at the entrance of the management office for the Shangli Reservoir. Lin adjusted his attire, grasped the introduction letter issued by Shun Yinshan, and strode confidently into the office. A middle-aged administrator welcomed him, and after scrutinizing the letter, a look of perplexity crossed his face. "A young intellectual like you, what brings you here to investigate the dam?" the administrator inquired, furrowing his brow. Lin, well prepared, replied calmly, "Comrade, we in Zhushan village seek to enhance our agricultural irrigation. We wish to learn from your management and construction experiences to explore feasible methods that could assist our production team." Upon hearing this, the administrator's expression softened somewhat. "Very well, but you may only observe in designated areas. Do not wander near the dam itself." Under the administrator's guidance, Lin arrived at the edge of the reservoir. The expansive surface of water sparkled under the sun, yet Lin had no inclination to appreciate the beauty of the scene. He meticulously examined the topography surrounding the reservoir, noting that the river downstream was rather narrow and that certain sections were plagued by silt accumulation, indicating that the sluice gates had not been opened for quite some time. Next, he turned his gaze to the dam structure. Externally, the dam appeared to be in good health, devoid of cracks or rodent holes. He inquired about the construction date and maintenance of the dam, learning that it had been in existence for over 20 years, with recent years marked by considerable turmoil and personnel changes. Even the director of the Reservoir Management Committee had only recently assumed his position. "Comrade, will this dam and the downstream river withstand a torrential downpour?" Lin asked with concern. However, Kai Guowei responded, "It has endured for decades. What could possibly go wrong?" This was his only answer. Lin concluded that the management of the dam exhibited a degree of laxity. Yet, this did not substantiate the assertion that the dam might collapse in 2 years, leading to a flood that could inundate Zhushan village. Furthermore, considering the dam's water storage capacity, it seemed unlikely for any issues to arise. Although management practices were somewhat negligent, Kai was indeed correct. The dam had withstood the test of time for decades. Haidong province was not a water-scarce region. Typhoons and extreme weather occurred annually. Each occurrence brought sufficient rainfall, and if excessive precipitation were to compromise the dam, Shifeng Township would have faced flooding countless times by now. Moreover, the river downstream consistently flowed, and since this small river did not pass near Zhushan village, it followed that even if the dam were to fail, it should not pose a threat to the village. In the following days, Lin traversed between the dam and Zhushan village, persistently searching for any potential issues. His notebook was filled with meticulous records of every topographical detail, yet he remained unable to uncover the answers he sought. Perhaps it was due to his lack of expertise in geology that he failed to discern the intricacies involved. Nevertheless, he persevered, for the stakes were the lives of his parents. If all else fails, he would find a way to lead his parents away from this place, saving as many lives as possible. After traversing the valleys for 7 consecutive days, he had not reached a conclusion. Just as Lin Zuan was on the verge of giving up, he caught sight of a distant hill, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Chapter 58. The cause of the mountain flood at that moment, on a nearby slope, dozens of individuals were chopping down pine trees, while another group was cultivating farmland further down the hill. In such dire times, when food was scarce, it was common to clear land for cultivation. The idea of environmental destruction was trivial. Survival took precedence over all else. Lin Ziyuan swiftly compared his meticulously prepared maps to their current location in relation to Zhushan village. Upon confirming that this area was highly likely to trigger a landslide that could block the river, he ascended the mountain to examine the excavated soil. There was little need for inspection. The western region of Haishi province predominantly consisted of red soil, which remained stable when covered with vegetation. However, once the vegetation was removed, the lack of root systems to anchor the soil would lead to erosion within a couple of years, particularly in winter, despite Haishi province's southeastern coastal location. The western region frequently experienced sub-zero temperatures. After several days of continuous rain, Significant amounts of water seeped into the soil to a depth of 1 or 2 meters. This was soon followed by extreme cold, causing the moisture within the soil to freeze. Once frozen, the cohesion among the red soil particles weakened. Yet the ice held them together, preventing large-scale movement. However, as temperatures warmed and the ice melted, the soil, now deprived of its mutual binding force and lacking plant roots to secure it, began to slide down the slope in great quantities. Lin Ziyuan vividly recalled his father mentioning that mountain floods typically occurred in winter. The combination of low temperatures and heavy rainfall provided a coherent explanation for the situation. To avoid any oversight, Lin Ziyuan spent the following days reassessing the nearby rivers and mountains, and the results were alarming. Numerous individuals were clearing land and felling trees, although the areas directly along the river were not overly extensive. Even so, should a chain reaction occur, the resulting disaster would be immense. Organizing the villagers for land reclamation seemed implausible. He was not a leader, and his voice bore little weight. Moreover, the endeavor to clear land was a matter of survival, and he could not bear the responsibility of letting people starve. Was there a method to address the flood issue without necessitating organized land reclamation? Unfortunately, the answer remained elusive. At this moment, there were no excavators or bulldozers available to aid in the excavation of the mountain or the river. Nearly all engineering projects required manual labor. The only options left were twofold: either induce a landslide proactively to eliminate safety hazards while ensuring security, or allow nature to take its course. If the mountain were to collapse prematurely, the river might shift its course, thereby drawing the attention of the commune and the county. Additionally, the water level at that time would not be excessively high, thus averting a significant flood that could jeopardize the safety of the populace. In this manner, the county would have ample time to clear the river channels, thus preventing any disaster from occurring. The second measure involves the preemptive opening of the dam's sluice gates to release floodwaters. Lin Ziyuan speculates that the overwhelming mountain flood was caused by the rapid rise of the dam's water level, which swiftly surpassed the warning threshold. In an effort to safeguard the dam, the gates were opened during the torrential rain, inadvertently resulting in landslides and other calamities. Had the gates been opened earlier, the rate of flooding would have been mitigated, providing downstream residents with sufficient time to evacuate, even in the event of a landslide. Lin Ziyuan meticulously weighed these two proposals, concluding that the first plan, initiating a landslide in advance, was excessively perilous. A slight miscalculation could precipitate an uncontrollable situation, leading to irreparable losses. In contrast, the second proposal of preemptively releasing water from the dam, while also challenging, appeared more feasible. However, as he was neither a resident of Zhushan village nor even a citizen of Shuichang County, persuading the authorities managing the dam to open the gates early would be no simple task. After considerable deliberation, he resolved to leave this matter to Shun Yinshan. Upon returning to the village, Lin Ziyuan sought out Shun Yinshan, who was currently leading soldiers in road repairs. The unpaved roads had become treacherous over time, riddled with potholes. Without maintenance, not even ox-drawn carts or vehicles could traverse them. Consequently, Shun Yinshan regularly organized workers to mend the road using gravel and mud, occasionally mixing in some lime for reinforcement. Comrade Ziyuan has returned. Has the matter been resolved? Shun Yinshan greeted Lin Ziyuan with warmth. Lin Ziyuan, however, requested that he refrain from addressing him as a superior, asserting that at just over 20, he was merely a company commander and not yet deserving of such title. It's mostly taken care of, Lin Ziyuan replied with a smile. I see you're working harder than the villagers. Haha. As long as the task gets done, that's what matters. He approached Shun Yinshan and inquired, Old Shun, do you know any leaders from the county's Water Resources Bureau? Shun Yinshan was momentarily taken aback. What's the matter? Do you need the Water Resources Bureau to intervene? Lin Ziyuan clarified, not exactly. I can manage the issue myself, but I've identified some additional concerns. Noticing Lin Ziyuan's serious demeanor, Shun Yinshan also sobered. What's wrong? Have you discovered a problem? In recent days, whenever Lin Ziyuan returned, he would share his observations with Shun Yinshan. Through their discussions, Shun Yinshan had come to regard Lin Ziyuan as exceptionally knowledgeable, far surpassing many prominent leaders and experts he had encountered. Thus, When Lin Ziyuan mentioned discovering a problem, Shen Yunshan understood that there must indeed be a significant issue at hand. Just as Lin Ziyuan was about to respond, Shen Yunshan interjected, "Let us discuss this in the office." The two made their way to the office, where Shen Yunshan unfolded a map and said, "Yuan, please share your findings." Lin Ziyuan promptly relayed his discoveries and hypotheses, while Shen Yunshan listened intently, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the locations Lin Ziyuan had circled on the map. In truth, there was no need for Lin Ziyuan to elucidate. As a soldier, he could discern numerous details from the map, particularly after Lin Ziyuan identified the first certain location of a landslide. He had already contemplated the consequences. However, what connection does this bear with the Water Conservancy Bureau? Shouldn't we approach the county leaders directly? Shen Yunshan inquired, observing Lin Ziyuan. This matter is merely a rough conjecture, lacking evidence. All we can do is take preventive measures. The reason for involving the Water Conservancy Bureau is to have them inspect the Upper Lee Reservoir to ascertain whether there are other issues we have yet to uncover. As long as the reservoir operates normally, the subsequent hazards can be effectively managed. Shen Yunshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this concerns the safety of thousands of lives and properties. It cannot be overlooked. Thus, I shall visit the county. I am acquainted with the Deputy Director of the Water Conservancy Bureau. However, how should I articulate this to them? Chapter 59. Achieving our goals to speak candidly. There is no necessity for concealment. Our intentions are benevolent, while the county's inaction is their own affair. Lin Ziyuan continued. Moreover, if the county does not take action, preparations for flood control must be established by autumn of 78. The initiative regarding life must be in our own hands. Given the gravity of the situation regarding everyone's safety, Shen Yunshan did not delay and promptly proceeded to the county. How he would communicate this was his concern. All Lin Ziyuan could do was this. If all else fails, he would find a way to relocate his parents and issue warnings to those remaining. Upon returning home, Lin Ziyuan recounted the situation to Lin Onghua. Ziyuan, you have acted rightly in this matter. Should a flood indeed occur, the consequences would be unimaginable, Lin Onghua remarked. Naturally, Lin Ziyuan would not divulge his true intentions. Instead, he stated, whenever such matters arise, solutions will inevitably be found, irrespective of who it may be. However, I wonder if Director Shun can manage to engage the county leaders. Upon hearing this, Lin Onghua chuckled. You need not fret over this. Although old Shun is in his 40s and still a company commander, do you think he cannot rise through the ranks? He simply prefers to remain here, safeguarding this village. There are many who wish to assist him in ascending. Numerous county leaders are former soldiers under his command. So, rest assured about this matter. Indeed, as Lin Onghua had predicted, when Shen Yunshan returned, a smile adorned his face. He informed Lin Ziyuan that the county would soon arrange inspections for all reservoirs and dams, and specific areas for cultivation would be selected to prevent significant landslide incidents. The county's response was prompt. The following day, personnel visited the Upper Lee Reservoir to conduct a thorough inspection, uncovering several issues. The most severe problem was that of 3 sluice gates at the Upper Lee Reservoir, 2 of which were utterly inoperable. It was reported that the inspectors discovered the bolts of these 2 gates had completely rusted, while the remaining gate could only be opened to about 1/3 of its capacity. At that moment, their faces turned ashen, for they were acutely aware that when the flood struck, these 2 inoperable sluice gates could very well prevent effective regulation of the reservoir's water level, potentially leading to catastrophic breaches. It turned out that those responsible for the regular inspection of the equipment had neglected their duties, and each time, only 1 gate was opened for water release. Though floods had occurred in the past 2 years, their severity was manageable with just 1 gate, rendering the other 2 as mere ornaments. The 3rd gate could not be fully opened due to an iron door lodged within, swept in from an unknown source, completely obstructing the gate's ascent. This was a revelation Lin Ziyuan came to understand several months later. He realized that there had been no mountain torrents, but rather a failure to properly discharge water from the Lee Reservoir, which subjected the dam to immense hydraulic pressure, resulting in its destruction. Consequently, all the towns downstream suffered dire consequences. As for why this was not reported, It was because the nation's attention was fixated on another major event, relegating the minor troubles of the mountain village to obscurity. While the entire Shui County conducted inspections of the reservoir's hydraulic facilities, Lin Ziyuan welcomed an important visitor. A representative from the Provincial Agricultural College not only brought back a response from Anbang Nation, but also several hundred pounds of drought-resistant rice seeds. Lin Ziyuan had achieved the primary objective of addressing the hidden dangers of mountain floods, and thus spent the ensuing days awaiting his mentor's reply and the translation of documents. One day, as Lin Ziyuan busily worked within his abode, he heard someone calling his name from outside. Ziyuan, Ziyuan, someone is looking for you. It was the voice of Lin Anghua. Lin Ziyuan responded, setting down his paper and pen, and tidying up his manuscripts and reference books before stepping outside to ascertain the situation. There, he saw his father, Lin Anghua, approaching with a middle-aged man in his 30s, who wore glasses and a gray hat, tall and slender, resembling an intellectual. Shen Yinshan was a few dozen meters behind, overseeing the transport of some items. Ziyuan, this is Comrade Sun Zhengnan, who has come to see you. You must be Comrade Lin Ziyuan. My mentor often speaks of you. I am Sun Zhengnan, a researcher from the Provincial Agricultural College. Greetings, I am Lin Ziyuan. The two shook hands and took a seat outside the house to converse. This time, my mentor sent me to observe the situation here. However, since we do not have an abundance of rice seeds yet, and they lack substantial promotional value, I have brought over 500 pounds of drought-resistant rice seeds, which is the maximum quantity our college can provide. The remainder must remain for further research at the school. Sun Zhengnan spoke with a hint of apology, but Lin Ziyuan did not share this sentiment. 500 pounds of seeds were more than sufficient to cultivate dozens of acres. Just right for Zhushan village. You are being too modest, senior brother. Your assistance in coming here has been a tremendous boon for the village. It is truly a timely blessing. Lin Ziyuan exclaimed with a smile. How's my mentor faring? Sun Zhengnan nodded. Excellent. We currently have a collaboration with Xiangnan Province, where the teacher is the head of one of the research teams, primarily focused on the improvement of rice. The plan you provided is also under consideration by the teacher, and Xiangnan is quite intrigued by your method. I believe we will see significant results within the next 2 years. That is indeed promising, he responded. But the enhancement of rice is not an endeavor that yields immediate results. It may take 20 years, or even 3 to 4 decades, before we witness substantial breakthroughs. Sun Zhengnan chuckled. Even a 1% increase in yield is a remarkable advancement. Consider the vast expanse of our country. An additional 1% could sustain millions more people. I have come here with a mission. The teacher has decided to designate this area as a test field for drought-resistant rice, hoping to witness its potential flourish here. The two engaged in light conversation, expressing a sense of camaraderie as if they had known each other for ages. It was somewhat peculiar that such a knowledgeable individual could be entrusted by the teacher to independently lead the cultivation of rice among the members. A fact that intrigued Lin Ziyuan, who was not well acquainted with Sun Zhengnan. Sun Zhengnan would be residing in Zhushan village for an extended period, as he needed to guide the locals in cultivating drought-resistant rice, likely for half a year. Fortunately, corn was nearing harvest, allowing for a timely transition to drought-resistant rice planting. Albeit a month late, the impact would not be substantial. With Sun Jingnan's arrival, Lin Ziyuan felt he could not contribute much to the cultivation of drought-resistant rice. Having spent nearly half a month in Shuichan County, he had completed his pressing tasks and visited his parents, prompting him to prepare for his return to Baishigu. This decision left Lin Anghua and Lu Ruping somewhat unsettled. They had just begun to bond with their granddaughter, and the thought of parting after such a brief time was disheartening. Lin Ziyuan reassured them, "Father, Mother, I will visit you often when the opportunity arises. I believe our family matters will reach a resolution in the next couple of years, and those who conspired against us will surely face consequences." Lin Anghua comforted Lu Ruping. "Why the tears? We should be joyous. Our lives will soon improve. Ziyuan is right. Once this situation is resolved, we can return home and live together with Zhiqing and Ziyuan." "Indeed, Mother. I will keep you informed with any news from my brother," he assured. Lu Ruping dabbed at her tears, tightening her embrace around Duer, before heading inside to assist Li Yunshu with packing. As he prepared to leave, Lin Ziyuan discreetly placed 200 yuan under his parents' pillow, enough to sustain them for an entire year. Before long, Shun Yunshan's jeep arrived. Ziyuan, hop in. It's quite a distance to Nanshi. We mustn't miss the train. Old Shun generously arranged for a vehicle to take him to the train station. Chapter 60. The Journey Home, Nanshi, Train Station. There is only one train daily from Nanshi to Longshi, which arrives from the provincial capital, serving as a transit to Guangdong Province. Having enjoyed a smooth ride on the way here, he had not observed the conditions of the Nanshi train station. But today he realized how remarkably small it truly was. The waiting area was devoid of grandeur, lacking a spacious hall or luxurious decor, merely a modest little room. This condition is indeed difficult to articulate. It is unsurprising, as the southern city lacks mineral resources. Thus, having a train station with trains stopping here is already quite commendable. Unlike Longshi City, which boasts coal mines and similar resources, affording it a more imposing station. After disembarking from the train, Shun Yunshan expressed his gratitude to Old Shun, and the family of three proceeded to the ticket office, which was merely a small room adjacent to the station. On this journey home, they did not carry much, just a few garments and a simple packet of biscuits. Lin Ziyuan approached the humble window with his letter of introduction and household registration book. The ticket clerk was a charming young woman with a sweet voice. "Where you headed, comrades? How many tickets?" she inquired. Lin Ziyuan promptly responded, "Hello. 2 tickets to Longshi City. What time does the train depart?" At this moment, Duoer was eligible for a free ticket, so only 2 were needed. The train to Longshi City was scheduled for 11:15, with 2 hours until departure, costing a total of 2 yuan and 80 cents. There were indeed sleeper tickets available, but Lin Ziyuan chose not to purchase them, as sleeper tickets could not be acquired at will. They required special permission. This decision had been discussed with Li Yunshu, as enduring a few hours in hard seats was tolerable for just one day. Originally scheduled for 11:15, the train did not arrive until 12, with delays being commonplace. Fortunately, the wait was not excessively long and was bearable. Accepting the situation was necessary, as traveling by car would have been even more exhausting. Ticket inspection was not conducted in a designated hall, but directly on the platform. Once the train came to a halt, the doors were opened, and the attendant stood at the entrance, directing passengers to disembark first. At this time, few were embarking on long journeys, and even fewer were taking the train. Unlike in later years, where throngs would surge forth, only 7 or 8 individuals stepped off. Lin Ziyuan, carrying the luggage, and Li Yunshu, with Duer, presented their tickets at the door to board. The carriage was sparsely populated, and Lin Ziyuan found a suitable seat, stowing the luggage before allowing Li Yunshu and Duoer to settle in by the window. Upon boarding, Li Yunshu and Duoer were filled with curiosity about the train, observing their surroundings with wonder, even taking time to marvel at the creaking electric fan in the carriage. They had only seen trains on film during village screenings. This was their first real encounter with one. Conversely, Lin Ziyuan experienced a different sentiment. The image of the Fuxing train constantly overlapped with the current train in his mind. Accustomed to the comfort of trains that could travel over 300 kilometers in an hour, with minimal noise and bright lighting, he found it quite disconcerting to be seated once more on this slower, smoke-belching vehicle. Nevertheless, this was the most convenient means of transportation for the common folk embarking on long journeys, and he had no alternatives. With no one nearby, Lin Ziyuan initially planned to take out his manuscript and seize the opportunity to translate a few chapters. He had been busy for quite some time, and only in the following days would he find the time to translate some material. After half a month, he had managed to translate less than 200,000 words, a result of his late-night efforts. Unexpectedly, the environment within the carriage was utterly dismal. Not only was the air heavy with odor, but also felt stifling and noisy. And most importantly, it was unstable. Every so often, the train's wheels would reconnect with the tracks, causing the entire carriage to jolt, making it impossible for him to focus on his writing. Reluctantly, he had to stow away his belongings and abandon his plans for work. Upon noticing Lin Ziyuan's cessation of work, Duoer became elated. She stood on her seat by the window, gazing outside and dancing with glee. "Daddy, look! What a vast expanse of water!" she exclaimed, having spotted the river. "Daddy, Mommy, see! We're above the water." as the train traversed a bridge. "Daddy, look. I can see the front of the train, and it's smoking. What about the back of the train?" Throughout the journey, little Duo chattered incessantly. Her eyes filled with wonder at the sights outside. Although Li Yunshu was not quite as exuberant, she held Duo in her arms, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the scenery beyond. Witnessing this, Lin Zon silently vowed to grow and ensure that his daughter and wife could behold every corner of this magnificent land. The train moved along at a leisurely pace, halting at a mid-journey station around 3 in the afternoon. The number of boarding passengers was still scant, yet this stop extended for over 3 hours. Without needing to inquire, Lin Ziyuan understood that this delay was to allow another train ahead to pass. As twilight descended, the light within the carriage grew increasingly dim. The antiquated fan, which was hardly effective at cooling, creaked as it futilely whirled in the stifling air, exacerbating the passengers' restlessness. After an afternoon filled with excitement, Duo, now nestled in Li Yunshu's arms, began to drift into slumber. Li Yunshu gently patted her, her eyes reflecting a blend of warmth and fatigue. 3 hours later, the train finally roared back to life, emitting a heavy rumble. Outside the window, night had fully enveloped the landscape, with sporadic glimmers of light from scattered villages along the route. The train continued its leisurely journey, stopping at several more stations. Each time halted, Lin Zuan brimmed with anticipation of reaching Longshore City, yet reality repeatedly dashed his hopes. Some stops were fleeting, just as there appeared to be signs of departure. The train would inexplicably come to a halt once more. It was not until the deep of night that the train finally eased into Longshore City Station. Li Yunshu roused Duo, and the weary family disembarked. At that hour, no transport was available to return to their village, so Lin Zuan sought out a guest house in Longshore City. After a brief check-in process, they successfully secured a room. Just moments ago, Duo had worn a fatigued expression, but upon noticing the light bulb illuminating the guest house's ceiling, her drowsiness vanished. "Daddy, when will our home's electric lights turn on?" she inquired. Although Lin Ziyuan's family had already installed electric lights and wiring, the biogas generator at the pig farm had yet to commence operations, leaving the lights unlit. Lin Ziyuan smiled and replied soon. Li Yunshu brought in hot water from outside to wash Duo's face and hands. After the novelty wore off, Duo soon fell back asleep. Lin Ziyuan and his wife completed their morning ablutions and extinguished the lights. The following morning, Lin Ziyuan was roused by the exclamations of Duo. "Dad, there are so many cars." The lodging in Longshore City was conveniently located near both the bus and train stations. Unbeknownst to him, Duo had awoken, climbed onto the small tea table by the window, and drawn back the curtains to gaze outside. Longshore, being a prefecture-level city, encompassed several counties, and at this hour, the minibuses destined for each county lined the roadside, awaiting their departure times. Lin Ziyuan glanced at the clock. It was already past 8. The nearest bus would leave in just half an hour. Beside him, Li Yunshu, evidently exhausted from the previous day's train journey, had not managed to rise early either. It was the first time in many years that Lin Ziyuan found himself urging Li Yunshu to get up. The trio hurriedly freshened up and purchased a few meat buns at the restaurant downstairs before rushing into the bus station. The ticketing process at the bus station was not overly stringent. After confirming the location of the bus to Tinghang County, they boarded the minibus. The slightly plump ticket seller, armed with a notepad and a stack of blank tickets devoid of destinations, stood up to assist them as they boarded, guiding them to their seats. "Comrade, which seat would you prefer?" Although the bus was headed to Tinghang County, many passengers would embark and disembark along the way, making it impractical to charge for the entire journey. "Hello, comrade. We are 3, traveling to the Tinghang County bus station." The ticket seller glanced at Duo and smiled. "For 2 adults and 1 child, the child rides free. The total is 2 yuan and 3. In fact, the distance from Tinghang County to Longshore City was comparable to that to Baishigu, as Tinghang County was situated precisely between the two. Lin Ziyuan paid the fare, and the ticket seller tore off 2 handwritten tickets, handing them to him while recording the passengers' travel details in her notebook. This way, she would know which passengers needed to disembark at each stop. Should anyone doze off, she could call out to them when the time came. Lin Ziyuan chose a window seat for Li Yunshu, while he and Duo occupied the adjacent two-seater. Having grown weary of the mountainous scenery, Duo lost the enthusiasm she had displayed the previous day and merely leaned against the window, lost in thought. Unfortunately, at that moment, Duo had no toys to play with, could not comprehend any books, and had no mobile phone to entertain her. Lin Ziyuan considered telling her a story to alleviate the monotony, but he himself felt dizzy from the winding mountain roads, so he abandoned the idea. By the time they reached Tinghang County, it was already noon. Lin Ziyuan did not proceed to the bus station, but alighted at the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore. Li Yunshu and Duo both suffered from motion sickness, feeling quite unwell. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan longed to return home, allowing his wife and daughter to rest properly. However, the afternoon minibus would not depart for another 2 hours. Seeing Lin Ziyuan and the visibly unwell mother-daughter duo, Su Yoming hurriedly beckoned them inside to rest. "What has made you so fatigued?" Old Su inquired with concern. Lin Ziyuan nodded helplessly and said, "Hee, I've been feeling carsick. The roads are truly difficult to navigate." Lao Su understood that they had just returned from the city. This road was challenging even for someone like him, who traveled 2 or 3 times a month, let alone for those who hardly took such journeys in a year. He hurriedly poured 3 cups of hot tea for the trio, saying there's a vacant room upstairs. Let them rest for a while. The afternoon bus won't arrive anytime soon. Lin Ziyuan inquired about Li Yunshu's thoughts. Li Yunshu looked at Duo and asked, "Duo, would you like to sleep for a bit? Or shall we eat first?" Duo's voice had diminished significantly, lacking any spirit. "Mommy, Duo wants to sleep." Sleep in her dialect meant to take a nap. Having grown up with the village children, she spoke the Hakka dialect better than Mandarin. Yet at this moment, she mixed both languages together. "Yuan Yi, let us take a break. Duo is indeed exhausted." "Thank you, Brother Su," Lin Ziyuan said. "Then I shall trouble you." "Lao Su," he added. Lao Su waved his hand dismissively. "No trouble at all. It's merely a small matter. We needn't stand on ceremony. Quickly take your sister and brother upstairs to rest. The first room on the right is unlocked. You can leave your luggage downstairs. Moving it up and down is quite tiring. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Just carry along your valuables." Lin Zon led his wife and daughter upstairs to rest. After ensuring they were settled, he returned to the first floor. "Ziyuan, why aren't you taking a rest?" Lao Su asked with concern upon seeing him descend. Lin Ziyuan shook his head. "I'm fine. It's not a big deal." He then pulled out the fruits of his labor from the past half-month and placed them on the counter. Coincidentally, his manuscript payment had also arrived. "Take a look at this," he said, retrieving an envelope from beneath the counter. He was startled by its thickness. This payment seemed to exceed his expectations by a small margin. Upon opening it, he exclaimed, "Wow, 1,300 yuan." While he had indeed submitted a considerable amount of work last time, he had not anticipated such a sum. "Previously, your administrative rank was 30. After thorough consideration, the leadership has unanimously agreed to elevate your rank to 25, which in turn increases your remuneration. This is a recognition of your efforts and a testament to the responsibilities ahead. The classified nature of the documents you will be compiling will also rise. Congratulations, young man. Your future is indeed bright." "Haha, I'm grateful for the organization's trust. This is also due to your excellent collaboration, Lao Su," Lin Ziyuan replied with a smile. "Thanks to your support, my rank is also increased by 1 level, but compared to your progress, it seems trivial, with no customers at the moment." The 2 men engaged in conversation within a bookstore. While women typically discussed familial matters, men's conversations often escalated to international affairs. As they delved into the surrounding geopolitical landscape, both men expressed their indignation, vociferously criticizing various nations. Alas, while our country does not shy away from challenges, we still struggle to find a permanent solution to these threats. Lao Su sighed, pouring Lin Ziyuan a glass of water. Resolving these issues is indeed difficult, yet not impossible. In recent years, many of our scientists have returned to the country. I believe that with their contributions, our military strength will soon experience a significant leap forward. Lin Ziyuan's words were meant to comfort Old Su. The technological blockade is not easily surmountable, even with the unwavering dedication of countless researchers. It took Huagua 50 years to truly gain confidence. Old Su was well aware that the road to Huagua's rise was fraught with challenges. The military capabilities of the beautiful nation and the Bear Alliance had already begun to be deployed, while our J7 had only recently entered service a decade ago, creating a significant generational gap. Our naval vessels also lagged behind considerably. However, as long as we make strides in our fighter jets and naval fleets, achieving breakthroughs in several critical areas, I believe we will soon be able to catch up and even surpass them. Yet, Old Su shook his head and remarked, "It is easier said than done. We have worked diligently for several years to catch up with the beautiful nation, yet the disparity remains vast. In reality, the challenges were not as daunting as they seemed." Lin Zuan then began a succinct discussion on the firepower configuration, propulsion systems, and radar of naval vessels, leading into the engines and radar systems of combat capabilities, as well as stealth materials. Each point he raised was well-reasoned and supported by comparative data. Their dialogue, a question-and-answer exchange, lasted over 2 hours, during which they consumed half of the boiling water in the kettle. It was only when Lin Zuan realized the time that he told Old Su they would continue their conversation next time. He then went upstairs to rouse his precious daughter and wife, preparing to head home. As Lin Zuan's family boarded the bus back to Baishigo, Old Su stood at the bookstore's entrance, lost in thought for a while. Upon returning to the bookstore, he picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello. Please connect me with Comrade He Tongwan. Just tell him Su Yongming is looking for him." 2 minutes later, the call was reconnected, and a kind, elderly voice came through. "Ah, Xiao Su, what prompted you to call me today?" "Haha. Uncle He, how is your health?" "Oh, this old body of mine. There's nothing particularly good or bad about it. So you called just to check in? Speak up, what is on your mind?" "Uncle He, it seems I have stumbled upon a treasure." Chapter 62. Meeting at the pig farm in Qingxi Commune, Baishigu. Lin Zuan's family returned home at 6 o'clock in the evening. From a distance, Lin Zuan noticed the village was aglow with lights. Notably, beneath the camphor tree, the brightest bulb had been hung. Under the camphor tree, several children were swimming in the washing pool. Though they called it swimming, the water was only about 50 centimeters deep, making bathing a more accurate description. Upon seeing Lin Zuan and his family return with their luggage, the village's information department sprang to life, with several ants eagerly rushing over to assist with their bags. "Oh, Scholar Lin, you've finally returned. It's been about half a month, hasn't it?" The ants chattered animatedly, sharing news about the village. Lin Zuan learned that the village had finally received electricity 3 days prior, initially ensuring power for the pig farm, and now every household was illuminated. The ants were expressing their gratitude to Lin Zuan for bringing such significant change to the village. The newfound brightness in their homes allowed many tasks to be accomplished in the evenings, giving everyone a sense of having gained additional time. Upon returning home, he expressed his gratitude to everyone who had come to assist, and the ants departed with smiles. Li Yanshu, cradling Duer, approached the latch switch at the door and said, "Duer, give it a pull and see." Duer extended her hand, grasped the slender cord before her, and gently tugged downwards. With a crisp click, the entire living room was illuminated. "Wow, our home now has a light. Daddy didn't deceive me. He is indeed an honest and good child." Duer apiavet uvajut, leaping from her mother's embrace like a jubilant puppy, frolicking around the room. Lin Zuan unloaded their luggage, placing the clothes that needed washing in the yard. He also put the remaining large buns he had purchased earlier into the pot and set some rice to boil for porridge. This would serve as their dinner. After igniting the stove, Lin Zuan picked up a flashlight, preparing to step out. "Dear, please check the fire in the stove. If the food is ready and I have not returned, you and Duer should eat without waiting for me." Li Yanshu was occupied with washing her face. Knowing that Lin Zuan intended to visit the pig farm, she nodded, "Come back early. You worked hard all day." Lin Zuan replied, bidding Duer to behave at home before setting off to the pig farm with his flashlight. He had seen the myriad lights of the city, but this was the first time he witnessed rural households illuminated by electric lights since returning to this world. Gazing at the twinkling lights, a sense of accomplishment surged within him, although this achievement paled in comparison to his contributions in his previous life for the great nation. It was nonetheless his inaugural accomplishment for this village. Upon arriving at the pig farm, Lin Zuan discovered it was also brightly lit, Each pig pen was bathed in light. The bulbs were not particularly powerful, perhaps only 30 or 40 watts, but sufficient for the pig farm's needs. At that moment, some workers were feeding the pigs, and upon seeing Lin Ziyuan approach, they greeted him warmly. "Lin, you're back." "Yes, indeed. Busy, are you?" "I just arrived." "Is Director Xie here?" "Yes, everyone is present. We're having a meeting today in the office. You should join us." It was quite coincidental that a meeting was taking place at the pig farm, though he was uncertain whether it was chaired by Xie Laoxi or Chen Zhoming. The door to the small conference room was ajar. As Lin Ziyuan near the office area, his footsteps attracted everyone's attention. Upon realizing it was Lin Ziyuan, they were filled with delight. "The deputy director has returned. Come in, come in. Just in time for the meeting. We will report to you on the pig farm situation over the past 2 weeks." With that, Xie Laoxi stood to offer his seat to Lin Ziyuan, but Lin Ziyuan gestured for him to remain seated and instead took a place beside Chen Zhoming. "You are the director. There is no need for you to report to me. Ha. However, let everyone share their progress, and I will assist with some advice." Upon hearing that Lin Ziyuan had returned, Xiao Dashan and Zheng Yuliang also left their posts and joined the meeting, sitting across from Lin Ziyuan. "Then, I shall begin by discussing the situation on the farm. In the past half-month, Teacher Chun has gradually brought us 400 piglets. Except for 3 that perished on the road, we now have a total of 502 pigs at the factory. Our production team's pig farming plan has now entered its second phase. The overall condition of these 500 pigs is satisfactory. We have organized the breeding and hygiene management according to Teacher Chen's arrangements, assigning specific responsibilities to individuals. Over this period, Xie Laoxi has also learned a great deal from Chen Zhoming, beginning to adopt a more scientific approach to breeding. After Xie Laoxi spoke, Chen Zhoming continued. "During this time, we have vaccinated all the pigs and selected a few of the healthiest boars for breeding purposes. The remaining boars will be neutered, thus eliminating their reproductive drive, which will enable them to grow more rapidly. The comrades have learned these techniques well. Currently, the fermentation of feed is becoming increasingly proficient, with the finished product achieving approximately 70% of the efficacy of premium feed. Accomplishing this with the existing resources in the village is quite remarkable. The only drawback is the somewhat poor sanitary conditions. There are too many mosquitoes, and we need to find a solution. Everyone must continue to strive for improvement." Lin Ziyuan noted this matter down, as he had already contemplated a solution but could not implement it previously due to a lack of electricity. Now that power has been restored, it is indeed time to produce the blueprints. However, he would not be giving them to Yuan Chenggang for free, as he had already profited from the arrangement. After the 2 leaders spoke, the comrades expressed their opinions as well. Through this period of learning, everyone has acquired a solid grasp of pig farming skills. In particular, those responsible for cleaning and removing pig waste were initially reluctant to undertake such a dirty, smelly, and laborious task. However, with the production team raising the labor points, the members have come to accept the hardship. Chen Zhoming's 2 assistants have also gained considerable knowledge regarding hygiene, disease prevention, and breeding, and it is believed that by the time this batch of pigs is ready for market, both will be capable of managing independently. Next, it was Zheng Yuliang's turn to speak. "Our generator was run 3 days ago, and the overall performance was satisfactory, generating about 30 kilowatts over 10 hours of operation per day, running from 6 in the evening until for the next morning. During the day, we allow the biogas tank to continue producing gas, and the following evening, we resume power generation." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan furrowed his brow. Chapter 63. Problem-solving. Lin Ziyuan was not dissatisfied with the generator itself, but with the limitation of only being able to generate power for 10 hours. "Is the biogas from our tank only sufficient for 10 hours of power generation?" Lin Ziyuan inquired. Zheng Yuliang promptly clarified, "Not at all. The amount of biogas generated is determined by the quantity and temperature of the waste. Given the current scale of our pig farm, we can produce enough gas to sustain 14 hours of power generation in summer, while in winter, it should be around 10 hours. Additionally, the generator cannot operate continuously for extended periods, as prolonged use will shorten its lifespan." Lin Ziyuan nodded, acknowledging that this was unavoidable. While machines do not tire, they are prone to malfunction. Immediately, he said, if we have 2 generators in operation, can we ensure a continuous 24-hour power supply when we expand the scale of our farming operations? If so, I will request another generator from the machinery factory. At that moment, Yang Qi's voice resonated from outside. Well, Ji Yuan, don't we only use electricity at night? Is it really necessary to generate power around the clock? He had learned of Lin Ji Yuan's return and first visited his home. Upon hearing from Li Yunshu that Lin Ji Yuan had gone to the pig farm, he hastened over. Brother, come, have a seat. No matter how one regarded him, Yang Qi was the leader of the production team and the primary person responsible for the pig farm. He was certainly qualified to join the meeting. After Yang Qi took his place, Lin Ji Yuan immediately inquired, Brother, what do you think is the biggest difference between our production team and the commune? Yang Qi pondered for a moment and replied, the commune has more people. In addition to having more people, they have more tractors, more cattle, and a supply and marketing cooperative. What else? Elder Sure added, they have loudspeakers. Whenever they broadcast or perform operas, I can hear it for quite a while. Lin Ji Yuan smiled and said, exactly. Can't we get a loudspeaker too? We could play music every day and listen to broadcasts. Whenever there is an important announcement from the capital, our members could be informed promptly. Moreover, in the future, we shall also have televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, water heaters, and induction cookers. Lin Ji Yuan enumerated a plethora of electrical appliances, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to the audience, leaving them momentarily stunned. All these innovations require electricity. Thus, a 24-hour power supply is not simply a matter of necessity. It is an absolute imperative. Just imagine, after a long day's toil, returning home to retrieve a popsicle from the refrigerator, a bowl of frozen grass jelly, or a bottle of soda. Tell me, wouldn't everyone desire such a life? Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. Popsicles were well known, yet soda had only been tasted by a select few. Those who had experienced it claimed that one felt immeasurably joyful after finishing a bottle, and everyone yearned to try it, though finances were often a constraint, and such items were rarely found in the commune. But Lin Jiqing, even city dwellers seldom encounter such luxuries. Will our village truly witness a day when we can? Someone inquired. Lin Ji Yuan responded with a smile. A few years ago, our nation was impoverished and destitute. Who would have imagined that our mushroom bombs would explode, or that we would develop hydrogen bombs? These were once beyond our wildest dreams. Yet, through relentless effort and the selfless dedication of countless researchers and frontline workers, we have acquired such formidable weapons. The lives of our members are no different. As long as we dare to dream and take action, with the collective effort of all our members, there will come a day when we will realize our aspirations and possess the lives we desire. After hearing this, the crowd rose to their feet, applauding. Lin Ji Yuan had charted a path for Baishirgo, a pathway toward prosperity. Well said. In truth, it was not only the members of our village, but also the educated youth and the soldiers who contributed immensely to the development of our community. Yang Qi added that in the past few days, the cleanup of all the collapsed houses has been largely completed. Comrade Qiao Dashin and the engineering soldiers have dedicated immense effort, and I would like to express my gratitude to them. Qiao Dashin stood up, saluted the audience, and then took his seat. The brick factory has been constructed and will produce its first batch of red bricks in a couple of days, which will be utilized for the reconstruction of the houses. Additionally, the cement factory has agreed to our request to supply cement at a reduced price. Thanks to the support of the commune leadership, the cement factory has also promised to settle accounts with us by the end of the year. This is exhilarating news, as it will accelerate the reconstruction pace in Baishigu, allowing those currently residing in the pig farm and the kindergarten to soon return to their homes. After everyone had spoken, Lin Ziyuan, the actual head of the pig farm, provided the final summary of the meeting. Each person had shared their insights and work experiences during this period, and I commend everyone's hard work. Regarding what Teacher Chen mentioned about the abundance of mosquitoes at the pig farm, there is no immediate solution. What we can do is to maintain hygiene at the pig farm, minimizing stagnant water and waste. I will strive to procure mosquito repellent measures as soon as possible. For now, let us all remain vigilant about hygiene. At this moment, Lao Huang entered, placing a cup of water in front of everyone. Lin Ziyuan, feeling thirsty, picked up the cup and drank heartily before clearing his throat to continue. Concerning the generator, there are important matters to consider. As we gradually enter the peak of summer, we must always monitor the gas pressure in the biogas tank. If the pressure exceeds the threshold, it can pose serious risks. If possible, let us collaborate to devise a pressure alarm, preferably one that features an automatic pressure relief mechanism. Lin Ziyuan certainly possesses the capability to design a pressure relief valve, but if he were to oversee every detail personally, many tasks would inevitably be delayed. Zhang Yuliang, the head of the generator, is responsible for the entire power generation system, including the biogas tank. During a previous conversation with Zhang Yuliang, Lin Ziyuan learned that he was not merely an electrician, but a researcher in the field of electricity. He hopes to provide ideas that will help Zhang Yuliang grow, not only in biogas power generation, but also in the broader field of electricity generation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuliang nodded in agreement, thrilled to be taught skills by a genius capable of inventing biogas generators, especially since Lin Ziyuan is his leader. Lastly, Lin Ziyuan emphasized that the fertilizer produced from the fermentation of the biogas tank cannot be applied directly to the fields, as it may scorch the seedlings. This must be clearly communicated to the members. Instead, it should undergo composting to further stabilize and ferment the fertilizer, reducing adverse effects on crops, while also eradicating certain harmful microorganisms and parasite eggs, thereby enhancing nutrient absorption and soil improvement. Lin Ziyuan spoke at length, and everyone diligently recorded the points they needed to pay attention to. The meeting lasted for an hour before it finally adjourned. Just as Lin Ziyuan was about to head home, several young intellectuals called out to him. Lin Ziyuan, wait a moment. The speaker was Tang Xiaodong, one of Chen Zhoming's assistants, accompanied by another young intellectual named Kong Lianshan. What can I do for you, Tang? Lin Ziyuan turned around and inquired with a smile. Tang Xiaodong approached Lin Ziyuan and said, Lin, for the past month and a half, our evening study sessions have been quite lively. Everyone has been discussing and tackling various challenges together. However, there's still many problems we find perplexing. We were wondering when that teacher you mentioned would come guide us. Lin Ziyuan had previously promised that a tutor would be arranged in about 6 months. He had endeavored to bring in a mentor, but he was taken aback by the young intellectual's enthusiasm for learning, which had led to the emergence of numerous complex issues in such a short span of time. After a moment of reflection, Lin Ziyuan replied, Please compile the questions related to mathematics and science, and I will find some time to explain them to you. As for the subjects in literature and history, I will think of another solution. The teacher indeed, 1T arrived so soon. Being a person specialized in the sciences, Lin Ziyuan found it exceedingly simple to resolve questions in that domain. However, while he could address some topics in literature and history, he struggled to elucidate the underlying principles clearly, making it necessary for a professional to step in. That's wonderful news. I will inform everyone right away, Tang Xiaodong exclaimed. As the top student from Xiaqing No. 1 High School, Lin Ziyuan was undoubtedly qualified to enhance the learning abilities of the young intellectuals. Having addressed all matters, Lin Ziyuan prepared to head home. Upon reaching the entrance of the pig farm, he noticed Yang Qi smoking, seemingly waiting for him. He hurried over. Brother, is there something else? Yang Qi extinguished his cigarette, turned to him, and replied, Nothing much, just keep me company for a walk. Lin Ziyuan and Yang Qi strolled side by side along the country road, engaging in casual conversation. Have you seen your parents? Yes, I have. How are they faring? Lin Ziyuan promptly shared the situation regarding his parents, prompting Yang Qi to sigh. Times are indeed tough. One wonders when it will all come to an end. As long as there is life, there is hope. Indeed, only by surviving can one harbor hope. Are you certain you do not regret your decision to stay in Baishigu? With your capabilities, not to mention returning to Xiaqing, even if you went to the capital, you would surely excel. Yet upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan shook his head. There is no room for regret. I've already regretted once. This time, my decision is final. Yang Qi, unaware of the depth of Lin Ziyuan's previous regret that spanned decades, listened intently. This place has been my refuge through difficult times, so I must remain here to give back to the people. As for whether to stay or leave, that is a matter for the future. It is not solely my choice, but rather one for Yin Shu to decide. Wherever Yin Shu is, I shall be there too. If she wishes to live in the city, I shall support her choice. Yet, who can guarantee that in the future, Baishur Go will remain merely Baishur Go? Might it transform into Baishur Commune, Baishur County, or even the Baishur region? Lin Ziyuan's words profoundly stirred Yang Qi, who stood motionless, gazing intently at Lin Ziyuan's silhouette, a figure he found increasingly enigmatic. Following this revelation, a look of contentment crossed his face. It was evident that Lin Ziyuan had indeed tethered his heart to Li Yinshu. Having acquired the answer he sought, Yang Qi felt no further need to dwell on the matter, deeming it futile. He quickened his pace to catch up with Lin Ziyuan. Tomorrow, the brick factory will commence firing bricks. There's a ceremony. Would you care to join? After all, this is a project you proposed. Oh, this is quite significant. Are you not attending, brother? I will be there. The comrades have insisted that you ignite the first fire. Though the brick factory was not as expansive as the pig farm, Lin Ziyuan had significantly contributed to its planning and the optimization of the kiln. Thus, allowing Lin Ziyuan to kindle the inaugural fire was a testament to his dedication. Very well, I shall also attend tomorrow. The two continued their conversation until they parted ways at the fork in the road. Upon returning home, Duoer was already fast asleep in the room. Li Yinshu was in the living room, studying. The house now boasted electric lights, which, while still somewhat dim, were far brighter than the oil lamps of yore. Upon seeing Lin Ziyuan return, Li Yinshu hastily closed her book and smiled. Please sit down. You must be famished. Your precious daughter insisted on saving 2 buns for you. With that, she stepped outside to the stove, lifted the pot lid, and retrieved 2 large buns along with a bowl of porridge, placing them before Lin Ziyuan. Tomorrow, our brick factory is firing bricks. Would you like to come and observe? Li Yinshu shook her head. What is there to see in firing bricks? Take Duoer. She enjoys the excitement. I must return to work tomorrow. I haven't toiled in the fields for half a month, and I wonder how the other comrades perceive us. Lin Ziyuan chuckled as he returned to the room, presenting the over 1,000 yuan in manuscript fees he had earned to Li Yinshu. Li Yinshu was taken aback upon seeing the money. Why is there so much? This sum equated to their family's income from years of frugality. My status has elevated, akin to a salary increase. Now you're a little wealthy lady. Surely, there's no need for you to work every day? Li Yinshu carefully tucked the money away in her cherished box before replying. That cannot be. We live in the village. If neither of us works, people will gossip. Lin Ziyuan held a different perspective, stating, But I am working. I am busy running between the pig farm and brick factory, which is quite demanding. Your labor is intellectual. The other comrades may not recognize the effort you exert. However, physical labor is evident to all, and since the village has yet to develop, I prefer to work alongside everyone, avoiding any sense of privilege. This is also what I desire. Lin Ziyuan, understanding that he could not oppose his wife, chose not to bring up the matter again. He savored the steamed buns, washed the dishes thoroughly, and approached Li Yinshu, who was engrossed in her reading. My dear, after we finish with the kiln tomorrow, let us visit the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some items and check on mother and brother, shall we? Li Yinshu looked up at him with a puzzled expression. He had never previously taken the initiative to accompany her back to her family. What had prompted this change? Chapter 65, The Kiln Opening. Seeing the look in Li Yinshu's eyes, Lin Ziyuan understood her thoughts and immediately clarified. Mother is worried about you. She walks for over 2 hours just to see us. After visiting my parents, we ought to visit your family as well, don't you think? Li Yinshu felt a surge of emotion. Lin Ziyuan was not solely focused on the affairs of Baishur village. He also cared deeply for her family. This was the man who made her feel secure. Thus, she nodded and replied, You can head to the brick factory in the morning while I work, and I'll take a leave in the afternoon to go. After a long day of toil, Lin Ziyuan had no inclination to quarrel with Li Yinshu that evening, and they both retired early to bed. On the morning of May 24th, at the Baishur village brick and tile factory, the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. Not only were the members of Baishur village present, but also workers from nearby production teams in Zitan, Chintan, Baishui, Zaitu, Longqi, and Mashishi. A few leaders from the commune were also in attendance, led by Secretary Liu. In the preceding days, the workers had prepared all the necessary materials, including brick molds and coal balls. At 9 o'clock, under the watchful eyes of all the members, the workers sealed the kiln door with red clay. Once assured of its security, Secretary Liu and Lin Ziyuan ignited the first fire in the kiln together. As the fire blazed, black smoke began to rise from the chimney atop the roof, signaling the official commencement of operations at the brick factory. Applause erupted among the members, cheers filling the air. Thanks to Lin Ziyuan's design adjustments, what was initially a 3-day firing process had been theoretically reduced to just over 2 days, with the time now controlled to 50 hours. This meant that by noon the day after tomorrow, the first batch of bricks would be ready. To verify the reasonableness of the firing process, the other 2 kilns were also ignited, each with slight variations in firing time, ultimately determining the most suitable method. Regardless of the quality of this first batch of bricks, they would be used to construct a low wall, no more than 1 meter high, at the pig farm, serving to partition the living area for the piglets. The low wall did not require high-quality bricks. It merely needed to contain the piglets effectively. The pig farm was not merely complete upon construction. Numerous details required refinement. Only through continuous improvement could a scientifically sound pig farm be established. Henceforth, Lin Ziyuan would not need to oversee operations, as the factory's director, Fan Haisheng, would take charge. Old Fan was also a resident of Baishur village, and the land for the brick factory had been provided by Baishur village, which was primarily responsible for its construction. Therefore, the commune stipulated that the wages for the brick factory workers will be borne by the Baishur village brick and tile factory itself, regardless of profit or loss. Underscoring the commune's philosophy of not competing with the populace for benefits, but rather striving to elevate the living standards of its members. Lin Ziyuan was pleased with the outcome. Although the commune claimed not to seek profit or engage in management, he had nonetheless discussed with Fan Haisheng and the village leaders that, should they become profitable, 20% of the profits would be extracted as a development fund for the commune, to be used for infrastructure such as bridges and roads. After the commune leaders encouraged everyone to persevere and diligently contribute to the nation's development, they gradually departed. Following the completion of the ignition ceremony, the workers began to disperse, returning to their respective tasks, molding bricks, crushing red earth, excavating soil, and regulating the temperature of the kiln. They busied themselves with their work. Lin Ziyuan then summoned several key personnel, imparting to them various precautions and techniques. Although he was not a professional brickmaker, he had overseen numerous large-scale projects in his previous life that required the use of red bricks. At one point, due to material selection, he had visited several brick kilns, familiarizing himself with their firing processes. While the current conditions were not as favorable as before, the general procedures remained similar. As long as he conveyed his knowledge clearly to the workers and management, significant issues could be avoided. Fan Haisheng, having previously worked as a technician at the Hetian brick and tile factory, possessed ample production experience. After considering Lin Ziyuan's proposals and integrating them with his own insights, he swiftly devised a production and management model suitable for the Baishigo brick and tile factory. After inspecting the factory and observing that all the workers were methodically following the training methods, Lin Ziyuan departed. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered Li Yunshu, who had come to find him. "Are you done?" she inquired. Lin Ziyuan nodded, taking the child, Duo from her arms and planting a kiss on her cheek. "Daddy hasn't shaved. It tickles," she exclaimed, playfully turning Lin Ziyuan's face away. Amused, he laughed heartily, then, embracing Duo and holding Li Yunshu's hand, they made their way to the commune supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative in Qingxi Town was comparable in size to that of Shuichang County. While its offerings were not as abundant as those in Tinghang County, it sufficed for most members. To Lin Ziyuan, this cooperative resembled a slightly larger grocery store. Duo rarely visited the cooperative and always clamored for sweets and meat whenever she did. Previously unable to afford much, they could only indulge in a few treats. Now, however, Lin Ziyuan could buy a pound or two. Nonetheless, he had to regulate her sugar intake to prevent cavities. He purchased a chicken, a duck, some eggs, and some candy. At that moment, Duo was delighted to hold a candied hawthorn stick. As they walked, Lin Ziyuan carried the items while Li Yunshu guided Duo along. This scene was reminiscent of the lyrics from a song, with a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other, cradling a chubby child. Passing by the commune, Lin Zuan began to feel envious upon seeing a few bicycles parked in the courtyard. Once upon a time, he would leave his home with a chauffeur specifically assigned to him. The government had provided him with a luxurious sedan, and wherever he ventured, an assistant would meticulously arrange his itinerary, relieving him of any concerns regarding his schedule. This allowed him ample time to devote to his research. Yet now, he found himself enviously gazing at bicycles, a most absurd turn of events. Lin Ziyuan could easily envision a day when he would ride a classic bicycle, with Li Yinshu seated behind him and Duo perched on the crossbar, perhaps with chickens and ducks hanging from the handlebars. When encountering pedestrians ahead, Duo would ring the bell, painting a picturesque scene of the three of them cycling along the rural paths of the countryside. However, acquiring a bicycle was not as simple as it seemed. Although he possessed wealth, he lacked the necessary tickets, and without them, progress was impossible. This predicament required alternative solutions. The trio, laughing and chatting, walked for over an hour before finally arriving at the Zeton production team. From a distance, Li Yinshu noticed a large crowd gathered at her mother's doorstep. The sharp-eyed Duo exclaimed, "Daddy, look, there are police officers and so many police cars." Lin Ziyuan scanned the scene and indeed spotted two police vehicles parked outside his mother-in-law's home, with several officers engaged in conversation with Yang Ging, his mother-in-law. His brother-in-law, Li Yunfei, sat silently at the entrance. While the throng of onlookers grew increasingly restless, something was amiss at the family home. Chapter 66. Li Yunfei's arrest. The three of them quickened their pace, anxiety propelling them toward the Li residence. Upon reaching the front door, Lin Ziyuan overheard one of the officers instructing the crowd to disperse. "Comrades, there is nothing to see here. Please leave and do not obstruct official duties." Gradually, the crowd began to dissipate, returning to their own affairs, though whispers of imprisonment, sentencing, and shooting echoed ominously in the air. This startled Li Yinshu, who hurriedly embraced Duo and rushed forward to inquire about the situation with her mother. Lin Ziyuan observed that there were two groups of police present. One was from the local police station, arriving on sidecar-equipped tricycles, while the other hailed from the county, driving military green jeeps. Typically, petty thefts were managed by the local station without necessitating county police involvement. What grave offense had transpired to warrant such a significant mobilization? Approaching to gather more information, Lin Ziyuan was unexpectedly greeted by one of the officers. "Comrade Lin Ziyuan, what brings you here?" The officer appeared somewhat familiar, though Lin Ziyuan could not place him. The officer then introduced himself, chuckling, "It seems you've forgotten me. I led the team that searched your home the other day." It finally dawned on Lin Ziyuan that this officer was indeed the one who had visited his residence. He recalled the man's surname was Song, and his name was Song Qingshan. "How could I forget? Captain Song, it's good to see you. May I inquire what has happened at my mother-in-law's house?" Song Qingshan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he replied, "Is this your mother-in-law's home?" "Yes," Lin Ziyuan confirmed. "What has happened to Li Yinfeng?" "He is my brother-in-law." His voice tinged with anxiety. He pressed for answers. The mother-in-law's family comprises honest and simple farmers. The elder brother-in-law, Li Yunfei, possesses an introverted and straightforward personality, primarily devoted to farming. His wife, Feng Wenxiu, is also a genuine farmer. In Lin Ziyuan's memory, she treats both Li Yunfei and her mother-in-law quite well. They have a son, Li Yong, who is 3 years older than Duer. The younger brother, Li Yinfeng, is a clever student, merely 2 years younger than Li Yinshu. When Song Qingshan inquired about Li Yinfeng, it was evident that he had committed a serious offense. Song Qingshan remarked, "Well, you might as well ask him yourself." He asked in the car. Lin Ziyuan understood that the situation was still uncertain, and the police could not disclose much, so he suggested that Song Qingshan directly question Li Yinfeng. Upon seeing Lin Ziyuan accompany Li Yinshu, the mother-in-law, Yang Ging, rushed over, clutching his arm and weeping. "Ziyuan, Yinfeng hasn't committed a crime. Please speak with the police officer and save him. You must help him." Her sorrow was palpable. Lin Ziyuan quickly reassured her, "Mother, do not worry. I will first ascertain the situation. Please stop crying. Li Yinshu, take mother inside to rest. I will handle things here." Li Yinshu, aware of her partner's capabilities, though anxious with reddened eyes, complied with Lin Ziyuan's request and led Yang Ging into the house. "Li Yunfei, Having never encountered such a scene, was at a loss for how to respond, appearing helpless beside Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan patted his brother-in-law on the shoulder before approaching the jeep. The door was ajar, and a young man sat inside, handcuffed, staring blankly. Upon hearing his name called, Li Yunfeng lifted his head, and hope ignited in his eyes upon recognizing Lin Ziyuan. Having heard many accounts of Lin Ziyuan's remarkable turnarounds, Li Yunfeng perceived him as a beacon of salvation and hurried over, pleading, "Brother-in-law, I haven't committed a crime. They deceived me. You must help me." Lin Ziyuan did not immediately offer comfort, but instead entered the vehicle. Song Qingshan joined him in the driver's seat, and Lin Ziyuan was unconcerned about their conversation being overheard. He asked, "What exactly happened? Explain everything clearly so I can assist you." Li Yunfeng then recounted the events that transpired. Over 20 days ago, while playing with several classmates, someone had suggested a competition to see who could paint the best landscape amidst the vibrant summer fields. These individuals, being amateur artists, otherwise faced familial disapproval regarding their artistic pursuits. Li Yunfeng, in a moment of bravado, remarked that painting plants was trivial and challenged them to depict a great unity. A great unity, after all, represented money. One of the three pulled out a bill from home and flamboyantly began to paint it. True to form, the artistic prodigy, Li Yunfeng emerged as the champion. Comrade Qingshan, if he merely painted a banknote, is it truly necessary to arrest him? Lin Ziyuan, halfway through the conversation, inquired of the front-facing Song Qingshan. Turning around with a smile, Song Qingshan replied, "Hee, if it were merely about painting, we wouldn't concern ourselves with it, nor would we be inclined to do so. However, the crux of the matter is that they have spent the money." "What? Spent it?" At this revelation, Lin Ziyuan was taken aback. This was no ordinary painting. It was evidently the production of counterfeit currency. How convincingly must it have been rendered for it to be accepted as real money? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Ziyuan asked, "Comrade, may I take a look at that? A bill?" Logically, Lin Ziyuan had no right to inspect the evidence, yet his acquaintance with Sun Yongqiang, the deputy director, afforded him some privilege. Song Qingshan retrieved a notebook from his briefcase and extracted a crumpled piece of paper, which was indeed a wrinkled banknote. Lin Ziyuan took the bill and scrutinized it closely. Upon touch, he noted that it felt slightly different from genuine currency. An experienced individual would discern the anomaly immediately. Yet, due to its crumpled state, resembling something that had been in circulation for quite some time, the discrepancy was somewhat diminished. As for the note's face value, the characters for 10 yuan, along with the bank's name, were nearly indistinguishable from authentic bills upon casual inspection. The only lamentable aspect was the depiction of the 10 figures on the Great Unity, whose postures were strikingly similar, yet their expressions left much to be desired, akin to a primary school student carelessly sketching dots for eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Were this banknote to exist in a future era, it would undoubtedly fail to circulate in the market, yet at this moment, it bore an approximate 80% resemblance to genuine currency. Of course, this bill had already been stamped with a red mark declaring it as counterfeit, rendering its further use uncertain. Lin Ziyuan found the situation both amusing and perplexing as he turned to Li Yunfeng and asked, "Did you create this?" Li Yunfeng glanced at the counterfeit bill in Lin Ziyuan's hand and nodded. "Ah, this solidifies the evidence. Even a few years of imprisonment would be lenient." Lin Ziyuan returned the bill to Song Qingshan, recognizing it as evidence that must be returned. "Was this money spent by you?" Lin Ziyuan pressed for clarity. It was imperative to ascertain this matter. If Li Yunfeng had indeed utilized the counterfeit currency, the consequences would be significantly graver. However, Li Yunfeng shook his head, stating, "I left for home after finishing the painting. I did not use it." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. If that were the case, there remained a possibility for mitigation. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that Li Yunfeng's artistic skills were indeed commendable. Meanwhile, Song Qingshan added, "This bill was discovered by the leadership of your commune supply and marketing cooperative. A few young comrades attempted to purchase items using this 10 yuan note, and the cashier immediately recognized it as counterfeit, promptly detaining one of them while the other managed to flee. The police, Upon learning the identity of the other individual from the young man, dispatched officers to apprehend him. Through their testimonies, it was revealed that this counterfeit was produced by your brother-in-law. Aware of the severity of the situation, they requested the county to send personnel to make arrests. Do you understand that producing counterfeit currency is a serious offense? At this moment, Song Qingshan reprimanded Li Yunfeng, continuously educating him on the dangers and severe consequences of counterfeiting currency. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan was deep in thought, contemplating how best to respond. Li Yunfeng, thoroughly chastised, had lost his temper. He was acutely aware of his wrongdoing. Why did he choose to draw a depiction of unity? Now, he faced the prospect of being taken to the police station alongside his classmates. Yet he felt utterly wronged. He had merely been drawing for fun, never anticipating that two imbeciles would actually use his artwork as currency. Regret washed over him. Had he not rendered the notes so convincingly? Even if they were used for purchases, he might not have been accused of forgery. Alas, he had created a near-perfect imitation, and now he felt as though he could not wash away this stain, having encountered the worst of company. After a moment of reflection, Lin Ziyuan turned to the smoking Song Qingshan and inquired about the department's intended course of action. Song Qingshan replied, "There is no definitive plan yet. The individual must be taken back for questioning. We need to investigate the matter thoroughly instead of relying solely on one side's account. However, our deputy director is overseeing this case, so you may wish to consult him." As he spoke, he glanced at Li Yunfeng, who still had his head bowed, then signaled to Lin Ziyuan to step aside for a private conversation. Once they moved to a quieter spot, Song Qingshan whispered, "Your uncle's situation is quite precarious, but it largely hinges on how Director Sun reports to the higher-ups. Given your rapport with the director, I believe the issue can be resolved. For what I gather, your uncle was unaware of the situation, and as long as he is truthful, Director Sun's approval should lead to his swift release. Nevertheless, I must take him in today. Please help to calm your family's emotions. Causing a scene would not benefit anyone." Lin Ziyuan understood the underlying implications of Song Qingshan's words. He recognized the man's goodwill. He smiled and replied, "Thank you for your advice. I will pay a visit to Director Sun in the county soon. Please proceed with your duties. I wouldn't want to impede your official responsibilities. Once you have the time, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal in the county." After exchanging pleasantries, Song Qingshan called for the team to regroup, and they departed the village with Li Yunfeng in tow. Since they were executing official duties, Lin Ziyuan refrained from following their vehicle, fearing it might create an unfavorable impression. He resolved to wait for the afternoon bus to head to the county. Seeing her son being taken away struck terror into Yang Guiying's heart. She cried out, wanting to chase after them, but Lin Ziyuan stopped her. "Mom, please don't be upset. Yinfeng is merely assisting with the investigation and will return shortly. Have faith." Yang Guiying's sobs subsided, and with a quivering voice, she asked, "Ziyuan, is that truly the case? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Lin Ziyuan nodded, assuring her, "Mom, when have I ever lied to you? Please, go rest. I will take care of everything. Brother and sister-in-law, please help Mom to her room to rest." Li Yunfei and his wife approached to assist Yang Guiying inside, yet she continued to lament her misfortunes, lamenting her early widowing and her son's ill fate. Lin Jiyu, with red-rimmed eyes, approached to inquire about the situation, and Lin Ziyuan recounted everything he had learned to his wife. "Please stay here with Mother, and if her emotions remain unstable, we shall spend the night here," Lin Ziyuan urged. Li Yinshu quickly inquired, "And what about you?" Lin Ziyuan replied, "I will make a trip to the county this afternoon to seek out Sun Yongqiang. He is responsible for this matter and should be able to assist." "Will Yinfeng truly be all right?" Li Yinshu asked, her concern evident. "Rest assured, that young man dares to dabble in money. He will certainly face some consequences. As long as we clarify the situation, and considering it was an unintentional mistake, he was not the one who used the money for purchases, and he may not even be aware of it, there is room for negotiation. At worst, he might be detained for a few days and then released." Upon hearing this, Li Yunshu felt a slight sense of relief. Having missed a meal, Lin Ziyuan promptly proceeded to the bus station to travel to the county. This was his second visit to the county police department. He realized that presenting gifts directly to the police would likely complicate matters, so he opted instead to invite them for dinner that evening, hoping to discuss business. Upon arriving at the entrance of the police department, Lin Ziyuan was, as usual, halted by the security guard. "Comrade, whom are you looking for?" The guard inquired. Greetings, comrade. I seek Director Sun Yongxiang." "I'm sorry, comrade. Director Sun is currently out in the countryside and is not in the office." "Not in?" Lin Ziyuan did not anticipate this setback upon his arrival. He pressed on. "When is he expected to return?" "We are also uncertain about that," the guard replied. Feeling somewhat dejected, Lin Ziyuan realized that he knew few people in the county, aside from Old Su and the former head of the Water Resources Bureau, now the third deputy director of the county committee, Zhao Gang. With a spirit of hope, he decided to visit the county committee compound. This time, after confirming Lin Ziyuan's identity, the guard reported his presence, and he was granted entry, leading him directly to Zhao Gang's office on the second floor. "Ah, Comrade Ziyuan, what a rare visitor. Come in, have a seat," Zhao Gang exclaimed warmly. "Ha ha, Director Zhao, I apologize for interrupting your work," Lin Ziyuan replied as he took a seat on a nearby bench. A staff member promptly served them both a cup of hot tea. "What brings you here today? I hear your village is bustling with pig farms and brick factories. Busier than I am as a deputy director," Zhao Gang remarked with a smile. Lin Ziyuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Director Zhao, you must not jest. While our village is indeed busy, it pales in comparison to your responsibilities for the development of the entire county. I am here today because I have encountered a rather troublesome matter and seek your assistance." With that, Lin Ziyuan recounted the details of how Li Yunfeng was taken by the police and entangled in a counterfeit money case. Zhao Gang listened intently, his brow slightly furrowing as he took a sip of his tea. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Ziyuan, producing and using counterfeit currency is no trifling matter. However, if what you say is true, that your younger brother-in-law was merely an unwitting participant, unaware that someone misused his work, then the nature of the situation differs significantly." Lin Ziyuan nodded earnestly. "Director Zhao, I understand the gravity of this issue. I merely wish to ensure that Yunfeng does not suffer undeservedly due to confusion. I initially intended to consult Director Sun, but he is out in the countryside. Hence, I find myself in a position to trouble you." Zhao Gang pondered for a moment before responding. "Old Sun has gone to Guangfeng village. I heard there has been a homicide, and he has yet to return. As for your brother-in-law's situation, it is not serious, just 10 yuan. I will keep it under wraps until he returns, and I will speak to him then. However, Chapter 68 reveals that our family indeed possesses resources. The matter is that the individual cannot be released immediately. They must be held for a few days for proper admonishment, ensuring they comprehend the gravity of the situation. As for his two classmates, they deliberately used counterfeit currency, which is a serious offense, and thus they cannot be released early." Lin Ziyuan nodded, understanding that this was an unavoidable circumstance. If others chose to ruin themselves, there was little he could do to intervene. It would be best to handle the matter leniently, as they are all young, still learning to navigate their actions with discernment. Zhao Gang agreed, remarking, "Youth often leads to mistakes. As long as one can recognize and rectify them, it is acceptable. After all, who has not been young? If this had occurred a few years ago, it would have been a significant issue. One could even face severe consequences. Fortunately, it has garnered little attention now, and given the minor sum involved, Zhao Gang was willing to assist in mitigating the situation. Had the amount been larger, even the county committee director would be powerless to help, and one would need to prepare for the worst. As long as Li Yunfeng remains unharmed, a few additional days of detention are bearable. Those responsible for his plight will be addressed by the authorities." With Zhao Gang's assurance, Lin Ziyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, considering the matter resolved. He felt he owed Zhao Gang a favor, and failing to repay it would weigh on his conscience. Although Zhao Gang's promotion was partly due to his influence, that was for the sake of saving lives, which is a different matter altogether. The credit for saving a life is rightfully deserved. Lin Ziyuan shifted the topic, asking, "You mentioned Old Sun went to handle a homicide. What is the story behind that?" This matter technically did not fall under Zhao Gang's jurisdiction, yet in a county with so few personnel, incidents resulting in loss of life are rare. When the police received the report, the county committee was promptly informed, especially since he held the position of deputy director. It was not a criminal case. Rather, A family of 3 had been suffering from fever and cold symptoms. Yesterday at noon, their 4-year-old daughter succumbed to a fever at the health clinic, causing an uproar within the family. Old Sun went to assess the situation and mediate. Lin Ziyuan expressed his confusion. Surely it is unnecessary for Old Sun to go in person. He is the deputy director, and there are many people in the bureau. Couldn't a designated officer handle it? Zhao Gang clarified. The patriarch of that family is a revered veteran from the Revolutionary era. Many families in Tinghang County have ancestors who participated in the Red Army's endeavors. Old Sun's visit is also a mark of respect for the revolutionary martyrs. If this matter is not handled properly, the repercussions could be significant. Upon understanding this context, Lin Ziyuan realized it was a case of medical negligence, and he did not dwell on it too much. The sanitary conditions at that time were deplorable, and even in an era of advanced medical technology, accidents in hospitals were not uncommon. Furthermore, this incident occurred in a township health clinic, which could only treat minor ailments like colds and coughs. Any more serious conditions would necessitate a referral to the county hospital or even transport to the city. Clearly, with Sun Yongxiang's involvement, the situation could be managed effectively, and he felt no need to linger on the matter. Subsequently, Lin Ziyuan introduced another topic. Director Zhao, let's not be so formal. You could just call me Lao Zhao. All right? All right, Lao Zhao. You are currently in charge of transportation and water conservancy in our county, correct? Zhao nodded and added, yes, I also oversee minerals, but our county has limited mineral resources. The neighboring county has coal mines, so there are fewer matters to address in this regard. Why do you inquire about this? Lin Ziyuan responded, the older generation says that to achieve prosperity, one must raise pigs and build roads. In our county, aside from the road to Longshore City being somewhat decent, the roads leading to various communes and townships are in poor condition. During the rainy season, travel becomes nearly impossible. Unlike the Central Plains, where even after rain, carts and mules can still manage, we have steep mountains and rugged paths that make travel exceedingly difficult. Is there any way to repair the roads in our county? Upon hearing this, Zhao's expression turned troubled. He sighed, we all recognize the need for road repairs, but the county's finances cannot support it. To construct a 6-meter-wide cement road costs approximately 60,000 yuan per kilometer. For example, the distance from the county to Qingxi town is 30 kilometers, which would amount to 1.8 million yuan. However, our county's fiscal revenue last year was just over 6 million. If we were to repair the roads, it wouldn't be feasible to only fix yours. All communes would require repairs. If we proceed with the repairs, how would the county manage to survive? Lin Ziyuan wholeheartedly agreed. Recognizing that all counties in the western part of Haishi province were struggling financially. With a fiscal income of over 6 million, the county had to allocate funds for irrigation channels, dam maintenance, industrial production, salaries for various personnel, healthcare, education, and other expenses, with a portion needing to be remitted elsewhere, leaving little behind. Thus, to repair the roads, they would have to seek funding from higher authorities. Moreover, it would be impossible to rely solely on the county's finances for road repairs. Local contributions would also be necessary, albeit in varying amounts. For instance, the cost to build the concrete road from Qingxi town to Tinghang County is 1.8 million yuan. The county might contribute 1 million, leaving 80,000 for Qingxi town to cover. This expense encompasses not only materials, but also labor and machinery transported from other regions. Finding hundreds of thousands for road repairs is a daunting challenge. Comrades Yuan, I won't conceal anything from you. The county is in a difficult situation. If road repairs are truly necessary, there are only 2 options. Either you fund it yourselves, which the county cannot support, or you simply fill in the potholes on the dirt roads. Zhao was straightforward with Lin Ziyuan, needing to clarify the situation. The dirt and stone roads are manageable until it rains, but once it does, they become impassable, even if they fill in the holes. It only lasts a month at most. After a rainfall, the issues resurface, addressing only the symptoms and not the root problem. Is there a third possibility, such as the county fully funding the repairs or taking out a bank loan to fix the roads? Lin Ziyuan inquired. Fully funded? Zhao Gang paused for a moment, contemplating before he spoke. In our county, aside from a road leading to the nearby county town, which was not funded by the local commune, The only remaining route is the one to Linha village. Linha village is merely 10 kilometers away from Tinghang County, not a great distance. The chairman had once resided there for a period and even authored an investigation report, which garnered the attention of the county committee, leading to the construction of a slightly improved road. However, your Qingxi commune lacks such conditions. The county cannot allocate funds unless, like the towns under Yonggu County, you possess coal mines. In that case, to develop the mineral resources, the county would certainly find a way to improve your road. Lin Ziyuan had been waiting for Zhao Gang to utter these words. He took a sip of tea and slowly replied, "Actually, we do have a mine in our family." Chapter 69, The Path to Prosperity. Zhao Gang laughed heartily and said to Lin Ziyuan, "Lian, I understand your desire for a better life for your fellow villagers. But we are not yet aware of whether you have a mine. If there truly were one, it would have been exploited long ago. Could we still be waiting now?" However, Lin Ziyuan did not join in the laughter. Instead, he wore a serious expression. Zhao Gang then subdued his mirth, adopting a solemn demeanor as he observed Lin Ziyuan approach his desk to retrieve paper and a pen. "May I borrow some paper and a pen?" Zhao Gang nodded in agreement. Lin Ziyuan took the paper and pen, closed the office door, and returned to sit by the tea table, beginning to draw according to his recollections of the locations and approximate distances. As he sketched, he explained to the attentive Zhao Gang, "This is the Qingxi commune, and here is the location of our Baishigu. This marks our county, though it may not be entirely precise. It is merely for reference. To the east of Baishigu, there is a mountain located about 2 kilometers away. Based on my estimates, within a range of 5 to 6 kilometers to the east and north of Baishigu, there is potential for mineral deposits." After observing Lin Ziyuan's drawing, Zhao Gang pondered for a considerable time before stating, "Is the location you mentioned near Yindong? There is indeed a silver mine there. However, according to surveys, the reserves are minimal and the silver content in the ore lacks economic viability." Yet Lin Ziyuan shook his head, responding, "It is not Yindong. This location is referred to as Longjin Mountain by the elders of our production team." Zhao Gang continued, "I am familiar with Longjin Mountain. The exploration team did indeed investigate it. I recall that in 1953, the provincial government dispatched an exploration team to assess the county's resources. But Longjin Mountain was deemed a barren mine without exploitable value. Lin Ziyuan was aware of this situation. The exploration team, constrained by technical limitations at the time, could not ascertain the mineral conditions at Longjin Mountain, thus labeling it a barren mine. However, after 1980, another team revisited Longjin Mountain for exploration, ultimately discovering a mineral deposit that earned a national first-class award. At this moment, Lin Ziyuan silently apologized to Boss Chun in his heart. By taking the initiative in this matter, he had inadvertently sidelined Boss Chun. It is noteworthy that due to leading the team to discover the mineral deposit, Boss Chun would later become the wealthiest individual in the county, an object of envy for many. The mining company in the county has not been performing well, has it? I shall lead the initiative to locate mineral deposits for the county. If I succeed in discovering these deposits, I will apply for the position of general manager of the county's mining company. What do you think?" Lin Ziyuan understands that minerals belong to the state, and particularly precious metals cannot be mined privately. His ambition to become the general manager stems from a desire to rescue this mining company, which is on the brink of collapse due to a lack of new mineral resources. Additionally, he seeks to gain control over the mining operations, as the extraction of minerals can significantly harm the nearby villages. He hopes to mitigate the environmental damage to Baishigu under his management. Lastly, of course, there is the matter of profit. The benefits derived from mineral development will undoubtedly accrue primarily to the county and the nation. By overseeing the entire mineral development process, he aims to stimulate the growth of Qingxi Town as well. With the presence of minerals, extraction must commence, leading to the influx of countless workers and machinery, thereby transforming Baishigu into a hub for these individuals and catalyzing local economic development. It is important to understand that soon the movement will pass, and the market will open rapidly, resulting in a dramatic rise in the living standards of the people. For ordinary rural citizens, seizing such opportunities may prove challenging. which is why Lin Ziyuan wishes to pave the way for them. Frankly speaking, the geographical terrain of Tinghang County is not conducive for robust agricultural development. Otherwise, decades later, there would not be a significant migration of young people to urban areas in search of livelihoods. While other regions may still possess various handicrafts or heavy industries, Tinghang County, in Lin Ziyuan's last recollection, only began to flourish after the discovery of the Lan Jinshan mine in the new millennium. If development could be initiated earlier, it would present a tremendous opportunity for both Tinghang County and Huagua as a whole. Zhao Gang did not initially take Lin Ziyuan's words seriously, but after careful consideration, he eventually agreed. If you truly can locate the minerals, be it silver or copper, I will advocate for you to assume the position of general manager. After all, the mining company has accomplished little in recent years beyond seeking funding. Perhaps granting you the position will lead to significant accomplishments. Moreover, with minerals and the potential for extraction, road construction would be imperative and arrangements would certainly be made accordingly. The prerequisite, however, is that you must find the mineral deposits. Lin Ziyuan confidently assured him that he would locate the deposits within 6 months. The two reached a mutual understanding and solidified a significant event in the developmental history of Tinghang County. How do you possess such knowledge of minerals and such unwavering confidence in your ability to find them? Zhao Gang voiced his doubts. Lin Ziyuan, of course, would not disclose that he was already aware of the situation. Instead, he attributed his insights to recent translations of literature from which he gleaned valuable information. Based on my observations, the area of Lan Jinshan, spanning approximately 40 to 50 square kilometers, is likely to contain the resources we seek. Although Lin Ziyuan had never visited Lan Jinshan in his previous life, he had viewed videos and images, and by comparing them with the memories in his mind, he could deduce the location of the minerals. There lay at least hundreds of tons of gold and tens of thousands of tons of copper, with the unique characteristic of Lan Jinshan being the abundance of gold above and copper below. Regarding the methods of mining and refining, he had already devised a plan in his mind. However, mere verbal assurances are insufficient, without tangible evidence. Even though I trust you, the higher authorities may not. It is imperative to present something that can persuade them. Otherwise, there will be no exploration team, let alone the possibility of extraction. Lin Ziyuan understood his implications. To alleviate Zhao Gang's concerns, he needed to provide some concrete proof. Lin Ziyuan then stated, I suspect that the exploration teams from the mining companies may not be exerting their full effort. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on the verge of collapse. I prefer not to employ the long-standing staff within. If possible, old Zhao, could you assist me in identifying a few diligent recent graduates who have just completed their studies? We do not require many. We need not rely solely on personnel dispatched from above. I propose that we take our local individuals to investigate. What do you think? That sounds feasible. You can proceed with that. Encouraging young people to engage in national development is a cause I believe both I and Secretary Huang would support. Secretary Huang, whose name is Huang Jinhao, serves as the county's party secretary and the director of the Revolutionary Committee. All right, I will compile some details I have gathered and draft a document to submit to the county. Only then can we proceed with subsequent arrangements. Their discussion extended until 7 in the evening. Lin Ziyuan, not waiting for Sun Yongqiang to return, had already solidified the mining arrangements. He had initially intended to share a meal with Zhao Gang, but Zhao Gang mentioned he needed to report to Secretary Huang, and Lin Ziyuan should be eager to return home to inform his family about his brother-in-law's situation, so they decided to dine together another time. Additionally, Zhao Gang arranged for his driver to take Lin Ziyuan back to Zitan village. Thus, he successfully availed himself of the ride. Chapter 70. A night in Zitan village. By the time Lin Ziyuan returned to Zitan village, it was already 9 in the evening. The incident involving Li Yunfeng and 2 other young men had stirred considerable commotion throughout the village. Yang Guiying lay in bed, feeling unwell. Despite Lin Ziyuan's assurances that Li Yunfeng would be fine, she remained deeply worried. Li Yunshu and her sister-in-law, Deng Wenxiu, were by her side, offering comfort. Duo and Li Yong, being young and unaware of the situation's gravity, were squatting on the ground catching fireflies. Li Yunfei sat on the doorstep, his gaze vacant. He loathed his inability to save his brother and the necessity of relying on his brother-in-law to handle the matter. Clutching over 30 yuan, the family's entire savings, he pondered the costs associated with his brother-in-law's connections in the county, fretting whether it would be sufficient and what he would do if it fell short. Upon noticing a vehicle pull up to their home, Li Yunfei hurried to assess the situation, only to find that Lin Zuan was the sole occupant exiting the car, which promptly turned around and departed. A wave of despondency washed over him. Was his brother still not rescued? Would he face execution? Hearing the commotion, Li Yinshu rushed out to inquire about the situation. Brother-in-law, how is Yinfeng? What news do you have? Even Yang Guiying, despite her condition, was assisted by her sister-in-law to emerge from her room. Mother, why are you out? Please go back and rest. Lin Ziyuan was startled to see his mother-in-law in such a state. Ziyuan, Yinfeng, isn't Yinfeng back with you? Lin Zon hurried over to assist her, saying, Mother, rest assured. I have already spoken with the county officials. Yinfeng will be fine. However, given the circumstances, the county cannot release him immediately. When one errs, they must bear the consequences. Thus, Yinfeng will need to remain at the police station for a few more days to undergo some necessary education. Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's explanation, everyone exhaled in relief. That's good, that's good. May heaven bless us. Yang Guiying patted her chest, feeling a heavy weight lift from her heart. Lin Ziyuan instructed his sister-in-law to take his mother-in-law home to rest. At that moment, Duoer ran over, clinging to Lin Ziyuan's leg. Daddy, Duoer is hungry. Li Yong also tugged at Li Yunfei's hand, saying, Big uncle, I'm hungry too. It dawned on Li Yunshu that the household was in disarray. It was already 8 or 9 o'clock, and she had yet to prepare a meal for the children. All right, Mama will make dinner for you right away. First, let your big uncle give you some candies. With that, she hurried back into the house, donned an apron, and began her preparations. Li Yunfei rushed inside as well, retrieving a few candies that Lin Ziyuan had brought and handing them to his son and niece. The two little ones joyfully indulged in the sweets before scampering off to catch fireflies. Lin Ziyuan noticed his brother-in-law standing there, seemingly hesitant to speak, and thought he was worried about Li Yinfeng. He immediately reassured him, Brother, you truly need not worry about Yinfeng. He will return in a few days, so rest easy. However, Li Yunfei shook his head and pulled 3 large bills from his pocket, placing them into Lin Ziyuan's hands. Brother, what does this mean? Lin Ziyuan asked, astonished by his brother-in-law's gesture. Sister's husband, I possess little capability, and now that trouble has befallen the family, I must rely on you to help with connections. I am aware that your visit to the county officials must have cost a considerable sum. I do not know if this amount is sufficient. But please take it for now. Once I earn some money, I shall repay the remainder. All right? Lin Ziyuan was taken aback by his brother-in-law's words. He spoke in Hakka, and Lin Ziyuan comprehended the underlying sentiment. Their father-in-law had passed away early, and the older brother had abandoned his studies to return home and work in agriculture to support the family, allowing his younger siblings to continue their education. He had contributed the most to the household. He quickly attempted to return the money to his brother-in-law, saying, Brother, you should keep this money. Not to mention that I did not spend much this time. I even hitchhiked back on a public vehicle. Even if I had incurred expenses, I cannot accept this money. But there is no but about it. You have sustained this entire family. Mother is in poor health, and you and your sister-in-law have been caring for her. You have also been supporting Yunshu and Yunfeng in their studies, both financially and with your efforts. Moreover, over the years, you have occasionally provided assistance to me and Yunshu. I remember all of it. This time, Yunshu also asked me to bring some money for you to buy supplies at the cooperative store. Even if there are no tickets and prices are high, do not hesitate to spend a little more to ensure the family's well-being, especially for Mother. She should have regular health checkups and timely treatment. Saying this, he retrieved approximately 20 bills from his canvas bag and presented them before Li Yunfei. It was an immense sum, leaving Li Yunfei in stunned silence. Li Yunfei was aware that the money had been earned by Lin Ziyuan, not by Li Yinshu. Lin Ziyuan's insistence on this was meant to dissuade him from declining. However, accepting his brother-in-law's money proved to be a challenge for Li Yunfei. How could I possibly take your money? Absolutely not, he protested. Unfazed, Lin Ziyuan thrust the bills into his brother-in-law's pocket. What? Only Mother gets a share. What about Yinshu and me? I didn't mean it that way, but Li Yunfei began. only to be interrupted by Lin Ziyuan. There are no buts here. Since she is our mother, you should accept this money. If it's insufficient, you can always ask Yin Shu and me for more. Lin Ziyuan was adamant, and with Li Yunfei's reticence, he found himself at a loss for words. The truth in Lin Ziyuan's assertions was undeniable. Indeed, money was needed everywhere, and they had long been reluctant to repair the broken tiles on their roof. Reluctantly, Li Yunfei accepted the money, silently expressing his gratitude multiple times. Seeing his brother-in-law accept the cash, Lin Ziyuan smiled and went to assist his wife in preparing dinner. The evening's fare, duck noodles, could be considered a delicacy of the Hakka cuisine. The duck, having been simply cooked, was combined with the region's unique handmade rice noodles, garnished with a touch of pickled vegetables and a few greens, and was ready to be served. At the dinner table, Duo animatedly recounted how bright the light bulbs in her home were, eliminating the once pervasive darkness, much to the envy of her mother-in-law's family. Her sister-in-law, Deng Wenxiu, remarked, "If only we had electric lights in our home." Duo cheerfully responded, "Auntie, uncle, brother, and grandma, you can all come stay at our house. We have electric lights." Lin Ziyuan reassured everyone, Baishego is merely an experimental site. If it develops as I envision, soon the entire commune and even the whole county will follow suit. At that time, every household will have access to electric lights and even more appliances. With Duo as a source of joy, the previously heavy atmosphere in the home lightened considerably, lifting everyone's spirits, except for Li Yunfeng, who was undergoing education at the Public Security Bureau. Although Li Yunshu was married, she still had a room in her family home, which Yang Guiying regularly cleaned. That night, the three of them stayed at her mother's house, returning to Baishego early the next day. To Lin Ziyuan's surprise, upon returning home, he found 3 military jeeps waiting at his doorstep. Chapter 71. He Jijun's visit from a distance. Duo spotted the vehicles and exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, we have guests." Lin Ziyuan, puzzled, wondered if old son had come. However, the presence of the military uniforms suggested otherwise. It appeared the visitors were not from the county's Public Security Bureau, as one elder was dressed in civilian attire. Clearly, they had come to seek him. Lin Ziyuan picked up Duo and quickened his pace. Upon reaching the entrance, the soldiers, noticing the approaching figures, displayed a vigilant demeanor. Encircling the elder, Lin Ziyuan could sense that any sudden movement on his part would lead to swift action, as any one of them could subdue him with ease. In his previous life, he had been surrounded by similar guards, all exuding a familiar aura, the scent of bloodshed. "Comrades, this is my home. May I inquire whom you seek?" Upon encountering Lin Ziyuan, the elderly man approached with a smile and inquired, "Are you Comrade Lin Ziyuan?" "Yes, I am Lin Ziyuan," he replied. "What a coincidence. I thought I would be met with a closed door today, but here you are, just returned," he chuckled. "Sir, are you here to see me?" The elder extended his hand, introducing himself. "Greetings, Comrade Ziyuan. I am He Jijun." Lin Ziyuan reciprocated the gesture, and they shook hands. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me, sir?" He Jijun smiled and said, "Would you not invite me in for a chat?" Realizing his rudeness, Lin Ziyuan quickly made a gesture of invitation. "Oh, my apologies. Please, come in and have a seat," he laughed. Once inside, Duo curiously examined the soldiers, intrigued by their sidearms, while He Jijun surveyed the room, his brow furrowing at the surroundings. As they hadn't been home the previous day, the thermos was devoid of hot water, prompting Li Yunshu to boil some on the stove. Lin Ziyuan accompanied He Jijun, engaging in conversation. "Sir, what brings you to seek me out this time?" He Jijun replied, "I am here primarily to consult you on several matters." He then reseated himself, casting a glance at his guards. One remained while a secretary tasked with note-taking stationed himself behind He Jijun, the rest stepping outside. Is it truly necessary to maintain such secrecy for these questions? Must no one approach within 100 meters? Lin Ziyuan inquired. However, He Jijun continued unperturbed. Lin Ziyuan, male. Han ethnicity, 27 years old this year, graduated from Xiamen First High School. His father is Lin Onghua, mother Lu Ruping, and elder brother Lin Jiping. Currently, he serves as the deputy director of the Baishigu Pig Farm and the deputy leader of the second production team at Baishigu, as well as the active company commander in the Mechanical Research Department of the Haishi Military District. He Jijun's extensive recitation revealed a thorough investigation into Lin's background, leaving him perplexed about the intent behind such scrutiny. Sir, if you have something to say, there is no need for this inquiry, Lin Ziyuan urged. Finally, He Jijun introduced himself again. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am He Jijun, the project leader of the Sky Mirror Initiative within the Haixi Military District. The Sky Mirror? Lin Ziyuan was taken aback to find himself in the presence of the project's head. He was aware of the initiative aimed at the research of Air Force equipment, encompassing radar, missiles, aircraft, and even extending to naval research. It could be deemed one of the largest military research projects in southern China, directly overseen by the Ministry of Military Development. He Jijun, this esteemed elder, was leading a group of researchers through challenging times, navigating various foreign blockades in pursuit of a unique path to victory in weaponry. Yet, why would such a figure seek out a mere pig farmer? Maintaining his composure, Lin Ziyuan calmly asked, Sir, I am merely a pig farmer. What questions could you possibly have regarding the Sky Mirror project? Do you know Su Yongming? Old Su? Yes, I know him. He comes to the Xinhua bookstore. I was his political commissar upon his retirement. Lin Ziyuan realized then that it was old Su who had put him forward. That day, in the Xinhua bookstore, a spirited discussion unfolded regarding the advancements in military equipment. Grateful for his generosity in vacating the room for his wife and daughter to rest, I even indulged in some boastful chatter. It was evident that this gentleman had sensed something extraordinary about himself, recounting our conversation to He Jijun. And thus, the main figure had arrived. Sir, I jested. Is boasting a crime? With so many people accompanying you, are you here to apprehend me? Indeed, to apprehend you for research, came the reply. A chill ran down my spine at the thought of being dissected. However, He Jijun astounded me with his words. Xiao Su has mentioned you and recounted your exchange with remarkable accuracy. I was quite astonished that someone could articulate such viewpoints. Therefore, I have personally come to discuss your ideas on weapon development. At that moment, I grasped his intent. Noticing my hesitation, He Jijun gently patted my shoulder and reassured me. Speak freely. Each person's perspective is unique. At over 70, after a 7-hour journey, my bones are nearly disjointed. You wouldn't want to send an old man back empty-handed, would you? Seeing He Jijun's unpretentious demeanor, I laid bare my thoughts, sharing my insights on the current phase of weapon development. I began by analyzing the present international climate, meticulously dissecting the challenges and opportunities facing our nation. From the United States to Russia, and from the bald eagles of the East Sea province to the monkeys of the Southwest, there was no shortage of concerns. I then delved into a comparative analysis of our military capabilities in air, land, and sea, particularly contrasting our nation's second-generation J-7 fighter jets, which had only been in service for a decade, with the United States' third-generation fighters that had been operational for 2 to 3 years. This generational gap rendered our Air Force nearly incapable of prevailing against its American counterpart. Thus, it was imperative to seek alternative avenues to bridge this gap and expedite our progress in fighter jet development. In terms of radar technology, while foreign nations were already employing pulse Doppler radar with well-established expertise, we were still in the developmental phase. I suggested that alongside the development of pulse Doppler radar, we should also embark on the creation of passive phased array radar. Compared to pulse Doppler radar, passive phased array radar boasts superior beam control, enhanced multi-target tracking capabilities, robust immunity to interference, and excellent target recognition. However, we had initially commenced research on passive phased array radar back in the 1970s, only to see it halted due to lack of results. Can we truly develop this technology? He Jijun inquired. This setback stemmed from misdirection. If we can, I began to outline the radar research process I had studied, indicating a new research direction, which startled the secretary who was taking notes nearby. He Jijun was astounded, as he internally compared the previous route and realized that he had indeed wandered into a dead end. However, Lin Ziyuan's words now felt like a door suddenly opening in that dead end, a door bathed in radiant sunlight. Subsequently, He Jijun inquired, what do you believe are the criteria for evaluating third-generation aircraft? Chapter 72. Discussing the Air Force currently, numerous third-generation aircraft are in service on Blue Star. The United States F-14 entered service in 1974, followed by the F-15 in 1976, which has just recently been deployed in the military. The Soviet Union's MiG-23 was already operational by 1970. Europe's Mirage 2000 began its service in 1967, although it resembles more of a five-generation fighter. It surpasses our Qian 7 significantly. As for the F-16, regarded as one of the most successful third-generation fighters, it has been sold by the U.S. to its allies and entered service in 1978. The Soviet Union's MiG-27 and MiG-29, although introduced later, also became operational a few years afterward. Between 1990 and 2000, China imported a total of 76 MiG-27 aircraft from the Soviet Union to bridge the gap in its third-generation capabilities. Additionally, substantial investments were made to acquire the production line for the Su-27, initiating our own manufacturing and modification journey. The renowned J-11 is a derivative of the Su-27. Meanwhile, European nations are developing the Mirage 2000 and Rafale fighters, with promising results emerging swiftly. Amidst this backdrop, the pressure on China is palpable. The Equipment Development Department has been tirelessly working on our own third-generation aircraft. However, the first all-weather fighter, the J-10, was not officially inducted into the Air Force until 2004. During these 2 decades, China's Air Force capabilities lagged significantly behind those of Western powers. Even the military strength of the East Sea province, bolstered by the F-16, could challenge us across the Taiwan Strait, emphasizing the urgent need for our own third-generation fighter. Lin Ziyuan began to respond. Hilao. The definition standards for third-generation aircraft have yet to be fully unified. However, through existing public materials, we can discern several essential performance characteristics that a third-generation aircraft must possess. Firstly, exceptional power performance is imperative. A third-generation aircraft must exhibit supersonic cruising capabilities. It is noteworthy that the F-14 speed may exceed Mach 2. This necessitates the development of entirely new high-thrust turbofan engines, with a thrust-to-weight ratio of at least 0.8. Although He Jijun had never witnessed the true speed of the F-14, he was nonetheless astonished by such an elevated velocity, pondering the various engines required to sustain it, especially considering that the maximum speed of the J-7 is merely Mach 2. It is crucial to recognize that maximum speed and cruising speed are not synonymous. Akin to a marathon runner who can sprint at 10 meters per second, while another maintains that speed throughout the race, the distinction is significant. Despite his astonishment, He Jijun merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lin Ziyuan continued, secondly, a novel avionics system with a digital fly-by-wire system is essential. The capability of beyond visual range combat entails the ability to engage enemy targets using air-to-air missiles from distances beyond visual range. This necessitates breakthroughs in missile guidance and radar performance. I suspect that the third-generation aircraft employed by the United States and Russia utilize Doppler pulse radar, which allows for the simultaneous tracking of multiple targets while guiding air-to-air missiles for engagement. Furthermore, an innovative aerodynamic configuration is imperative. Only through a novel design can an aircraft achieve heightened maneuverability. Coupled with a cutting-edge engine, this would enable the aircraft to fully exploit the advantages of third-generation technology. Lin Ziyuan elaborated on some details, and it was the first time He Jijun encountered such a systematic description of third-generation aircraft. Upon hearing this, he felt a sense of astonishment intertwined with profound concern. According to Lin Ziyuan, the development of third-generation aircraft is not merely a matter of redesigning the plane. It presents a significant challenge to the military-industrial complex of our nation. Every aspect, aircraft shape, engine, electronic information systems, radar, and even weaponry, differs from that of second-generation aircraft. Do you believe there is still a necessity to develop second-generation aircraft? He Jijun inquired. Lin Ziyuan hesitated before responding, at which point Li Yunshu had prepared water and brewed a pot of tea, serving it to the 2 men. Lin Ziyuan poured a cup for He Jijun and also for his secretary and guard, placing theirs on the table, though they did not partake. He posed a question. Mr. He, have our J8 and J9 projects commenced? Hijiju nodded, stating the design of the J8 is nearing completion, while the J9. Lin Ziyuan was aware that the J8 had already made its maiden flight and was set to complete design finalization in 3 years, followed by mass production. However, the fate of the J9 was starkly different. Despite its early inception, the project ultimately met an untimely demise without a prototype being manufactured. This was not due to a lack of capability within our research team. Rather, the J9's failure resulted from a confluence of complex issues, primarily the technological overreach stemming from Cold War mentalities, a weak industrial foundation, misalignment of strategic needs, fluctuations in the international landscape, and imbalances in resource allocation. These myriad factors collectively led to the project's cancellation, yet they imparted valuable lessons to our nation and profoundly influenced the trajectory of our aviation industry. From the balanced approach of the J10 to the asymmetric breakthroughs of the J20, we ultimately carved out a path of independent innovation that aligns with our national context. As the chief designer of the J9, Mr. Gu aptly stated, "Failure is the stepping stone to success, but what we require is a staircase that leads to the pinnacle." Lin Ziyuan continued, "I would like to express my personal opinion. Now that the J8 has been developed, it is essential to pursue its further advancement. Although I am unaware of its current design specifics, given the high expectations placed upon it, it is likely to differ significantly from the J7. We can enhance its avionics systems, upgrading it to a 2.5 generation fighter." 2.5 generation? Jijun pondered, intrigued by this term. What constitutes a 2.5 generation fighter? It refers to an aircraft that lies between the second and third generations. While the aerodynamic layout may remain unchanged, we can implement minor adjustments and integrate more advanced radar systems, upgrading the engine to endow it with capabilities for supersonic cruising and beyond visual range strikes. Thus, the gap between us and the United States, as well as the Bear Alliance, will not be overly significant. After all, modifying an existing fighter aircraft is considerably less time-consuming than designing an entirely new one from scratch. Jijun took a sip of tea and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the J8 serves as a transitional model?" "Indeed," came the reply. "The differences between a mid-generation fighter and current third-generation aircraft are not substantial. With our ground-to-air missile systems supporting us, we can adequately counter hostile threats. However, the adversaries will also upgrade their third-generation fighters, growing increasingly formidable, which necessitates an acceleration of our third-generation program." Jijun pondered this for a moment before asking, "What about the J9? Since the J8 is already in development, wouldn't the J9 be considered a success as well? The enhancements over the upgraded J8 are minimal, and it may even be inferior to the J8. Therefore, I believe it is unwise to squander resources on it. We should instead focus on developing the third-generation fighter, the J10. The dialogue between Lin Ziyuan and He Jijun effectively expedited the J10 project by a decade, securing 10 years of development for the entire Huagua Air Force and allowing for a more timely pursuit of fourth-generation aircraft. What do you propose as the starting point for the development of the third-generation fighters? If the J8 continues its development, our foremost task should be research in radar technology. We could establish a project team to study both pulse Doppler radar and passive phased array radar. Each has its advantages. Pulse Doppler radar excels in precision within complex terrains and speed measurement, while passive phased array radar outperforms in tracking multiple targets. Additionally, Pulse Doppler radar has its own merits regarding development and long-term maintenance stability. Simultaneously, we must also develop beyond visual range air-to-air missiles, primarily to serve the mid-generation fighter. Lin Ziyuan's objectives were clear. Akin to future practices, equip one generation, develop another, and pre-research the next. Equip the J7, develop the J8, and pre-research the J10. Everything being done now is in service of the J8, and with the experience gained from the J8 upgrades, the development of the J10 will not be swift. It will require at least 3 years. And 3 years is hardly sufficient, as the monkeys will start their antics shortly thereafter. Despite the absence of enemy fighters from the Bear Alliance in that conflict, the presence of mid-generation fighters to the north would temper their aggression, thereby rendering the southwestern theater more advantageous for us. The two continued their discourse for quite some time. He Jijun was not only a prominent figure in the military, but also had insights into the developments of the Navy and Army, which he discussed with Lin Ziyuan. The longer their conversation lasted, the more astonished He Jijun became. How could such a young individual possess such a vast reservoir of knowledge? Even the heads of several research institutes he had encountered seemed less informed than Lin Ziyuan. What was even more remarkable was that much of what Lin Ziyuan articulated was substantiated by detailed data, rather than mere conjecture. Lin Ziyuan had not even exerted himself fully. Considering the current industrial capabilities of Huagua, the successful development of the J-10 was already a significant achievement. The concept of the J-20, if articulated, might astonish everyone. However, he is acutely aware that aiming too high is impractical. Progress must be made step by step. While overtaking on a curve is indeed possible, excessive speed can lead to disaster, and taking overly large strides may result in unforeseen consequences. Lin Ziyuan briefly elucidated the future trajectory of Huagua's naval development, framing it as mere speculation. He suggested abandoning the pursuit of aircraft carriers for the time being, opting instead to focus on the research of destroyers, frigates, and submarines. Aircraft carriers are exorbitantly costly, necessitating an entire fleet for effective operation, along with advanced carrier-based aircraft as offensive tools. At present, Huagua cannot afford such extravagance. Regarding the Army, he also shared insights on the research of tanks, artillery, rockets, and missiles. What piqued He Jijun's interest the most was Lin Ziyuan's vision for armed helicopters. However, upon hearing the performance specifications and parameters for the helicopter, he realized that developing such a machine was currently beyond reach, as Lin was referencing the specifications of the WZ-10. The impressive role played by the armed helicopters during the Vietnam War was well known. They had proven to be an overwhelming force in jungle warfare. Yet, He Jijun understood the importance of patience. He had come to Baishirgo primarily to hear Su Yoming's remarks and to meet this astonishing young man. Little did he expect to receive a profound lesson at Baishirgo. The two engaged in conversation from 8 o'clock until 11:30, with He Jijun still yearning for more. At noon, Li Yinshu prepared a large pot of noodles, ensuring everyone had a hearty meal. He Jijun's secretary presented a substantial sum of money to Li Yinshu. "Chief, this is unnecessary. It's merely a bowl of noodles and hardly costs anything. Please, take the money back." Li Yinshu really declined. However, He Jijun insisted, "Child, accept it. Our military has regulations against taking anything from the populace without compensation. Failing to pay for a meal would be a transgression." Li Yinshu glanced at Lin Ziyuan, who nodded in affirmation. "The military has a standard for meals. Since elder he has offered, you should graciously accept it." Only then did Li Yinshu acquiesce. In the afternoon, He Jijun and Lin Ziyuan continued their dialogue, extending an olive branch. "Young Lin, would you be interested in joining our research team? For many, joining a military research group is a coveted aspiration. At this juncture, contributing to the Research Institute for the nation's benefit is a matter of great pride." Yet, Lin Ziyuan did not readily agree. "Elder He, is your research project department located in the provincial capital?" "Indeed it is." "What, do you find it difficult to leave this place?" In his previous life, leaving this place had been a dream for nearly a decade. Yet it had also brought nearly 50 years of regret, devoting decades to the country only to end up childless and with lifelong regrets. In this life, he would not abandon Li Yinshu and Duoer, nor would he forsake the village that had helped him through difficult times. "This is my home now. I have vowed not to leave until I have developed the village. Moreover, I have my own tasks to fulfill." He then recounted the village's development and his promise to Zhao Gang to search for mineral resources. He Jijun furrowed his brow, having believed himself to be a discerning talent scout, confidently expecting that a remarkable individual like Lin Ziyuan would naturally follow him. However, he found himself at an impasse. "In comparison to your humble abode, our nation is in dire need of individuals like you. To confine your abilities in this small village would be a disservice to your talents. A true comrade should prioritize the greater good of the country." He Jijun's meaning was unmistakable. "Comrade, do you still aspire to progress?" Yet Lin Ziyuan's stance was resolute. "One can shine and contribute anywhere. It is not imperative to be ensconced within a research institute. Here I relish my freedom, mining, writing, tending to pigs, and spending time with Duer. Isn't it delightful? My contributions to the nation are significant, and surely the value of such endeavors cannot be measured by status. At that moment, Jun found himself at a loss for words. After all, at just over 70 years of age, he was no match for Lin Ziyuan, who had lived 2 lifetimes, totaling a century. Given this, I shall not press further. Regarding our recent discussion, could you possibly compile a guiding document? I would like the experts on our project to study it and assess the feasibility of the matter. Lin Ziyuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The more questions, the better. I need to write the mining paper anyway. Providing this information to Jun might ease his sleepless nights. In the future, I may often seek your assistance in clarifying matters for our researchers. It is a trivial matter. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to approach me. I shall do my utmost to assist. Unbeknownst to them, this simple exchange would transform his life in Baishigu. Jun departed, promising to send someone in 2 weeks to collect the Air Force equipment plans he desired. Meanwhile, the brick factory was abuzz with excitement, as today marked the day for the red bricks to be fired. Chapter 74. Freshly baked red bricks at the Baishigu brick factory. Fan Haisheng was directing workers to open the kiln door. After 48 hours of firing and cooling, the moment had arrived for the red bricks to emerge. All the workers watched with eager anticipation, curious to see if the kiln, improved by Lin Ziyuan, could indeed produce sturdy and qualified red bricks as promised. Once the internal temperature of the kiln had sufficiently cooled, a worker, carrying a bamboo basket, climbed inside. When he emerged, the basket held 7 or 8 dark red bricks. All present gazed in disbelief at the sight before them. Had the red bricks truly been fired successfully on the first attempt? It was unclear who led the cheer, but soon everyone was clapping and celebrating. Fan Haisheng suppressed his excitement. He understood that while the bricks appeared promising, their actual quality would require testing. He gestured for quiet, then carefully examined a brick taken from the basket. "Director, how does it measure up? Is it qualified?" Someone inquired. Without responding, Fan Haisheng retrieved another brick. One left over from the factory's earlier procurement from Hetian Brick Factory. In the juxtaposition of 2 bricks, aside from the difference in color, their appearances bore little distinction. Fan Haisheng retrieved a hammer from a nearby bag and struck the red brick lying on the ground with considerable force, shattering it into 4 or 5 pieces. He then proceeded to strike another brick, which merely lost a fragment from its surface, remaining largely intact. How terrifying! The freshly produced red bricks seemed nearly as resilient as stone. Surely, these bricks used for construction would never deteriorate? While never may be an exaggeration, they could easily last 70 to 80 years. At that moment, a chorus of cheers erupted. "We did it! We succeeded!" Fan Haisheng was overwhelmed with excitement. The quality of the red bricks produced in his factory was superior to those procured, and they were more economical with a reduced production cycle of a full day. Such a production model, both cost-effective and efficient, rendered the products of other factories utterly uncompetitive. If the market opened up, neighboring communes would flock to purchase bricks from Baishigu, leading to unimaginable profits. Profits for the production team would elevate the living standards of all members. The pig farm would have funds for purchasing wheat bran and chaff, enabling everyone to build new homes. The future lives of the Baishigu members would evoke envy. With this thought, Fan Haisheng trembled with anticipation. However, he quickly regained his composure and addressed the workers. "Comrades, the red bricks have been successfully fired. Let us now follow the current processes and strive to produce even more and better bricks." After organizing the factory's production, he picked up a brick and headed toward the pig farm to share the good news with Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan was diligently writing in the pig farm's office. Originally, this office was intended for old Xie, but he felt uncomfortable sitting there, so he set up a desk in the adjacent workers' lounge, which became Lin Ziyuan's dedicated workspace. He did not refuse, as the matters he was now involved with were increasingly confidential. Lacking a dedicated office would have been inconvenient. Just as Lin Ziyuan was engrossed in his work for the mining project, he heard Fan Haisheng's voice from outside. "Lin Xiaocai, Lin Xiaocai, we succeeded." Lin Ziyuan tucked away his papers and pen into the drawer and raised his head to inquire. What has succeeded? Fan Haixing presented a red brick before him. Look, the bricks have been fired. Lin Zuan, equally exhilarated, examined the brick closely. I must tell you, this brick is far superior to those from Etienne. He then recounted his experimental results to Lin Ziyuan. Congratulations, old fan, you have made a significant contribution. Ha ha. Where's my credit? This was all your idea. The accolades belong to you, ha ha. The two exchanged playful banter before old fan inquired. Lin Xiaozai, how should we sell these bricks? What price should we set? Lin Ziyuan promptly countered. How much do we pay for the bricks from Etienne? Old fan blurted out, it's roughly 4 cents per brick. Lin Ziyuan pondered for a moment, gazing at the brick in his hand, and inquired, how much profit do you think they can make from a single brick? Approximately 1 cent, came the reply. And what about our costs? Lin pressed on. Each brick costs about 1.5 cents. With practice, we could reduce it slightly, but not by much. Lin nodded in agreement. Then we shall price them at 3.5 cents, allowing us a profit of 2 cents. Our product is superior to others. There is no reason why customers wouldn't choose us for its quality and affordability. Furthermore, for members of the Qingxi commune purchasing bricks, we will provide home delivery, while others will be charged according to the usual pricing. Old Fan immediately furrowed his brow. But this way, our profits will diminish. Not to worry, Lin reassured him. As long as the production team's tractor is available, we can deliver the bricks. It would be idle otherwise. This amount can easily be recouped from our profits. The quantity of money is inconsequential. What matters most is to penetrate the market. I will discuss the tractor arrangements with team leader Yang, so you need not fret. Even with these deductions, our profits will not fall below 1.5 cents. Old Fan contemplated this and found it indeed reasonable. But what if the tractor is unavailable? We cannot let deliveries sit idle, can we? Lin promptly responded, if the tractor is occupied, we can ask the buyers to arrange ox carts or horse-drawn vehicles, and we will offer a discount. All right. It is indeed essential to read more. Your intellect is quite sharp, Old Fan conceded. Lin continued, we must also commence the production of tiles. Following my previous suggestion, let us fire a batch first to gauge the results. We can set the price afterward. Additionally, if we have sufficient manpower, we can construct more kilns for bricks, reserving one as a test kiln. A test kiln? Old Fan asked, somewhat perplexed. If we have succeeded, why do we need to test again? The production of any item is a process of continual improvement. Our current method may not be the best. We must consistently experiment, exploring different mixtures, higher or lower temperatures, and varying durations, to discover the most efficient and effective approach. Upon hearing this, Old Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Truly, Lin the Scholar, you are remarkable. I will arrange this immediately and also promote our bricks. Yes, indeed. Recruit some educated youth from the factory to craft several advertisements on red paper. They should prominently display our red brick factory's location, prices, and promotional details, with the pricing figures in large font, emphasizing an astonishingly low price. Then, distribute these to nearby production teams, communes, and even crowded areas in the county to ensure everyone is informed. When Old Fan departed, he was in high spirits. In the following days, Lin Ziyuan spent his days drafting the formation patterns and prospecting directions of the Blue Gold Mountain Gold and Copper Mine in Tinghang County. No, it should be more accurately termed as memorizing. He had read this thesis in his past life. Given his excellent memory, fully committing it to memory was somewhat challenging, but achieving 80 to 90% accuracy was certainly feasible. As the top student from Shaman No. 1 High School, his recall was exceptionally strong. In the evenings, he contemplated the task assigned to him by He Ji-jun regarding the theoretical development of new aircraft. This endeavor is far more challenging than the search for minerals. Therefore, he first completed the task of locating minerals before dedicating himself to the aircraft project. As for his translation work, he diligently devoted 3 hours each evening without fail. With the resumption of college entrance examinations next year, many university textbooks will rely on the translations produced by Lin Ziyuan and his peers. He remains steadfast in this pursuit, for translating manuscripts remains a lucrative endeavor. During the day, Duo attended kindergarten, where when Hong Yu had become a teacher, offering free lessons in numbers and simple characters. But more importantly, imparting the virtues of conduct and responsibility to the children. Li Yinshu continued to earn work points during the day and spent his evenings revising with the youth at the Knowledge Youth Center. The family of three lived a fulfilling life. Lin Ziyuan initially believed that such a lifestyle would persist for a few more days, allowing him to complete his current tasks with peace of mind. However, just as he finished a manuscript on mineral prospecting, an incident occurred in the village. Chapter 75. The onset of calamity, the catalyst for the unfolding events, was a remark made by Duo on her way home from kindergarten that day. As was customary, Lin Ziyuan went to pick Duo up for lunch at noon, as the kindergarten did not provide meals. Upon seeing her father, Duo hurried over and embraced his leg. Lin Ziyuan picked her up and gently brushed the dust from her face, only to realize that she seemed somewhat disheartened. He inquired, Duo, what is wrong today? Did someone bully you? The little girl pouted, on the verge of tears, and replied in her sweet voice, Daddy, today Brother Huzi didn't he come to school, and the rest no one play with me. Relieved to discover that she had not been bullied, Lin Ziyuan sighed. The kindergarten was simply a place for childcare, not strictly an academic institution. Sometimes, when families were busy, children might not attend kindergarten and instead assist at home with tasks like harvesting peanuts or digging potatoes. Nevertheless, Lin Ziyuan felt compelled to ask, Do you know why Brother Huzi didn't he come to kindergarten? Brother Huzi is sick, Duo replied. Teacher once said he has a fever. A fever, indeed, is a common ailment among children who might kick off their blankets at night and catch a chill. However, Duo's subsequent statement sent alarm bells ringing in Lin Ziyuan's mind. Brother Huzi's parents are sick too. It seems they've all gone to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan furrowed his brow. While an individual suffering from a cold or fever is commonplace, it was peculiar for an entire family to fall ill simultaneously. Moreover, adults possess stronger immune systems than children. Typically, mild colds and fevers do not necessitate hospital visits, which entail expenses. Most often, villagers would brew herbal remedies based on their symptoms and recover swiftly. Lin Ziyuan couldn't help but recall a case that Sun Yongxiang had handled a few days prior, involving a family that had also suffered from colds and fevers, and it seemed the child had even passed away. With this thought in mind, he quickly touched his daughter's forehead. Thankfully, it was not warm. Duo, are you feeling unwell? Duo simply shook her head in response, allowing Lin Ziyuan to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a sense of unease subtly crept into his heart, an ominous premonition enveloping his thoughts. As a particular disease's name surfaced in his mind, he turned to Duo and said, Duo, I have some matters to attend to at noon. Would you be agreeable to having lunch at your uncle's house? Duo nodded in affirmation. Then you must be obedient and refrain from catching caterpillars. In order to validate his suspicions, he felt an urgent need to visit the health clinic and assess the situation of Huzai's family. Naturally, little Lin Duo had to be entrusted to the care of Yang Qi's family. As the work site was rather distant, Li Yinshu did not return home for lunch, but instead brought a meal to the fields. After ensuring Duo was settled, Lin Ziyuan hurriedly made his way to the health clinic in the commune. However, upon arriving, he found himself at a loss. A doctor informed him that the family had already departed for the county hospital. Doctor, what were their symptoms? Were they experiencing vomiting and diarrhea, along with a persistent high fever, especially severe in the children? Doctor Who looked at him in astonishment and asked, Yes, that is indeed the symptom. How did you know? I administered antipyretic medication, but it proved ineffective, which is why I advised them to seek treatment in the county. Do you know what disease it is? At that moment, many of the doctors in the smaller township hospitals were often successors of family traditions, with few possessing genuine medical qualifications. It was rare to find a Western physician like Dr. Who still understood how to use a syringe. The fact that he couldn't diagnose the ailment suggested its potential severity. I suspect it is malaria. Malaria? Doctor Who was taken aback. The notorious reputation of malaria made anyone shudder upon hearing its name. It is important to note that even in the exceptionally advanced scientific year of 2023, there are still 2.6 billion people infected with malaria, with over 500,000 succumbing to the disease. Even in Huagua, it was only in 2021 that malaria was fully eradicated from a state of control. Yes, I've heard reports of such cases emerging in nearby townships, though I cannot confirm if it is indeed malaria. The county needs to take this matter seriously. Doctor Who grew increasingly alarmed, feeling that Lin Ziyuan's conjecture was accurate. If it were malaria, he must alert the county to take swift action for the patient's treatment. The primary medications still in use for treatment were chloroquine and primaquine, but many regions were experiencing drug resistance, diminishing the efficacy of these two medications. Doctor Who promptly accompanied Lin Ziyuan to the commune to report the situation to the local leaders. Upon hearing of the emergence of malaria, the leaders immediately panicked, recognizing the grave implications. When it strikes, it can be devastating. He hastily made a call to the county to report the situation, urging the county hospital to closely monitor Huzai's family. After leaving the commune, Lin Ziyuan remained uneasy and resolved to check the circumstances in the county. Doctor Who, being a local resident himself, shared his concern about the significant incident in the commune and, after informing the health clinic, decided to assist in the county. The clinic's leadership readily consented, understanding the benefits for all involved. Consequently, the two waited for a considerable time by the roadside until they finally boarded a minibus to the county. As Lin Ziyuan stepped into the county hospital, he immediately sensed something amiss. The once tranquil atmosphere had transformed, with a noticeable influx of patients, particularly those suffering from fever. The hospital administration had also recognized the anomaly, exerting all efforts to treat the afflicted while tirelessly investigating the cause. Yet they had not considered malaria as a potential culprit. Upon receiving notification from the county regarding the possibility of malaria, they hastily administered existing anti-malarial medications and continuously monitored the patient's conditions. Lin Ziyuan articulated his purpose for visiting, and when a nurse learned that it was they who had alerted the county about the potential malaria outbreak, she promptly escorted them to the director's office. At that moment, Director Zhong Weihua was overwhelmed with work. Hearing a knock at the door, he called out, "Please come in." "Director, these two gentlemen have come to see you. They're the ones who issued the malaria warning." Zhong Weihua looked up, setting his pen down, and regarded the two young men with a look of surprise. After the nurse made the introductions, she exited the office. "Hello, Director Zhong. I am Lin Ziyuan from Qingxi Commune." "Greetings, Director. I am Hu Qingshu from the Qingxi Health Station." Zhong Weihua rose and shook hands with both. "Thank you for your timely alert. The entire hospital is now actively responding, and you have afforded us precious time." Understanding the urgency, Lin Ziyuan promptly inquired, "Director Zhong, what is the status of the patients?" Zhong Weihua's expression darkened as he shook his head. "The situation is not optimistic. Chloroquine's efficacy is limited. Adults are managing, but the children's fevers persist." At that moment, a doctor clad in a white coat entered, visibly anxious and clutching a report. "Director, after examining the blood samples, we have preliminarily confirmed that the patients are indeed infected with malaria." "Understood," Zhong Weihua replied. "Ensure everyone maintains personal protection and expedite mosquito control measures within the hospital." This solidified the diagnosis, malaria. Zhong Weihua instructed the two to wait in his office as he needed to report the situation to the city and request support for medications and epidemic prevention. This matter could not be managed solely by the county hospital. He had to escalate the issue and alert neighboring counties and cities. Upon his return, Zhong Weihua appeared fatigued. If mishandled, this situation could escalate into a significant crisis. Observing the director's demeanor, Lin Ziyuan immediately surmised the challenges he faced and asked, "Director Zhong, do we not have artemisinin preparations in our hospital?" Back in 1971, Academician 2UU's team had discovered artemisinin, extracting its effective components by 1972. Logically, the county hospital should possess some corresponding medications, given that artemisinin was in the clinical validation and preliminary promotion phase. However, Zhong Weihua shook his head. "Currently, artemisinin preparations are primarily being promoted in Yunnan and western Guangdong. Our Haishi province does not have such medications, but we can submit a request to higher authorities, Director. Saving lives is of utmost urgency," Hu Qingshu exclaimed, rising in desperation. "However," Zhong Weihua remarked, "the moment I discovered the drug resistance, I promptly applied for artemisinin preparations from my superiors. Yet they informed me that the current production capacity is insufficient, and even in an emergency, it would take at least 3 days for the supplies to arrive." Lin Ziyuan pondered for a moment and inquired, "Director, Does the hospital have any Artemisia annua? As a traditional Chinese medicine, Artemisia annua possesses properties such as clearing internal heat, alleviating summer heat, and reducing jaundice. Typically, hospitals, especially those in rural counties, would keep a stock of it, as the community holds a greater appreciation for traditional remedies. Zhong Weihua responded, there should be some available. But while this Artemisia annua has some efficacy, it is not particularly effective against the current strain of malaria, and excessive consumption may lead to other side effects. However, Lin Ziyuan's suggestion left the two individuals beside him utterly astonished. Instead of consuming it directly, I will extract artemisinin and create the preparations myself. Hu Qingshu immediately intervened, dissuading Lin Ziyuan from this course of action. During their journey to the county town, they conversed extensively, and he was aware of Lin Ziyuan's endeavors in Baisha, recognizing him as a person of ambition and courage. However, the field of pharmaceuticals is not to be trifled with. Even if a product were successfully created, it would still require testing on other animals and clinical validation before being deemed safe for human use. Ziyuan, you must not act recklessly. Lin Ziyuan, with a serious expression, waved his hand dismissively. I'm not being reckless, Director Zhong. I possess a certain understanding of extracting artemisinin and its production, and I am confident that I can accomplish it. Moreover, I will be the first to volunteer for the injection during the trials. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two men changed dramatically. To test the drug on oneself? That is unthinkable. Lin Ziyuan continued, Director, consider it a contingency plan. If the medication arrives before I complete the preparations, it will be a joyous outcome for all. However, if time does not permit, and should there be critically ill patients facing life-threatening situations with no alternatives, perhaps their families would be willing to allow me to attempt a trial? Zhong Weihua cautioned, but, Comrade Ziyuan, even with good intentions, should complications arise from the medication, you would still bear legal responsibility. This is something you must contemplate seriously. Lin Ziyuan, while cradling Duer, had already given this considerable thought. Currently, only Tiger's family was exhibiting feverish symptoms, which did not imply that the entire Baishigu was affected. It is essential to recognize that malaria is primarily transmitted through mosquito bites. With the increasing mosquito population in the village, it was inevitable that they would bite both Duo and Li Yinshu. Should anything happen to these two, Lin Ziyuan would regret it profoundly. Lin Ziyuan was confident in his ability to produce the medication, having taken a keen interest in the achievements of Academician II, the first Chinese laureate of the Nobel Prize in Medicine, and thus conducted thorough research on artemisinin and its straightforward preparation process. He firmly nodded and declared, Director Zhong, I have made my decision. Should anything go awry, I will take full responsibility. At that moment, officials from the provincial committee arrived at the hospital, including County Party Secretary Chen Jianhe and Deputy Director Zhao Gang, who entered Zhong Weihua's office. Upon seeing Lin Ziyuan, everyone was taken aback. Ziyuan, what are you doing here? Zhao Gang asked. Lin Ziyuan recounted his discovery of malaria and the subsequent events. He initially believed that Zhao Gang, understanding Lin's capabilities, would be the first to endorse his approach. However, to his surprise, Zhao was the first to oppose it. This matter was not acceptable. Lin Ziyuan was currently his lucky star, aiding in his promotion and assisting the county in mineral exploration. If anything were to happen to Lin, the repercussions would be significant, especially since Lin had connections within the military. Lin's life had long ceased to be solely his own. It now belonged to the entire Haishi province. With earnest persuasion, Lin Ziyuan elucidated the stakes involved, leading Secretary Chun and Zhao Gang to relent. Zhao Gang stated, if you wish to proceed, that is acceptable. But the testing of the medicine cannot fall to you. Lin intended to respond, yet the resolute stance of both leaders rendered him hesitant. This was not the time for contention. Every fleeting moment heightened the danger for the patients. Lin Ziyuan thus altered his strategy. Let us revisit this later. Allow me to first produce the medicine, and we shall devise a plan for the testing subsequently. The county leaders acquiesced, permitting the initial production. Director Zhong, please assist me in preparing the Artemisia annua and dispatch it to the laboratory. Additionally, gather the necessary equipment and materials. Lin Ziyuan articulated a multitude of essentials for the pharmaceutical preparation. In the absence of certain items, Chan Jianghe swiftly arranged to procure them. "Doctor, who will assist me?" Lin instructed. Hu Qingxu was taken aback by the unexpected request and timidly inquired, "Me? Is that all right?" "Certainly. The operations are quite straightforward," Lin affirmed, concerned about insufficient manpower. Zhong Weihua inquired whether additional personnel were needed. However, Lin Ziyuan declined, asserting, "More hands do not equate to better outcomes. Too many individuals can lead to errors." He then addressed Zhao Gang, saying, "Director Zhao, you must assign personnel to raise awareness among all the township members about the situation. Clear the stagnant water near residential areas to eliminate mosquitoes and curtail the spread of the disease. Furthermore, any members exhibiting fever or related symptoms should be promptly taken to the hospital without delay. Also, ensure that the county hospital distributes more malaria medications, such as chloroquine, to the health posts in each township. Although this strain of malaria exhibits drug resistance, these medications still hold efficacy for adults." After several days of outlining measures, once the county committee leaders had disseminated the information, Lin Ziyuan confided to Zhao Gang another request. "Director Zhao, please notify my family that I will be occupied in the county and will not return home tonight to alleviate my wife's concerns." Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, instructing someone to call Qingxi Commune and reach the Baishigu production team. Having arranged everything, Lin Ziyuan then entered the laboratory with Hu Qingxu. Chapter 78. Artemisinin in formulation. Once Zhong Weihua ensured that all materials were ready, Lin Ziyuan first disinfected himself thoroughly before stepping in the laboratory. The extraction of artemisinin was not particularly challenging. He began by grinding the dried leaves of Artemisia annua into a fine powder to serve as the extraction material. He then poured the leaf powder into ethanol, allowing the artemisinin to dissolve within. Through the filtration of residues, an artemisinin solution was obtained, which was subsequently subjected to reduced pressure distillation at temperatures below 50 degrees Celsius, yielding a yellow-green paste-like crude extract. Following this, a solvent elution method was employed to eliminate impurities such as chlorophyll and carotenoids from the crude extract. The extract was then redissolved in ethanol for further purification, resulting in crystalline substances with a concentration exceeding 98%. While this description appears straightforward, the practical execution is fraught with challenges, not only in temperature control, but also in the selection of various auxiliary materials. Each material possesses distinct properties, necessitating different processing methods. A slight misstep could render all prior efforts futile. Consequently, Lin Ziyuan and Hu Qingxu labored diligently from around 3 in the afternoon until 11 the following morning to complete the most pivotal steps. During this period, Lin Ziyuan taught while Hu Qingxu learned, and although he did not master the entire process, he grasped the essential steps. The two alternated between rest, consuming the meals provided by the hospital twice during this time. This was merely the first step. Building upon the primary medication, Lin Ziyuan incorporated excipients, disintegrants, binders, and lubricants in proportions recalled from memory, ensuring the formation of tablets. For critically ill patients unable to ingest tablets, Lin Ziyuan further combined the artemisinin with a lipid-based matrix, creating a formulation suitable for rectal administration. Only then could they consider their task accomplished. Simultaneously, the entire Tinghang County embarked on a campaign to eliminate mosquitoes and neutralize odors. In addition to their regular activities, a significant portion of the community members joined in the extermination efforts, either by smoking out mosquitoes or by wielding hose to manage stagnant water. Unbeknownst to Lin Ziyuan, who emerged from the laboratory with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot sclera, it was already 6 in the evening. "Did you succeed?" inquired Zhong Weihua, rushing forward upon seeing the two. Lin Ziyuan shook the 2 bottles in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. "It should be a success." The group of medical staff waiting at the entrance finally exhaled in relief. "Has support arrived from above?" Lin Ziyuan asked. Zhong Weihua shook his head. "Alas, it may take another 2 days." "How is the situation outside?" Over the past 2 days, patients had been continuously admitted to the hospital. While adults managed to endure with grit and medication, 2 children and 4 elderly individuals had succumbed since the day before. The immune systems of children and the elderly are frail, and once the incubation period passed, outbreaks began, overwhelming those with weaker constitutions. Just then, a distressed woman rushed into the corridor outside the laboratory, followed by 2 nurses and a doctor who evidently attempted to restrain her but failed. She dashed to Zhong Weihua's side, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head. Director Zhong, I implore you, save my child. He is still so young. Only 2 years old. Director Zhong, please think of a way. I cannot lose him. A man suddenly emerged from the end of the corridor, clutching a wooden carved monkey, tears streaming down his face as he knelt beside the woman. He had likely been attending to their ailing child when he saw his wife rush out, hastily following her without even setting down the child's toy. Director, I implore you, please save my child. He is our only hope, he pleaded desperately. Zhong Weihua quickly helped the man to his feet, while others supported his wife. What are you doing? It is our duty to save lives. We will do our utmost to ensure the health of every patient, he reassured them. Yet the woman continued to weep, but my child is on the brink of death. As the commotion grew, more and more onlookers gathered, effectively blocking the entire corridor. Zhong Weihua turned to the medical staff beside him and inquired about the child's condition. A doctor replied, the situation is grave. The fever has slightly subsided, yet the child remains in a critical state. Without intervention, he may not survive the day. Upon hearing this, the woman nearly fainted, only to be caught by a nearby nurse, and her cries intensified. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Weihua seemed to arrive at a difficult decision. He turned to Lin Ziyuan and asked, Comrade, how confident are you in the medication you hold? Lin Ziyuan, weary, responded, I have a 70% confidence in its efficacy, with an additional 80% chance of reducing the severe illness rate by 30%. In essence, this medication had a 70% probability of being effective, and based on that, an 80% chance of ameliorating a severe case to a mild one, thereby decreasing the mortality risk. Lin Ziyuan was cautious, as he had not conducted clinical trials, and the specific outcomes remained uncertain. Upon hearing that there was indeed a medication with a promising success rate, the woman grasped Lin Ziyuan's arm, pleading fervently, Comrade, please give it to my child. I beg you, save him. In my next life, I will repay you by serving you as a humble servant. She knelt once more, despite their impoverished circumstances. The people around them were sincere in their desire for survival, willing to offer their utmost in gratitude. Lin Ziyuan helped her to her feet and then addressed the couple. Comrades, this medication is newly developed. The statistics I mentioned are merely conjectures and have yet to be validated. I cannot recklessly administer it to your child. If something goes awry, the regret would be immeasurable. What shall we do? You are our saviors. You must find a way, they implored. In a remarkable display of desperation, the onlookers collectively knelt, many having relatives hospitalized. In the face of hope, what was dignity worth? Please help them up. Lin Ziyuan continued. I will take the medication first. Regardless of its efficacy, ensuring its safety is paramount. If all goes well, then we can proceed to administer it to the patient. Dean Zhong was decidedly displeased. Lin Ziyuan had concocted the medicine, yet he was expected to test its toxicity, a request he could never acquiesce to. At that moment, a frail and aged voice emerged, declaring, Hand me the medicine. I shall be the one to try it. Chapter 79. Testing the medicine. Lin Ziyuan turned towards the voice, and there he beheld an elderly man, clad in a coarse blue garment, unsteadily making his way towards them. Someone recognized him and called out, Old Zhang. From the man's demeanor, Lin Ziyuan discerned that he was likely an intellectual, akin to a parent who had come to a village for labor reform. Let this old man undertake the trial, he insisted. A villager, spotting Old Zhang, urgently implored, Old Zhang, this is unwise. Your health is frail. What if something goes awry? There is no risk involved. For the past few years in Qingxi town, the community has taken utmost care of me. It was the villagers who transported me to the county when I fell ill. Without your support, I might not have endured this long. To reach this point is already a testament to your efforts. Here is a comrade who both creates the medicine and expects others to test it. How can that be justified? At 70 years old, I wish to contribute something more for my fellow villagers. I am content with that. Though others attempted to dissuade him further, Old Zhang interjected. My mind is made up. Let it be so. If we delay any longer, what will become of the children? Old Zhang had indeed struck a chord. Children's lives are the Achilles heel of their parents. Thus, the crowd ceased their objections, regarding old Zhang with the reverence one afforded the hero. Meanwhile, a physician was relaying old Zhang's condition to Zhong Weihua, and Lin Ziyuan learned that this venerable gentleman was also a severe patient. Having recently experienced a slight reduction in fever, yet he had come forth despite his weakened state. Old Zhang approached Lin Ziyuan with a smile and remarked, "Young comrade, might I try your medicine?" Lin Ziyuan hesitated, contemplating whether to entrust this esteemed elder with the potion. Sensing his reluctance, old Zhang inquired, "What is the matter? Is your medicine ineffective?" "Not at all. Then is it a lack of confidence in yourself? Or are you wary of me seeking retribution later?" "That could not be further from the truth. I am confident in the efficacy of my medicine." "Then why the hesitation? If an old man like me is unafraid, what did you possibly fear?" With that, old Zhang took the medicine bottle from Lin Ziyuan's hands, asking, "How often should it be taken? How many doses at a time? Is it for external or internal use?" Observing old Zhang's determined expression, Lin Ziyuan solemnly declared, "Your noble spirit is commendable. Allow me to pay my respects." He bowed deeply, and the others followed suit. Old Zhang responded with 3 affirmations of good. Lin Ziyuan, recalling the knowledge from his previous life, recited the dosage and frequency. He advised that should any nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea occur after taking the medicine, it would be considered a normal side effect that typically resolves on its own. Thus, there was no need for concern. However, if any other symptoms arose, it was imperative to inform the medical staff, as they could indicate an allergic reaction, albeit with an exceedingly low probability. After conveying these precautions, Lin Ziyuan reassured old Zhang to remain calm, expressing his unwavering faith in his creation. With the assistance of the nurse, old Zhang swallowed his medication and was then supported back to his ward. The throng in the corridor gradually dispersed, all waiting, anticipating a miracle. Lin Ziyuan and Hu Qingshu, fatigued after an entire day, despite having taken turns to rest momentarily, found themselves battling drowsiness. He handed the medication to Zhong Weihua, elucidating the usage of the 2 types of drugs, advising him that if old Zhang's condition improved, these medications should first be administered to the elderly and children, while the young should endure unless in critical condition. As the supply of Artemisia annua in the hospital was limited and no additional stock was available. Subsequently, he was taken to the cafeteria for a hearty meal, after which he and Hu Qingshu fell into a deep slumber in an empty room of the hospital staff dormitory. In a haze of sleep, Lin Ziyuan heard someone calling for Daddy. That voice sounded remarkably like Duo. He abruptly opened his eyes to find 2 figures standing by his bedside. One tall and beautiful, the other small and adorable. None other than Li Yunshu and Duo. Lin Ziyuan quickly sat up and pulled Duo into his embrace, gently touching her forehead to check her temperature, which was normal. He then realized that in that brief moment, his back had already soaked with cold sweat. "How did you come here?" Duo, in her sweet, childish voice replied, "Daddy, you haven't come home for 2 days, and Duo, missed you." Li Yunshu continued, "You haven't returned for 2 consecutive nights, and both Duo, and I were worried about you. So we came into the city early this morning with Brother Chunxing's tractor to see you. We heard from the doctors and nurses that you and Doctor, who were exhausted yesterday and resting. We didn't want to disturb you, but Duo insisted on seeing you, so we let her in, not realizing we still wake you." After Li Yunshu spoke, Duo looked up with a face full of grievance and said, "Daddy, I'm sorry." Lin Ziyuan smiled and patted Duo's head, reassuring her, "It's all right. Daddy is awake now. It wasn't you who disturbed me." This brought joy back to Duo's face. "By the way, what time is it?" he inquired. "It's nearly 9 o'clock, she replied. Lin Ziyuan was astonished to discover that he had slept for nearly 13 hours, illustrating just how busy he had been in the laboratory the previous day. At that moment, Zhong Weihua entered, his face beaming with joy. "Ziyuan, you're awake. Congratulations," he exclaimed. Lin Ziyuan, still groggy from sleep, was momentarily at a loss for what joy he should feel. Observing Lin Ziyuan's bewildered expression, Zhong Weihua cheerfully explained, "Old Zhang's fever has subsided. Really? That is wonderful. Lin Ziyuan quickly got out of bed. Having only removed his shoes, he now put them back on. Can we be certain it's truly resolved? He asked. Zhong Weihua replied. This morning, we drew blood from old Zhang for tests and found that the quantity of parasites had decreased by 90%. The remaining 10% may still be present due to timing, but observations show that these parasites are continuously losing their vitality. We believe they will soon be completely eradicated. You've achieved a significant breakthrough, developing a special medication for malaria. Lin Ziyuan was not concerned with trivial matters. Rather, his thoughts were occupied with the conditions of other patients. He inquired, Director Zhong, have the medications been administered to other critically ill patients? Zhong Weihua nodded in affirmation, stating, upon learning of Comrade Zhang Wenhua's improvement, we promptly distributed the medications to the critically ill. The dosage for children has been halved, and so far, we have not received any reports of adverse effects. Our medical staff will closely monitor all patients to ensure their safety. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan felt a sense of relief. He knew that Academician 2's research could not possibly be flawed. Then, Zhong Weihua leaned closer to Lin Ziyuan and quietly asked Ziyuan, this medication has truly succeeded. What are your thoughts? Chapter 80. Old Zhang Lin understood Zhong Weihua's implication. The formulation of the artemisinin compound was solely his achievement at the Tinghang County People's Hospital, an accomplishment that could not be claimed by others. Although the quantity produced was minimal and the resources consumed were substantial, the process was entirely manual, handcrafted. Should it transition into mass production under a pharmaceutical company, efficiency would soar, presenting a tremendous boon for Huagua and even the entire world. If its efficacy were confirmed during subsequent treatments, the potential benefits of this medication could be astronomical, with the capability to penetrate international markets. Even in the United States and other Western nations, malaria has not been fully controlled. If this medication were to be marketed in the West, the influx of foreign exchange would be remarkable. Though it was not his place to voice such inquiries, Lin Ziyuan harbored personal ambitions. He wished for Haishi Pharmaceutical Factory to secure the rights for production and enhancement of this drug. However, upon reflection, this desire did not seem entirely selfish. He merely wished for the factory where he once worked to flourish with more products and better market access, aiding it through challenging times. Yet, Lin Ziyuan appeared disinterested in this matter, at least for now, as he responded, let us address that once we have surmounted the immediate challenges. After departing from the cafeteria, Duoer insisted on visiting Brother Huzai. After ensuring they wore masks, Lin Ziyuan guided them to the ward to see the ailing Huzai. To his surprise, he found old Zhang sharing the same room with Huzai. Judging by his complexion, he appeared significantly more spirited than the previous day, even narrating stories to Huzai. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor that suggested imminent departure from this world. Duer, upon seeing Huzai, gleefully bounded over to play with him. Huzai, delighted by her presence, recounted his experiences over the past few days, expressing how unwell he felt and his cravings for delicious food. Duoer produced 2 pieces of candy from her pocket, offering them to Huzai while sharing what she had learned at kindergarten. Old Zhang recognized Lin Ziyuan immediately as he approached, waving and beckoning him to sit. Lin Ziyuan did not hesitate, taking a seat by the window. Young man, thank you for saving our lives, haha, old Zhang exclaimed. In the presence of the venerable old Zhang, Lin Ziyuan dared not to act presumptuously. It was true that he had successfully produced the medicine. However, this elder before him had staked his very life to validate its true efficacy, rendering him the most admirable figure. Lin Ziyuan smiled and remarked, you flatter me, sir. Compared to you, my humble contributions pale in significance. Ah, young man, your humility is commendable. I must express my gratitude to you for granting this old man a chance at life. You see, just 2 nights ago, I was stricken with a fever reaching 40 degrees, and I feared I would soon meet my great-grandmother. Yet, unexpectedly, your medicine has saved me. Truly astonishing. That is merely a testament to your resilience, old sir. Heaven has deemed you worthy of further peaceful days. Peaceful days indeed. Yes, this tempest must surely pass. It has lingered far too long, to the point where even the branches have nearly forgotten their original shape. Upon hearing the layers within old Zhang's words, Lin Ziyuan inquired. Old Zhang, were you sent down to our Qingxi commune? Old Zhang nodded, replying, Indeed, I was at the Mashi production team. The Mashi production team, situated just east of Baishigu, was a mere 5 kilometers away, a close distance indeed. Your eloquence suggests a literary background. Were you a teacher in your former life? Old Zhang did not deny this, merely stating, I suppose one could say so. It would not be inaccurate to label me as a teacher. Now, however, I'm merely a pig farmer. It turned out that after being sent down, Old Zhang had lived by the pig pen of the Mashi production team, tasked with the care of the pigs. However, recognizing his age, the production team had reassigned him to oversee the safety of the pig pen at night, alerting the villagers of any mountain leopards or wild boars that might threaten the livestock. From your accent, it appears you hail from the capital, Lin Ziyuan remarked. Huh? Really? You could discern my accent? I thought that after 10 years away, everything would have changed. It seems the local dialect remains, though my hair has turned gray. The old man thus acknowledged his origins. You are still quite young, appearing to be merely in your 20s. How is it that you possess knowledge of such malarial medicine? This has been a formidable challenge for many nations to conquer, Old Zhang mused. Lin Ziyuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the elder's depth of understanding, indicating a remarkable background. He promptly responded, In truth, this is not a medicine I developed. Not yours. Do not deceive me, though I am advanced in years. I am far from senile. The tale of you and that doctor sequestered in the laboratory for an entire day, only to emerge with the medicine, has spread throughout the hospital. You cannot claim this is not your achievement. After hearing this, Lin Ziyuan chuckled and clarified, Old Zhang, it is indeed not my original creation. I merely refined the formula. The true credit belongs to the esteemed Academician 2 and his team. He then recounted the triumph of Academician 2's team in overcoming artemisinin. Thus, our ancestors knew of the usefulness of the wormwood plant centuries ago, with records preserved in texts for future generations. Academician 2's team not only discovered artemisinin, but also applied it in clinical medicine, now being promoted in Yunnan and western Guangdong. After hearing this, Old Zhang appeared contemplative, murmuring to himself, Has Xiao Tu already reached such a level? Lin Ziyuan did not quite catch his words and inquired, Old Zhang, what did you say? Regaining his focus, Old Zhang replied, Oh, it's nothing, just some thoughts across my mind. So, you have optimized the formula and successfully produced the medicinal concoction, with excellent results? Lin Ziyuan nodded. This was indeed the case, and he could not evade the truth. Haha, the younger generation is truly formidable. Old Zhang seemed to have received the answer he sought. So he did not linger on the matter, but instead shifted the conversation to inquire about the situation in Lin Ziyuan's village. They conversed for quite some time, during which Lin Ziyuan discovered that this elder was far from an ordinary teacher. His knowledge was profound, and he was well-versed in various theories, his identity a mystery. However, he was reluctant to disclose more, evidently harboring his own reservations, which Lin Ziyuan did not press. Upon learning that Baishir Valley had raised 500 pigs and established a brick factory, with every household now utilizing electric lights, Old Zhang felt as if he were dreaming. He mused aloud, I truly hope that all the citizens of Huagua can live such a life. Lin Ziyuan then suggested, Old Zhang, why not move to our Baishir Valley? Chapter 81. Persuading Old Zhang move to Baishir Valley? Old Zhang was evidently taken aback by Lin Ziyuan's unexpected invitation. Yes, move to Baishir Valley. After a considerable pause, Old Zhang finally spoke, Comrade Ziyuan, this is not merely a matter of relocating. Not to mention my frail health, which renders me incapable of work, and moving would only add to your village's burdens, as well as my own. Moreover, it is uncertain whether the production team would permit my departure, or if the Public Welfare Committee would approve it. Lin Ziyuan promptly responded, Old Zhang, you need not worry about these matters. All I require is your willingness to tutor. Baishir Valley is only a few miles from Mashikan, and if you wish to return for a visit, a tractor ride would take merely 20 minutes. Old Zhang still had reservations. First, tell me, what can this old man contribute to your village? Raise pigs? Your village already has over a dozen people raising pigs. My presence is hardly essential. Besides, I can no longer perform manual labor. Lin Ziyuan chuckled and said, What you say is true. Having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure. I wish to invite you to our village to assist the educated youth with their studies. Studies? Yes, studies. From our conversation today, I can see that you are a capable individual with deep expertise in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, as well as in analyzing significant events. Our educated youth in Baisher Valley feel that they have nearly forgotten the knowledge they once acquired over the years of production and life. Recently, they have begun to study voluntarily, striving to reclaim lost knowledge, gathering at the youth center at night to read by lamplight, review, and support each other in enhancing their understanding. However, attempting to learn in isolation often leads to errors. They require a skilled teacher to help them organize their thoughts and clarify their doubts. Today, upon encountering you, I felt you were quite suitable, and it seems a waste to confine your talents in the pigsty. It was then that old Zhang comprehended Lin Ziyuan's intentions and inquired, "Is there no dissent in the village regarding your grand undertaking? Will there be no reports made?" Lin Ziyuan replied with a smile, "Rest assured, in Baisha, it is not only the educated youth who are learning. Anyone in the family who aspires to progress is welcome to join our study sessions. There is no distinction. The Hakka people possess an ingrained drive for education and a strong sense of duty to uplift their family's reputation. It is almost an obsession. Even if just one person has the potential to achieve the highest honors, the entire clan will exert their utmost efforts to support him." Old Zhang realized that in Mashikan, he was indeed holding back the villagers. He was not adept at pig farming, merely overseeing the courtyard, and he had no income, relying solely on the charity of his neighbors. Considering his recent hospitalization, it was likely that Mashikan would have to cover his medical expenses. If he could leave, and there was a place willing to take him in, he would be more than willing to depart, as he could then create value for others. Over the years, the members of Mashikan had provided him with considerable assistance, especially during his recent illness, which must have cost a significant amount. To leave like this felt unjust to him. Lin Ziyuan smiled and reassured him, "Old Zhang, do not worry. Once you arrive at Baishigu, the village will record your work points, and you will receive a year-end bonus. I trust you will earn a decent sum, and when the time comes, you can decide how to give back to Mashikan. As for your hospital expenses, I will find a way to handle it, so you need not fret." Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's words, old Zhang finally smiled. "If that is the case, then this old body shall contribute to Baishigu, ha. However, due to the recent stabilization of old Zhang's condition, he could not be discharged immediately and required further observation. During this time, Lin Ziyuan could efficiently process old Zhang's transfer request, which he believed the commune would approve. Their conversation lasted over an hour, and upon concluding his discussion with old Zhang, Lin Ziyuan felt a sense of relief. He had initially planned to bring his parents and a group of influential individuals from Shuicheng to serve as teachers for the educated youth for a year. But upon reaching Zhushan village, he realized the situation was not as straightforward as he had envisioned. Unlike old Zhang, who was merely relocating from one village to another within the Qingxi commune, the cross-district transfers for his group would require approval from the provincial authorities. Old Zhang's presence conveniently alleviated Lin Ziyuan's urgent predicament, allowing him to forego occasional visits to the youth center for tutoring. As Lin Ziyuan, accompanied by Duo and Lin Yinshu, stepped out of the hospital room, they encountered Zhao Gang approaching them. "Old Zhao, Ziyuan, what a coincidence. I was just intending to find you. And here we are." At that moment, Zhong Weihua also arrived, smiling as he said, "Director Zhao, Comrade Ziyuan, this is not the place for discussions. Let us proceed to the office." "Very well." To the office, Lin Yinshu, aware of the serious matters at hand, took Duo to another area to play. In the office of the principal, the three took their seats, and Zhong Weihua began to report on the work to Zhao Gang. "Director Zhao, after a day of diligent effort, the condition of the critically ill patients in the hospital has stabilized, thanks to the medication formulated by Comrade Ziyuan." Zhao Gang responded with satisfaction, stating, "Indeed, your hospital has performed admirably. Throughout my journey, all the comrades have praised our hospital for its timely assistance to both patients and medical staff. However," he continued, "Director Zhao, while the critical cases in the hospital are now under control, the influx of patients from various towns continues to rise. Although most of them are mild cases that can be managed with common medications, such as chloroquine, the severe cases pose a significant challenge, particularly as the remaining supply of the tablets crafted by Comrade Ziyuan is dwindling. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He turned to Lin Ziyuan beside him and inquired, "Ziyuan, can you still produce this medication?" Lin Ziyuan replied, "It is feasible to produce it, but currently, I lack the raw materials. Director Zhong has provided me with nearly all the Artemisia annua available in the warehouse, from which I was able to create this batch. To produce more, we will need to procure additional Artemisia annua. Is it possible to use alternative materials?" Lin Ziyuan shook his head, stating, "Other materials do not meet the extraction requirements." Zhao Gang then looked toward Zhong Weihua, asking, "Old Zhong, what is the situation? Can we resolve the raw material issue?" Zhong Weihua shook his head with difficulty. "The Artemisia annua will not be ready for harvest until August, and it requires additional processes, such as drying. It is still premature. Moreover, each hospital has limited stock, and it is not feasible to obtain such quantities in a short time. If necessary, we will need to report to higher authorities and source from large pharmaceutical manufacturers." He continued, "Our city lacks large pharmaceutical factories. Only the provincial capital has them. Even if we source from there, time is of the essence. The artemisinin preparations I previously applied for are still en route. Furthermore, I am concerned that even if this batch of medication arrives, it may not achieve the same efficacy as that produced by Comrade Lin Ziyuan." Zhao Gang was taken aback, asking, "Ziyuan, what should we do?" Lin Ziyuan replied, "Actually, Director Zhong had previously inquired about how to handle the formulation and production method of this medication. At that time, I refrained from disclosing anything, merely stating that I was considering it. Now that you, old Zhao, have raised this question, I would like to share my thoughts." Chapter 82. Patent must be applied for regarding this formula. I can provide it free of charge. Really? Zhong Weihua exclaimed with delight. Currently, malaria is predominantly spread in impoverished regions of Africa and the White Elephant country, and while the incidence in our country has been significant, it is gradually declining with our increasing awareness of health issues. However, I hope that the production of the medication will be undertaken by our county in Tinghang. Zhao Gang questioned, "Why the county?" "Our county's pharmaceutical factory primarily produces only some tetracycline and seems to have little else." Lin Ziyuan smiled and said, "Precisely for this reason. Every medication has its own cost and profit margins, particularly in comparison to other medications with similar efficacy. Take, for instance, two medications. One alleviates symptoms, while the other offers a cure. One may take 3 months to show improvement, while the other takes merely 1 month. One costs 1 yuan, while the other costs only 50 cents. Which do you think people will choose?" Zhong Weihua replied, "Certainly the second option. Indeed, if the county could utilize the factory that exclusively produces tetracycline to manufacture artemisinin preparations, with the Ministry of Health procuring these uniformly to supply the provinces in need, and even exporting to regions in Africa and the so-called White Elephant countries, then considering a market exceeding 100 million, even if merely 30% of the population were willing to purchase, one could only imagine the profits that could be generated." Zhao Gang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. However, Zhong Weihua appeared somewhat despondent. "Director Zhong, do you have any thoughts to share?" "Please don't remain disheartened," Zhao Gang remarked, noticing Zhong Weihua's unusual expression. Zhong Weihua, with a hint of grievance, replied, "Actually, I initially intended for Comrade Ziyuan to convey the production methods to Haishi Pharmaceutical. This particular factory has invested significantly in research and development over the past few years, yet the results have been dismally scant, leading to persistent inefficiency. In contrast, several large pharmaceutical companies in the north have achieved considerable results, making Haishi Pharmaceutical seem rather redundant. Thus, Zhong Weihua wished to assist his former institution. Yet he did not anticipate the ensuing conversation. Once they grasped Zhong Weihua's intentions, Lin Ziyuan smiled and reassured him, "Director Zhong, there's truly no need to be so apprehensive. Although artemisinin may not allow our provincial pharmaceutical factory to participate in its production, it does not signify a lack of opportunities for collaboration." Zhong Weihua's eyes lit up. "What sort of collaboration do you envision?" "There remain countless diseases awaiting our efforts to conquer. Even if malaria can be treated, what if we could develop vaccines? vaccines for rotavirus, hepatitis A and B, and an array of conditions such as pneumococcus and meningococcus require both drug and vaccine development. This endeavor cannot rest solely on my shoulders or those of the county's pharmaceutical factory. It necessitates a multitude of researchers dedicating years, even decades, to this cause. Lin Ziyuan's words astonished Zhong Weihua, and even Zhao Gang, their leader, sat up straighter. Lin Ziyuan's ambition was monumental. Are you suggesting that you possess methodologies for producing these vaccines? Zhong Weihua's voice quivered slightly. Not precisely, but I do have a general concept and some directions. With the assistance of medical researchers, we might achieve breakthroughs in certain pharmaceuticals. Lin Ziyuan was not exaggerating. He was a man with a photographic memory, clearly understanding the complexities at hand. Are you proposing that the province send personnel to collaborate with the county's pharmaceutical factory to jointly develop new vaccines? Zhong Weihua inquired. Exactly. That is my proposition. At that moment, Zhao Gang interjected with a crucial inquiry. I must interrupt. Researching so many vaccines will undoubtedly require substantial funding. Merely relying on malaria medication would hardly suffice to fill this financial gap, correct? This is a very practical concern. Research cannot proceed without capital. Do you possess sufficient funds for such an endeavor? This question did not daunt Lin Ziyuan. The financial issue can be addressed by initially producing and selling some new medications. He then elaborated on his plan to Zhao Gang and Zhong Weihua, leaving both men wide-eyed with astonishment. Is this truly humanly possible? This is genius. However, these pharmaceuticals must undergo clinical validation to obtain market approval. Moreover, there exists a critical issue. Exporting to the United States hinges primarily on patents. Patents? Were they? China enacted its first patent law in 1984, and prior to that, there were nearly no measures for patent protection. Take artemisinin, discovered in 1971, for instance. Due to the absence of an international patent application, Novartis dominated the global market in the 1980s, while China could only serve as a supplier of raw materials. Therefore, for the manufacturing sector to prosper and earn foreign revenue, safeguarding our intellectual property and applying for international patents is of utmost importance. Although one might occasionally achieve certification through collaboration with international organizations, this remains a last resort. After Lin Ziyuan elucidated the stakes of patents to the two individuals, they felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. If others register a patent for something we've invented, does that mean we can't produce it? Is doing so illegal? What kind of rogue regulation is this? Zhao Gang exclaimed angrily. Unfortunately, this is the game of aligning with international standards. I must first prove that I created this. And if you wish to use it, you must compensate me. Otherwise, if everyone can utilize what we've painstakingly developed, no one will continue to engage in research. Everyone would simply wait to copy others' work. Neither of the two were particularly versed in economic law, let alone the intricacies of patents, but thanks to Lin Ziyuan's explanation, they grasped some fundamental principles. Since you say our country lacks a patent system, how can we apply for one? Shou Gong inquired. First, we must expedite the enactment of patent law, though this is currently challenging, as passing a law is no simple feat. Secondly, we should go to Hong Kong. Hong Kong? Yes, Hong Kong is close to the mainland and is an international metropolis. It has patent organizations akin to those in the United States and other Western nations, and is recognized internationally. However, I heard that. Lin Ziyuan anticipated Zhong Weihua's concerns and interjected, this matter cannot be resolved through our discussions. It requires a decision from higher authorities. Dean Zhong should have connections within the Ministry of Commerce. If possible, please convey our thoughts to them. I believe they are even more interested in profit than we are. We need not worry about the patent matters. As for the current shortage of pharmaceuticals, we can only source materials from nearby counties. Once we have enough, I will undertake the production again. It is not that I wish to conceal my inadequacies. In truth, the success rate is rather low, and I fear that entrusting it to others would lead to excessive material wastage. After their conversation, Zhao Gang dismissed Zhong Weihua, as he had other matters to discuss with Lin Ziyuan. Ziyuan, how is the plan for the mineral resources coming along? Chapter 83, The Arrival of the Exploration Team. I was just about to discuss this with you, and you've asked first. I have prepared the necessary materials, but in the haste of my arrival, I did not bring them with me. Have you made arrangements? Zhao Gang nodded slightly, stating, I have found the personnel. The team leader is Chu Chengying, the deputy captain of the 2nd Exploration Team from the County Mining Company. He will be accompanied by 5 colleagues who joined the company last year. Rest assured, I have inquired about Comrade Chu Chengying, and he has received commendable evaluations from everyone. He is honest, diligent, and possesses extensive exploration experience, an excellent assistant. Although the others may lack experience, they are all hardworking and eager to learn. Upon hearing the name Chu Chengying, Lin Ziyuan paused momentarily. He had heard of this individual, who had previously served as an assistant to Boss Chun and was indeed a rare talent in geological exploration in Tinghang. His presence would undoubtedly provide significant assistance to the project. Lin Ziyuan nodded in satisfaction, asking, where are they now? They are in the county. They were supposed to go to Baishigu to meet you today, but since you were busy at the hospital, they did not make the trip. Would you like to meet them first? Lin Ziyuan contemplated for a moment before replying, no need. Let them head directly to the village, bringing along the surveying equipment and a map. I will review the specifics of the exploration on site. The exploration team had their own vehicle as they traversed the rugged wilderness. It would be unreasonable to expect them to traverse the mountains barefoot. All right, I will accompany you to the countryside to check on the situation in Baishigu. Please provide me with a brief overview during the journey, so I will be prepared to answer any inquiries from above. I cannot simply rely on your information while remaining oblivious myself. Lin Ziyuan added with a chuckle. Very well. After we finish our meal, I will inform Lao Zhong, and we can take your vehicle back, Zhao Gang replied. Thus, Lin Ziyuan's family managed to hitch a ride once more. Hu Qingshu was retained by the county hospital to assist, as having an additional doctor was always beneficial. On the way, Lin Ziyuan shared the general plan with Zhao Gang, particularly regarding the situation of Lan Jingshan, which was deemed a dormant mine. Previously, it may not have been deemed valuable for extraction due to limited conditions and outdated exploration methods and technologies. However, armed with new ideas and foreknowledge of the mineral deposits, Lin Ziyuan felt confident that the excavation of the gold and copper mines was nearly assured. Chu Chengying's vehicle arrived half an hour later than Zhao Gang's, as they had received a last-minute notice to head to Baishigu to organize equipment and supplies, which was commendable in itself. Hearing the sound of an engine outside, Lin Ziyuan promptly stepped out to investigate, only to be surprised by the arrival of a truck. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 30s, who alighted from the passenger seat as the others jumped down from the truck bed, gathering at Lin Ziyuan's doorstep. Upon seeing Zhao Gang, the middle-aged man hurried forward, stating, Director Zhao, we have arrived. Allow me to introduce you to the individual responsible for your exploration task, Comrade Lin Ziyuan. Zhao Gang gestured towards Lin Ziyuan. Chu Qing observed the leader before him, appearing no older than 27 or 28, and wondered how he could assume such a position. Was he merely a beneficiary of connections? With a furrowed brow, he nonetheless extended a polite handshake to Lin Ziyuan, greeting him with, Hello, Captain Chu. Hello, Comrade Ziyuan, Lin Ziyuan replied. Although Chu Chengying's expression was subtle, Lin Ziyuan discerned it, and he had a fairly accurate understanding of his thoughts. However, Lin Ziyuan remained unconcerned. It is only natural for anyone to harbor doubts about their abilities upon learning of his age. Moreover, the fact that Chu Chengying could attain the position of Deputy General Manager at the Blue Gold Group indicates that both his competence and character have earned the recognition of his peers. Come, do not linger outside. Step in for some tea. The originally modest living room suddenly became exceedingly crowded with nearly 10 individuals, creating a sense of overwhelming tightness. There were not enough stools, and aside from Lin Ziyuan, Zhao Gang, and a few key figures including Chu Qing, the others were left standing. Lin Ziyuan unfurled the map brought by Chu Qing onto the table, retrieved a pencil, and began elucidating the locations from his memory. He annotated several potential mineral sites in conjunction with the mining methods he had meticulously devised, highlighting specific details and regions that required close attention. Initially, Chu Qing presumed Lin Ziyuan was merely engaging in theoretical discussions devoid of practical experience, and he regarded it with some disdain. However, as Lin Ziyuan continued his exposition, Chu Qing became increasingly astonished, especially when Lin Ziyuan presented his written work, which left him profoundly impressed. The content was so exquisite that it was truly breathtaking. One would require at least a decade of exploration experience and systematic education in mining to produce such material. Could this be the work of a 27 or 28-year-old? Most importantly, every point he articulated was well-founded and substantiated, as if he had personally surveyed the entire mining area. And the delineated regions on the map resembled hidden treasures awaiting discovery. Observing Lin Ziyuan's eloquence, Chu Qingying too adopted a serious demeanor and took out paper and pen to record detailed notes. The disdain he previously harbored transformed into earnest consideration. During this time, no one interrupted Lin Ziyuan until he paused to drink water after more than half an hour of discourse. Setting down his cup, he surveyed the group and inquired, "Comrades, do you have any further questions?" Although Zhao Gang was a supervising leader, he lacked in-depth insights on such specialized matters. Nonetheless, as a leader, the ability to utilize talent is paramount, and he promptly asked, "Indeed, if there are any queries, please voice them now." The young individuals exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gaze on Chu Qingying. As the primary leader of the team, he differed from the other newcomers who had recently joined. He harbored some personal insights regarding exploration, and after a moment of contemplation, he articulated several queries. These inquiries were anticipated by Lin Ziyuan. As an inexperienced youth, it was improbable for him to produce flawless work, which was part of his persona. Therefore, he had intentionally modified certain content to render his article imperfect, allowing others to identify the issues present. He could then address these concerns, thereby averting embarrassment, a strategic maneuver indeed. As the group of individuals concluded their meeting, the initially skeptical team, led by Chu Qingying, found themselves thoroughly convinced and brimming with confidence, ready to embark on their expedition into the mountains. However, just as they set out, they were halted by Zhao Gang. Chapter 84. Digging deep within the vast mountains, Old Chu. Director, there is no need to report today's events back to the company. Should any issues arise, discuss them directly with Ziyuan. I will take full responsibility. Focus solely on executing your tasks and leave the rest to me. Such a leader, who refrains from chaotic micromanagement, avoids directing professionals in their own domain, and understands the importance of delegating authority while providing robust support to subordinates, is a rare find. Chu Qingying, not a novice in the workplace, had sensed the county's growing dissatisfaction with the mining company even before he was required to lead the exploration alone. Yet, the mining company was far from the straightforward entity it appeared to be. Every pit was populated by individuals entwined in various relationships. Those who collected salaries without contributing or were incapable of yielding results faced little consequence. Finding minerals is a challenging endeavor. If we as professionals struggle to locate them, what makes you think you can succeed? With such a mindset, the entire company adopted an attitude of complacency. Displeased with this approach, Chu Qingying found himself isolated, becoming an outlier. The few young individuals he brought along, still untainted by the cynicism of experience, demonstrated a spirit of ambition through their observations. Thus, he sought their input and decided to take them along. Old Chu nodded in agreement, recognizing that if today's endeavor succeeded, it could herald a significant transformation in the economic development of Tinghang County, offering a chance to alter its history of poverty. Armed with instruments, Old Chu and his team ventured into the depths of the mountains. Lin Ziyuan estimated that results would not materialize for at least a month. However, they were already operating with an advantage. Otherwise, in the vast wilderness, results would only emerge after 6 months to a year. Zhao Gang departed as well, taking with him the documents prepared by Lin Ziyuan. He intended to present the research and outcomes to the provincial authorities once Chu Qingying achieved tangible results. Fueled by an even bolder plan. "Shouldn't we have a meal before they leave? I was about to cook some noodles," Li Yinshu remarked, donning an apron while watching the dust kicked up by vehicles outside. "Everyone is quite busy. Old Zhao must return to oversee the pandemic response, so we'll manage our own meal." The heat intensified, and despite his family's affluence, Lin Ziyuan found it impractical to stockpile meat, as it would spoil quickly. He reminisced about the days when air conditioning and refrigerators were commonplace, with ice-cold cola and the ease of consuming meat and seafood. Now, he had to contend with storage dilemmas. Nevertheless, he understood that this situation was only temporary. It wasn't that refrigerators were unavailable, but rather prohibitively expensive due to technological and material constraints. Currently, only government offices, large hotels, or households of notable status could afford them. Moreover, a significant reason for the lack of refrigerators in many rural areas was the absence of electricity, rendering them futile. Due to his exhaustion over the past few days, Lin Ziyuan did not clock in at the pig farm, but chose instead to stay at home, spending time with Duo. Duo had taken a day off, and she did not need to attend kindergarten in the afternoon. After a meal, Lin Ziyuan rested at home with Duo, reclining on the cool mat. He narrated stories to her while gently fanning her with a palm leaf, and soon, Duo drifted off to sleep. Once she was asleep, Lin Ziyuan covered her with a light blanket and retreated to the west room to immerse himself in work. The tasks he had promised Jun would take him another 10 days to complete. If he hurried, he might even be able to accelerate the timeline. Li Yinshu still went to work that afternoon. Taking one day off had cost her a significant number of work points, which weighed heavily on her heart. Unlike Lin Ziyuan, who could earn work points at home, she felt disheartened. Lin Ziyuan had suggested she assist at the pig farm to avoid the sun and rain, but she declined, fearing that if the whole family engaged in light work, it would draw criticism. During dinner that evening, a sudden burst of music resonated throughout the village, followed by Yang Qi's voice. "Hello, hello, can you hear me? Boom, boom, boom." Upon hearing the commotion, Duo abandoned her bowl and chopsticks, rushing outside to see where the sound was coming from. "Daddy, there's a fairy. Uncle has turned into a fairy. How loud?" Lin Ziyuan chuckled and gently tapped her forehead, saying, "What nonsense. That's just the broadcast." With the village finally electrified, Yang Qi's long-awaited broadcasting studio and loudspeaker had arrived in recent days. Previously, coordinating village matters required notifying each household individually, which was not only exhausting but also time-consuming. Now, with the loudspeaker, any announcement could simply be made from the studio, allowing everyone to hear it. "Attention, comrades! Attention, comrades! At 8 p.m. tonight, all village officials are to gather at the brigade headquarters for a meeting. All village officials, please arrive at the brigade headquarters by 8 p.m. Following this announcement, the music sailing the vast sea depends on the helmsman played. Duo, captivated by the music, refused to return inside, even neglecting her meal. It took Li Yinshu wielding a small bamboo stick to coax her back indoors, where she discovered that the music could also be heard inside, prompting her to eat while listening to the tunes. From that evening onward, it became customary for the villagers to enjoy half an hour of music in the evenings. At 7:30 p.m., Lin Ziyuan and Li Yinshu finished their chores and stepped out with Duo. Duo was headed to Yang Qi's home to play with Peng Zhong, while Li Yinshu went to the youth point to study, and Lin Ziyuan proceeded to the brigade headquarters for the meeting. Upon entering the headquarters, Lin Ziyuan was immediately overwhelmed by a cloud of smoke. There were over a dozen people inside, with more than 10 smoking, indulging in hand-rolled cigarettes made from their own tobacco leaves. The tobacco culture in Huagua was indeed robust, with tobacco taxes capable of sustaining its military. However, at this time, the situation wasn't as severe, as the tobacco was all homemade. Lin Ziyuan mused about the possibility of establishing a cigarette factory, complete with filters and processed tobacco to reduce harmful substances, wondering if it might become a commercial success. Yet, he merely entertained the thought, hesitant to take action. Whether in the present or decades hence, the manufacturing and sale of cigarettes necessitate exceedingly stringent protocols, often restricted solely to state-owned enterprises. Nevertheless, with a spark of ingenuity and diligent effort, one might still carve out a niche in this domain. It is recalled that every province in Huagua boasted its own cigarette factory, with the earliest and most successful in Haishi province being the Longshore City Cigarette Factory, renowned for producing the Wolf brand cigarettes. In a previous life, the price of Wolf brand cigarettes ranged from 7 or 8 yuan per pack to 100 yuan per pack. However, due to various movements, production has largely ceased, and the factory's antiquated machinery teeters on the brink of collapse. In 1977, the cigarette factory underwent expansion, which revitalized its output. With a year remaining, it remains uncertain whether an opportunity to intervene will arise. Yet, he was soon pulled back into the present. Ziyuan, we are waiting for you. Come in and take a seat. We are about to commence the meeting. Lin Ziyuan acknowledged and settled onto a chair. Comrades, the crops in the fields now require minimal attention. Hence, the county has issued a notice for collective labor across the region, and our village has been allocated 30 slots. Chapter 85. The Village Meeting Secretary. What task has the county assigned us? Someone inquired. We're to work on the Dongshan Reservoir, came the reply. Dongshan Reservoir? Indeed. Recently, the Superior Water Conservancy Department conducted a thorough inspection of the Dongshan Reservoir. Previously, to facilitate the smooth release of water, and given the busy farming season, we could not spare personnel for more than basic maintenance. Now, with a month remaining until June, while ensuring agricultural production, our village is required to mobilize 30 comrades for a strenuous 15-day effort to restore the reservoir. Yang Qi emphasized the term restore rather than rebuild, a distinction of great significance. The summer rains in Haishi province are abundant, often resulting in heavy downpours. Thus, undertaking a complete reconstruction of the reservoir during this season poses significant risks and costs. The county has evaluated the risk levels of all reservoirs during this period and has decided against large-scale reconstruction, opting instead to address only the identified breaches and irreparable areas. This situation is not unique to Dongshan Reservoir. All reservoirs in Tinghang County are currently in a similar state, albeit with varying degrees of severity. In previous years, this time was dedicated to repairing irrigation channels or bringing new land into cultivation. This year is the reservoir that requires attention. Must we send only male comrades? It would be inconvenient for the female comrades to participate, someone remarked. Is it one per household? The room buzzed with discussion. Yanqi refrained from interrupting, allowing the conversation to flow for several minutes before interjecting. In principle, having one per household is acceptable. However, our village's circumstances are unique. The pig farm and brick factory require manpower and cannot spare anyone, so we must revisit this matter. Indeed, as is the case with Lin Ziyuan's family, there is but one male member and other responsibilities abound. If he were to go to the reservoir, it would only hinder progress on other fronts. I propose that households with more male members contribute a few extra individuals. Let's all grit our teeth and ensure the work is executed splendidly. I concur. So do I. In truth, there is little need for extensive discussion. Households with greater manpower quickly resolved to send an additional worker, and soon enough, the numbers were adequately met. As has been customary in the past, everyone was eager to participate, for engaging in collective labor meant that the production team would distribute grain uniformly, and, additionally, the daily work points would exceed the usual amount, akin to being dispatched on an official errand, with food and lodging reimbursed. Most importantly, upon returning from each collective endeavor, the commune and county would commend the production team that excelled, for honor held paramount significance in the hearts of individuals during this era. Thus, the matter was settled. Those involved were to register with Accountant Liang upon reporting for work tomorrow, with work points compensated as per the established practice. Members of the cooperative were advised to prepare for departure the day after, with Uncle Zhang Changgang leading the team. Zhang Changgang, a village elder in his 50s, remained remarkably vigorous, having led collective labor efforts in previous years. Very well, Accountant Liang, ensure that the supplies for the cooperative members are adequately arranged. When the time comes to depart, have Comrade Huang Chunxing operate the tractor to make additional trips, transporting grain and personal belongings for everyone. Since this was not the first time organizing collective labor, Yang Qi managed the arrangements with ease, swiftly delegating tasks while also reminding everyone to prioritize safety. If there are no further matters, you may all return home and rest early. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan stood up. Comrades, I have something to discuss and would like to seek your opinions. All eyes turned to Lin Ziyuan, who stood in attention. Please, share your thoughts, urged Yang Qi. It pertains to the recent malaria situation, which everyone is aware of, as well as our participation in the mosquito eradication efforts. I encountered an elder at the county hospital, a veteran comrade from the Masher production team. Lin Ziyuan recounted old Zhang's situation, emphasizing his vast knowledge. Therefore, I propose we invite him to join our production team. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, most individuals furrowed their brows, questioning the purpose of bringing in an elderly man. Lin Xiaozai, you mean old Zhang? Is it not Zhang Wenhua? Indeed, Zhang Wenhua. Guoqiang, are you familiar with him? Asked Wang Guoqiang, the leader of a group. I have heard of him. My aunt married into Ma Shi. She mentioned that he was responsible for pig farming there, a decent person, albeit in frail health due to his age. Lin Jiao, do you wish to invite him to assist in pig farming? I believe Xia Laosi has been managing quite well, remarked another. Lin Ziyuan smiled and shook his head. Not for pig farming, but rather to tutor the youth in our village. He then elaborated on the challenges faced by the youth in the village without professional guidance, which had become the most pressing issue requiring resolution. Everyone could sense that resistance to revisiting high school knowledge had diminished, as they were all convinced that the restoration of the college entrance examination was merely a matter of a few years. I wish to invite him to mentor the children in our village. With a teacher's guidance, it is akin to a ship navigating under the light of a lighthouse, reducing the chances of straying off course and enhancing our focus. The opportunities for university admission would consequently increase. He followed this by recounting old Zhang's selfless act of volunteering to be the first to test a new medication at the hospital, demonstrating his commitment to others' well-being. At that moment, the comrades who had previously been hesitant finally resolved to take action. In this outbreak of malaria, 7 or 8 individuals from Baishigu were sent to the hospital. Fortunately, their conditions stabilized swiftly, thanks in part to the assistance of old Zhang. Who could bear to turn away a hero? Should old Zhang relocate here, we could initially arrange for him to stay at the educated youth site, and the allocation of work points could be determined through discussion within the village. Some expressed their concerns. Would the commune agree to old Zhang's transfer? And would Mashikan consent as well? I had conversed with old Zhang regarding this matter. There was little issue with Mashikan, as he would merely reside there and engage in minimal labor. As for the commune, I would speak on the matter, and I anticipated no complications. What could possibly go awry? If necessary, we could enlist Zhao Gang's assistance. Surely, no one would doubt an elderly man's capabilities. If everyone concurred, we could finalize this arrangement, and once old Zhang was discharged, I would invite him over. Soon, the decision was set, for the sake of the village's development. The members of Baishigu were willing to accommodate anything. Consequently, events unfolded smoothly, with the members departing for the Dongshan Reservoir on the 3rd day. After several days of treatment, patients at the county hospital gradually began to be discharged, and Lin Ziyuan made another trip to the county to procure a batch of medicine. The malaria crisis in Tinghang County had finally subsided. By the end of May, old Zhang was welcomed to the Baishigu Educated Youth site, and his arrival stirred excitement among the residents, who even contemplated organizing a welcome ceremony for him, though old Zhang declined, preferring to maintain a low profile. After being detained for over a week, Li Yunfeng was finally released. On the day following his return, he visited Lin Ziyuan's home to express his gratitude to his brother-in-law. However, to his surprise, he was met with resistance at the doorstep. The individuals blocking his entry were armed guards. Chapter 86. The hexagonal warrior Li Yunfeng had been apprehended for counterfeiting and spent more than a week in the Public Security Bureau, undergoing comprehensive legal education. Fortunately, Lin Ziyuan had intervened on his behalf, ensuring that he endured no significant hardships during his time in custody. His 2 classmates, however, were less fortunate, facing several years of imprisonment as a cautionary example. Upon returning home, Yang Ging insisted that he bring a basket of eggs to Lin Ziyuan as a token of appreciation. Even as a brother-in-law, a visit was deemed necessary. Thus, he rose before 6 o'clock, traversing for over an hour under the sun, ultimately arriving at his brother-in-law's residence. Yet, as he entered the village, he sensed something amiss, spotting an unusually large crowd gathered before his brother-in-law's home, greater than the number present during his arrest. Fearing something had transpired, he quickened his pace to ascertain the situation. However, before he could step into the courtyard, he was halted by 2 soldiers clad in military uniforms, rifles in hand. "Comrade, my brother-in-law lives inside. I must enter." "Negative, comrade. Without the superior's permission, no one may pass." One soldier firmly barred his entry. "Comrade, what is happening inside? Could you please inform me?" However, After the soldiers uttered their initial words, there was no further response. They simply prevented anyone from approaching. Li Yinfeng had no choice but to stand outside the door, waiting alongside others. Among those gathered at the entrance, aside from the soldiers, there were numerous individuals who appeared to be government officials, as well as bespectacled intellectuals and even factory workers in their work attire. What could possibly be happening today? Why was there such commotion at his brother-in-law's house? He stood by the entrance, straining to listen to the sounds within. Eavesdropping seemed permissible, yet the more he listened, the more he sensed something amiss. It sounded as though the people inside were arguing. "Mr. He, this is rather unreasonable. We arrived first. So why should we be made to wait in the back? Are you trying to bully the younger generation? What do you mean by bullying the younger generation? Ask Zhao Lin if we didn't agree to come here 2 weeks ago. What's wrong with asserting ourselves over you younger folks? Even if your father were here, I would say the same. Uncle He, please calm down. There is no Uncle He here, only Director He. Yuan, don't try to get chummy with me. I'm not falling for that. Yuan Changgang, Mr. He, Director Wu from our business department sent me. Don't try to cozy up to me. If there is something to discuss, have Xiao Wu come speak with me." In an instant, the small Lin residence was filled with a cacophony of voices. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan was equally bewildered. After dropping off Duo at kindergarten, he returned to find his home besieged. Representing the military Sky Mirror project was He Jijun, while Yuan Qinggang was there on behalf of the municipal machinery factory, and Chun Zhongwen represented the provincial health committee, with Chao Jijia from the provincial commerce department. Aside from Yuan Qinggang, the rest were prominent figures. Yet, Lin Ziyuan had been one of the earliest partners of theirs. In the brief span it took him to boil water, the four were already embroiled in a heated discussion in the living room, each unwilling to yield. "Esteemed leaders, let us converse civilly. Please refrain from quarreling lest we offend one another," Lin Ziyuan implored, placing the cups before them. Think you could snatch someone from my grasp? Not a chance." It turned out that Lin Ziyuan had agreed to present some of his thoughts and theories regarding the Air Force in written form to He Jijun that day. To his surprise, upon reviewing Lin Ziyuan's work, He Jijun was ecstatic and immediately expressed his desire to bring Lin Ziyuan into his project team. However, Chun Zhongwen, who had arrived half an hour earlier, was displeased, for Zhong Weihua had reported Lin Ziyuan's production of artemisinin to higher authorities. And the provincial health committee took it very seriously, dispatching him to verify the situation. He had arrived in the county the day prior and, after learning about Lin Ziyuan's remarkable achievements in saving lives with his handcrafted medicines at the county hospital, was utterly astonished. Consequently, he hastily reported back, and the higher-ups insisted that he personally visit Lin Ziyuan's home, employing whatever means necessary to secure his position at the medical research center. If possible, they even aimed to recommend him to the Ministry of Health, recognizing him as a once-in-a-century talent. It is worth noting that in the future, an individual who crafted rocket fuel by hand achieved 8 Mach rings, garnering the attention of the Aerospace Academy and receiving an invitation for admission. This exemplifies the importance that Huagua places on talent. Meanwhile, Yuan Qinggang's visit was prompted by the successful month-long trial of a biogas generator that operated steadily and yielded significant results. He sought Lin Ziyuan's counsel on matters of mass production. Moreover, Lin Ziyuan also mentioned that once the generator is promoted, there will be new projects for collaboration. The provincial government is highly attentive to this matter. Achieving electricity access for every village would undoubtedly be a significant accomplishment for the provincial leaders. Consequently, they have begun to take this issue seriously. Since Yuan Changgang and Lin Ziyuan are well acquainted, he was tasked with handling this matter and invited Lin Ziyuan to work at the Mechanical Manufacturing and Design Department of the Provincial Design Institute. As for Chao Jijia, he became even more enthusiastic. Lin Ziyuan's insights on pharmaceutical patent issues have captivated the Provincial Department of Commerce, which has been discussing patent matters recently. They wish to invite Lin Ziyuan to serve as a consultant for the Department of Commerce, allowing him to contribute significantly to future patent and foreign trade endeavors. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to Baishigu, eager to meet Lin Ziyuan and inquire about his opinions. However, upon entering, he was met with a rather dramatic scene. He Jijun initially intended to have his bodyguard prevent their entry, but after some reflection, he realized that this was Lin Ziyuan's home, and, as the rightful host, He ultimately relented and permitted the key individuals to enter. Little did he expect that they would immediately attempt to poach Lin Ziyuan, which he could not condone, leading to an immediate confrontation. Upon understanding the unfolding situation, Lin Ziyuan felt a surge of frustration. He had anticipated that upgrading He Ji-jun's weaponry would disrupt his previously tranquil life, yet he never imagined it would escalate into such chaos. Yang Shi had received early news that several vehicles had entered the village, initially presuming they were county officials. However, after waiting for some time without any sign of them at the brigade headquarters, he soon realized the vehicles had proceeded to Lin Ziyuan's residence. The narrow dirt road was now congested with cars, and soldiers stood guard at the entrance, allowing no one to pass. He sighed and turned back to the brigade headquarters, acknowledging that this was beyond his purview. Upon encountering He Ji-jun's usual assertiveness, Lin Ziyuan felt compelled to speak. Old He, let's sit down and discuss this matter. Resolving it amicably would be the best course of action. After all, if you do not allow them to speak, how can they report back to their superiors? The ability to make such reports is their concern, not mine. Lin Ziyuan persisted in his reasoning until He Ji-jun finally conceded. We can discuss this, but I have one condition. It must not hinder military affairs. This concession finally allowed others the opportunity to voice their thoughts. Chapter 87. Lin Ziyuan's matchmaking. Due to the Lin family's modest size and numerous members, it was not an appropriate setting for conversation. Thus, the group proceeded to the pig farm, where a sufficiently large conference room and reception area awaited them. However, the sudden influx of visitors startled the pigs, who squealed in alarm for quite some time. Observing the pig farm, He Ji-jun paused momentarily. You conduct your work in such an environment? Indeed, this is the best office space we can offer in Baishigu. Even the village brigade headquarters pales in comparison. But the odors are overwhelming and the noise quite disruptive. Can you truly focus on your work here? When the door is closed, it is manageable. As long as one can find tranquility, much can still be accomplished. He Ji-jun remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Whether from the Ministry of Commerce, the Health Commission, the Machinery Bureau, or the military, each entity harbors secrets necessitating discretion. Consequently, discussions with Lin Ziyuan were conducted individually rather than collectively in the conference room. This scenario resembled a rural scene during the new year, where matchmakers escort young men to meet prospective brides. He Ji-jun brought the largest contingent, accompanied by experts in radar, missiles, flight control, and aircraft design, encircling Lin Ziyuan as if conducting an interview. Initially, they perused documents pertinent to their respective fields, their expressions shifting as they became increasingly serious. Despite their expertise and notable achievements within their domains, they were profoundly moved by Lin Ziyuan's writings. Many concepts aligned with their current research directions, and Lin Ziyuan even ventured predictions regarding experimental data that closely mirrored their recent findings. Had it not been for Lin Ziyuan's prolonged stay in this remote village, affording him no chance to access experimental content, they might have suspected a breach of confidentiality or espionage. He even anticipated conclusions from experiments yet to be conducted, leaving them astonished. The only plausible explanation for his prowess was a singular term: genius. Lin Ziyuan attributed his insights to rigorous analysis and calculation. The group, akin to interviewers, posed question after question, none of which daunted him. In fact, Lin Ziyuan even offered suggestions regarding their experiments, making them feel as though they were the ones being evaluated. The military meeting extended for nearly 3 hours, with a brief lunch at the canteen, yet they resumed the interview without pause, concluding only after 2 in the afternoon. Though He Ji-jun had previously been astonished by Lin Ziyuan's knowledge, he found himself equally astounded once more. This individual was indeed remarkable. So many experts, each capable of independent work within their respective projects, found themselves effortlessly managed by Lin Ziyuan, who exhibited no trepidation. Most astonishingly, he managed to persuade all those he had brought along, an extraordinary feat. Thus, He Ji-jun felt immensely satisfied. When Lin Ziyuan caught a glimpse of his gaze, he experienced a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of the way his mother-in-law had looked at him not long ago. Once the attendees vacated the conference room, He Ji-jun clapped Lin Ziyuan on the shoulder and inquired, "Young man, have you truly no intention of joining our research institute? I would allow you to lead a team, and I would not interfere with your research topics, provided you could deliver results. What do you say? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ziyuan declined, saying he lao sure. You understand my stance. It is impossible for me to leave this place. I wish to contribute what I can within my capabilities. As for relocating to the provincial capital, I must decline. Upon hearing this, He Jijun did not respond with irritation as before. Instead, he smiled and remarked, if the mountain does not come to me, I will go to the mountain. Lin Ziyuan was momentarily puzzled by what old he meant. He inquired, but He Jijun merely smiled and remained silent. All right, I shall let you off for today. I will return in a few days with good news. Remember the promise you made to me. With a grand gesture, he boarded the vehicle alongside his entourage clad in military uniforms and departed. Shen Wenzhong was the second to arrive for the matchmaking. He was straightforward and, given the late hour, wasted no time. Comrade Ziyuan, would you be interested in joining the Provincial Pharmaceutical Research and Development Center as a project leader? We are very keen on the various vaccines and medications you previously mentioned. If possible, feel free to state your conditions, and I will seek approval from above. Lin Ziyuan smiled in response. Comrade Wenzhong, you should have gathered my circumstances during your earlier conversation with old Yuan. There are hundreds of villagers relying on me to provide for them. I truly cannot leave to engage in research at your center. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chun Wenzhong's face, though he had anticipated this outcome. If the military could not entice him, how could they? However, he did not intend to concede easily and sought confirmation, only to receive a negative response again. Lin Ziyuan seemed to whisper to him, you are a good person, but we are simply not a good fit. Given that, I will not press the matter. However, could you share some insights regarding our health sector's developments and research directions? It will be helpful for me to report back. Upon hearing Chun Wenzhong finally relent, Lin Ziyuan felt they could still be friends. He proceeded to elucidate several unresolved challenges and shared his thoughts on potential new avenues, particularly the feasibility of developing certain vaccines, providing comprehensive explanations. Chen Wenzhong diligently took notes, eager not to miss a single word from Lin Ziyuan. When the last sentence was penned, he stood and shook Lin Ziyuan's hand. Comrade Ziyuan, thank you for your insights. It has truly been enlightening. What Lin Ziyuan conveyed was nearly identical to what he had discussed with He Jijun. He articulated his vision of how certain projects might evolve, the necessary conditions, and the theories required to support them. However, this did not imply they could directly fabricate items using these theoretical principles. Lin Ziyuan could readily provide 10 schematics, but could they be produced? No. Constructing a fighter jet was far more complex than imagined, necessitating collaboration among hundreds, if not thousands, of entities across various domains, ranging from theory and manufacturing to materials, mechanical design, wind, tunnel testing, and possibly even the procurement of advanced machining tools. This required a coordinated effort from a multitude of departments. As Chun Wenzhong departed, he uttered a perplexing remark. I will return. He was not a character from a fable. Chapter 88. Yuan Xingang seeks help after sending off 2 batches of guests. Lin Ziyuan finally had a moment to catch his breath. He began to sympathize with the donkey of the production team. Yet even the donkey deserved a moment of rest. Chao Jijia and Yuan Changgang entered the conference room together, and their camaraderie suggested a long-standing acquaintance. My matters can wait. Lao Chao, you may converse with Ziyuan first. I shall merely listen, said Yuan Changgang, as he settled onto a nearby chair, stifling a yawn while eavesdropping on their dialogue. Gao Zidi Unfa was on a mission, not one shrouded in secrecy, but concerning foreign trade and patent issues. Ordinarily, patents do not fall under the purview of the Ministry of Commerce. However, as we lacked a patent law at the time, and given that patents were intricately linked to foreign exchange earnings, the ministry dispatched personnel to Lin Ziyuan to glean insights. At that juncture, China had yet to embark on the path of reform and opening up, with international trade predominantly revolving around raw materials and scarcely touching on innovative technologies. Consequently, domestic attention to this matter was rather scant, and even those aware of the concept of patents had minimal capacity to replicate them, as their capabilities were constrained. Furthermore, the protection of domestic innovations was primarily reliant on traditional mentorship or industry customs, devoid of any legal framework to safeguard one's rights. In truth, the leadership within the department recognized the significance of patents. However, without relevant legal constraints, effective progress was virtually unattainable. Lin Ziyuan nodded in agreement, responding, "This precisely aligns with my assertion. We can navigate the current predicament through Hong Kong. Our mainland lacks, but that does not imply Hong Kong is devoid of such opportunities. What if we were to register international patents in Hong Kong and leverage that as a springboard for profit?" Although Zhao Lin was only in his 30s, his knowledge of commerce surpassed that of Zhong Weihua, and he would not be easily swayed by a few words. He countered, setting aside the fact that Hong Kong is still under American influence. How could we possibly support the establishment of a new enterprise there? It was evident that Zhao Lin had grasped the crux of the issue, prompting Lin Ziyuan to smile with reassurance. Relying solely on ourselves is certainly insufficient. However, our limitations do not preclude others from assisting us. Who might that be? The Ho family. The Ho family? Gao Zizi Ingui? Indeed, the Ho family. Among the numerous clans in Hong Kong, they are most inclined towards supporting our mainland. With their assistance, our endeavors could become significantly more manageable. Zhao Lin possessed limited knowledge about the Ho family, with only the prominent figures in the capital fully aware of their contributions to China. The reason for not seeking help from the four great families was that their ambitions were too grand, and any minor disturbance could incite considerable turbulence in Hong Kong. Thus, the decision to engage with the Ho family was prudent, allowing for a gradual ascent. Zhao Lin absorbed this insight, jotting it down in his notebook, encircling the words Ho family. However, a pressing concern arose. How could the profits earned in Hong Kong be repatriated to the mainland to bolster our foreign exchange reserves? At that time, although there was the Huaxing Bank's Hong Kong branch facilitating cross-border settlements, such transactions were overt. The import and export of raw materials might not be scrutinized too rigorously by Hong Kong authorities. Yet, profits derived from registered patents would undoubtedly face disapproval from the American side. Lin Ziyuan replied, "I'm not a jack of all trades. This matter requires the expertise of financial magnates, who possess abundant ideas and should find it relatively effortless to accomplish." He elaborated extensively on the knowledge he had acquired in his past life regarding foreign trade and patents, particularly emphasizing the global financial supremacy of the US dollar. It is imperative that we do not allow the dollar to monopolize. Our nation must devise its own strategy to ensure that the yuan secures a significant position in the global market. In his previous life, the United States had indeed exploited the dollar's dominance to an extreme, imposing tariffs as high as 245%. Zhao Lin, having worked in the business department for quite some time, felt overwhelmed by the peculiar knowledge shared by Lin, experiencing a sense of regret for not having encountered such insights earlier, as he was eager to return to the provincial capital to report on the situation. He could not linger any longer. "Come stay at my place tonight. My father has a fine collection of aged wine that I could sneak out. How about we indulge a bit?" The Yuan Chenggang proposed. The residence he referred to was located in the urban district of Longshan City. Given that Lin had already fulfilled his matchmaking obligations for the day, he found the idea of traveling several kilometers for a drink rather unappealing. He promptly declined Yuan Chenggang's invitation. "You should consider my current busyness. If you wish to invite me for drinks, you ought to bring the wine. Right, Lao Chao?" "Exactly. There is no sincerity in your invitation," he added with a hearty laugh. "Let us not return tonight. I brought wine, and Ziyuan has peanuts. Let us send someone to the supply and marketing cooperative for some meat and enjoy a little gathering at his place. What do you say, Ziyuan?" To his surprise, Yuan Chenggang had a hidden agenda. "All right, let us prepare a few dishes and have a drink, but I must insist, no drunken antics afterward." With the prospect of a dinner gathering, Zhao Lin no longer felt the urgency to return home, reasoning that it was better to travel the next day rather than in the dead of night. "Now it's my turn, isn't it? Speak freely. There's no need for formality. Just get to the point." Yuan Chenggang leisurely approached them, pulling up a stool to sit down. During this period, the biogas generator, under the continuous maintenance and data recording by Comrade Zheng Yuliang, had now met the design parameters we had initially set, generating impressive power output. The factory had decided to commence mass production and publish the blueprints for the biogas pits, promoting it across various counties under Longshore City. Lin Ziyuan smiled and remarked, "This is excellent news. Once promoted, your factory's efficiency will significantly improve." However, he added, not every region possesses the necessary conditions to establish pig farms. And even where they do, sourcing adequate feed can be a challenge. Yuan Qinggang scratched his head in response. That can be easily addressed. If feed is insufficient, they can purchase it from us. Purchase your feed? Is your supply sufficient? Lin Ziyuan inquired, displaying foresight. The pig farm in Baishigu was indeed substantial, yet their feed development was even more adept. Under the leadership of Chun Zhongming, the comrades at Baishigu had continuously refined their feed formulations, categorizing piglets into various groups, and, through comparative studies of different feeding formulas, had successfully derived the most effective feed ratio based on their accumulated experience. After more than a month of observation, in comparable circumstances, the piglets raised on the finest quality feed exhibited a weight increase of nearly 20% compared to their counterparts. Consequently, the pig farm has been fully dedicated to the production of this superior feed, sufficiently sustaining 500 piglets. Furthermore, drawing from the experience of the brick factory, when the workforce at the pig farm proved inadequate, the Whitestone Ditch team borrowed personnel from other production teams to assist in the feed production. As a result, the pace of feed production has significantly accelerated. Based on estimates, within a month, the village's feed supply could potentially cater to 5,000 pigs. Such a quantity? Are you planning to establish a feed factory? Chapter 89. The conclusion of the matchmaking this was an unforeseen development for Lin Ziyuan, who had underestimated the fervent dedication of the people of Huagua towards food storage. There is an inherent belief in accumulating wealth and provisions as much as possible to ensure stability during times of calamity or misfortune. The principle applies equally to pig farming, given the current capacity to produce more feed. The comrades of Whitestone Ditch are exerting their utmost efforts to manufacture and store feed, for what shall be done if unforeseen circumstances arise and the feed runs out. Thus, inadvertently, Whitestone Ditch has amassed a reserve of feed sufficient to sustain thousands of pigs. This unexpected boon was only revealed to Lin Ziyuan in recent days. In other words, you suggest that other towns should also engage in pig farming, while you provide the feed, not merely providing, but selling. Those in need of feed can purchase it from our village. Leaving aside the scarcity of feed on the market, even if it can be procured, the prices are exorbitant. Our feed, however, can not only be purchased with money but also exchanged for other goods. Bartering? That is indeed a rarity, remarked Yuan Chenggang with a smile. What else? It can be exchanged for grains, corn stalks, rice straw, sweet potato vines, and other items. I still need to discuss the specific ratios with the village officials. This is our general plan. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chenggang pondered and then inquired, does this require communication with your county? After all, initiating pig farming all at once raises questions not only about the conditions in other villages, but also about their capacity to sustain it. And even if they manage to do so, the market for these pigs remains a concern. There is no need for apprehension regarding the market. If feasible, everyone wishes to enjoy meat daily rather than indulging only during festive occasions. Lin Ziyuan continued. Yuan Chenggang then felt reassured, recognizing that the current endeavors are intricately linked. A flaw in any single component could jeopardize the entire scheme, at least in the rural areas of the southern region. If one possesses the means to construct adequately sized pig pens, sustaining hundreds of pigs poses no challenge, given the favorable climate and the abundance of wild pig grass and crop residues. The military has already placed an order for 2,000 biogas generators with us. Once confirmed, we shall commence production at a rapid pace, with projected profits around 400,000 yuan. 400,000, an impressive sum indeed. Moreover, the associated wiring and electrical appliances will also yield substantial profits. Yuan Chenggang, having tasted success, was eager to advance to the next phase of the plan. Ji Yuan, merely a generator, seemed too trivial. Was there not a more innovative machine that could be developed? Lin Ji Yuan pondered for a moment and inquired, what type of machinery can the factory currently produce? Yuan Chenggang, somewhat embarrassed, replied, small machinery such as threshers and diesel engines, along with various maintenance tasks. It was no surprise that he felt awkward, To put it bluntly, it boiled down to this. They were incapable of producing large-scale machinery and could only manage a few smaller items. Lin Ji Yuan's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that even the formidable Longji of the future would experience such a predicament. If, and I emphasize if, there were blueprints for a production line for excavators and loaders, could you possibly fabricate it with your current capabilities in small machinery? Yuan Chunggang's eyes widened in astonishment. It was well known that there were no domestically produced excavator production lines. They were primarily imported, with a few major northern factories handling the assembly. The cost for the procurement and installation of even the most basic production line for a crawler excavator would require a minimum investment of 10 million yuan. For something larger, the cost would start at no less than 20 million. If they could independently produce and develop, the expenses could be reduced by 40%, which translated to substantial savings in the hundreds of thousands. Yuan Changgang eagerly asked, "Do you truly have the blueprints?" Lin Ji Yuan's response was akin to a bucket of cold water. "No." "Then what is there to discuss? I thought you might have the blueprints to share. This is a project worth millions. How could I possibly manage it alone? Do you think I am some kind of deity?" In fact, there were already manufacturers of excavators in the north, though they were scarce in the south. If they possessed their own production line, they could either produce excavators directly or sell the production line. Either option would present a significant opportunity for their machinery factory. "You must have heard that the county has arranged for us to resume exploration of the mines, right? Once mining commences, the demand for machinery will soar. Moreover, it is not only mining. Future infrastructure development will also rely heavily on large machinery. This is a vast market. I do not have the blueprints, but I possess a comprehensive vision. If we can assemble a specialized design and research team, it should not be overly difficult to realize." Lin Ji Yuan painted a grand picture for Yuan Chunggang, who was evidently captivated by this vision. That night, the three of them drank until the early hours, mostly engaged in conversation. For the first time, Lin Ji Yuan introduced the concept of modular design production, where the factory would specialize in producing specific products in designated areas, each responsible solely for the quality of that product. This approach would mitigate issues of dimensional discrepancies among components, as relying on a single department for the entire production could lead to complications when repairs required parts produced by that same department. Yuan Changgang, thoroughly inebriated, was assisted into a vehicle by his accompanying comrades. Both Chao Zhijia's and Yuan Chunggang's vehicles departed simultaneously. Li Yunfeng did not remain for dinner. Instead, he handed over the items he had brought to his sister that evening, asking her to extend his gratitude to Lin Ji Yuan. Li Yunshu was reluctant to accept Li Yunfeng's gifts, yet Li Yunfeng's insistence compelled him to accept a dozen eggs. Though he insisted that Li Yunfeng bring back a pound of pork, Lin Ziyuan's life eventually returned to tranquility, and in the following days, he diligently translated his manuscripts. During this time, Su Yoming assigned him several tasks, each requiring translations from a diverse range of fields, including engineering mechanics, polymer science, and aerodynamics. Lin Ziyuan was aware that discussions about reinstating the college entrance examination were underway, and these efforts were preparatory for a higher level of graduate textbooks. Lin Ziyuan had contemplated that the interviews he attended might impact his future, but he did not foresee the profound ramifications. The changes would not only affect his personal trajectory, but also influence Baishigu, Qingxi Commune, and even the entire Tinghang County. The arrival of new visitors 7 days later completely disrupted his life. Chapter 90, a busy beginning on this day. Lin Ziyuan was engrossed in translating manuscripts in his office when Xiao Dashan arrived at the door. "Report. Please come in." "Reporting, sir. The emergency repair work on the village houses has been completed. Please provide your instructions." With a smile, Lin Ziyuan responded, "Come, old Xiao, take a seat." Only then did Xiao Dashan sit across from Lin Ziyuan. "Old Xiao, during this time, you and your comrades have not only repaired the houses for the villagers, but also conducted daily training and ensured the safety of the village. You have truly worked hard. Sir, it is merely a matter of division of labor. Compared to our comrades guarding the southern frontiers and the plateau, we are not suffering." Initially, Lin Ziyuan had no significant tasks planned for them, but noticing the weariness etched on Xiao Dashan's darkened face, he realized a pressing issue. The soldiers still lacked their own barracks. Old Xiao, you do not have your own barracks yet, do you? Not yet. We are still residing in the pig farm dormitory. Old Wang's family had already moved back into their new home, although the dormitory remained vacant. It was inappropriate to keep them living in a pig farm. Furthermore, with the generator now developed, there was no need for protective measures, rendering their continued stay in the pig farm meaningless. Lin Ziyuan immediately said, Old Xiao, you and the soldiers should build a barrack near Nyojiao, plan for 20 dormitories, accommodating 6 individuals each, and construct accompanying facilities like toilets and kitchens. Source the bricks and tiles from the village, keep accounts, and we will settle the expenses with the higher-ups later. Xiao Dashin, belonging to the engineering company of a certain regiment in the Haishi military region, indeed had all his actions in Baishigo overseen by Lin Ziyuan. However, as an engineer, it was only natural that the expenses incurred for construction would be borne by the military. Moreover, it was entirely reasonable for Lin Ziyuan, as a company commander, to oversee the construction of a barrack for a mere company of soldiers. He could boldly delegate the arrangements to Xiao Dashin. Understood. Xiao Dashin saluted and then exited the office. Shortly after Xiao Dashin departed, Zheng Yuliang entered the office. Old Zheng, has the task for the generator been completed, and are you required to return to your original unit? Zheng Yuliang's words left Lin Ziyuan in a state of disbelief. Chief, today I received an order from the Research Institute, instructing me to remain at Baishigu and await further work assignments, eliminating the need for trips to the provincial capital. Lin Ziyuan was perplexed. Isn't your task to oversee the maintenance of the biogas generator and the collection of daily data? The development of the generator has been completed, and maintenance responsibilities have already been delegated to the comrades at the pig farm. I have no other orders. I am equally unclear. Nonetheless, that is the directive from above. Oh, by the way, I was also instructed to find a suitable location in the next couple of days to receive a batch of materials. Materials? Do you know what kind? Zheng Yuliang shook his head. I have no idea what they are. Even the military is becoming increasingly secretive. Lin Ziyuan did not give it much thought, assuming it was merely supplies from higher authorities. However, the following day's events took him by surprise. As 5 large trucks arrived at the pig farm, 3 of which were transporting soldiers and 2 carrying engineering equipment. Lin Ziyuan, hearing the commotion, stepped outside to investigate and witnessed the soldiers disembarking from the trucks, quickly assembling in formation on the open ground. After counting off, a total of 60 uniformed soldiers stood in perfect alignment. The leading soldier approached Lin Ziyuan after the count and inquired, Comrade, good day. May I ask who is Comrade Lin Ziyuan? Lin Ziyuan promptly replied, I am Lin Ziyuan. Comrade, please present your identification. Recently unsettled, Lin Ziyuan had taken to carrying his military ID at all times, and he immediately produced it for the soldier. The soldier confirmed the document's authenticity before returning it to Lin Ziyuan and saluting him. Comrade Chief, I am Gao Cheng, the commander of the 7th Company, 2nd Battalion, Haishi Military District, here to report for duty. Please provide your instructions. Lin Ziyuan was taken aback. The other man was a company commander, just as he was. Why was he addressing him as chief? What was going on? Commander Gao, is there some misunderstanding? Just then, another jeep sped into the pig farm and came to a halt before the soldiers. A bespectacled soldier emerged from the vehicle, someone Lin Ziyuan recognized, having met him a few days prior in Baishigu. Lin Ziyuan recalled that his name was Lu Weimin, an expert in electronic information engineering. They had engaged in an in-depth discussion in the conference room regarding the challenges currently faced by the pulsed Doppler radar research, leaving a lasting impression on Lin Ziyuan. Comrade Ziyuan, we meet again. Lu Weimin exclaimed as he approached Lin Ziyuan, with Gao Cheng also saluting him and addressing him as chief. Commander Gao, please arrange for the unloading of the items from the vehicles. Yes. Gao Cheng turned to oversee the operations, while Zheng Yuliang approached Lin Ziyuan for clarification. Chief, what is happening? Why have so many people arrived all at once, along with so much equipment? Are they conducting military exercises in our village? Or are they beginning militia training? But it's not yet time for that, is it? Typically, militia training is organized here every November. The male and female militia comrades in the village are required to participate in training, which includes firearms handling, marksmanship, and grenade throwing, among other activities. Naturally, the grenades used are merely model replicas of equivalent weight, for utilizing real ones would be excessively extravagant. As for military drills, they are a common occurrence. The provincial military district frequently deploys troops into the mountains for jungle warfare and artillery exercises. He vividly recalls a particular year when the village river was bombed multiple times during a military exercise. After the drills concluded, villagers flocked to the riverbank to fish, and his family enjoyed a bountiful catch for several days. Yet Lu Weimin chuckled, stating, "Not at all. New orders have been issued from above." With that, he retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to Lin Ziyuan. Upon receiving it, Lin was astonished to discover it was an appointment letter, designating Comrade Lin Ziyuan as the head of the 358 Research Institute under the Sky Mirror Project, with the rank of Deputy Regiment Leader. Goodness, another promotion. What is the 358 Research Institute about? Director Lin, this is not the place for a conversation. May I not first go in for a cup of water? After sitting in a car for several hours, my back feels nearly broken. Realizing his rudeness, Lin Ziyuan led his visitor to the reception room. Before they even had a chance to sip their tea, Lu Weimin's next words left Lin Ziyuan momentarily speechless. Comrade Ziyuan, we have received orders to establish the 358 Research Institute in Baishir Gully, tasked with research on phased array radar. Currently, the 14th, 20th, and 28th Research Institutes are engaged in radar studies, each exploring different avenues in hopes of achieving breakthroughs in air detection. China's 7010 Strategic Early Warning Phased Array Radar was completed and began operations in 1976. This radar, measuring several dozen meters in both length and width, boasts a detection range of approximately 3,000 kilometers, marking a significant advancement. However, the Sky Mirror Project aims to ensure that the entire airspace of China is as pristine as a mirror, devoid of any dust. This endeavor requires not only early warning capabilities, but also active defense. Therefore, the task assigned is to develop a passive phased array radar in preparation for the J8 modification and even the J10. Lin Ziyuan pondered the document brought by Lu Weimin. Some matters are destined to be unchangeable and inescapable. If he wishes for China to grow strong, to spare it decades of detours and humiliation, then he must step forward. Moreover, he had long anticipated these challenges. They were pitfalls of his own making, suggestions he had put forth, and only he was the most suitable candidate to implement them. Besides, as he had previously stated, remaining in the village was essential, and now they had directly established an office there, preventing him from leaving the mountains. Thus, he had no further objections. With this thought, Lin Ziyuan accepted everything with composure. Old Lu, it seems that the development of radar cannot rely solely on the two of us. There are dozens of comrades being assigned as well. I'm merely here initially to assist in establishing the Research Institute's infrastructure, while the remaining personnel will gradually arrive once the institute is completed. This time, personnel will be drawn from 28 institutions, yet Elder he has not officially issued the command. Lin Ziyuan understands that announcing the list of personnel too early could lead to complications. After all, each of the 28 institutions harbors its own pride. If they were suddenly informed that they must relocate to a new research institute, one can only speculate how they might react. I am aware, rest assured, that the achievements at the 358 Research Institute will not be inferior to those at the 28th, and indeed, we shall surpass the Second Academy. Lin Ziyuan expressed his determination, to which Lu Weimin responded, "Very well, I have come as your assistant. Please do not hesitate to assign any tasks. Matters of work can also be reported directly to Elder He. All right, regarding construction, I will discuss it with Captain Gao. You should take a rest. You must be weary from your travels. No need for that. I too wish to contribute to the Institute's development. When Xiao Gao arrives, we shall deliberate on the construction plans together." Lu Weimin was a man who could not remain idle. Previously, he had been engaged in the Sky Mirror Project, researching new radar systems, yet his progress had been stymied by various constraints, leaving him anxious. Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's ideas about new radar systems, particularly concerning shipborne and airborne radars, he proactively applied to join the new project team, eager to find a breakthrough and fulfill his aspirations at the 358 Research Institute. Once the soldiers were settled, Gao Cheng arrived at Lin Ziyuan's office. "Leaders, please issue the tasks." Gao Cheng was equally keen to get to work, having come with the intention of establishing the Research Institute. Lin Ziyuan pondered for a moment and said, "The day before yesterday, I ordered the engineer squad to construct a barack capable of accommodating 120 personnel in the village. Since you have just arrived, once you have rested, please find Qiao Dashin from the engineer squad and assist them in getting the barack ready. As for the dormitory near the pig farm, what about your accommodations?" Gao Cheng replied, "Chief, we can manage our own lodging. We have brought quite a number of tents. It is quite normal for engineers to set up camp in the wild, as long as there is a water source." Lin Ziyuan then remembered that these individuals were indeed engineers, adept at road construction and mountain clearing, accustomed to rough living conditions. "Chief, we require your confirmation on the construction plan and site selection for the Research Institute so that I may arrange the subsequent materials and construction schedule." Gao Cheng had participated in numerous infrastructure projects, including the construction of research institutes and academies, and possessed a wealth of experience. He had several successful construction plans in mind. However, given that each leader possesses a unique style of decision-making, and Lin Ziyuan's perspective was likely different from that of other research institute leaders, he refrained from making any hasty decisions and instead sought the opinions of Lin Ziyuan and Lu Weimin. Having lived 2 lives and visited countless research institutes, Lin Ziyuan had spent more time in the research academy than at home, and thus formulating a general plan was not a daunting task for him. However, he chose to solicit the views of Lu Weimin and Gao Cheng instead of voicing his own opinion. Gao Cheng promptly retrieved his notebook and began to sketch. Following the established practices from 1976 and referencing the layout of the 28th Institute, our research facility was to be divided into several distinct areas. Firstly, there was to be an office space for researchers, accommodating a sufficient number of personnel. Secondly, a testing zone was necessary, as the utilization of new materials and processes required preliminary assessments. Thirdly, an assembly area for finished products was essential. Gao Cheng, being an experienced leader, recalled all necessary data from memory, thoroughly outlining the requisite zones of the Research Institute, seemingly leaving nothing out. After Gao Cheng concluded, Lu Weimin did not add anything. After all, these configurations represented the fundamental layout of a conventional research institute. However, Lin Ziyuan interjected, noting the absence of a power zone, which would house high-capacity generators as a precautionary measure. Gao Cheng furrowed his brow and replied, "Chief, according to our previous setups, the electrical facilities should suffice." Lin Ziyuan elaborated, "The radar we are developing requires considerable power during testing. Once activated, it will undoubtedly draw power from the entire research institute, potentially damaging some instruments and incurring immeasurable losses. Therefore, it is imperative that the power supply for the testing area and the office space operates independently during this period." Lin Ziyuan had experienced this issue firsthand. In a previous life, a power system malfunction during a high-capacity equipment test had caused a total blackout in the research institute. At that time, personal computers were not widespread, and the institute relied on the domestically produced 0520 microcomputer, a rare sight in itself. That incident resulted in the destruction of the only 2 computers in the institute, leading to severe data loss. This experience instilled in him a profound respect for data preservation and electrical safety. As for the site selection, would it be near the pig farm? No, we could not make that determination directly, although the production team was obliged to cooperate unconditionally with the military's actions. The land belonged to the collective, and the location would require discussion with the village. Chapter 92, Land Acquisition at Shirlienkung. After arranging matters, Lin Ziyuan, accompanied by Lu Weimin and Gao Cheng, proceeded to the brigade office. At that moment, Yang Qi had just returned from the fields. He had heard that several vehicles had arrived in the village, knowing they were headed to the pig farm, and since it did not concern him as the production team leader, he chose to disregard it. Unexpectedly, at the brigade office's entrance, he encountered Lin Ziyuan with 2 soldiers in uniform waiting for him. "Ziyuan, what brings you here?" Yang Qi inquired. "Oh, brother, allow me to introduce you. This is Comrade Lu Weimin from the military district, and this is Captain Gao Cheng. And this is our village's production team leader, Yang Qi. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Ziyuan finally clarified his intentions. He simply mentioned that the military needed to requisition land from the village to construct buildings, without disclosing the specific purpose, adhering to confidentiality regulations. Upon hearing this, Yang Qi furrowed his brow. In truth, the military's need for village land was a matter of great honor. Not only land, but even the requisition of houses would be welcomed. However, Lin Ziyuan's request for an extensive amount of land raised concerns. Are you suggesting we need 10 acres of land? Indeed, Yang Qi did not blame Lin Ziyuan for not consulting him beforehand. Instead, he went directly to the brigade headquarters to find him. Yang Qi understood Lin Ziyuan well. If he had arrived unexpectedly, it indicated that he was previously unaware of this matter. Now, Yang Qi found himself in a predicament. 10 acres of land. How much grain could be cultivated on that? It was indeed a significant amount. In fact, Lin Ziyuan had understated the requirement. In his previous life, the projects he oversaw typically occupied several hundred acres, with some factories commencing at 1,000 acres, and airport projects were even more expansive. However, Baishirgo was merely a small mountain village, and over 100 acres was no trivial matter. Unlike the previous request for Qiao to construct dormitories, which required less than half an acre and was to be cultivated by the soldiers themselves, Yang Qi could not simply agree to this request. Thus, he addressed the three men. Let us discuss this inside. Once they entered the brigade headquarters, the four men seated themselves in a cramped room. Yang Qi was the first to speak. Ziyuan, have you decided which plot of land you wish to utilize? Military land requisitions typically necessitated unconditional cooperation from the local authorities. Regardless of Yang Qi's agreement, Lu Weimin could directly commandeer the land. However, as Lin Ziyuan was a member of the village, his consent was required, and he certainly needed to consider the sentiments of the villagers. Hence, he came to consult with Yang Qi first. Upon reflection, I believe Shiliankang is the most suitable location. Shiliankang is situated merely a kilometer to the east of Baishirgo, forming a strategic position alongside Nyojiaoao, with Mashur village further beyond. To the south, Shiliankang is bordered by a mountain range. To the north and east, it is adjacent to our small river, with only one entrance to the west, making it relatively secluded. Moreover, 70% of Shiliankang consists of dry land, while only 30% is paddy field, which would minimally affect rice cultivation. Lin Ziyuan had an even deeper consideration in mind. Should the research institute require expansion, there would be ample space for development in Shiliankang, as several low hills remain there. And neither Ma Shur village nor Baishirgo had any villagers farming in that area. Seemingly percifing yang kies congerence, Li Wei Min continuet, Keptan Yang. According to the National Land Requisition Guidelines for Construction, it is clearly stipulated that when we requisition village land, there will be economic or material compensation based on actual circumstances. The production team will not suffer losses without recompense. The National Land Requisition Guidelines for Construction were revised in 1953 and had indeed been in effect for a while. However, due to various movements, compensation standards might fall below the legal limits, or even be postponed or reduced under the pretext of prioritizing national interests. In some cases, not a single penny was offered. Land was simply appropriated, and no one dared to voice dissent. By mentioning compensation, Lu Weimin tactfully indicated that it could be in the form of materials or finances, a polite assertion that would facilitate the village's agreement, especially since they would eventually reside in the village and inevitably interact with the villagers. There would likely be numerous future dealings, making it unnecessary to start on a discordant note. Moreover, funding would be allocated from above, allowing Lu Weimin to present his terms. Yang Qi nodded and said, Ziyuan, comrades, we will hold a meeting with the village leaders shortly to discuss this matter, and you're welcome to join us. The military has many affairs, and we must not delay your tasks. Immediately thereafter, the village loudspeaker began broadcasting. Urgent notice, urgent notice. All village leaders, please report to the brigade headquarters for a meeting at once. All the village leaders, bewildered, hurried to the brigade headquarters. Typically, meetings are held in the evening. It is unusual to convene during the day. What could possibly have occurred that required everyone to abandon their tasks and return for a meeting? As the group entered the headquarters, their chatter subsided upon seeing the two soldiers seated inside. Once everyone was settled, Yang Qi introduced Lu Weimin and Gao Cheng to the assembly, explaining the purpose of their visit. Comrades, the situation is as follows. Shirley Pitt is to be transferred to the military. Group leader Wang Guoqiang inquired. If Shirley Pitt is requisitioned, will our villagers be unable to access that area? Lu Weimin replied. According to regulations, areas managed by the military are indeed off-limits to villagers. However, in case of emergencies, you may report to our comrades, and upon receiving permission, you may enter. Another voice chimed in. What will happen to the sweet potatoes and corn we planted there? The harvest is imminent. Lu Weimin smiled and explained, I just spoke with your leader Yang. The corn is actually ready for harvest this year, as you planted it early. As for the sweet potatoes, we may not be able to wait until harvest time. We will provide corresponding compensation based on the circumstances. What kind of compensation? Inquired Yang Genshi from the second group. Lu Weimin clarified, according to regulations, the authorities will determine compensation based on 3 to 5 times the average yield of the crops grown on the requisition land over the past few years. It is not just monetary. If you have any material needs, you may also present them, as long as they do not exceed our capacity. We will do our utmost to accommodate your requests. This straightforward statement sparked a flurry of whispered discussions among the village leaders. Lu Weimin was the principal responsible for the research institute's preparatory work, so Lin Ziyuan attended the meeting in the capacity of a village leader. Yang Qi leaned closer and quietly asked him, Ziyuan, what do you think we should request? Lin Ziyuan responded with a single illuminating sentence. Brother, I believe that in addition to financial compensation, we could ask the military to assist us with the issues of threshers and bicycles. In the hilly regions, unlike the flat plains of the northern central plains where rice can be harvested using combine harvesters, 70 to 80% of the hilly areas in Haishi province are terraced fields. These terraces cannot accommodate machinery for harvesting. In Lin Ziyuan's recollection, it wasn't until around 2010 that harvesters began to be used in the nearby towns for the more level fields, while terraced fields continued to be harvested by hand. After the harvester collects the rice, it simultaneously threshes the grains from the stalks. In contrast, when harvested manually, the grains must be threshed by hand. In 1976, Baishiga lacked threshing machines and relied instead on a rudimentary tool known as the douhuang, a wooden container approximately 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 80 centimeters high. The douhuang is open-topped, comprised of 4 wooden sides and a base, resembling a large wooden box for packaging mobile phones. Members of the collective would grasp the base of the rice stalks and vigorously strike them against the wooden sides of the douhuang, causing the grains to fall and be collected within. This method of threshing is exceedingly primitive, labor-intensive, and inefficient, often necessitating children to sift through the already threshed stalks for a second round of threshing. At this time, threshing machines had already begun to be promoted in Haishi province, albeit primarily in coastal regions. While Tinghang County had some, they were exceedingly scarce. Such machinery is not easily obtainable, even with financial means. One requires tickets. If assistance could be coordinated from the military to procure some threshing machines, it would be a significant boon for the entire Baishiga community. With a foot-operated threshing machine, 2 individuals could operate it simultaneously, completing the threshing of approximately 1.5 mu of rice fields in an hour, boasting an efficiency at least 3 times greater than manual methods. The availability of a threshing machine would enable the entire production team to finish their summer harvest at least 5 days earlier. This 5-day period should not be underestimated. Each day is invaluable during the rice harvesting season. The maturation of rice progresses through various stages: the milk stage, the wax stage, the ripe stage, and the dry stage. During the milk stage, the moisture content exceeds 80%, while the wax stage hovers around 50%, the ripe stage around 20%, and the dry stage falls below 20%. The ripe stage represents the golden opportunity for harvesting, typically lasting 5 to 7 days. If harvested too early, the 1,000-grain weight may decrease, resulting in a yield reduction of 5 to 10% and significantly lower milling rates. Conversely, if harvesting is delayed until the dry stage. The grains may naturally fall from the stalks, and, crucially, inclement weather could cause the grains to sprout while still on the plants, potentially diminishing quality by as much as 20%. Summer in Haishi province is characterized by frequent rainfall, particularly in the afternoons, making this 5-day window exceedingly precious. The time saved not only ensures the quality of the rice, but also allows collective members to dedicate more time to drying the harvest. After threshing, the rice must be bagged or placed in baskets and transported by cart or on shoulders to the drying area, where moisture levels must be reduced to around 5% before being stored in the collective granary. Thus, Lin Ziyuan proposed that the military provide threshing machines to ensure the success of this year's summer harvest, a suggestion that caught Yang Qi by surprise. The bicycle serves as a means of transport for the production team, particularly during times when venturing out becomes inconvenient. In urgent situations, one must resort to running, which is manageable for the youth, yet quite arduous for the elderly. Lin Ziyuan requested several bicycles to facilitate communication among team members. In emergencies, they could borrow the bicycles from the production team and return them once used. As for the financial aspect, the military could provide a modest sum, and ideally, a subsidy of 1,500 yuan would be quite favorable. While this amount may seem substantial when distributed among the team members, it becomes woefully inadequate. Currently, if the county were to procure a threshing machine, it would likely cost around 80 yuan. However, should the production team purchase it themselves, the price is expected to reach nearly 100 yuan. A permanent or Phoenix brand bicycle would cost approximately 120 yuan, and acquiring one necessitates a ticket. After deliberation, the village officials designated Yang Qi as their representative to convey their requests to Lu Weiman. Comrade Lu Weiman, regarding your unit's requisition of our land in Baishiga's Shirlian Pit, we would like to put forth a few demands. First, we request 10 pedal-operated threshing machines. Second, 3 bicycles. And third, 500 yuan. This request was essentially a proposal from Lin Ziyuan, who was aware of Lu Weiman's bottom line and sought to accommodate the team members without unduly burdening Lu. Acquiring these items independently would pose significant challenges for Baishigu. Yet Lu Weiman found these requests, primarily for agricultural tools and bicycles, to be relatively manageable.